Aphrodite Greengrass are one-of-a-kind heroine. The charming minister is Aphrodite, and the enchanting witch is also Aphrodite. The protagonist is one grade above Harry. In matters of adult romance, it is best to refrain from interference. Aphrodite Greengrass, the eldest daughter of the Greengrass family, is both alluring and captivating. Adept at presenting herself as demure and adorable, possessing a mind as intricate as a finely crafted piece of art. Her personality is one of nonchalance, and her hallmark trait is her capacity for tolerance. Whom do you wish to choose? Aphrodite gestures towards her numerous suitors. I merely desire to provide each boy with a home. Chapter 1. Where do these charlatans come from? Greengrass Manor. A delicately sculpted young girl perches upon a high stool, engrossed in a book that is decidedly beyond her years. Miss Aphrodite, there is an oddly dressed individual outside the manor, and we cannot seem to drive him away. Might you wish to investigate personally? A house elf suddenly appears before her, prompting her to close her book. Oddly dressed? Aphrodite's curiosity is piqued. Lead me to him. Following the house elf to the entrance, she encounters an elderly man in a gray long coat, leaning on a wooden staff adorned with a cloth banner, standing there quite serenely. Were a Chinese person to arrive, they would instantly recognize this as the quintessential attire of a wandering fortune teller. However, Aphrodite is oblivious to his garb. She merely appraises him from head to toe. Are you a beggar? The old man strokes his goat-like beard. Do not say such things, young lady. I hail from the east, here to divine for those of fate. I see you possess exquisite beauty, yet your brow is clouded. One must avert the ominous signs, for you are destined for extraordinary adventures unlike any other. I do not comprehend, Aphrodite replies. Mia, see him out. The house elf named Mia promptly prepares to act, casting a hostile glare at the old man. Startled, the old man plucks a few of his own beard hairs. Allow me to translate for you. After all, we must internationalize our trade and reach the world. 2 minutes. She smiles sweetly. The old man takes a deep breath, adopting a serious demeanor. You possess a powerful soul, yet its energy is tumultuous, difficult for an ordinary person to control. Aphrodite remains skeptical but regards him as entertainment, continuing to listen. You must harmonize your energies, fortifying yourself to merge body and soul, lest you suffer physical and spiritual losses. Harmonize energies? She bursts into laughter. What nonsense are you spouting? Indeed, the purer and more concentrated the energy you encounter, the greater the benefit to yourself. Has your health not improved over the past few years? Thus, my dear girl, if you provide me with 15 pounds, I shall guide you on a path. Mia. 10 pounds, how about that? The old man waves his hands, halting Mia. Aphrodite turns to leave. 5. It cannot be less. Aphrodite gazes incredulously at the old man. I have no idea what you are about. Are you a muggle or a wizard? What do you desire? I have no pounds, but I can offer you galleons. I am curious to see what path you can reveal. Galleons will suffice. The old man extends his hand, and Mia presents him with 3 galleons, which elicits a broad smile from him. I merely passed by, and upon seeing the exceptional layout of this manor, sensed a connection and chose to linger a while. We do not differentiate between muggles and wizards. The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. The old man begins to calculate with his fingers, appearing rather eccentric. Aphrodite finds him somewhat reminiscent of a seer, slightly neurotic. Thank you for your journey. Go to this address. The old man hands Aphrodite a piece of rice paper. What? She touches the writing, unsure of the ink used. When she looks up, the old man has vanished. Aphrodite glances around, then turns to Mia. What do you mean you couldn't drive him away? What exactly happened? Mia only wished to fulfill her master's task and attempt to use house elf magic to expel him, but it was ineffective. Mia, frustrated, prepares to bang her head against the wooden fence, but Aphrodite gently halts her. Enough. Take me to this address. Return to fetch me before mother and father arrive. Yes. Mia cautiously grasps the hem of her trousers, and in the next moment, the two vanish from the manor's entrance. Aphrodite strolls alone down Muggle Street, squinting her eyes, feeling neither affection nor aversion. This street is sparsely populated, with a sign reading Privet Drive. A thin, scruffy boy sits on the grass, entirely unconcerned with his appearance, dressed in oversized, tattered clothing, his hair a disheveled mess. Aphrodite glances at him, intending to leave. Harry, what are you doing sitting there? Surely you aren't waiting for Mummy to come pick you up? Ha ha ha. Aphrodite perks up, casting a sidelong glance at the scene where 3 pudgy boys surround the slender boy, seemingly up to no good. How do muggles fight? Aphrodite halts, intrigued, watching them. The 3 boys, receiving the slender boy's furious glare, become even more emboldened, laughing mockingly. Hey, staring at me won't help. All the other kids have parents, but you have none. Are you dreaming every night, crying for your mummy? The slender boy clenches his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. In an instant, a strong gust of wind sweeps through, bending the grass and causing the boys to stagger back. Just moments ago, the weather was fair. Aphrodite suppresses her amused expression. A ball falls from a tree above the three hefty boys, and while Aphrodite does not recognize it, she is certain it wasn't there moments ago. The ball strikes the middle boy squarely on the head, causing him to yelp, and as he loses his balance from stepping on a banana peel, he instinctively grabs the shirts of his companions, sending all three tumbling to the ground with a resounding crash. Aphrodite looks at the boys with disdain, bemused by their blunder before they even began to fight. What a disgrace! Wait, why is this so coincidental? Aphrodite gazes intently at the slender boy. Deciding to approach him, she stands between the two groups, facing the three boys. Aren't you embarrassed? Go back from whence you came. The boy in the middle stares vacantly at Aphrodite, mesmerized. So beautiful. Aphrodite scoffs lightly. Leave. What's your attitude? One of the boys rolls up his sleeves and steps forward. Aphrodite feels the boy behind her tug at her, and she turns to offer him a reassuring glance. After all, she is a witch. Although she has yet to commence her studies at Hogwarts, she is certainly capable of casting a few simple spells. Don't speak to a beautiful girl like that, the middle boy, evidently the leader of their little gang, declares, causing them to fall silent. Pretty lady, may I treat you to ice cream? Aphrodite rolls her eyes and takes the boy by the hand, leading him away. Thank you for helping me. The boy adjusts his glasses, which are already broken, peering through the fractured lenses at the lovely girl before him, his earlier negativity dissipating. Chapter 2. Meeting Harry Potter. Avellini waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing, just an injustice I witnessed. How absurd. She was about to leave, but found those few individuals too foolish to ignore. Harry Potter. And you? The boy spoke again. Avellini nodded. Did you say your name? Is there a problem? Harry inquired. It was then that Avellini leaned closer, her curious gaze unmistakable, and as their eyes met, she gently brushed aside his fringe. Harry obediently allowed her to inspect him, thinking that this little girl seemed reminiscent of some peculiar characters he had encountered before. Since he could remember, unusual individuals would occasionally approach him on the streets, scrutinizing him with eager eyes and often extending their hands, though they spoke not a word. Yet, this was the first time he had seen a beautiful little girl regard him in such a manner. Avellini lightly touched his lightning scar, momentarily rendering Harry speechless. Is it true? You are Harry Potter? Her eyes sparkled with an indescribable light, as if she had unlocked the door to a new world. What do you mean? Harry asked, bewildered. Avellini sighed, realizing he was genuinely oblivious, and she simply shook her head. Well, let me introduce myself first. I am Aphrodite Greengrass. It's a pleasure to meet you. Harry smiled shyly, feeling delighted that for the first time, a peer wished to engage him in conversation. At school, whether boys or girls, had all been deterred from befriending him by Dudley Dursley, who had led the bullying of his cousin. He had no friends, no one to converse with. And now, before him stood a lovely girl with a kind heart, who had just stood up for him by driving away Dudley and his gang. Avellini began to believe the old man's words about serendipity. Indeed, it seemed to be a stroke of luck, 3 galleons for a savior-s acquaintance. She felt quite foolish for not realizing sooner that bizarre occurrences often transpired during moments of anger or emotional instability. Was this not a hallmark of wizardry? The individual before her was indeed a wizard, and a renowned one at that, Harry Potter. Initially, Avellini was eager to rush home and summon her sisters, Daphne and Astoria, or perhaps a few of her friends. However, she soon changed her mind. She wished to speak to Harry Potter alone. This way, she would possess a unique experience to boast about. I was just passing through. Avellini blinked, her blue eyes shimmering with innocence. But we can chat for a bit before I leave. All right, sure. Harry replied eagerly. This was a moment in which he felt most at ease. And such moments were rare. The Muggle world was indeed quite fascinating. Avellini quickly switched her stance. After all, children have simple, changeable minds. Harry guided her through the streets, introducing her to a plethora of things she had never encountered before. This is rather mundane, but that one is interesting, Avellini critiqued, comparing Harry's descriptions of the Muggle world to her experiences in the wizarding realm. By the way, Avellini, based on your reaction, do you know me? Harry asked. Avellini hesitated. Everyone was saying Harry Potter lived in the Muggle world. Yet here he was before her. Did Harry Potter know nothing of the magical world? Should she enlighten him about things he had yet to experience? Avellini pondered briefly, deciding that he would learn soon enough. What harm was there in revealing a few truths? You are quite famous, Harry, Avellini began, coaxing him gently, because when you were just a year old, you defeated a very powerful wizard. A year old? A wizard? Harry was taken aback. Avellini seized the moment, recounting everything she knew about magic, about wizards, everything she had read in storybooks animatedly, as if she had witnessed it all herself. Yet Harry remained skeptical, confusion evident in his eyes. I'm older than you. Avellini instinctively compared their ages. I'll be going to Hogwarts this September. You'll be joining next year, and then you'll discover that what I say is true. A year? Harry asked with disappointment. How am I to know you're not deceiving me? Perhaps you're in league with Dudley and his lot to make fun of me. How could I possibly be associated with that bunch of fools? Avellini retorted angrily. I am nothing like them. You're right, Harry chuckled. They are indeed a bunch of fools. Here, take this hair clip. Avellini removed a charming green hairpin from her golden locks. Just hold on to it and remember me. Next year, you will see if I've deceived you. All right. Harry grasped the hairpin tightly, tucking it into the oversized sleeve of his shirt. I won't let Aunt Petunia see it, lest it be taken away. Avellini hesitated, still wanting to ask something. Miss, the master is returning. Mia suddenly appeared on the street, prompting Avellini to rush to her side. Before vanishing, she waved goodbye to Harry. Harry, feeling desolate, clutched the hairpin tightly. He now had no one to converse with. Although Avellini carried a hint of pride, her words were not off-putting. She was unlike Dudley. Her arrival had been enchanting, and her departure equally so. Harry trudged back to the Dursleys, reluctant to return to the dark, cramped cupboard, unwilling to don Dudley's old clothes. He hoped to reach the so-called Hogwarts soon, where he might once again be in Avellini's company. Upon returning home, Avellini immediately spread open her book, feigning engrossment in her reading. The next moment, her parents appeared in the hallway, and Avellini pretended to be surprised as she rushed to embrace her mother, while her father entered the washroom. Where are your sisters? Her mother inquired. In their room? On the lawn? She pointed aimlessly. You should play with them. At the very least, show some concern for them. What book are you reading? Her mother frowned disapprovingly. Are you rummaging through books in the study again? Avellini, feeling guilty, shielded the book's title, but it was a futile effort. Her mother pulled the book from her hands, shaking her head. Which I am full of charm. You should focus on your textbooks. You'll be going to Hogwarts in September. With my aptitude, I will manage effortlessly, Avellini replied, tilting her head proudly. All right. I believe in you. By the way, remember to dress warmly tomorrow. The weather doesn't look promising. Her mother stroked her face. Avellini had been frail in her childhood, but she had improved in recent years. Still, she needed to exercise caution with every change in weather. All right, you two go check on Daphne and Leah. I'll head upstairs to my room. Go on. Chapter 3, Draco Malfoy. Avellini, of course, had no intention of heeding her mother's advice. She read whatever books she desired, and her room concealed a multitude of such volumes. Naturally, all were procured by Mia using her pocket money, kept secret from the rest of the Greengrass household. She unlocked her drawer and pulled out a pristine new book to peruse. Avellini, my dear sister. The door swung open, revealing a girl slightly smaller than Avellini. Daphne, why didn't you knock? Avellini exclaimed, swiftly hiding the book beneath her pillow, her movements swift. Didn't I knock? Daphne pouted, tapping her fingers twice. Is that sufficient? What is it? Will you accompany me to Malfoy Manor tomorrow? Pansy mentioned that many friends will be going. Did Draco invite you? Avellini asked lazily. No, which is why I came to ask you to join me. Aren't you on good terms with young Malfoy? Daphne shrugged. So, see you tomorrow. Wait, there's more to discuss. Daphne turned back. Wish me, my dear sister, a good night. Good night, Daphne, Avellini replied with a forced smile. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Avellini sighed, wishing for an end to the interruptions. But it was Astoria who entered, the ever-obedient and sweet Astoria. Sister. Mother asked me to bring you a glass of milk. Thank you, little Leah. Aphra gently patted her head, recalling that Astoria was 3 years her junior. By the way, Leah, I must implore you not to divulge this to anyone, not even to our parents or Daphne. It's a secret between me and my sister. Aphra whispered with a hint of mischief. I ventured into the Muggle world today. Astoria's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with admiration for her sister's audacity and prowess. Pleased with her reaction, Aphra smiled. What a good girl you are. But why can't I tell Sister Daphne? She despises Muggles. You know that all too well. Aphra raised an eyebrow. But do you loathe them, Aphra? Astoria inquired. As long as they are beneficial or advantageous to me, I hold no disdain. Aphra replied with a smirk. Good night. Astoria concluded, still puzzled but convinced by her sister's words. With a sweet smile, she turned and exited the room, bidding her sister good night. The following day, Aphra brought Daphne to Malfoy Manor, a veritable paradise for children, akin to a social soiree. Daphne quickly sought out Pansy, leaving Aphra to her own devices. Aphra surveyed the room and spotted Draco lounging on a sofa. She had met Draco years prior when the adults introduced them, and they had since engaged in play. Draco was often domineering, while Aphra was no pushover. Their encounters typically ended in discord, yet they always gravitated towards one another. Are you bored? Aphra squinted and settled beside him, her coat setting her apart from the others. Feeling rather empty, are we? Draco retorted, unfazed. Aphra extended her chilly hand toward him. Draco recoiled slightly, then stood up. Let us move indoors. It's windy out here. Fine. Aphra nonchalantly followed him inside, where the others remained outside. Have you had a falling out with your friends? She suddenly asked. Puff, they just don't understand. It's merely a difference of opinion. Draco huffed, his nose nearly touching the ceiling. Oh, you lot with your petty squabbles claim to have differing views? Aphra chuckled mockingly. What do you know about opinions? I know plenty. Draco flushed with indignation. You're only a year older than me. Do you think that makes you the boss? Older, thank you very much. Aphra replied coolly. Draco found himself momentarily speechless, only able to glare at her in frustration. Soon their other friends approached Draco, apologizing with good humor. And the children quickly forgot their quarrel, returning to their playful antics. Aphra observed them with amusement, glancing down at her own attire, clean, elegant, and well-fitted. She suddenly recalled encountering Harry yesterday, and realized that he seemed to be rather neglected by his family, appearing quite unhappy, lost in her own thoughts. She hadn't noticed Harry's plight. It was quite a reflection. The soon-to-be celebrated Harry Potter was, in fact, mistreated by his Muggle relatives. A wave of sympathy washed over her. Hey Aphra, come play. Draco called out, still a bit flustered but eager to include her. Coming. Aphra raised an eyebrow, momentarily dismissing her thoughts. They began a game of wizardess chess, and as Aphra took her turn, she was reminded of the old man's cryptic words, mysterious and difficult to comprehend. He mentioned that her frail health stemmed from her powerful soul, being difficult to control. Yang replenishingin? What does that even mean? A few years prior, her health had improved, but only marginally. He had also orchestrated her encounter with Harry Potter. Remarkable. Determined to seek out the old man again, she wondered if he would appear that day. Having concluded her contemplation, Aphra focused on the game, and within minutes, she had successfully captured Draco's king. Ha! I'm a year older than you, and it's not for nothing. Are you impressed? Not in the least. Draco snapped. Change players. As the day came to a close, Aphra returned home with a sense of satisfaction. The next morning, as the sun began to rise, Mia awakened her. Miss Aphra, I was tasked with keeping an eye on the door, and I just noticed that peculiar man has returned. Instantly alert, Aphra shook off her sleepiness. Keep him occupied, I'll be there shortly. She hastily washed up, dressed, and stealthily bypassed her two younger sisters to reach the entrance. The man remained there, smiling serenely, his demeanor enigmatic. Well, did I not speak the truth? He asked. You merely provided an address. Even if I were to encounter someone extraordinary, what would it signify? Aphra refrained from showing her eagerness. She would not be easily manipulated. To stabilize your soul, you must engage with quality males. Only then can you tame your formidable spirit. He chuckled, elaborating with a hint of mischief. Aphra found his words rather absurd. This matter should not be rushed. Moderation is key, after all. He shook his head and began to depart. Sir, Aphra called out, offering him a few galleons. Is there anything else you can share with me? I ought not to reveal secrets. The old man displayed reluctance but soon accepted the galleons. Yet since I've begun speaking, I might as well offer some guidance. Very well, let me enlighten you. Please, she urged. When fate aligns, opportunities will flourish. More is better, he advised, his figure retreating from her grasp. Chapter 4. Preparing for school. Though Aphra had enjoyed herself thoroughly, she had not forgotten about Harry Potter. On July 31st, she found herself once more on Privet Drive. She instructed Mia to exchange Muggle currency at Gringotts and carefully selected a cake that she adored from a bakery. What did Potter like? Regardless, Aphra felt the cake was exquisite. This one, please. To go. 20 pounds. Aphra hesitated, unsure of the worth of 20 pounds, whether it was a bargain or an extravagance. Calmly, she tossed a bundle of notes onto the counter. Count it. The shopkeeper found her youthful demeanor amusing, and after tallying the amount, returned the excess to her. Take care of it, little one. Enjoy your day. Thank you, Aphra nodded, carrying the cake out of the shop. She failed to locate Harry until she strolled along the street, finally spotting him mowing the lawn in a nearby garden. Hey Harry, Aphra called from behind the fence. Why are you working today? Harry appeared somewhat awkward. I have nothing else to do. Aphra frowned. It's your birthday today, and you're out here working? Harry's eyes lit up with disbelief. You remember my birthday? No one had ever acknowledged it before. Harry always kept track of when it was in his mind. Didn't you mention it? Birthdays should be celebrated. Aphra raised an eyebrow and lifted the cake in her hands. Harry finally noticed the hidden gift behind the flowers. Is this for me? Indeed, Aphra beckoned with her finger. You can set down your tools now and come out to play. I can do that, Harry smiled shyly. Glancing back at the house before dropping his tools and sneaking out, the two found a secluded spot, and Harry cautiously opened the cake box. Aphra, this cake is enormous, he exclaimed, feeling embarrassed. We won't be able to finish it. If we can't finish it, we can always toss it, Aphra replied nonchalantly. But that would be wasteful, Harry protested. I've already had a slice. It has fulfilled its purpose. How can that be wasteful? Aphra shrugged. All right. I can't argue with you, Harry conceded, admiring her confidence. Under normal circumstances, Dudley enjoyed such privileges at home. If he didn't want something, it was simply discarded. Yet the dynamic between Aphra and him felt entirely different. Then you should eat a lot, especially since it's your birthday, she encouraged with generosity. Harry gazed at the cake, a warm sensation enveloping his heart as he felt an unprecedented kindness emanating from her. Today marks the happiest birthday I've ever had, I swear, he declared sincerely, his stomach pleasantly full after indulging in the feast. Aphrodite pondered silently, surprised by how easily he was contented. Any of her friends or sisters would have insisted on making demands for ages before relenting. I can stay with you for a while longer. Let us go for a stroll. Whatever you desire, I shall provide, she offered. Really? Harry's face lit up with a smile. Of course, Aphrodite affirmed with unwavering conviction. They lingered together for some time. Yet in the end, Harry didn't ask her to purchase anything at all. As the hour grew late, Harry reluctantly bid farewell to Aphrodite. Upon her return home, Aphrodite felt little melancholy, for she soon found more intriguing pursuits to engage in. Mrs. Greengrass took her daughter to Diagon Alley to procure supplies for the upcoming school year. Our first stop must be to acquire a wand, Aphrodite exclaimed with excitement. Her mother chuckled. I remember well my own anticipation all those years ago. Time has flown. And soon I shall be sending both Daphne and Leah off to school as well. Do not be so melancholic about aging, Aphrodite teased her playfully. As they entered the store, Mr. Ollivander looked up from his collection of wands. Ah, Mrs. Greengrass, bringing your daughter to select her wand? Indeed, Aphrodite's mother replied. Aphrodite approached Mr. Ollivander, her curiosity piqued as she surveyed her surroundings. Young lady, which hand do you prefer? My right hand, she answered. Mr. Ollivander took various measurements before selecting a wand with great care. Give this a try. The moment Aphrodite grasped it, a wave of joy surged through her. The wand radiated a blinding white light. I believe this is quite exceptional. It is a rare occurrence for a witch or wizard to find their destined wand on the first attempt. An applewood wand with a dragon heartstring core, measuring 12 inches. The number of applewood wand bearers is limited. Such wands possess formidable power, particularly suited for those with lofty aspirations and noble ideals. Individuals wielding an applewood wand typically exude immense personal charm. Upon hearing this, Aphrodite was immensely pleased. I adore it. Although dragon heartstring wands do not inherently lean towards dark magic, they are the most susceptible to such inclinations. Mrs. Greengrass's expression turned slightly sour, but she quickly masked it. How much? 7 galleons, Mr. Ollivander replied. Take care of it. Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, so treat it well. Thank you, Aphrodite said, accepting the wand with both hands and a gentle smile. After their excursion in Diagon Alley, Aphrodite and her mother returned home, laden with an array of packages. Her younger sisters eagerly gathered around, curious about the new acquisitions, as Aphrodite proudly showcased her wand. This wand belonged to her alone, while her sisters were still too young to possess one. When September first arrived, Aphrodite boarded the Hogwarts Express, her spirits soaring. She joyfully bid farewell to her family, and after careful consideration, she opened the door to a compartment. Hello, may I sit here? Aphrodite presumed no one would refuse her, having never faced rejection before. The boy seated inside appeared somewhat dazed yet strikingly handsome, a welcome contrast to the raucousness of other compartments. Sure, he replied in a neutral tone. Upon sitting down, Aphrodite noticed the Gryffindor badge on his chest, prompting her to fall momentarily silent. She had not seen his profile clearly. Well, as long as he is good-looking, that suffices, she thought. I am Aphrodite Greengrass, a first year. What about you? She introduced herself after a brief pause. Oliver Wood, 4th year, he nodded, his chestnut curls bouncing with the motion, his gray eyes calm. Just then, another Gryffindor entered the compartment, looking meticulous with his red hair and somewhat serious demeanor. Oliver. He greeted the boy, who seemed quite familiar with him. Upon noticing a girl present, he appeared slightly taken aback. Hello, Aphrodite Greengrass, she said, blinking her eyes and feeling a surge of happiness. Gryffindors were not so bad. The students were quite attractive. Percy Weasley, he acknowledged, but upon hearing her surname, his expression became somewhat uneasy. Aphrodite fell silent, realizing her choice might have been less than ideal. Chapter 5. A Paradise for Aesthetic Enthusiasts. Aphrodite awkwardly turned her gaze to the window, watching the landscapes blur past, wishing she had never entered. Despite the presence of two handsome boys, the fact that one was a Weasley was enough to short-circuit her thoughts. If Draco were to discover this, he would surely be infuriated. If Daphne found out, she would likely ridicule her for a considerable time. Aphrodite nodded, deciding to keep her silence. After all, if she didn't disclose her actions, who would know? It's fine, she said dryly. Percy Weasley calmly settled down and opened a book that appeared to be about potions, while Oliver would also engage with a text, seemingly related to Quidditch. Aphrodite felt disheartened by the lack of conversation and longed to escape. Perhaps it would be better to explore elsewhere, she mused, rising to her feet. Percy did not spare her a glance, while Oliver discreetly cast a glance her way. Upon exiting the compartment, Aphrodite felt a wave of fresh air, prompting her to seek a more amiable compartment. As she passed by several others, she suddenly stepped back, tilting her head as she caught sight of a striking boy through the glass window. Hogwarts, a paradise for aesthetic enthusiasts, she thought to herself. The boy, illuminated by sunlight, appeared tranquil and gentle. In short, she was smitten. Aphrodite knocked gently on the door, meeting his gaze, and offered a demure smile, her wide, innocent eyes fixed on him. May I come in? She mouthed. The boy contemplated for a moment before nodding. Aphrodite opened the door, striving to keep her voice pure and unassuming. Thank you so much. I hardly found any compartments that were less crowded. Are you a first year? He inquired with a smile, exuding an air of a friendly neighbor. Once you have familiar faces around, you'll surely adjust. Indeed I am. To be honest, I am a bit worried. Aphrodite feigned a frown. By the way, I'm Aphrodite Greengrass. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hello, I'm Cedric Diggory, a second year from Hufflepuff, he replied, nodding with a friendly demeanor. Aphrodite returned his greeting with a sweet smile. What is it that you are worried about? Cedric asked, noticing her charming demeanor and prompting further inquiry. Well, I fear I may not adapt well to life at Hogwarts. Could you share what students typically do? Aphrodite secretly chuckled to herself. She had never genuinely worried about such matters, merely seeking a topic of conversation. Do not fret. Life at Hogwarts is quite ordinary, Cedric smiled. The main focus is on attending classes, preparing ahead, and reviewing afterward, so you need not worry about keeping up with the professors. During your free time, you can pursue your interests, whether studying or joining clubs. Can I call you Cedric? Aphrodite asked playfully. Certainly, he affirmed. Have you joined any clubs? He scratched his head somewhat shyly. Well, there is one called the Study Club. Aphrodite raised her eyebrows in surprise. Oh, may I join you in studying in the future? Absolutely, as long as you are interested, Cedric replied eagerly. The two conversed animatedly until the train neared Hogwarts, at which point Aphrodite reluctantly bid farewell to Cedric. Returning to her original compartment, Percy and Oliver were already deep in conversation, evidently roommates discussing individuals unfamiliar to Aphrodite. She opened her suitcase, donned the plain black robes of Hogwarts, and tidied her hair. The carriage came to a halt, and Percy reminded Oliver, casting a glance at Aphra, "Let us go, Oliver." "All right, I'm on my way," Oliver replied, rising to his feet and turning to Aphra, "Wishing you a delightful experience at school." "Thank you." Aphra nodded at Oliver, and then looked towards Percy. The two exited the compartment in succession, with Aphra tucking her wand into her pocket and retrieving a small mirror to check her reflection, departing with a sense of satisfaction. The first-year students followed the tall keeper of the grounds as they boarded the boat to Hogwarts. Throughout the journey, Aphra marveled at the enchanting views of Hogwarts, her heart swelling with anticipation for the delightful school life that lay ahead. A witch clad in green and adorned with a tall hat awaited them outside a small hut near the Great Hall, and Aphra maintained her composure, taking the opportunity to observe her fellow first years. "First years, follow me," the professor stated with a serious demeanor. Aphra stepped forward, blending in with the crowd. Inside the Great Hall, 4 long tables were positioned on either side, leaving a central aisle for the first years, with the staff table at the front, centrally occupied by none other than Professor Dumbledore. Numerous floating candles illuminated the hall, casting a warm glow across the room. The ceiling mirrored the starry night sky outside, a tapestry of twinkling stars against a backdrop of deep blue. As the professor halted, the students instinctively paused in unison. We shall now commence the sorting ceremony. When your name is called, step forward, take a seat, and don the sorting hat, which will determine your house. Aphra tilted her head, sweeping her gaze across the Slytherin table, finding no one particularly remarkable. Retracting her attention, she patiently awaited the announcement of her name. One by one, the first years ascended, and Aphra observed their reactions from below. Finally, Aphra Greengrass. She weaved her way through the crowd, offering a charming smile to the professor beside the chair before sitting down. The wide hat gently settled upon her head, and she heard the voice of the sorting hat. A most intriguing individual. You possess quite a few thoughts within you. Aphra internally sighed, feeling the hat was infringing upon her privacy. Do not think thus, young lady. I am merely a hat. Your ideas are commendable, yet perhaps quite ambitious and challenging to realize. You. Aphra bristled. To Slytherin you shall go. It will suit your inclinations quite well. Those who are perceptive to circumstances seldom encounter misfortune. Understood. Regardless, thank you. Aphra was not surprised by this outcome. As the sorting hat declared Slytherin, she removed the hat and returned it to the professor before making her way to the Slytherin table. She briefly scanned the few available seats and chose to sit between two rather pleasant-looking girls who conformed to her aesthetic preferences. With a gentle demeanor, she initiated conversation. Aphra Greengrass. Beatrix Troll, one replied. Lainey Travers, the other added. Aphra found the name somewhat familiar, though she had not interacted with them before. After all, her childhood companions were a year or two younger than her, and not yet of school age. Her gaze drifted to the adjacent table, where she caught Cedric's eye and offered him a sweet smile. He returned the gesture, but upon looking away, his roommate inquired, when did you meet a Slytherin? They can be quite devious, you know. Not at all. She's rather innocent and charming, Cedric defended, shaking his head. Let us not harbor biases against houses. His roommate shrugged, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Chapter 6. The Gryffindor troublemakers. After savoring the banquet, Aphra, accompanied by the Slytherin prefect, made her way to the Slytherin common room. Nestled underground, the corridors grew increasingly dark and chilly, prompting her to instinctively frown, as she suddenly yearned for the warmth of home. After the prefect recited a lengthy list of rules and shared the password for Slytherin, they were finally led to their resting quarters. Everyone, weary from standing, eagerly rushed into the dormitory upon hearing this news. The girls' dormitory featured a long corridor adorned with deep green carpets that muffled their footsteps, creating a tranquil ambience. Aphra nodded in approval. She valued such external conditions, and thus far, the Slytherin common room and dormitory met her expectations. She was assigned to the first room on the right, where her roommates were already chosen by her two acquaintances. Upon entering the dormitory and surveying her surroundings, Aphra nodded appreciatively. The decor was predominantly green with silver accents, exuding an aura of mystery and serenity. 3 beds were arranged, each draped with a 2-layered canopy, one of sheer fabric and another of thick cloth. The desks were neatly aligned against the walls. Noticing her roommates remained silent, she pointed to a bed against the wall. I shall choose this one. That is fine. Agreed. In the next moment, a nameplate appeared before the leftmost bed, inscribed with Aphra Greengrass, as her belongings materialized beside it. While a wizard from a Muggle family might find this phenomenon quite magical, Aphra was accustomed to such workings, having house elves at home, and thus understood it was their doing. She proceeded to unpack her belongings as Roll and Travers finalized their bed selections. By the time she finished, she felt utterly exhausted. After freshening up, she slipped into slumber. The following morning, as Aphra enjoyed breakfast in the Great Hall, the prefect distributed their academic schedules. First class, potions. Aphra set down her schedule. Is our house head teaching? Indeed, the prefect replied succinctly, but do not worry. Professor Snape is known for his favoritism towards Slytherin. Aphra nodded. She was not concerned, having studied extensively in advance due to her father's high expectations, which kept her engaged throughout the summer. Rising early, she had ample time before class, allowing her to stroll leisurely towards the classroom. The corridor was deserted, perhaps due to the early hour. On the ground lay a small ball emitting a soft white glow, remarkably captivating. Is this something someone dropped? Aphra pondered, scanning her surroundings until she caught a glimpse of a small piece of black fabric tucked around the corner. Though it was subtle, she discerned it nonetheless. It appeared as though someone was lying in wait. Aphra smirked slightly, bending down as if to pick it up, all the while discreetly keeping an eye on the corner. Ah! Aphra exclaimed suddenly. In an instant, 2 identical figures sprang forth from around the corner. 2 Gryffindor boys slightly taller than Aphra. Aphra raised an eyebrow. Why are there so many Gryffindors? Well, what are you two up to? She inquired, scrutinizing them. They exchanged surprised glances, and the boy on the left spoke first. You didn't he pick it up? Pretending to be taken in by it? They both exclaimed, you noticed us right away. Aphra tossed her hair back, looking at the ball on the ground. What sort of trick is this? A screaming ball, they replied. We made it ourselves. Aphra furrowed her brow. A screaming ball? Indeed. Upon contact, it emits uncontrollable screams, but only for a brief moment, the boy on the left explained, sounding a bit disappointed. Unfortunately, we intended to select a lucky individual to test its effects. And how did you manage to bring it here? Aphra pressed on. The boy on the right snapped his fingers. Good question. Just wear gloves. Only skin contact activates it. He was indeed wearing gloves and demonstrated by picking up the ball from the ground. So you just left it there as bait? Aphra chuckled, however. Not everyone is so careless as to pick up random objects off the ground. Let us just say you're quite cautious. It's our misfortune. Perhaps we should wait for someone else, they replied. I have an idea. Let us see how your little contraption works, Aphra said, beckoning them closer. In a flash, she seized the wrist of the boy on the right and thrust the ball toward his face. Caught off guard, he had no time to resist, and the screaming ball made contact with his cheek. Ah! He cried out. Aphra raised a satisfied smile, remarking, your skills are commendable. It seems this contraption is quite effective. Congratulations on your success. I must take my leave now. Class is about to begin. With a cheerful wave, she expressed her gratitude for the amusing jest they had performed. The boy on her left displayed a look of frustration, while the one on her right mirrored his sentiments. Fred, I feel like I've been played, George lamented. She actually called us a joke. Fred wore a complex expression. They exchanged glances, realizing that perhaps this was not devoid of validation. A clever little girl indeed. She appeared to be an intriguing companion. This won't do, George, Fred murmured. She's a Slytherin. I've noticed, but amidst that foolish lot. It's a rarity to encounter someone intelligent, George replied. I wonder if she can take a joke. Indeed, that is crucial. They mumbled as they made their way to their respective classrooms. Upon entering the potions classroom, Aphra found it sparsely populated, with Professor Snape yet to arrive. Professor Snape, a figure of stern demeanor, epitomized the dichotomy among Hogwarts professors. There were the strict ones like him and Professor McGonagall, whom she later learned was the head of Gryffindor, alongside the amiable Professor Dumbledore, who resembled a jovial old rascal, and Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff. In the face of such diverse personalities, Aphra had mastered the art of adaptability, possessing 1,000 faces tailored to suit each individual. Nevertheless, every professor seemed to favor a specific type of student, those who excelled academically and exhibited formidable prowess. This was one of Aphra's aspirations. Chapter 7. The adorable kitten. Before long, Aphra found herself entangled with the two Gryffindors. Ordinarily, Gryffindor and Slytherin were at odds, harboring mutual disdain. However, these two seemed more concerned with finding a kindred spirit than with their house affiliations. I'm Fred Weasley, second-year Gryffindor. The boy named Fred declared brightly from Aphra's left. Aphra smirked slightly. Another Weasley, is it? George, his twin brother, the boy on her right added, tilting his chin. All right, twins, Aphra observed. How am I to tell you apart? Fred winked. At Hogwarts, few can distinguish us. Sometimes even our mother struggles. Aphra scrutinized them for a moment, then declared, I must be able to tell you apart. Why? They asked in unison. I fear one day I might be the butt of your joke, Aphra retorted, disliking being the subject of a prank or losing control over a situation. They exchanged amused glances. Unable to discern any differences for the time being, she decided to abandon the effort. After all this, you still haven't introduced yourselves. Name? Age? Hobbies? Gender? George prompted. Aphra was momentarily speechless. Do I really need to state my gender? Just a joke, they chimed in, flanking her like a surround sound system. Aphra Greengrass, female, fond of males, she said, extending her hand toward Fred for a handshake. Fred met her with a fist bump instead, prompting a resigned smile from Aphra before she reciprocated with George, who then attempted a handshake. Aphra mused that playing with them could be quite entertaining, albeit undoubtedly exhausting. All right, what brings you to seek me out? Surely you're not hoping to recruit me for your pranks? Join us, they proposed, clearly unperturbed. Well, that is hardly surprising, she replied, resolutely declining. Why? I could easily list a myriad of reasons. Aphra stood, brushing off her robes as she prepared to head toward the Slytherin common room. Example? They followed her, curiosity piqued. House rivalry, restricted movement, different year groups, limited interactions, she pointed to herself, then to them, Surname biases, narrow perspectives, blood prejudices. The two exchanged glances. You're not hoping to linger here while we recite our common room password, are you? April issued an ultimatum. Having sent off her 2 guests, she recited the password. Honor. In truth, April cared little for surnames or bloodlines. She favored those who treated her well and reciprocated kindness. This was merely an excuse to dismiss the two, as they radiated boundless energy. While she was willing to accept their pranks, she had no desire to engage in their mischief-making. Another tempestuous day passed. After completing her homework to her satisfaction, April strolled along the corridor. Meow. Whose pet is this? April wondered, glancing around. It couldn't possibly belong to an irresponsible owner who would leave a kitten out in such weather. Meow meow meow. April attempted to coax the kitten closer, but to no avail. Through the rain, she discerned a cute white cat, drenched yet cautiously holding its ground. Intrigued, she adored beautiful creatures. Encountering one felt serendipitous, and she was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. Despite her best efforts, the kitten remained elusive. Allow me, a melodious voice chimed from behind. April crouched down, turned her head to see Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor she had met on the train. Fresh from practice, he was equally soaked, droplets pattering onto the ground around him. His curiosity piqued as he passed by April. "What's your plan?" April inquired, puzzled. The summoning charm, perhaps?" He scratched his head. "It might be a bit rough, but it seems the quickest solution." April blinked. Oliver crouched down, retrieving his wand from an unknown pocket. "Kitten, come." Meow. The white cat's pupils dilated, resisting Oliver's command, its fur bristling in defiance. Oliver discarded his wand, firmly grasping the squirming creature. No matter how much the kitten struggled, he remained steadfast. April raised an eyebrow. "Wow. You did it." She gently took the kitten from Oliver's hands, her movements tender as she stroked its fur, gradually easing its tension. Oliver observed, puzzled, as the Slytherin girl exhibited no impatience, despite her robes being muddied and soaked by the kitten's antics. Crouched there, she continued to soothe the cat. Once it was calm, April cast a cleansing and warming charm on it. Oliver, astonished, remarked, "You look so small, yet you possess such skills. Of course, have you not considered who I am?" April reveled in the praise, reciprocating with an air of playfulness. Oliver, observing his own tidy appearance, smiled broadly. "Thanks. By the way, who are you again? I seem to have forgotten." April's smile faded as she cradled the kitten. April Greengrass." Clearing his throat, Oliver sheepishly retrieved his wand, following her. "Whose cat is this? What are your plans for it?" "Not sure," April admitted honestly, contemplating. "Do you have any pets?" "Me? No." Oliver shook his head. She pondered. "Could you look after it for a few days? I'd love to adopt it, but I already have an owl." Oliver hesitated as April presented the kitten to him. "Look how beautiful it is." With its short fur freshly cleaned, the kitten's coat appeared sleek and smooth, its large blue eyes curiously fixed on Oliver. And with a week of rain ahead, it will surely be cold and hungry. Even though Oliver was a stout and rugged figure, he was momentarily softened at heart, inexplicably accepting the little kitten into his care. Well, why not? The kitten opened its mouth as if to yawn. "Splendid. Let us procure some nourishment for it," Aphra asserted with a satisfied nod, pleased with the arrangement. Oliver obediently followed her, absent-mindedly stroking the kitten's fur. Chapter 8. The study club. Hogwarts boasted a plethora of clubs, some organized by students, such as the mysteriously popular Wizards' Chess Society, and others by professors, like Professor Flitwick's choir. Some clubs maintained a boundary between houses. Aside from the Quidditch teams, many peculiar clubs in Slytherin were merely gatherings for purebloods in their leisure. Conversely, some clubs welcomed all students from Hogwarts, such as the study club Cedric participated in. Aphra had seen their group in the library on numerous occasions, predominantly comprising Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws, with a smattering of Gryffindors, but seemingly no Slytherins. Slytherins possessed an inherent exclusivity, preferring the company of their own house. However, Aphra held no such reservations. After flipping through her History of Magic textbook for an extended period without finding any information on the eccentric Uric, she decisively passed a note to Cedric, who was nearby. Cedric blinked slowly, and then turned to pass the note to another student. After a moment, a small, scribbled note was returned to Aphra. It bore 2 distinct handwritings. One read, "I'm a bit uncertain about the first-year content. I asked Anne, who is also a first-year, in hopes of assisting you." The other handwriting clearly indicated the page where Uric could be found. "Thank you," Aphra mused, then wrote, "Are there any prerequisites to join your club?" Cedric, unfazed by the interruption, swiftly replied, "Of course not. You are most welcome to join us at any time." Thus, Aphra became a member of the study club. After an entire afternoon of study concluded, the members of the club began to converse as they exited the library. Aphra zipped her backpack, and Cedric slowed his pace to walk alongside her. We typically gather on weekends in the library for study sessions, and when the weather permits, we also meet on the grass to exchange ideas. At the end of the term, our head will coordinate review sessions, and upperclassmen will share their notes with the younger years, Cedric explained with a steady cadence. Aphra nodded in understanding. And who is your head? The Ravenclaw at the front. Those are our friends, and I can introduce you to each of them. Upon hearing this, the members in front turned to glance at the two. With about a dozen members present, Aphra quickly integrated herself among them, her charming countenance and sweet smile eliciting friendliness in return. She pinched her cheeks, which had grown slightly sore from smiling, and stretched her limbs before gradually making her way to the Slytherin common room. Suddenly, a white blur darted to her feet, startling Aphra, but upon recognizing it, she scooped it up. What are you doing here? She squinted playfully, grooming its fur. The kitten was as pristine and lovely as when she had last seen it a month ago. It seems someone has taken excellent care of you, Aphra marveled. A flurry of hurried footsteps approached, followed by a flash of red, and Oliver sighed in relief upon spotting Aphra. Thank Merlin it hasn't gone missing. He extended his hand, and the kitten nestled closer to him as Aphra returned it to him. You're still keeping it? Aphra marveled at Oliver, finding it surprising that he and the kitten seemed an unlikely pair. Yes, I quite like it. I've decided to keep it. Its name is Lucky. The kitten mewed contentedly in response. Aphra stifled a laugh. It was an unconventional name for a cat, yet it suited it well. She scratched its chin, and it rolled playfully in Oliver's arms. Where do cats typically reside? She inquired. Like owls, they have their own quarters, Oliver replied, but generally, they are free to wander where they please. Can one hold it while doing homework? Aphra pondered, feeling a tug at her heart. Oh, how I wish to have one. Perhaps I could send my own owl home, since I can still use the school's owls. Yet the thought of her own owl, whose jewel-like red eyes were so dear to her, made her abandon that notion. Why does Hogwarts only allow one pet? Aphra lamented, for she was a person of great affection. If you like it, you can always play with it. It seems to enjoy your company, Oliver generously offered. Thank you. Aphra beamed at him. I shall not be shy about visiting it frequently. However, it is getting late. I must take my leave. All right, goodbye. Farewell. Oliver lingered for a moment, his gaze lingering on her, as she appeared to be the most charming girl he had ever encountered. Had Aphra known his thoughts, she would have scoffed in disdain. Charming? It was merely a fade she donned when interacting with elders and older peers. Her true aspiration was to embody allure. She sprawled languidly on her bed, engrossed in a book brought from home. Thinking of her owl, Aphra realized she had not visited it in quite some time. It was a large gray owl with striking red eyes. Aphra made her way to the owlery. At that moment, her owl was preening its feathers, and upon seeing its long-absent owner, it tilted its head. Yo-yo, Aphra called affectionately, but it remained indifferent. Are you sulking? Aphra settled into a chair. Don't fret. I will write a letter to let you stretch your wings. Aphra picked up a communal quill and parchment from the table, carefully pondering whom to address her letter to. Just then, a tall Gryffindor entered, and Aphra observed him out of the corner of her eye. His robes were immaculate, free of dust, and his somewhat worn shoes gleamed, reflecting his meticulous nature. Aphra looked up, exclaiming, "Oh, Percy Weasley! What a coincidence!" Percy Weasley was somewhat taken aback by her greeting, feeling slightly out of place, as he had little experience interacting with pure-blood Slytherins. However, he was adept at addressing lower-year students, which typically involved a demeanor of aloofness and seriousness. Good day, he nodded. Approaching an elderly owl, Percy concealed Aphra's view of his owl, softly instructing it, "Take this home to Mum." A rustling sound ensued, indicating he was fastening the letter to the owl's leg. After a flutter of wings, the owl soared away, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Percy's brisk movements stirred a gust of wind, prompting Aphra to lower her head and hastily scribble a series of words on the parchment, feigning concentration on her letter. Chapter 9. Deception Dear, a blot of smeared ink. Draco, I am having a splendid time at Hogwarts. Slytherin is quite comfortable, awaiting your arrival. I have met many people, another ink blot, but I shan't introduce them to you. I am writing this letter purely because my yo-yo owl is dreadfully bored and needs some fresh air. If possible, you could let it soar around Malfoy Manor for a few days. Yours, Aphrodite Greengrass. Draco held the letter up to the light, the ink stains vividly visible. Pansy and Daphne were seated nearby, engaged in conversation, and noticing Draco's idle scrutiny of the scant lines of text, Pansy inquired, "Who wrote that?" Aphra, Draco replied dully. Sent from Hogwarts. Hogwarts? Did she mention what life there is like? Is it fun? Pansy asked curiously. Not much. Draco exhibited a hint of dissatisfaction as he gestured towards the spilled ink, clearly an impulsive letter whose contents she had yet to fully contemplate. The owl circled above them, unmistakably belonging to my sister. Daphne, belatedly aware of this fact, felt an irksome realization wash over her. How annoying it was that she hadn't written to us. Surely, Hogwarts must be so delightful that she had forgotten all about Leah and me. She hasn't written to you? Draco remarked with a smirk, folding the letter with a sense of satisfaction before rising to his feet. I shall return to my room to pen a reply. It had been several days since Aphra received a response, as Draco had detained her owl for quite some time. Curiously, the creature seemed reluctant to return. She gazed at Draco's letter in silence, acknowledging the situation. Understood, you may leave now. By the way, do come to my house for Christmas, you little rascal. As Christmas approached, Aphra hastily gathered a few books and boarded the Hogwarts Express back home. Initially, she sat quietly in her compartment, but her solitude was abruptly interrupted when two impolite individuals barged in. Fred and George swaggered in, wearing mischievous grins. What do you want? Aphra asked calmly, resuming her homework. She had nearly completed it at school, only to be assigned a new essay by Professor Snape on the last day before the holidays. Just leave your address, and I'll send you a Christmas gift in a few days, Fred offered earnestly. If one could overlook his roguish glances, perhaps Aphra might have believed his sincerity. These two were notorious for causing mischief at Hogwarts, and it seemed they had recently faced punishment from Filch for some unknown escapade. Aphra smirked. Very well. She pulled out a piece of paper and swiftly inscribed the address of Malfoy Manor. Handing it to George, it bore no remarkable indications, merely a commonplace address. They exchanged glances, seemingly surprised by the ease of their endeavor. In the spirit of reciprocity, you must provide me with your address as well. I shall be sending you Christmas gifts. As she continued her essay, she lightly tapped Fred's hand to prevent it from crushing her books. George, you write. She handed her quill to George, who pondered for a moment before scrawling a lengthy string of English. Upon receiving it, Aphra noted with surprise that it even specified the room number. Eldridge Ottery St. Catchpole, 6th floor? You live on the 6th floor? After a moment's contemplation, she nodded. All right. Merry Christmas. The Hogwarts Express came to a smooth halt, and through the window, Aphra observed numerous parents and children waiting expectantly. Navigating through the crowd, she swiftly disembarked. Draco stood nearby, yawning impatiently. Upon seeing Aphra, he took a couple of steps towards her. She ruffled his light golden hair, disregarding his protests. Why so slow? Were you bored to death on the train? Draco grumbled. Not at all. I finished my assignments and even did some reading, Aphra replied, feeling unburdened as she anticipated a carefree holiday. A small white ball rolled towards her, nuzzling at her feet. Upon closer inspection, she scooped it up. Lucky. Where is your owner? Draco curiously stared at the creature, remarking, that's a dreadful name. I like it, Aphra shrugged. Hey Aphra. Oliver rushed down from the train, breathless. There were too many people, and he bolted out to play. It was impossible to catch him, much harder than stopping a bludger. Upon spotting the red badge on Oliver's attire, Draco took a step back, wrinkling his nose. Oh, is this your brother? You two look remarkably alike. His gaze shifted back to Draco. Aphra returned Lucky to Oliver with a smile, choosing to remain silent. Indeed, the two bore a striking resemblance, both with light golden hair. Though Aphra's eyes were slightly bluer while Draco's leaned more towards a grayish hue. Standing together, their exquisite features were undeniably pleasing to the eye, and their familiarity with one another was evident. It was no wonder Oliver was confused. Anyone could easily misinterpret their relationship. Draco flushed crimson, exclaiming, I am not her brother. It was no surprise to Aphra that Draco would vehemently deny such a claim, as he often relished competing with her in all aspects, unwilling to concede the position of a younger sibling. Oliver, I have only 2 sisters, no brothers. This is my friend. Aphra casually changed the subject. Are you taking Lucky home for the holidays? He should have a health check and some protective spells since he was a wild creature. At this, Draco silently stepped back, clearly disdainful of the idea. I shall take my leave then, so as not to disturb you, Oliver nodded. Once he departed, Draco, visibly agitated, inquired, if I'm not mistaken, that was a Gryffindor, wasn't he it? Indeed, Aphra replied nonchalantly as they traversed through platform 9 3/4 and emerged outside. My father has always said that Gryffindors are the most foolish. How could you possibly befriend them? If he knew that not only was she associating with a Gryffindor, but also a Hufflepuff and a Ravenclaw, his dismay would surely deepen. That's because you weren't around, Aphra said earnestly. I've had no crushes in Slytherin. Oh. Draco halted, feeling a swell of pride. Do you really mean that? I knew it. Life must be unbearable for you without me. At that moment, Aphra had reached the Malfoy couple and greeted them amiably. Chapter 10. Christmas Gifts. Aphra resided in the guest room of Malfoy Manor, merely a few meters from Draco's chamber. On Christmas morning, as she lay in a drowsy stupor, she was abruptly awakened by the sound of hurried footsteps. The door swung open forcefully with a resounding bang. Blinking in confusion, she beheld a sight reminiscent of a golden bush. Her eyes widened in alarm, all remnants of sleep evaporating. There stood Draco, visibly furious. Clad in silk pajamas, his cheeks flushed with indignation, appearing as though he might explode. Most striking was his hair, which usually meticulously styled with pomade, now stood on end in disarray, resembling a thicket. In a fit of exasperation, he stamped his foot, his voice tinged with a mix of ire and embarrassment. Granger, what sort of friends have you made? Ha! Aphra, still dazed, pulled back the covers, struggling to suppress a grin. No laughing. She slipped out of bed, her attire slightly inadequate for the chill. Draco, in a fit of annoyance, kicked her slippers towards her, and she hastily put them on. It's part of your Christmas gift. I noticed one that was beautifully wrapped without a name. When I opened it, it was a box of chocolates. And his voice trailed off, growing softer. Aphra raised an eyebrow, poking at his spiky hair. So you indulged in it secretly? What do you mean secretly? Haven't all your gifts over the years included my share? Draco turned his face away, swatting her hand away to prevent her from touching his ridiculous hair. I believe I have a good idea of who sent it. Don't be angry, I have a return gift for them too. Aphra continued to gaze at Draco's hair with evident amusement. You need to sort this out, he mumbled. Aphra glanced around. How would I know? I'm merely a student who has only been here for a few months. She teased, if your Christmas gift to me was to witness this, I'd say this Christmas is far more delightful than any before. Draco looked close to tears, pulling her along. Quickly, before my father sees, let us go. All right. I'll help you, Aphra acquiesced, allowing him to lead her. But I need to freshen up first. Is this more important than my predicament? He questioned, a hint of despair in his tone. Well, nothing is more important than my own self, Aphra replied with a sly smile, stepping into the washroom. So troublesome. Draco muttered with a hint of distaste. Do you have any instructions, young master? A house elf materialized, casting a fleeting glance at Draco before promptly lowering its head. Have father and mother risen yet? The master and mistress have yet to awaken. You should prepare breakfast first, and when they are up, summon us. Very well. Draco grunted softly, and as he stepped forward, his hair swayed gently, reminiscent of grass dancing in the autumn breeze. Leaning against the doorway, he mused about replacing this house elf, which he deemed utterly useless and overly dramatic, but he lacked a proper pretext. House elves are far more useful than you might imagine, replied Aphrodite, blinking her eyes. Mia always takes me out to play and buy books stealthily. The magic of house elves differs from that of wizards, yet it should not be underestimated. All right. Go to your room. Draco's chamber was perpetually opulent, with a large circular bed that was incomparably soft, and the carpet laid in 2 layers, plush and thick underfoot. In the corner lay a heap of gifts. Some are for you, and some for me. Draco pulled her to sit on the bed. Now make good use of it. Aphrodite cleared her throat, pondering which spell to employ. Although she had learned quite a bit from her father, she seemed unsure of how to handle this situation. Can I restore it to its original state? Clean it up? Spell halt? Draco observed as Aphrodite waved her wand, uttering several spells in quick succession, maintaining a skeptical demeanor. Are you capable of this? Half a minute passed, and as Aphrodite focused on the mess atop his head, deep in thought, Draco was about to pout when he felt his hair transform into a smooth, sleek texture. He picked up a mirror to discover his hair lay neatly against his scalp, gleaming with shine. Success! Draco exclaimed with delight. Aphrodite's fingers wove through his hair. You won't need hair wax anymore. It would only damage your hair. He turned his face away, clearing his throat. Go on, unwrap the gifts. Let us do it together. Aphrodite stowed her wand away, and the two nestled among the pile of presents. A box of chocolates lay scattered across the floor, which Aphrodite collected leisurely, noting the label addressed to her. Make sure to toss those chocolates far away. Seeing them reminds me of the unsavory company you keep, he muttered, gesturing toward a stack of books. Who sent these? Cedric Diggory? Who? Another new friend of yours? Aphrodite struggled to shift the books closer to her, while Draco narrowed his eyes. She smiled. A friend. Such a dull gift. These books are second-hand. Draco pointed to a worn corner. Though it was only slightly tattered, the overall condition was new. Aphrodite flipped through the pages, noting the annotated textbooks, which she had specifically requested from Cedric. She hadn't anticipated he would organize them so promptly. Which house are they from? Draco pressed further. I forgot, Aphrodite replied dismissively. What kind of friend are you hiding? Can't you present them properly? Your tone is rather sardonic, Aphrodite retorted dryly. Continue your reading. Here, this is for you. She fortuitously flipped to the gift she had prepared for him and tossed it at Draco. He caught it, momentarily forgetting his interrogation. Oh, is this the one I wanted the most? Wasn't it sold out? Where did you procure it? I bought it at a premium, Aphrodite blinked, exhaling in relief. Once they finished unwrapping the gifts and divvied up some of each other's presents, breakfast was ready, and they descended together to dine with the Malfoy couple. After spending a delightful day at the Malfoy residence, Aphrodite returned home. Upon entering, she spotted her father. Mr. Greengrass sat on the sofa. Did you enjoy your time at the Malfoys? Aphrodite gazed at him for a moment, then smiled. Yes, I did. That's good to hear, Mr. Greengrass replied impassively. Have you been practicing your spells? I've made some progress. We have a test tomorrow. He rose and slowly made his way up the stairs. Good night, father. Mia. Please help me carry my gifts back to my room. Just leave them there. I'll tidy up myself, Aphrodite instructed in a low voice. Chapter 11. A Surfeit of Insight. On the second day of the holiday, Aphrodite sat at her desk, having just completed her father's assessment, and received a commendable evaluation. At that moment, she was perusing Cedric's notes. She had long heard from the study club that Cedric had ranked first in his first year, excelling academically and favored by professors. Indeed, his notes reflected meticulousness, with every annotation showcasing his unique insights. To Aphrodite, he was simply remarkable. Tasks entrusted to him yielded immediate results. Could there be anyone more considerate? When school resumed, she would be sure to express her gratitude to Cedric. Remembering her father's long-standing advice, Aphrodite felt a weight in her heart and sighed softly, redoubling her efforts in her studies. At the burrow, Ron was unwrapping Christmas gifts, counting them diligently. After 5 attempts, he still couldn't comprehend why there was one more than usual. With 8 family members excluding himself, why did he have 9 gifts? He cautiously set aside the 2 gifts from Fred and George, and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, this feels safer. Perhaps one of his brothers had kindly prepared an extra gift for him. Ron thought gleefully, lifting a box of chocolates that bore no signature. Merely an address reading the Burrow 6th floor. Something felt amiss. Ron paused, using his clever mind to ponder. What if Fred and George had intentionally gifted him something mischievous? Who could tell if it was good or bad? Although he was only 10 years old, with just 3 or 4 months until he turned 11, he had a decade's worth of experience being outwitted by his twin brothers. Clutching the chocolate box, Ron walked purposefully to Fred and George's door, tiptoeing to knock firmly. Fred. George. They opened the door immediately, their expressions shifting to disappointment upon seeing Ron standing unscathed. Oh, you're not hurt. How dull. Ron bristled. You hope for something to happen to me? Of course, they chimed in unison. After all, we are your dearest brothers. Ron displayed the chocolate box before them. Its exquisite packaging belonging to the most renowned brand in the wizarding world, quite costly. This is from a secret friend. And their essay note wishing me a Merry Christmas. I intend to keep it. Why not have one? Fred suggested earnestly. Ron immediately grew suspicious, backing away 2 steps. Ah well, if you don't want to eat it, just wait for it to expire. Ron hesitated, yet resolutely shook his head, clutching the chocolate box as he descended the stairs and sat at the dining table, lost in thought. Is she already ensnared? I really want to test her methods. Let Ron try. That's right. Ron hesitated, ultimately crossing his arms in frustration as the 3 of them sat in silence. Percy, already dressed and sipping a glass of water, inquired. Why are you sitting here? Aren't you cold? Want some chocolate? Ron asked earnestly. Is it yours? Percy glanced at Fred and George, chuckling as he took a seat. Not for me. Bill and Charlie descended the stairs with a thud. Bill, come have some chocolate. George suggested earnestly. Bill pressed his lips together and ultimately shook his head, sitting beside Percy. What about Charlie? The others looked expectantly at their second brother, while Bill subtly shook his head. Charlie shrugged, remaining silent. The youngest sister, Ginny, finally awoke, rubbing her eyes. Why is this chocolate so exquisite? It looks so delicious. Aren't you going to eat it? It belongs to Fred and George, Ron warned, causing Ginny to distance herself, as if the chocolate might explode at any moment. Fred and George scoffed, yet they remained still. Ron slowly spoke. You can't possibly afford such chocolate, can you? So it must not be yours, right? He extended his paw towards the chocolate. Indeed, it is not ours. It belongs to a friend of ours at Hogwarts, Fred admitted. You can rest assured to eat it. George chimed in. We had nothing to do with it. Ron snagged it. Your friend? What kind of lamp could that possibly be? Percy scoffed. You two cause trouble at Hogwarts every day, getting detention every few days. Which friend are you talking about? Aphrodite Greengrass, George interjected. Percy cast them a sidelong glance. And how did you come to be associated with her? Charlie blinked in confusion. Pure blood? Yes, but she seems quite different from those types, Fred shrugged. Besides, our relationship is not that deep. It doesn't involve such matters, George explained. Ron had already opened the chocolate box, tearing open the wrapper to indulge. How is it? All the children inquired eagerly. Rich, smooth, and decadent, Ron assessed. That's not what we were asking, Fred rolled his eyes. Ron silently closed the chocolate box, cradling it in his arms. Ginny unapologetically snatched two from his grasp. Charlie, grinning, tickled him and in the process, pilfered half of it, distributing it to Bill and Percy. Percy shook his head, merely accepting one. Thus, an entire box of chocolate was consumed. Fred and George exchanged glances, shouting unfair. What about us? Of course. You've teased us for so long. This is merely interest. Charlie raised an eyebrow. She didn't leave anything for us, Fred lamented. She intentionally led us on. Toying with us. Ron had already slipped upstairs, pocketing a few chocolates, feeling somewhat regretful that there were too few to share. Yet he couldn't wish for more. That would be too greedy, wouldn't it? He lay back on his bed, the wooden boards creaking beneath him, and rummaged for a while. Finally retrieving a note from his pocket. Merry Christmas. He lingered on the words for a moment, turning to gaze quietly out the window at the swirling snowflakes, while the ghoul in the attic continued to make noise. Merry Christmas. Chapter 12. Thoughtful. When returning to school, Aphrodite brought even more items. She had to carry those heavy books, gifts from friends, and the clothes and edibles stuffed by her mother. She bid farewell to her parents and two younger sisters, with Astoria lingering affectionately in her embrace. I'm off. The Hogwarts Express slowly set in motion, and Aphrodite felt somewhat downcast, reluctant to return to school, pursing her lips. Outside, her family waved at her, and she forced a smile, feigning cheerfulness. The compartment door was soon flung open, and she looked up, unsurprised to find Fred and George. She paused, displaying a teasing smile. How did you like the Christmas gifts I sent? Were they delicious? I specifically chose them, and I personally enjoyed them. They exchanged glances, revealing expressions of annoyance. We didn't get to eat any, George replied. What happened? Aphrodite retrieved a book from her bag. Wasn't the address your room? She chuckled softly, pulling out a box of chocolate, brand new. Shall you eat it now? Without glancing at the two, she casually opened the packaging and popped a chocolate into her mouth. Fred and George regarded her with suspicion, as if deliberating, wavering. I'm not like you two, who revel in mischief, Aphrodite quipped. I am beautiful and kind-hearted, and I disdain competing with you over whose pranks are more clever. However, they seemed unconvinced. Ladies, may I offer you 3 cups of whatever you fancy? Aphrodite called to a passing trolley attendant. Fruit punch, 2 cups, Fred answered on George's behalf. I never said I wanted any. All right then, just 1 cup of fruit punch. What will you have? Fruit punch, thank you, George nodded. Fred exhibited a look of no surprise. Aphrodite chuckled. I'll have pumpkin juice. Very well. The 3 of them interacted quite amicably, with Aphrodite sipping her pumpkin juice while engrossed in her book. No one touched the chocolate. Fred and George were unusually quiet, seemingly lost in thought. Hey, Fred, your hair is floating up like a tuft of red cloud, George chuckled. Please, your hair looks just as ridiculous, Fred retorted. The two turned to look at Aphrodite, who blinked innocently. They seemed neither angry nor embarrassed, but rather, they enthusiastically tussled each other's hair, chattering and teasing one another. Aphrodite shook her head, thinking that this was no comparison to Draco's charm. Watching others get flustered was indeed far more amusing. As for these two, they were ever eager for mischief, even if it was at their own expense. Shall we go show Percy? Let us go show Percy. They agreed in unison, frolicking away. Aphrodite used magic to clear away the 2 cups of fruit punch, and let her thoughts drift. Hogwarts remained blanketed in snow, the decorations from Christmas still not fully dismantled. Sitting by the fireplace in the common room, she read quietly. Many students were engrossed in catching up on assignments, as classes would resume the next day. After a wild holiday, they had forgotten how to hold a quill. Aphrodite, could I see your history of magic assignment? Please, please, her roommate Beatrix requested. Aphrodite smiled. Of course, feel free to take it. Phew, I knew it. Aphrodite is not only beautiful but also academically gifted. Thank you so much. Hearing their conversation, Many students in the same year clamored to copy Aphrodite's assignments. Meeting Cedric again, it was already warm weather, though it wasn't truly warm, as it could abruptly turn cold again. The weather was more unpredictable than a woman's heart. In the corridor, Cedric and Aphrodite crossed paths. Cedric? It's been a while. Aphrodite smiled lightly. Yes, you haven't been to the library lately. It has indeed been a while since I last saw you. Aphrodite touched her nose. She had been associating with Slytherin, often lounging in the common room. Cedric smiled, noticing the 2 potion bottles in her hand, which clinked together, producing a clear sound. The weather has been strange. Many people are catching colds. Be sure to keep warm and cast a few warming charms, Cedric advised thoughtfully. Aphrodite wrapped her robe tighter around her. Her issue wasn't something a warming charm could resolve. Without careful attention, there would always be problems. She hadn't anticipated his thoughtfulness. Thank you, she said cheerfully. Do you have time? I have something for you. I'm free, but what is it? Cedric inquired. A belated Christmas gift. In gratitude for your review notes, Aphrodite smiled. It's not far from the Slytherin common room. I'll go fetch it. I'll wait for you, Cedric nodded. Aphrodite was not incapable of encountering Cedric, but she hadn't sought him out intentionally. For instance, during meals. She couldn't very well present something to a Hufflepuff in front of a bunch of Slytherins. She soon returned, handing Cedric a box of chocolates. As a token of appreciation. Thank you, I really like it. Cedric couldn't say he was fond of such things, but he wouldn't voice that. Hearing Cedric's response, Aphrodite felt satisfied. They're delicious. I always eat them. I'll try them as soon as I get back. Everyone is cramming for exams, so you should too. Of course. I'll go to the library tomorrow, Aphrodite beamed. No rush. We should wait until you're well again. Then see you. Goodbye. After chatting with Cedric for a while, Aphrodite felt much better. After taking the potion, she felt revitalized. The period following Christmas at Hogwarts was typically dull. Aphrodite merely flitted between the common room and the library, reading incessantly. As June arrived, Aphrodite adeptly navigated through the exam week, excelling from theory to practice, convinced that she had submitted a commendable paper. Once the exams were over, she swiftly tidied up and hurried home to reunite with her long-lost sisters. Living at Hogwarts had unfortunately caused her to miss their birthdays, and Daphne had playfully reproached her for this oversight, especially since it was her 11th birthday. I'll be heading to Hogwarts in September too, so I can play with you all anytime, Daphne joyfully exclaimed. But that means I'll be all alone at home, Astoria lamented. Let's make the most of our time together now, Aphrodite said, affectionately ruffling Astoria's hair. You all enjoy yourselves. I must attend to my homework. Aphrodite. Are you doing homework again? You either lock yourself in your room or listen to father's guidance all day. Come spend time with us, Daphne pouted. As the eldest, I must hold myself to high standards, Aphrodite replied with a smile, playfully tapping her nose before departing. Chapter 13. Farewell to Harry at Diagon Alley. Allos. Draco lounged with his legs crossed, sinking into the sofa, his mouth slightly agape yet feigning indifference. Have you finished? Return it to me. Aphrodite's lips curled into a smile, revealing her delight. She extended her hand to receive her first-year report card. You can have it back, but you missed my 11th birthday, Aphrodite, Draco teased, taking the opportunity to chide her. Here we go again. Whenever faced with Draco, she couldn't help but think of Daphne, equally clingy and childish, yet sharp-tongued. Despite their banter, she felt a kinship with him, often treating him like a younger brother. So, what do you intend to do? She asked, curious about Draco's intentions. When we go to Diagon Alley to buy school supplies, you'll accompany me to make up for it, he stated. Aphrodite nodded knowingly. I have accompanied you there more than once. This time is different. A British wizard's most significant days are their 11th and 17th birthdays, as well as the occasion of acquiring their first wand. You've already missed one date. You can't miss the rest. Your command is my wish, Aphrodite replied, shaking her head with an air of exasperation and affection. Draco confirmed their trip to Diagon Alley for July 31st. Aphrodite blinked, trying to recall if that day held significance. She had forgotten. I receive my allowance on the 31st, so I can buy more treats and toys then. Draco mused as they strolled through Diagon Alley. Holding her Hogwarts list, Aphrodite followed as Draco sauntered ahead, and they explored from one end of the street to the other, purchasing numerous items. All right, it's time to buy robes, Draco announced as he pushed open the door to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, where Madame Malkin warmly welcomed them. We need to get him Hogwarts robes. Here's the list, Aphrodite pointed at Draco, who had already taken the initiative to stand on a stool, the measuring tape magically adhering to him. Very well, dear, he replied self-importantly. Aphrodite wandered to the back, intending to purchase a few new outfits for herself. Dingling. The wind chimes at the entrance jingled as another customer entered. Aphrodite noted the bustling crowd at Diagon Alley today. Perhaps Draco hadn't chosen the best day after all. Are you a new student at Hogwarts? No need to be nervous, just stand over there. We have a young man trying on clothes, Madame Malkin said. Are you also a new student? Draco drawled, glancing around. Where is Aphrodite? He hoped she might be buried among the garments, allowing him to gift her something she liked. Yes, came a youthful, innocent voice that made Aphrodite pause, her expression turning to one of curiosity, as it sounded vaguely familiar. I came with my best friend. She is over there picking out clothes. I finished my shopping and plan to drag her to the Quidditch shop afterward. I can't understand why first years aren't allowed their own brooms. I absolutely must sneak one in. Oh, Harry thought of Dudley. Have you played Quidditch? No. Harry had no idea what that was. He had only heard Aphrodite mention bits of the magical world a year prior, and today Hagrid had shared some insights. Yet there was still much he did not comprehend. Will I see Aphrodite on my birthday this year? He wondered, feeling closer to her now that he had entered the magical realm. I have, Draco boasted. My dad says if I can't make the house team, it would be quite embarrassing, and I wholeheartedly agree. Harry remained oblivious to the meaning behind Draco's words. Which house do you wish to join? My entire family is Slytherin. And so are my friends. I believe I will be too. Slytherin is the best house, Draco declared proudly. I don't know, Harry replied, feeling at a loss. Hagrid had told him his parents were Gryffindors, and he was unsure of Aphrodite's house. If possible, he wished to be sorted into the same house as her. Oh. Draco blinked. You don't know anything, do you? You're not a mudblood, are you? Forgive my curiosity, but your parents must be like us, right? Didn't they come with you? Wizards. If that's what you mean, they were. Harry felt uncomfortable. My parents have passed away. Oh, I'm sorry. Draco's tone lacked any semblance of sincerity. Just as Aphrodite was about to step out, she hesitated. She finally recognized the voice. It belonged to Harry Potter, a boy she had met briefly a year ago. Memories flooded back, and she recalled that today was his birthday. Aphrodite quickly realized she could not go out. If Harry remembered her and attempted to greet her, Draco would undoubtedly be upset, angry that she hadn't informed him of her acquaintance with Harry Potter and resentful of her keeping secrets. I genuinely believe they shouldn't allow outsiders to enroll. They are different and they do not understand our world. Hogwarts should only admit students from ancient wizarding families. Harry felt displeased. Draco's blatant prejudice and arrogance were glaringly evident. By the way, what is your surname? Draco finally remembered to ask the most important question. Dear. Once you've tried it on, head to the front to pay and order your name tag. Thank you, Harry said, jumping down from the stool and promptly making his escape. Aphrodite then leisurely stepped out, holding 2 garments. Please wrap these for me, thank you. She turned to Draco. Draco. When out in public, you can't just say whatever comes to mind. It was unwise for him to express their family's support for pureblood ideologies to a complete stranger. If she had spoken such words, her father would certainly have scolded her. It doesn't matter, Draco shrugged, everyone knows it. Should Draco keep quiet and try on your clothes? I'll handle the payment. She hastily interrupted him. Then I'll pick a few more, Draco replied, hopping off the stool and wandering away. Aphrodite approached the front, but Harry had already vanished. She blinked, feeling an inexplicable twinge of regret. Harry, holding the ice cream Hagrid had bought, had initially felt his spirits lift. But upon catching sight of the familiar figures, the sweetness of the treat faded. 2 light golden heads were huddled together, Aphrodite and that arrogant boy. So, the friend he mentioned was indeed Aphrodite? Harry unconsciously furrowed his brow, a wave of sorrow washing over him. To him, her companion seemed decidedly inferior. Chapter 14. Conversations on the train. Harry nestled under his covers, tossing and turning, unable to sleep as visions of Aphrodite's fluttering robes and radiant smile filled his mind, dampening his enthusiasm for Hogwarts. He had moved from the storage room downstairs to Dudley's old room, and as he prepared to embark on his journey to Hogwarts, he ought to have felt joyous. On the morning of September 1st, Harry was promptly delivered to King's Cross Station by Uncle Vernon. But he was immediately confronted with a new dilemma. How was he to enter? Where exactly was platform 9 3/4? He glanced around uncertainly until his gaze landed on a rather peculiar family. Surely they must be wizards, as he overheard snippets of conversation mentioning muggles, and witnessed 2 identical twin brothers seamlessly disappearing through a wall. Excuse me, could you kindly direct me to platform 9 3/4? First time at school, dear? A kind woman inquired. My brother Ron is also a newcomer. Don't worry. Just walk straight towards the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. If you're feeling anxious, you can quicken your pace. Harry felt a wave of gratitude towards the woman. Thank you. With a surge of determination, Harry pushed his trolley forward. In an instant, he found himself in a wondrous new world, filled with the sound of a vibrant red train, bustling pedestrians, and children bidding farewell to their parents. Overwhelmed with excitement, he intended to board the train in search of a seat. However, he clearly underestimated the weight of the trolley, as it became stuck at the entrance, leaving him in a state of embarrassment. Fred, George, could you lend me a hand? A girl's voice chimed in, startling Harry as he turned around. It was the girl he had seen earlier, flanked by the very twins he had called upon for assistance. They readily agreed, and Harry wiped the sweat from his brow. Good to see you again, he muttered quietly, but Fred and George did not catch his words. Long time no see, the girl, who was named Aphra, nodded. Harry felt a flutter of unease, sensing that she had changed quite a bit since their last encounter. She was already clad in her Hogwarts robes, the silver and green emblem gleaming brightly. Harry stared for a moment before averting his gaze. Thank you, he expressed gratefully to Fred and George after they had helped him. It was nothing, they shrugged. Oh, you're Harry Potter? George remarked, noticing the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, his voice tinged with surprise. Yes, Harry replied. They exchanged a knowing glance, seemingly eager to share this revelation with their family before hurriedly departing. Harry had envisioned numerous scenarios for their reunion, yet he found himself at a loss for words, ultimately offering a shy smile. Shall we go inside and chat? Sure, Aphra responded, winking, as Draco was still occupied saying goodbye to his parents. Together, they found an empty compartment, where Aphra soon encountered Oliver. He joined them without hesitation. Hello, I'm Oliver Wood. He introduced himself cheerfully. Harry Potter, Harry said in return. Oliver blinked in brief astonishment, but did not react overly dramatically. Aphra, you certainly know a lot of people, Harry remarked, observing her seated across from him alongside Oliver. Not too many really, she replied with a smile, though she sensed a hint of jealousy in his tone. Excuse me, may I sit here? Another redhead appeared, prompting Aphra to mentally sigh as she had always had a complicated relationship with red-haired individuals. Certainly, please do. They all agreed. Thank you, I'm Ron Weasley, he introduced himself. Aphra brushed her hair back, realizing that she would inevitably learn all about the Weasley family. Aphra Granger. She smiled in return. Ron blinked, recognizing her as Fred and George's friend, the one who had gifted them chocolate at Christmas. As they completed their introductions, Ron continued to stare at Aphra, which made her feel somewhat uneasy. Harry, glancing at their badges, finally voiced the question that had been lingering in his mind. What houses are you all in? Oliver glanced at his badge. Oh, I'm in Gryffindor. My whole family is in Gryffindor, and I want to be in Gryffindor too. Ron chimed in eagerly. Aphra rolled her eyes internally, thinking Slytherin. Ron pouted, pondering why one of Fred and George's friends would be a Slytherin. In his mind, Slytherins were inherently villainous. He wisely chose to remain silent. Well, I also wish to be in Slytherin, Harry stated candidly, looking at Aphra. However, she frowned, deliberating before saying, You don't quite fit. Harry was taken aback, wanting to inquire further, but Aphra clutched her cat, Lucky, and exited the compartment, with Oliver quickly following her. Hey, my Lucky. Oliver lamented. Aphra immediately remembered his cat and returned it to him. Why do you think Harry isn't suited for Slytherin? Oliver asked innocently. Because he simply isn't. If those Slytherins discover that he doesn't meet their expectations, it would be disastrous for him, Aphra explained, retrieving her compact mirror to admire her reflection. Oh. Oliver scratched his head, not fully understanding Slytherin but recalling his experiences with their Quidditch team, who were not the most amiable individuals. Aphra recognized Oliver's straightforwardness and his inherent goodness, prompting her to engage in conversation with him. How sweet of you, she remarked with a shake of her head. You are too, he recalled the tenderness he had seen in her when she had cradled a drenched kitten. You are. He reiterated, but Aphra merely raised an eyebrow, choosing not to respond. Instead, she asked, Why aren't you with your Weasley friend? Oh, he was made a prefect this year, and is currently with the other prefects. Oliver replied nonchalantly. Oh, Aphra nodded in realization. Percy Weasley was indeed quite different from the Weasleys and Gryffindors she had encountered, which intrigued her. By the way, I must find my friends now. See you later. Alright, see you later. Aphra scratched Lucky's chin. Goodbye, Lucky. After searching for a while, she finally located Draco's compartment, surrounded by a throng of admirers, basking in the attention like a star. Among the familiar faces were Daphne, Pansy, Goyle, and Crabbe, along with a new acquaintance of Draco's. He had sun-kissed skin and slightly upturned eyes. A rather striking appearance, Aphra noted inwardly. Draco, she called as she entered, and Goyle immediately made way for her to sit beside Draco. Aphra contemplated for a moment, before choosing to sit next to the new boy. Draco cast her a displeased glance. Aphra smiled slyly, positioning herself conveniently for an exit. Exit? Where to? Draco's irritation faded slightly. This is? Aphra inquired. Zabini Blaise Zabini. He grinned, extending his hand. Aphra Granger, she reciprocated the gesture. Draco pondered how to entice Aphra to join him for an adventure, recalling their previous conversation. We were just discussing how Harry Potter is starting this year as well. Why don't we go check him out? Chapter 15 Provocation. Let us see if he lives up to the legends, Pansy teased. If he proves to be a more powerful individual, I might even consider befriending him. Draco mused with a smirk. Come on, Aphra, accompany me in finding him. I'm quite curious about what he is like. Aphra bit her lip. Draco had already met Harry and had provocatively ventured into his territory. All right, let us go, she acquiesced, knowing refusal would only lead to more trouble. Anyone else want to join? Draco inquired, though already maneuvering between Goyle and Zabini. Let us go. Aphra resigned herself to Draco's lead as they traversed the train. Seeking Harry Potter. Knock. Draco announced proudly, striking a haughty pose, while Aphra helplessly rapped on the door. He also knew how to knock, which was quite commendable. As the door swung open, Harry stared intently at the two figures before him. Aphrodite offered a faint smile, but remained silent. Ron tilted his head, uncertain of their intentions. Harry then turned his gaze towards Draco, recognizing him as the arrogant individual from Diagon Alley, who was also a friend of Aphrodite. He adjusted his glasses, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. So you must be Harry Potter, the one in this compartment? Draco mused, recalling the clueless boy he had encountered in Diagon Alley, and a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Harry chose not to respond, truly wishing to ignore him. Instead, he looked back at Aphrodite, who seemed disinclined to acknowledge him, as if she wished to conceal their acquaintance. He felt utterly dejected. I am Draco Malfoy, he introduced himself. Ron nearly erupted in laughter but managed to stifle it, resulting in a fit of coughs. Draco shot him an irritated glance, and Ron defiantly returned the stare. Aphrodite frowned at Ron, displeased with his behavior. Red hair, shabby robes, and freckles on your face. You must be a Weasley, right? Potter. I assume you wouldn't want to befriend someone of dubious character. You ought to discern who would be more beneficial to you. Draco had always harbored a disdain for the Weasley family, and now he effortlessly recited the disparaging remarks he had heard. Draco extended his hand confidently. No one had ever refused him. Children from pureblood families adored currying favor with him. Even Aphrodite Greengrass would typically indulge him. She stood silently behind him as Harry cast a look of disappointment at her. Draco, perplexed by the intensity of their silent exchange, stepped forward to obstruct their line of sight. Harry replied coldly, "Thank you, but I believe I can distinguish right from wrong. It's unfortunate that some fail to recognize true character and choose unsuitable friends, but I shall not make that mistake." Aphrodite pursed her lips, her brow furrowing even deeper. Was he insinuating something about her? For goodness sake, they had only met a handful of times. Did Harry Potter really feel entitled to critique her choices? Moreover, the selection of friends was not a decision made on a whim. Though she longed to retort, she recalled her father's words and swiftly suppressed her anger. With a subtle sigh, she displayed a slightly aggrieved expression, casting a fleeting glance of resentment before turning away in irritation. Harry immediately began to regret his words, pondering if he had been too absolute in his judgment. "Let us go, Draco," Aphrodite said, pulling him by the wrist as they exited. Once outside, she concealed her forlorn expression. "I simply don't understand why there are such foolish individuals. Can't he see who is more suitable for me than a Weasley?" She mused. "Draco, who do you think would make a better friend for me, him or Ron?" Draco inquired irritably. Aphrodite shot him a sideways glance. "You actually want to compare yourself to him?" "Well, yes." Draco was easily placated by her simple remark. "You're right, I wouldn't compare myself to him. If there is to be a comparison, it should be with Potter. Just wait, his school life will be far from enjoyable. He better not end up in Slytherin. Or else let us head back." Aphrodite's mood had brightened. She had caught a glimpse of Potter's conflicted expression, and decided to let him stew in his thoughts. For the remainder of the time, Draco busied himself with games and idle chatter with his friends, while Aphrodite quietly read, dividing her attention between their conversation and the book. As darkness fell and the train slowed, they arrived at Hogwarts. Excitement filled the air as they chattered incessantly, and Aphrodite, being the most experienced among them, feigned mystery. "I'll head in first. See you in the Great Hall." "Wait for me in Slytherin," Draco declared, lifting his chin. "Understood," she replied, waving her hand dismissively as she departed. Once everyone had settled down, Aphrodite left 2 seats vacant. She mused on how tedious it was for older students to await the sorting of first years, resting her chin on her hand in a daze. Hannah Abbott called out the sorting hat. Feeling hungry, Aphrodite pulled a snack from her pocket and discreetly munched on it. Oliver glanced over, peering through the crowd to steal a glance at her. Draco Malfoy, Slytherin. Draco walked forward with an air of confidence and sat beside Aphrodite, who promptly offered him a snack. Soon, Daphne joined them, quietly conversing with Aphrodite. Harry Potter. As Aphrodite wiped her hands with a napkin, she finally lifted her gaze. The entire hall fell silent, granting the young savior the utmost respect. Finally, the sorting hat announced Gryffindor. Dumbledore released an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. Draco scoffed, muttering Gryffindor. The Slytherins visibly expressed their disdain, with a hint of dissatisfaction. Aphrodite found this entirely predictable, reckless, speaking without considering the consequences. She nonchalantly averted her gaze, returning to her daydreaming as the sorting continued. Meanwhile, Draco scrutinized the Slytherin students, as many older purebloods approached him to establish connections. Except for a first-year seated at the far end of the long table, Aphrodite had initially thought he was a half-blood, but Draco's discerning glance revealed his identity, Theodore Knott, who seemed rather unapproachable. Really? He doesn't appear to be, she mused, retracting her gaze. Although he seemed aloof, he didn't strike her as particularly difficult to handle. He has pureblood, but he doesn't engage with me, Draco pouted. No matter, whether he joins us or not is of little consequence. Aphrodite nodded in agreement as Dumbledore concluded his speech, and food promptly appeared on the long table, prompting Draco to dismiss the topic. Chapter 16. On the Acquisition of Power. Draco was quite the lively child. Though Aphrodite was merely a year his senior, she felt significantly more mature. Moreover, in comparison, Daphne appeared more mature than Draco. Indeed, people often reveal their true selves through comparison. Aphrodite found herself thoroughly satisfied with Daphne. Draco was always dragging her into various escapades, wandering around Hogwarts in search of companions to amuse himself. Draco, I'm heading to the library to study. Alright, I'll come along. Draco contemplated, having never visited the library before, and decided it was an opportune moment to explore. I'm going with members of the club to study. What about you? Aphrodite brushed his hand away and walked off. With whom? Draco pressed, obstinately pursuing her. The club? What club? The study club, she replied, feeling a slight headache coming on. Then I'll start a club too, Draco declared impulsively, setting off to gather friends, quickly amassing a crowd in the Slytherin common room. Aphrodite shook her head, chuckling helplessly as she made her way to the library. Good morning, she greeted softly upon sitting down. Cedric nodded, a smile gracing his face. Good morning. How did you fare in your exams last year? Cedric inquired. Aphrodite smiled at the question, retrieving her report card from between the pages of her book to share. Cedric leaned in for a closer look, giving her a thumbs up. Impressive. She raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of pride as she opened her book. 2 days later, Draco had successfully established the study club. Aphrodite took the flyer from him, pondering, targeting Slytherin? Indeed, Draco affirmed. I don't want anyone else mingling in. Alright. I'll join. She shoved the flyer back into his hands. While she doubted the study club organized by Draco would genuinely focus on learning, or contribute to her achieving excellent grades or mastering advanced magic, she agreed to participate, albeit with no intention of studying alongside them. That day, as Aphrodite scoured the library shelves for books, she stumbled upon a rare spellbook, which Cedric had mentioned was quite useful. She did not find what she was looking for on the spellbook shelf, and had to search other categories. Here it is. Aphra felt a flicker of annoyance. Who returns books without placing them properly, causing such disarray? As her thoughts meandered, she took a step back and accidentally collided with a solid object. With a thud, the book in the person's hands tumbled to the ground. When Aphra met his gaze, she froze. It was Percy Weasley. I'm sorry, she murmured softly, bending down to assist him in retrieving the fallen book. No need, Percy replied curtly, hastily picking up the book and rushing off to Madame Pants, borrowing the book in a furtive manner. Is it truly necessary to be so secretive? Aphra rolled her eyes. She had seen the title, How to Gain Power. It's not as if he harbored malicious intentions. Why the need for concealment? Did the Gryffindors consider the pursuit of power to be shameful? A smirk played on Aphra's lips. This Percy Weasley was rather intriguing. She recalled how he appeared in the Ollery previously. As the head boy of Gryffindor, he was undeniably strict and conventional, lacking the humor that characterized his brothers, Fred and George. If one were to tease him, it would surely be entertaining, Aphra mused. The Weasley family was not wealthy and Percy, concerned with appearances, must maintain a pristine image, ensuring that no one pried into his affairs. He was undoubtedly a complicated individual. Aphra pondered the Weasley family's lack of ambition. She could not comprehend why Arthur Weasley had remained a mere clerk for all these years. Percy, however, was an anomaly. He sought power, desired to align himself with the prefects, and craved admiration. How fascinating. Aphra blinked. She found Percy's aspirations commendable, and she too had an affinity for power. This was not an unspeakable truth, nor should it evoke shame. A wave of concern washed over her as she recalled the task her father had entrusted her with. Aphra, wise beyond her years, had been taught by her father from a young age to prioritize the family's interests. Every action she took was a reflection of the Greengrass name. The company she kept would determine the circles to which the Greengrass family would belong. In other words, she represented Greengrass. She needed to be powerful, an exceptionally skilled witch. She must excel academically, becoming one of the top students, and she required connections to navigate effectively. The Greengrass family was not a staunch supporter of the Dark Lord. Thus they could not afford to be entirely dependent on him. Her father had always instructed her on how to maneuver through social dynamics. Aphra needed to cultivate a good relationship with the Malfoys, as well as with the esteemed savior, Harry Potter, to earn his favor. She had to master the art of balance, ensuring that when the time came, she could make the perfect choice for the Greengrass family. Sooner or later, there would come a day, Aphra, as the eldest daughter, you must understand that either the mysterious figure will regain power, or he will vanish entirely. You must carve out two paths for us, and then select the correct one. The one destined for victory. Classmate, Inc. A strange voice jolted Aphra from her reverie. She looked up, slightly puzzled. A Slytherin. She squinted, quickly recalling Theodore Knott, was it? Indeed, miss. Your memory is remarkable, Theodore remarked blandly, his tone inscrutable. His gaze remained fixed on the book in Aphra's possession, filled with a sense of pity. It was only then that Aphra noticed the large ink blot on the library book. Feeling a pang of guilt, she discreetly retrieved her wand and cleaned it. The book returned to its pristine condition, and she sighed in relief. Theodore averted his gaze as if relieved as well. See, my charm work is quite proficient. She smiled brightly. Theodore remained composed, merely nodding in acknowledgement without further comment. Aphra blinked in confusion. Typically, her smile would elicit a response, but this was a rarity. However, this lack of reaction only elevated her regard for him. She committed his face and name to memory before retracting her smile, focusing intently on her book. Hogwarts seemed to house many intriguing individuals. Chapter 17 Conflict. Percy had been feeling particularly troubled lately, as if he were under scrutiny. He sensed someone watching him, and each time he glanced over, he would find those beautiful eyes of Aphra Greengrass, her lips subtly curved in a smile. What was she up to? Percy felt a twinge of unease. Had she discovered the book he was reading? He felt a flicker of irritation. Her gaze seemed to penetrate his very thoughts. And her smile was not as innocent and sweet as Oliver had suggested, but rather carried a hint of mischief. This evoked a peculiar sense of danger within him. Aphra yawned as she exited an empty classroom, having just completed her spell practice. Before her stood a pair of gleaming old leather shoes, prompting her gaze to rise. Percy, holding a lamp, had his head boy badge shining brightly on his chest. Good evening, head boy Weasley. Aphra intended to sidestep him. Percy slightly obstructed her path. A hint of surprise crossing her face as she pulled out her pocket watch, realizing it was not yet curfew. And I am a Slytherin. You have no business with me, do you? It's not about business, Percy said, his face taut, grappling with how to articulate his thoughts. How could he express that he had unconsciously blocked her path, when he had nothing to say? Would you like to discuss how to gain power with me? Aphra blinked innocently. Percy's face darkened, then flushed with a hint of embarrassment, likely due to indignation. The desire for power was not inherently wrong, it was entirely normal. However, merely reading about it might not suffice. One must cultivate friendships, wouldn't you agree? Aphra smiled with a touch of nonchalance, feigning ignorance of his inner turmoil. Percy furrowed his brow slightly. Yes, you make a valid point. So, I merely wish to befriend you, head boy, she feigned innocence, though it had lost its effect on Percy. Hello, I am Aphra Greengrass. I know, he replied sternly, refusing to shake her hand. Aphra nonchalantly withdrew her hand. He felt agitated. Had she merely glanced at him a few times in recent days? Was this truly necessary? What power did she wish to gain anyway? Aphra internally scoffed, her smile growing more radiant. No worries, we shall have plenty of opportunities to converse in the future. Should I need your guidance, I hope you will be willing to assist me. Percy sidestepped her and continued walking without a word. Good night, head boy. Aphra watched him depart, her smile fading. It was no wonder Oliver got along with him. One was silly, while the other was aloof, and she wondered if the latter was equally dull-witted. Today, Draco was particularly cheerful. Aphra did not understand whom he had toyed with this time. In any case, he loved finding new ways to amuse himself. Yet for those at the receiving end of his pranks, it was nothing short of torment. For instance, Neville Longbottom, who had fallen victim to Draco's leg-locking curse. Aphra had heard of him. His parents had been driven insane by Death Eaters using the Cruciatus curse. He was indeed a pitiable child. Sympathy aside, she wouldn't intervene. She could not afford to offend Draco, even if his demands were sometimes unreasonable. Just wait. Tomorrow Potter will be expelled, Draco declared triumphantly as he forked a piece of meat into his mouth. Aphra, puzzled, inquired, "What have you done?" Draco proceeded to recount the events of the day in detail. Today, during flying lessons, he seized the opportunity while Longbottom was taken away by the professor due to his injury to snatch Neville's memory ball, taunting Potter as he mounted his broom. After a brief tussle, the memory ball was reclaimed, yet Professor McGonagall witnessed Potter's antics, ensuring he would face repercussions. "I thought he wouldn't be able to ride. After all, hadn't he never touched a broom before?" Draco, upon reflecting on this, appeared rather displeased. Aphra understood. Evidently, Harry Potter excelled at flying, at least surpassing Draco, otherwise he wouldn't be so perturbed and indignant. How reckless Harry Potter was, igniting like tinder. Yet, with a blink, Aphra noted how jubilant Potter seemed. He certainly didn't appear to be someone on the verge of expulsion. Indeed, if the savior could be so easily expelled from Hogwarts. Aphra resolved to gather her belongings and fully align herself with the Dark Lord. As for Draco, he chose to refrain from contemplating such matters for the time being. "Father, it seems both paths are rather unreliable. Is there a third option?" Aphra silently mourned, reminding herself that they were merely first years. It was still early days. At the Gryffindor table, Harry emerged from the elation of his unexpected appointment to the Quidditch team, only to catch sight of two blindingly bright golden figures from Slytherin, which dampened his spirits. Remembering Aphra's wounded gaze, he couldn't suppress a pang of guilt. "Mate, why do you care so much about Greengrass?" Ron pouted. "I don't think she's a good person." "Sure, she gave chocolate, but that was for Fred and George." "She's a good person," Harry countered. "She's a Slytherin. And she gets along so well with Malfoy, too close for comfort." Ron simply couldn't comprehend Harry's infatuation with her. "She's different from the other Slytherins. And she's not like Malfoy," Harry sighed. "In truth, we met before school. She helped me fend off some bothersome individuals, and even celebrated my birthday." He pulled a green hairpin from his pocket. It was somewhat worn but still clean. "Oh," Ron mused, "then why would she encounter you in the Muggle world? Could it be that she orchestrated a chance meeting to evoke your gratitude?" "Impossible," Harry retorted. "If anyone knew where I was, why has no one sought me out all these years?" "That's a point," Ron conceded. "We've never heard of where you lived. Speaking of your living situation, how about you tell me about it?" "Of course, although it isn't pleasant or delightful," Harry replied, tucking the hairpin back into his pocket. Draco, discovering that Harry had not been expelled, was instantly disgruntled. He stormed over to Aphra, seeking out Harry and Ron. "Potter, I challenge you to a wizard duel." "What?" Harry was bewildered. Ron frowned. "All right then." Draco shot him a glance. "Midnight, 4th floor, trophy room." "Fine, I'll be his second." "What about your second?" Ron readily agreed, disregarding Harry's confusion. Draco pondered briefly, tugging at Aphra. "Anyone who doesn't show is a coward," Ron declared, pulling Harry along. They turned and began whispering, with Aphra able to hear Harry questioning what a wizard duel entailed. "All right," Aphra shrugged, "I know quite a few spells." Chapter 18. A Safe Hogwarts. "I won't be attending." Draco huffed, secretly pleased. "I'll lure them over and then summon Filch, claiming someone is roaming at night, ensuring they face punishment and expulsion from Hogwarts." Draco was always intent on getting Harry expelled, despite having failed once already. Aphra nodded. "Very well, then we shall not go." But Ron said anyone who doesn't show is a coward. To her surprise, the seemingly timid Ron Weasley exhibited a surprising surge of bravado, readily agreeing. Once again, it was evident that like attracts like, no wonder he was Potter's friend. "He said that." "I said nothing," Draco shrugged, strolling away. "I have class, see you at dinner." See you later." Aphra did not kindly remind Harry, nor did she inform him that Draco would not attend the midnight duel. She had better things to do. The next day, upon seeing Draco, Harry and Ron were understandably irate, with Harry casting a blame-laden glance toward Aphra. Yet, the savior seemed perpetually embroiled in unique experiences. Aphra distinctly overheard him discussing trapdoors and three-headed dogs with Ron. She shook her head, dismissing the matter. As Halloween approached, Aphra relished the lavish Halloween feast while eavesdropping on Daphne and Pansy conversing nearby. I heard someone say Gringotts is the safest place in the world. Yet it was still robbed, Pansy remarked languidly, perusing a newspaper that reported on the illegal break-in at Gringotts. Is that so? But Hogwarts seems quite safe. My sister told me so, she learned it from reading, Daphne responded. Aphra smiled, just about to speak when the great hall doors swung open. And the defense against the dark arts professor, Quirrell, rushed in, flustered. Troll. A troll is in the dungeons. I thought you knew. After exclaiming this, he fainted, collapsing face down onto the floor. Aphra fell silent. This was quite the spectacle. Instantly, chaos erupted among the students, some even screaming in terror. What's the fuss? Are we to believe a troll could snatch students right before Dumbledore's eyes? Aphra remained remarkably calm, glancing towards Dumbledore. He immediately amplified his voice. Silence. Prefects. Please escort your students back to their common rooms. I will investigate the situation with the professors. Dumbledore spoke calmly. Students promptly rose, and the prefects busied themselves. Aphra turned to see Percy Weasley herding a gaggle of Gryffindor first-years like a shepherd tending to sheep. She stifled a smile. Run. Run. Draco, with an acute sense of danger, grasped Aphra's hand, maneuvering swiftly through the crowd. Don't be afraid, Aphra reassured him. I'm not afraid, Draco insisted, shaking his head, his cheeks flushing. Ultimately, nothing serious transpired. The professors handled the situation adeptly, and Aphra could almost convince herself of Hogwarts' safety. As November rolled in, the weather turned chilly, and Hogwarts became permeated with a biting cold. While Aphra layered herself in clothing thrice as thick as her peers, Draco appeared to have an epiphany. Is it that time for you to suffer again? Draco was quite aware, as he had once taken Aphra out to play in the snow, only for her to succumb to a fever for 3 days upon their return, prompting him to always keep a watchful eye on her health thereafter. How generous of you to shift your focus from Potter, and remember to care for me, Aphra teased, though her eyes sparkled with delight. As they strolled, they encountered Harry, Ron, and an unremarkable witch whom Aphra did not recognize. They seemed to be in discussion, but upon spotting Draco and Aphra, they fell silent. Aphra, Harry suddenly called, his brow furrowed. Draco interjected. What's wrong with you? Do you know Aphra well enough to address her by her first name? Harry looked at Draco in confusion. Hadn't he Aphra mentioned their prior acquaintance? Sorry, but I don't think we're on such familiar terms, Aphra said, though she wished it were otherwise, hoping Harry would understand and refrain from impulsively questioning her. Harry's gaze resembled that of a wounded fawn, and Aphra felt a twinge of remorse. She subtly conveyed a conflicted look, and Harry bit his lip, leading his companions away. How odd, Draco muttered under his breath, while Aphra rubbed her neck. Aphra. A hurried sound of footsteps approached, and another person stood before Aphra. Draco exhaled deeply. You all. Ollivander, Aphra interjected before Draco could speak. What is it? Are you coming to watch my match tomorrow? Ollivander glanced at her and added, against Slytherin. Of course, Aphra replied, as she had already intended to accompany Draco to the match. Will you cheer for me? Ollivander continued to inquire. Aphra tilted her head, perplexed by his meaning. Draco shot him a sidelong glance. Dream on. He pointed at the Slytherin emblem and pulled Aphra away. Why do you have so many Gryffindor friends with such poor judgment? Keep your distance. Aphra shook her head, remaining silent. The following day, Aphra and Draco attended the match between Slytherin and Gryffindor. To their surprise, the Gryffindor seeker was none other than Harry Potter. No wonder they were so jubilant. He possessed a Nimbus 2000. Draco angrily shook his fists. Don't worry. You'll have a broom next year too, Aphra reassured him. I must join the Quidditch team by then, he declared, his gloom dissipating with determination. Yes. I believe you can, Aphra nodded, and I will cheer for you. Draco brightened up and focused on cheering for Slytherin. The boy who lived was often beset by misfortune. His broom suddenly went haywire, tossing him about uncontrollably. Draco clasped his hands together, murmuring fervently, appearing quite devout. When Aphra leaned closer, she discerned him saying, Merlin, let Potter fall. I would trade all my galleons and sweets for that. Aphra stifled a laugh and shook her head. Harry quickly regained control of his broom, ultimately leading Gryffindor to victory. Chapter 19. Keep away from my brother. Aphra found herself, once again, in the abandoned classroom where Fred and George were. They always sat on the floor, surrounded by cauldrons and various potion ingredients. Though this classroom was not intended for potion practice, was it? Aphra stepped back to the doorway and glanced up. If memory served her correctly, this room was generally used for spell practice. Wasn't paying attention. Not sure. They feigned innocence. Afro chuckled in exasperation. Well, it's not surprising you two are doing this. How's your potion making coming along? Fred suddenly asked. Afro pondered for a moment. It's been mediocre. Give us a hand, George beckoned, and Afro moved closer. Oh, can you extract the explosive juice from a billywig stinger? Fred inquired. Afro nodded. I can. However, she had never tried it. She wanted to practice and see if she could manage it. She found a chair to sit on, and George handed her the materials and the dish. The sleeves of her robe were excessively wide, so Afro took off her outer robe and draped it over the back of the chair. Why not buy the pre-prepared ingredients? She asked absent-mindedly. Pre-prepared costs twice as much. Fred casually explained. Afro understood. I hadn't looked into the market. So what are you planning with all these supplies? After our research, we believe pranking has great potential at Hogwarts. There will always be students eager to play tricks on others, George winked. Afro thought of someone and smirked. But one person would certainly never fall for your tricks. Like whom? Percy Weasley, she noted, shaking her head as she continued her work. Fred and George suddenly fell silent, donning peculiar smiles. They exchanged meaningful glances and remarked, Ah yes, Percy. Is that so? A voice questioned from behind Afro. She turned around, nearly tumbling off her chair. As Percy coolly steadied the chair, his expression sour. What are you three doing huddled together? He scrutinized them with a dubious gaze, displaying some discontent. Afro pondered. What is he so displeased about? Is he afraid I might lead his brothers astray? More accurately, they are the ones leading him astray. Studying, Afro replied earnestly, causing mischief. Fred sincerely added. What's the matter? George asked. Percy appeared to contemplate a reason, ultimately waving his hand. This classroom is not to be used for potion brewing. You all should tidy up and leave. They shrugged and swiftly began to pack up, all the while teasing Percy. Our dear prefect is getting angry. If you don't leave soon you might lose points. Hurry, hurry. Though they jested, their expressions revealed no hint of anxiety, only mockery. Percy's face flushed crimson, but he struggled to muster a retort. Afro smiled. No wonder these twins loved to tease him. Who could resist? Are you not leaving? Percy raised an eyebrow, standing tall. Afro blinked innocently. Not leaving. I came to practice spells. Or do you, Prefect Weasley, wish to assist me in my practice? I'm not that idle. Percy turned his head away, refusing to look at her. Then why are you wandering around, catching your brothers? Afro muttered softly. What? Nothing, she replied, shaking her head in compliance. It's almost curfew. You should hurry back, Percy advised, though he had heard her. However, he could not assert his prefect authority over a Slytherin and had no counterargument, so he feigned ignorance. All right then, how about you escort me back? I'm scared. Afro feigned, her tone rising playfully, almost as if she were pouting. It's just a few steps. Percy was left speechless. Afro intended to say more when she heard Percy relent. Let us go. Afro smiled and walked alongside him. The castle was indeed dim, with only a few scattered lights illuminating the path. As they walked, Afro suddenly felt a chill. Brr, she shivered, wrapping her arms around herself and leaning closer to Percy. Percy was taken aback. I forgot my coat, Afro replied, appearing quite innocent, gazing at Percy with a pitiful expression. Percy pressed his lips together. They had already distanced themselves from the classroom. The Slytherin common room was not merely a few steps away. If she returned for her coat, it would mean openly violating school rules. After weighing his options, Percy deemed himself considerate. I'll cast a warming charm for you. No. Me delicata. That alone will make me ill. And I've already cast a warming charm, Afro countered, stamping her foot to emphasize her discomfort. Is it that serious? Percy asked, half convinced. As they neared the Slytherin common room, he could not bring himself to suggest she jog a few steps to endure it. So he unbuttoned his outer robe with one hand and offered it to her. Then wear this. You can return on your own. I have patrol duty, he said, watching as Afro donned the oversized robe over her petite frame, averting his gaze. Good night, Percy. I didn't permit you to call me that. Percy frowned. I did. Afro replied, turning away and striding off. Percy's robe was warm and comfortable, lifting Afro's spirits immensely. She felt the books were correct. This tactic indeed proved effective. Percy paused for a moment, his ears tinged with a rosy hue in the moonlight. He wandered aimlessly until he realized he had returned to the classroom from earlier. Afro's robe lay draped over a stool, and after a brief moment of hesitation, Percy reached for it. The moment he grasped her robe he frowned. It was excessively thick. It was only early November. Was she already wearing something so cumbersome? The next day, Afro had changed into another outer robe, sitting at the long table with her chin propped up. What's wrong? Draco asked, noticing her lackluster demeanor. Afro shook her head. I've caught a cold. Her voice was nasally. Ah, another cold? Draco exclaimed. Did you kick off your blankets again? Pansy and Daphne exchanged strange glances at the two. I did not. You're just talking nonsense. Afro quickly waved her hands to dismiss his absurdity. Their eyes met Percy's. And the two shared a prolonged gaze before Percy abruptly stood and walked out of the hall. Aphrodite gently patted Draco on the shoulder before taking her leave. So soon? How about having a bit more? No thank you. She exited the hall and spotted Percy around the corner, who was rummaging through his bag for the neatly folded robe she had forgotten the previous night. Raising an eyebrow, Aphrodite noted that he had even taken the trouble to return for it. This is the one you lent me yesterday, thank you. They discreetly exchanged outer robes, almost as if they were engaged in something clandestine. By the way, Percy said somewhat shyly, keep your distance from my two younger brothers. Why? Aphrodite queried, puzzled. They might lead you astray, Percy replied, his face slightly flushed. Aphrodite responded with a hint of uncertainty. Perhaps? They are rather mischievous. Are you coming down with something? Your voice sounds off, Percy remarked, finally acknowledging her frail constitution. Just a brief exposure to the cold yesterday had left her susceptible to illness. I'll head to the hospital wing for some medicine after class, Aphrodite said. A frequent visitor to the hospital wing, she typically had only minor ailments, which were manageable. Take care of yourself, Percy advised. Aphrodite pinched her nose, reflecting that many had offered her similar counsel. I must get to class now. She bit her lip and bestowed upon him a shy smile. Percy paused, finally managing a slight smile in return. Fred and George were busy fiddling with the Marauder's map, pondering why the names of Aphrodite and Percy had been so closely linked the previous night. They had acquired this map the previous school year after a fortunate discovery during a detention with Filch, and after much experimentation, they had finally learned to use it properly. That means something is afoot with Percy and Aphrodite, Fred declared. I refuse to believe anyone could win over Percy, he shouted. Besides, they hardly interact, right? At least less than we do? You never know how many times they might have communicated in secret. That's uncertain, George mused. This development piqued their interest. They exchanged glances, a spark of mischief igniting in their eyes. Thus, throughout November and into December, Fred and George devised ever more elaborate ways to find Aphrodite. Armed with the Marauder's map, making it easy to locate anyone. Why are you following me? Aphrodite inquired as she made her way to the Ollery. Upon stepping outside, she found the snow underfoot slippery, forcing her to slow her pace. Two tall figures flanked her, stubbornly trailing her every step. Are you concocting new pranks or sharing fresh jokes? She asked casually, having grown accustomed to their antics over the days. Are we friends? Aphrodite pushed open the Ollery door, feeling a surge of warmth. Of course. Then let's get straight to the point, George, encouraged by Fred, ventured. Are you close with Percy? Aphrodite looked up, puzzled, and after some contemplation, replied, I suppose so. We've chatted a few times, and he has helped me. Oh, do you think there's anything odd about him? Fred pressed. Recalling the book How to Gain Power, Aphrodite assumed Percy would prefer they not know, fearing mockery. Not really, he is always the same. He has a serious face and rarely smiles, she said, spotting her beautiful owl. Hey there, darling. She cooed, adopting a sing-song voice, prompting George to shudder with goosebumps. Please send a letter home for me, she sweetly instructed. Fred had already begun teasing another owl, causing it to flap its wings, setting off a flurry of owls and feathers throughout the room. George picked up a few feathers. Do you think we could use animal fur for a potion? Give it a try, Fred suggested, and the two merrily followed Aphrodite outside. Turning to them, she asked, why are you so curious about him? We find him a bit strange, especially lately, Fred shrugged. By the way, with Christmas approaching, why are you sending a letter home? George inquired. Aphrodite pouted. My parents are taking my little sister on a trip, and won't be back for a while. They wrote to tell me and Daphne to stay safely at school. Oh. And who is Daphne? My other sister. She's in her first year at Slytherin, Aphrodite answered lazily. Is your sister as interesting as you? Fred asked suddenly. From my perspective, everyone is interesting, including you too. But Percy has his own kind of intrigue, Aphrodite replied with a smile. I must return. It's too cold. Well then, goodbye. By the way, we'll be staying at Hogwarts for Christmas. If you consider us friends, do join us in Gryffindor for dinner. How could you invite a Slytherin? George feigned annoyance. Come on, we'll have drinks. Would you like some? If there's alcohol, I'll come, Aphrodite shrugged. On Christmas. Draco dragged his suitcase away, repeatedly confirming before he left. You truly want to come back with me? Indeed, I have plans, Aphrodite replied, her eyes brightening with a smile. Well then, forget it. Those who can't go back are just the ones without their parents, Draco muttered as he departed. Daphne, enamored with Pansy, followed her home. Aphrodite sighed slightly, disapproving but saying nothing. That evening, she donned the Gryffindor robe Fred had given her, grumbling about how it looked and felt strange, yet ultimately yielding to their insistence. She successfully infiltrated the Gryffindor common room, which might be considered a victory. Although they had enjoyed a grand feast in the hall that evening, the remaining Gryffindors gathered for a small party in the common room. In fact, the few still present were acquaintances: Fred, George, Percy, Ron, and Harry. Aphrodite blinked, exchanging glances with them. Percy furrowed his brow in a slow, serious manner. "How did you get in? Is that not allowed?" Aphrodite asked with a pitiful expression, her innocent eyes evoking sympathy. Percy hesitated, finally conceding, while Fred and George seized the opportunity to pull her down beside them. They reaffirmed their suspicion that Percy was indeed quite peculiar, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation. Aphrodite nestled between Percy and Harry. "Isn't that Oliver's cat?" Percy realized belatedly, noticing she had brought a cat that looked familiar. Ron discreetly distanced himself, muttering, "Cats are annoying. Yes, Oliver has a relative who dislikes cats and couldn't he take it home? Since I'm not leaving Hogwarts, he asked me to care for it." Aphrodite explained matter-of-factly. Percy's eyes glimmered with a complex expression. "Are you too close?" "Moderately, mainly because we discovered Lucky together, and it's quite affectionate towards me. So Oliver must be at ease," she replied. Percy considered this for a moment before nodding, albeit with a still conflicted expression. Harry too bore a similarly complex look, appearing conflicted but remaining silent. "Try this, fire whiskey." Fred seized the moment to offer Aphrodite a bottle of whiskey. Aphrodite weighed it in her hands, astonished. "You're giving me a bottle? Can't you all just share?" Fred denied, producing numerous bottles, each person receiving one. "How do we share this?" Aphrodite retorted, bewildered. "How much food and drink have you pilfered from the kitchen?" "Not too much," Fred replied nonchalantly. Percy held down the hands of Aphrodite and Ron, who was frowning while licking the rim of his cup, seemingly on the verge of tasting it. "No drinking," he admonished. "Please, Percy, today of all days. Can we not be so uptight?" George interjected with an air of exasperation. "Just a sip, just a mere taste." Aphrodite gently nudged his hand, easily breaking free. And with a smile added, "We don't have classes tomorrow, let us relax a bit." "Exactly, just a little taste," Fred chimed in, trying to mediate. Percy's expression softened slightly. Fred quickly exchanged a knowing glance with Aphrodite, who understood the cue, adding a hint of playful persuasion. Percy remained silent, and everyone took it as tacit approval. "Cheers to a joyful Christmas Eve, a night of freedom," Aphrodite exclaimed, shedding her outer robe, feeling the warmth from the fireplace and the alcohol coursing through her, deciding she needn't wear the Gryffindor robe any longer. Ron took tiny sips, his expression shifting unpredictably. Harry gulped down a large mouthful, only to cough several times, his face flushing red. Percy rubbed his throbbing temples, reflecting on how events had spiraled to this point. Fred and George were in high spirits, sharing drinks and humming tunes. Aphrodite leaned against the sofa on the floor, her cheeks slightly flushed. As the alcohol began to take effect, Harry stumbled to his feet, mumbling about finding that lame. With that, he dashed out. Aphrodite wiggled her fingers, wondering just how much he had drunk. "Just one cup," Fred remarked, finding it amusing. George had fallen asleep quietly atop the table. Ron's cheeks were also rosy. And with Harry headed to bed, thoughts of Snape's class tomorrow loomed large. "Old bat, what a pain," he muttered. Percy sighed, standing up steadily, pulling Ron back to their dormitory, and then turned to help Fred with George, who were entangled in a playful scuffle. Once he had settled his brothers, the common room was left in disarray with empty bottles and a quietly resting Aphrodite. "I'll escort you back to the Slytherin common room," Percy declared, shaking off the lingering effects of the alcohol. How did it come to this? He pondered, trying to recall events leading up to the current state. As curfew approached, Percy had intended to suggest ending the gathering, but he had been silenced by the alcohol Fred had forced upon him, and he had let go of all restraint. "I can't get up," Aphrodite waved her hand. Percy, with his alcohol-clouded mind, replied, "Then I'll support you." "All right, go ahead," she extended her hand. A pale hand reached out, and Percy hesitated before grasping it. With a firm tug, Aphrodite stumbled to her feet but then, as if boneless, clung to his arm. Leaning against him, Percy felt slightly more sober. He removed his outer robe and draped it over her, fastening the buttons before wrapping his free arm around her waist. "Let us go." Aphrodite, half-closed eyes and dazed, wrapped her arms around his waist, mumbling incoherently. The journey to the Slytherin common room felt like the most arduous trek he had ever endured. What's the password to your common room? Percy inquired. It shouldn't be heard by anyone from other houses, Aphrodite murmured. What? Percy thought it must be a long password, unable to hear clearly, so he bent down to get closer to her. Aphrodite exhaled, and Percy felt the warm, intoxicating breath wash over him, his face reddening as he braced himself to listen. You can't tell anyone, especially that rogue Gryffindor, she insisted. Percy chuckled softly. All right, I won't tell that rogue Gryffindor, but you must say it. I won't listen. Once he confirmed she could still stand, he released her, keeping a respectful distance. Aphrodite leaned against the door, concentrating hard. Power. The door swung open, and Aphrodite crawled inside. Be sure to rest. Percy felt a wave of concern. He had left a drunken person to fend for herself. Could she manage? Ugh, Aphrodite responded. Percy began to regret his casual agreement to Fred and George's mischievous idea. It felt terribly reckless. He didn't know any of Aphrodite's roommates, nor any Slytherins aside from her. Frowning, he lingered for a moment before departing. Aphrodite lay on the floor of the Slytherin common room for quite some time before she finally managed to rise again, thinking study. Oh yes. I must focus on my studies. I cannot disappoint my father. Dazed, she exited the Slytherin common room, relying on muscle memory to make her way to the library. Harry had just escaped the restricted section. Although cloaked in his newly acquired invisibility cloak, he was easily spotted by Filch. A whiff of alcohol. A rogue student is sneaking drinks right here. I will catch them. Filch grinned slyly, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Harry, feeling the effects of the alcohol fade with fright, hurriedly took off running, and as he did, he spotted a dazed Aphrodite and pulled her along with him. After what felt like an eternity of running, they arrived in an empty room. Harry locked the door, exhaling in relief. He turned to look at Aphrodite, who, clad in Percy's long robe, sat on the floor, staring blankly. Aphrodite, are you awake? Harry crouched down to ask her. After a moment of confusion, she eventually nodded. Harry remained skeptical. We'll leave once Filch is out of sight. He began to pace the room. It was the first time in over a year he had the opportunity to be alone with Aphrodite. I have a question, but I'm unsure if you can answer, he said with a hint of frustration. Aphrodite tilted her head, standing and walking toward him. I know everything and will generously respond. Well then, all-knowing Miss Aphrodite, Harry chuckled. Why don't you tell anyone that we used to know each other? I thought we were friends. Chapter 22, Late Night Confessions. Because Draco doesn't like it. Aphrodite replied slowly. Harry felt a bitter pang in his heart. Was that all? Yes, he doesn't want to stand beside the chosen one, she added, touching her forehead. What about you? Harry stepped forward, noticing a mirror behind her. I want both, she pouted, her face brightening with a smile. I want to be friends with Draco, and I want to be friends with Harry too. Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. He reasoned with himself that Draco was her longtime friend, and she certainly wouldn't abandon him, nor had she abandoned her friendship with him. He smiled. You want me to be your friend? Aphrodite nodded emphatically. But others don't know we're friends. Then it will be our secret. We won't tell anyone. All right, I promise, Harry said, feeling a tinge of disappointment, yet still complying with her request. Aphrodite turned away, taking a few steps her back to him, revealing a clear yet mischievous smile. There's no such thing as being drunk. A girl must never drink alone, you know. After all, when one is intoxicated, things can spiral out of control. Harry blinked. The mirror before him had fully revealed itself, and as its reflection shifted, he gasped in disbelief. Aphrodite, look. In the mirror. It's me and my parents. Aphrodite hurried over, but what she saw was not as Harry described. It's just you and me. You look at it alone. Harry stepped aside, eagerly watching her. Aphrodite blinked, and in the mirror, she saw herself as an adult, adorned in an exquisite gown, wearing a crown, holding a diamond-encrusted mirror in her left hand, and a wand aloft in her right, standing on a platform, looking down upon the crowd. The mirror's reflection of Aphrodite caught her astonished gaze, and she smiled faintly while tossing her long hair. I have not seen your parents, Aphra remarked in surprise, pondering the meaning behind his words. A prophecy? Am I the only one who can see them? Harry stepped forward with urgency, his youthful face displaying a hint of grievance. They are right there, smiling at me, embracing me. Having grown under the tender care of her mother and the guidance of her father, Aphra found it difficult to imagine how one could grow strong without the protection of their parents. I can embrace you, she offered, her thoughts clear as she opened her arms. Harry fought back tears, weakly sheltering himself in her embrace, just as she had comforted her younger sister in the past. Aphra gently patted his back, soothingly suggesting, let us first uncover the purpose of this mirror. Only then can we discern whether it is an illusion, all right? Okay. Harry nodded softly. Then today, let us return and rest, shall we? Aphra coaxed. You've had too much to drink today. Your body will not feel well. A warm bath and some rest will do you good. All right, Harry agreed, mustering some strength. He could always sense the comforting aura that surrounded her. The following day, Aphra struggled to rise from her bed and sat listlessly at the long table. The Gryffindors appeared just as weary and dispirited, resting her chin on her hand. She sipped her pumpkin juice. With Hogwarts being sparsely populated, the absence of lively chatter made it feel even quieter. Harry was whispering with Ron, and Aphra noticed Ron nodding vigorously. Then Harry looked up at her, and she returned the nod in understanding. They then stood in unison and made their way out of the great hall. Upon reaching the library, Aphra confidently walked toward the appropriate section, with Ron and Harry trailing behind her. We can start with books that introduce Hogwarts or search among some magical artifacts, she suggested in a hushed tone. Harry picked up a book, but Aphra placed her hand over his. I've read this one. It certainly does not mention that mirror. Oh, Harry set the book down. We don't come to the library often. Ron felt a bit sheepish. Well, this is usually under Hermione's domain. Hermione? Aphra continued to sift through the shelves, pulling out 2 books and handing them to Harry to hold. Hermione Granger, a friend we met on Halloween, a muggle-born witch. Harry pointed to one of the books, and Aphra nodded. Halloween? She pondered, seemingly contemplating something. A muggle-born witch? You don't harbor any prejudice against others' backgrounds, do you? Ron looked at her cautiously. A muggle-born witch? Well, she is not my friend. It has nothing to do with me. Aphra scoffed lightly. I am not that idle. What happened on Halloween? Some things occurred on Halloween. By the way, Aphra, do you know Nicholas Flamel? Harry asked, wondering if she might have some insight. Aphra smirked, taking a couple of steps and circling around the shelves. When she returned, she was cradling a thick book. I know. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, their spirits lifting as Harry genuinely praised, Aphra, you are truly remarkable. Indeed. I am quite exceptional. Aphra accepted the compliment with a sense of entitlement. The 3 of them nestled in a corner with a pile of books. Aphra flipped to the page about Nicholas Flamel and shared it with them while she began searching for information related to the mysterious mirror. Is it a prophecy? Aphra was eager to know. If she were to become like that in the future, it would be truly splendid. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron were engaged in hushed conversation, seemingly deliberating something. Aphra lifted her gaze and fixed her eyes on Harry, resting her chin on her hand. What are you discussing? Do you know about the break-in at Gringotts? Someone attempted to steal something from there, but they failed because it had been taken away beforehand, Harry explained, not wishing to keep it from her. Aphra nodded nonchalantly, trying to deduce the connection from his brief remarks. Is it something belonging to Nicholas Flamel? Yes, Harry blinked. Is it the Philosopher's Stone? She inquired further. He and Ron exchanged glances, and Harry handed the book to Aphra for her to see. I see, Aphra smiled. You are quite clever, Harry remarked. It would be so much more efficient if you could join us. Sorry, I truly am not that free, Aphra replied joyfully as she flipped through the book. I love hearing compliments, keep them coming. Chapter 23. A Thousandfold Revenge. Despite feeling quite capable, Aphra could not find any mention of the mirror, not even a word. Harry, feeling disheartened, continued to visit the mirror in secret every day. Aphra perceived the mirror as a good omen, signaling her to strive in that direction. A few days later, Harry dejectedly informed Aphra that Dumbledore had taken the mirror away, declaring that it possessed no magical properties and instead led one to become ensnared in their desires. Seeing one's desires? Aphra pondered. Knowing what one wants should motivate one to work even harder to obtain it. Why become entrapped in an illusion instead of pursuing it? You express it beautifully. Harry managed a faint smile, but perhaps others can attain it, while I cannot. Aphra's heart softened as she patted the back of his hand. It is good that you can think this way. She smiled at him, casting aside the accolades bestowed upon you by others. I admire you. Thank you. Harry's green eyes sparkled as he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. After the tumultuous days, Aphra remained unscathed. They enjoyed a delightful Christmas holiday, and as it came to an end, Draco returned, bringing with him an entire bag of sweets. My mother told me to give you a bag, Draco said, sifting through the assortment before finally stuffing a bag into her arms. Thank you, I love strawberry-flavored ones. I just happened to grab this bag, Draco retorted stubbornly. Aphra raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. You say whatever you like. She noticed that ever since entering Hogwarts, Draco had ceased to spar with her, directing his banter toward Harry instead. One evening, just before curfew, Aphra returned to the common room and discovered Draco still lounging on the sofa. He bore dark circles under his eyes, looking utterly frazzled yet refusing to return to bed. What are you doing? Aphra asked, puzzled as to why he wasn't resting. Shoo, Draco said mysteriously, I have intel. Potter and his friends have a dragon. Aphra found this absurd. A dragon? Do you know that Weasley is in the hospital? His fingers are severely swollen. It's clear he suffered an extraordinary injury. He had a letter tucked in his book, stating that they were to move the dragon from the astronomy tower tonight. And then what? Aphra asked, intrigued. You don't seem to realize, do you? You really are a clever little one, and quite adept at analysis. Remove little from that phrase, will you? Draco grumbled. Aphra shrugged. So I am going to report them. Inform the headmaster. Surely they will be expelled for violating school rules. But if you go out to report them, wouldn't you be violating school rules as well? Aphra kindly reminded him. Draco fell into contemplation. If McGonagall were to deduct that many points from Gryffindor, she would undoubtedly be furious, and he might even be punished. He appeared conflicted, calculating that it wouldn't be too bad for him, as there were several of them and he was alone. Aphra chuckled, ruffling his hair. Well done with your calculations. You are truly clever. Hey, I'm not a child. Stop patting my head all the time, Draco complained. In my heart, you are. Aphra shook her head, realizing how he managed to maintain a blend of childishness and cruel innocence. It was evident that Mr. Malfoy was reluctant to share any serious matters with her. She composed herself. You may continue waiting. I'll head back now. Aphra. Draco appeared somewhat conflicted, a myriad of emotions flickering across his face. Do you return this late every day? I mean, do you have to study extra material daily? Aphra smiled with a playful glint in her eyes. Indeed, why do you ask? Are you concerned for me? Not at all. He vehemently denied. Aphra waved him off and strolled towards the dormitory. The next day, a significant portion of Gryffindor's hourglass of points had vanished, drawing countless onlookers to gawk in disbelief. Professor McGonagall sat in the teacher's seat, her expression one of evident irritation. The Slytherins pointed and laughed at Gryffindor's hourglass, reveling in their misfortune, while the Gryffindors pounded their fists in frustration, lamenting their plight. Even the Hufflepuffs expressed their displeasure towards Gryffindor, as they had previously surpassed Slytherin, and no one wished to witness Slytherin reclaiming the House Cup. Word soon spread that it was Harry and his friends who had caused Gryffindor to lose so many points. Harry found himself the target of scorn, receiving cold stares from many of his peers. Aphra glanced at Harry, who had kept his head down all day, as if he wished to bury himself in the ground. She shook her head and proceeded to her classroom. Harry trudged along, still in a gloomy disposition. Just ahead of him, Aphra quickened her pace and overtook him. He paused, staring blankly at a piece of chocolate in his hand. What's wrong, mate? Ron inquired, unabashedly. Nothing. Let us go. Harry finally managed a smile. Aphra felt a twinge of guilt, as she was aware of Draco's schemes. However, she would not dwell on it. For not informing Harry was merely a matter of normalcy. She bore no obligation to disclose such information, just as she had refrained from sharing during the previous wizard duel. This was not favoritism, it was simply detachment. Moreover, with Slytherin far ahead in points, it only served her interests. Yet, on a personal level, Aphra felt compassion for Harry, who resembled a child that refrained from crying, swallowing everything inside. In contrast, Draco was vocal about his grievances, ensuring that everyone around him was aware, thus garnering their concern. But does a child who does not cry receive no sweets? Aphra's perceptiveness stemmed from having two younger sisters, one spoiled and capricious, the other reserved and understanding. Aphra. You are so dull, Daphne pouted, resting her chin on the table, visibly dejected. Aphra was busy revising for potions. She chuckled softly. You chose to accompany me. Don't feign innocence. Daphne flipped through her textbook. You're so busy every day. What are your plans for Easter? And you? Aphra inquired. I'll just stay at school and study, Daphne lamented. I'm not as exceptional as you. What if my grades suffer? Will father scold me? Oh. I should just act a bit spoiled. Well, I'll return home in a few days, Aphra smiled. Home? Daphne exclaimed, suddenly recalling, Leah's birthday is approaching. I completely forgot. Indeed, she has been home alone for a year. She must miss us terribly. We didn't spend Christmas with her, so let us surprise her. Aphra had already planned this meticulously. Daphne nodded in agreement. All right, then we shall return together. Chapter 24, Birthday. Aphra and Daphne returned home unexpectedly, and Astoria opened the door. Astonished, Daphne rushed forward and enveloped her in a warm embrace, while Astoria looked up, snuggling into her sister's arms. Weren't you two supposed to be studying at school? Why have you returned? She asked, her voice soft and filled with joy. You have a birthday coming up. We had to come back, Daphne replied cheerfully. It was Aphra's idea. Thank you, Aphra. Leah beamed with a sweet smile. You're welcome, Aphra ruffled her hair and pinched her rosy cheeks. Aphra. Leah pouted. You two sisters returned without informing me, their mother feigned reproach. Surprise. And father? Aphra inquired. He's upstairs. Go ahead and play, I'll take you to Diagon Alley later. Aphra generously offered. It's on me. Hooray for Aphra. Aphra ascended the stairs and knocked on the study door. Come in. Father. Aphra entered. Sit. Her father, engrossed in a book, glanced up casually. What is happening at school? Quite ordinary, Aphra blinked. She was simply following her studies. What could be unusual about that? And how is that so-called chosen one? Her father inquired further. Aphra tilted her head. I don't see any remarkable abilities. He doesn't seem to possess the powerful, mysterious strength as the legends suggest. Well, I still hope you can engage with him more, her father replied. Of course, father, I will. Aphra nodded obediently. Silence enveloped the study. Isn't there an exam approaching? Why have you suddenly returned? For Leah's birthday, Aphra answered. She is quite understanding. She wouldn't harbor any resentment if you didn't come back. Exactly, which is why we must treat her with even more kindness, Aphra stated matter-of-factly. By the way, your birthday is in early June. We want to be able to celebrate at school. I'm fine with that, but Daphne's is at the end of June. Right during exams. She may feel unhappy. Aphra smiled. Her temperament can be tempered. She is spoiled. You should keep an eye on her. Is that so? Aphra gazed at her toes. I don't think she's overly spoiled. Never mind, go play with them. I'll have Mia prepare some galleons for you later. As an early birthday gift. Thank you, father. Aphra, who was never short of pocket money, had ample funds to spare, even enough to share a little. She exited the room, pursing her lips, but her expression brightened upon seeing her two sisters. Come on, Daphne, Leah, let us go to Diagon Alley to shop. Under their mother's guidance, the three sisters linked arms and meandered through the various shops in Diagon Alley. For beautiful girls walking down the street created a striking sight. Particularly Aphra, who attracted numerous admiring glances. They carried an assortment of bags until they could hold no more, only then deciding to return home. The Easter holiday was considerably shorter than the Christmas break, and soon Aphra and Daphne were back at school. When bidding them farewell, Astoria was no longer as reluctant as before, instead wearing a joyful smile. As June approached, Aphra exhibited an unusual behavior in the library, foregoing her textbooks in favor of magazines. What's going on? Cedric asked, perplexed. Choosing a gift for a friend. His birthday is on June 5th, Aphra replied. Her eyes catching sight of a new collection from a renowned brand. 12 uniquely styled men's necklaces, recommended as gifts for various him. No need to overthink it. Please. Who has that many male friends? She shook her head and turned the page. Speaking of which, when is your birthday? Cedric inquired. June 9th, Aphra replied, her eyes sparkling, embodying the charming and lively nature of a Gemini. How fitting for you, Cedric smiled. Geminis are always intriguing and quite popular. And you? October 10th, Libra, Cedric answered. The gentle Libra, Aphra murmured. Sometimes I truly believe in the accuracy of horoscopes. Everyone is unique in their own way, Cedric replied with a gentle smile. After finalizing the gift for Draco, Aphra cast the magazine aside and returned to her studies. On Draco's birthday, he strutted about like a victorious rooster, proudly flaunting his day. Eager that all should know it was his special occasion. He received an abundance of gifts. Aphra was neither the first nor the last to present him with something. Surrounded by admirers, he sat counting his presents. Aphra shook her head and made her way to the library. By the time she returned, Draco was already sporting a brooch adorned with the Gemini symbol. I expected you to give me something related to my name. Draco raised an eyebrow. I fear you may already possess an abundance of such gifts, and wish to avoid them, especially since the fascination with astrology has surged recently. Aphrodite candidly inquired. How are you today? Are you happy? Not particularly. I long to return home. At least then I could host a gathering, Draco replied with a TSK. Celebrating a birthday at school does not feel as enchanting. I completely concur, Aphrodite nodded. When her birthday arrived, Draco gifted her a Gemini necklace. Oh dear. It seems we share the same zodiac sign. Draco shrugged, acknowledging the recent popularity of astrology. Thank you for the necklace, Aphrodite said, tucking it away with a radiant smile. Aphrodite, here is your birthday present. Happy birthday. Cedric approached the Slytherin group, confidently presenting her with a gift. Several gazes from Gryffindor were cast their way. Thank you, Cedric. I adore it, Aphrodite replied without even opening it. You don't even know what it is, Cedric chuckled softly. I love everything, thank you, Aphrodite responded with a smile. Watching Cedric depart. Love everything? Is this the Cedric who gifted you old books? Draco drawled. Let me clarify, those are his notes. He played a significant role in my perfect scores last year, which also contributes to my ability to tutor you effortlessly. Fine, I won't seek your tutoring anymore. Draco retorted promptly. Chapter 25. The Magic of Love and the Dark Lord. Not long ago, when returning home, Aphrodite mentioned that nothing noteworthy was happening at school, and claimed that Harry possessed no extraordinary powers. However, she was soon proven wrong. At the end of June, after completing her exams, she overheard a few students chatting as she exited the classroom. Did you hear? Potter is in the hospital wing, one said. It's truly disheartening. Oliver's voice emerged, sounding genuinely distressed. Aphrodite glanced at the group of students. Oliver? He approached her, gesturing to his classmates as he walked alongside her. What's going on? Aphrodite asked, puzzled. You're unaware? The Dark Lord has possessed Quirrell. Harry managed to thwart his attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone, but he was injured and is currently in the hospital wing, he lamented. Thus he missed today's Quidditch match against Ravenclaw, resulting in our forfeit. Aphrodite chuckled softly. Why didn't you prepare a substitute? Oliver fell into contemplation, suddenly enlightened. Oh, how did I not think of that? Thank you, he expressed gratefully. It's rather obvious. I isn't it. Aphrodite silently critiqued. The Dark Lord? Quirrell? Harry? The Philosopher's Stone? Aphrodite felt a wave of confusion wash over her, as she began to reflect on why she hadn't considered who might attempt to steal the stone. Frustrated, she shook her head. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself in the hospital wing. Harry lay in slumber, surrounded by a pile of gifts. Is this a necessary ritual? One must bring gifts when visiting the ill, she mused, reaching into her pocket to retrieve a handful of candies, which she placed in the corner. Aphrodite, a faint voice called out. She tilted her head. Harry? Withdrawing her extended foot, she paused at his bedside. You came to see me? He blinked. I suppose. Aphrodite replied uncertainly, then curiously asked, It seems many extraordinary events have transpired recently? I can share the details with you slowly, Harry began, recounting everything that had occurred. Hagrid was tasked with retrieving the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore had secured it on the 4th floor of Hogwarts. Quirrell, possessed by the Dark Lord, had sought to bypass the three-headed dog, and even attempted to drink unicorn blood. Ultimately, he devised a plan to steal the stone while Dumbledore was absent. But they managed to thwart him. The Dark Lord cannot touch you? Aphrodite inquired, intrigued. It appears there is some magic at play. She gathered her thoughts, realizing that much of Harry's unforeseen encounters stemmed from Draco's unintentional targeting. The dueling incident that led Harry to discover the three-headed dog, and the punishment of being sent to the Forbidden Forest, which resulted in his encounter with the Dark Lord, were all interwoven events. She remained silent for a moment, contemplating. After a while, Aphrodite tilted her head, suggesting that the Dark Lord still lived, lurking in some hidden corner of the world, eagerly awaiting resurrection. Yes, Harry replied thoughtfully, but I do not understand why Voldemort cannot touch me. I believe I can provide an answer. Dumbledore interjected, appearing at the door. Aphrodite turned to him. The Slytherins often jested about him being an old madman, yet his gaze was strikingly sharp. I suppose I should take my leave? She feigned, glancing at Harry, though inwardly she yearned to stay and listen. Harry looked to Dumbledore. Can she remain? Certainly, Dumbledore replied, casting a meaningful glance her way as he seated himself. Harry, you may now pose your inquiries. Harry obediently nodded, unleashing a torrent of questions. Why does the Dark Lord? Harry, if you do not address a person by name, fear only deepens. Dumbledore smiled. Aphrodite pondered this, meeting Dumbledore's eyes, and promptly offered a compliant smile. Why does Voldemort wish to kill me? I cannot disclose the answer to that first question. Dumbledore sighed. But perhaps when you are older, I shall tell you, all right? Then why can Quirrell not touch me? I believe it is due to love. Your mother, before her death, protected you, shielding you from the lethal curse, and that spell continues to safeguard you. Those who have betrayed themselves to evil cannot touch you, marked as you are by something beautiful. Aphrodite tilted her head, stirred by this notion. Is love truly so powerful? It can withstand death, not because of the formidable strength one possesses, as legends suggest, but because of love? Is love the armor that protects? This is a question worthy of profound exploration, and Aphrodite smiled faintly. Harry quickly wiped away his tears, while Dumbledore kindly pretended not to notice. Why does Snape despise me? Aphrodite perked up, retrieving the candy she had just set down and popping one into her mouth. Dumbledore pondered how to articulate his thoughts without revealing Snape's past with Lily. Perhaps it is due to a deep-seated animosity towards your father. Aphrodite listened intently beside Harry until Dumbledore was summoned away by Madame Pomfrey, at which point she was also requested to leave. Harry clutched the candy she had left behind, happily bidding her farewell. Miss Gringotts, Dumbledore suddenly called. Ha! Aphrodite responded, surprised. I have heard from the professors that you are an exceptional student. I truly hope to engage with you further. Not wishing to speculate on the implications of his words, she smiled. Thank you for your kind words, sir. I will certainly strive to do my best. Should you find yourself lost in your efforts, do not hesitate to seek guidance from the professors. Oh, sir, I believe I can always find answers in books or from my friends, Aphrodite politely declined. I wish you the best of luck. Dumbledore smiled faintly. Chapter 26, Exploration. As the term came to a close, Slytherin, once far ahead, ultimately succumbed to Gryffindor, largely due to the legendary tale surrounding Harry at the end of the semester. Dumbledore awarded points to Ron, Hermione, and Neville, and as he mentioned Ron, Percy proudly proclaimed to those around him, "That's my brother." Aphrodite withdrew her gaze and turned towards Draco, who was enveloped in a cloud of gloom. Life at Hogwarts was utterly dull, he lamented. Ever since his arrival at the esteemed institution, his previously smooth existence had been riddled with setbacks. The disparity was unbearable. He longed to return home for solace. Not at all. I find it quite fascinating. Aphrodite stifled a laugh. I don't wish to engage with you. Draco rolled his eyes. Come over to my house during the break. Very well, Aphrodite acquiesced. As the train departed from the school, everyone was filled with exuberance. Save for Harry, who appeared quite reluctant. Compared to the Dursleys, Hogwarts felt more like home, surrounded by individuals who genuinely cared for him. Would he be able to keep in touch with his friends upon returning to number 4, Privet Drive? He had exchanged addresses with them, promising to write. Upon passing Aphrodite's compartment, Harry halted, and without a moment's thought, he opened the door. Inside were 5 or 6 individuals, who ceased their conversations and stared at him in surprise. Draco immediately exploded. What do you want? Harry scanned the room, noting the presence of Malfoy and his 2 lackeys. A short-haired girl, along with Aphrodite and her sister. Nothing at all. Harry's gaze lingered on Aphrodite's face as he replied nonchalantly. Only after a moment did he add, I must have taken a wrong turn. With that, he closed the compartment door, the entire exchange as casual as drinking water. Is he unwell? Draco punched the cushion in frustration, feeling somewhat dazed. Aphrodite pondered for a moment and said, I'll step out for a bit. She exited the compartment and spotted Harry waiting a short distance away. What's the matter? She suddenly thought it resembled a clandestine rendezvous between lovers. A glance to her left revealed Zabini opening the compartment door, catching sight of them. After a brief moment of eye contact, he entered with an enigmatic smile. Aphrodite averted her gaze. I have Hedwig, my owl. Perhaps we could stay in touch over the summer? Harry asked nervously. Aphrodite smiled. Of course. Let me give you my address. Harry handed her a quill and a piece of parchment, and she penned her address. Here it is. Harry then presented his address to her, watching with satisfaction as she accepted it. Is there anything else? Aphrodite inquired, her eyes sparkling with charm. No, that's all. Harry replied, enjoy your holiday. You too, she waved, departing with a cheer. See you in September. Returning to the compartment, she found Zabini engaged in conversation with Draco. Draco looked at Aphrodite. Where did you go? Just indulging in some feline and canine antics, Zabini interjected. Aphrodite paused, exchanging a knowing glance with him. A smile blooming on her face. Would you care to join in, Zabini? You can call me Blaise, he replied thoughtfully, but I'd rather not. I'm afraid they might squabble. I'm not afraid, Aphrodite feigned a smile. Blaise, if you had siblings, you'd likely learn to mediate. Draco directed a puzzled glance towards Aphrodite, as if hesitating to speak. I do have quite a few siblings, though we're not close, he said, avoiding her inquisitive gaze. Realizing the delicate nature of her inquiry, Aphrodite blinked, aware she may have inadvertently touched upon a sensitive topic for Blaise. Her intentions were innocent. And since Blaise hadn't informed Draco of her conversation with Harry, she refrained from causing further discomfort. My apologies, I'm not very familiar with you, Blaise said with a pleasant smile. No worries, we'll get to know each other gradually. The compartment buzzed with chatter once more, and they maintained a lively atmosphere until they arrived at King's Cross Station. Astoria was eagerly awaiting her 2 sisters alongside their parents. Upon returning home, Aphrodite hurried into the study, sifting through books, many of which were family heirlooms absent from her school's library. Is love truly the greatest magic in the world? She mused, grappling with Dumbledore's words. What kind of love could withstand the killing curse, or allow the Dark Lord to survive for over a decade? Such notions seemed utterly fantastical. Perhaps if love were abundant, combined with formidable magical prowess, it could exhibit such power? Aphrodite contemplated the necessity of developing her unique spells to surpass her peers. With a newfound determination, she resolved to invest her efforts into this pursuit, aiming to at least establish a tentative beginning. However, after several days in the study, she found herself directionless, perhaps overly idealistic in her approach. Astoria and Daphne grew increasingly anxious, having not seen Aphrodite for days. Fortunately, Draco had been sent by his father to the Greengrass residence, which prevented Aphrodite from isolating herself further. "Draco, what brings you here?" Aphrodite asked, half closing her eyes as she lounged on a chair. "My father expressed disappointment in my grades and suggested I learn from you. He mentioned you scored all O's again, and he boasts about it to my father, who now looks upon me with disdain," Draco grumbled, rummaging through her belongings. Aphrodite retrieved her report card from beneath a pile of papers, maintaining a nonchalant expression. "Indeed. So what is it he expects you to learn from me?" "Just homework and such. I brought it all with me." Draco gestured to the floor where he had carelessly dropped his backpack, entirely at odds with the notion of studying. "Then go ahead and work. I'll watch you." Aphrodite resumed her reading. "Is there anyone particularly exceptional at our school? Someone well-versed in spells?" "I'm not sure. You're the most impressive student I've encountered." Draco replied indifferently. "In our year, there's that mudblood Granger. She is quite remarkable, always answering questions and appearing omniscient. Yet in my eyes, no one knows as much as you do." "Why, thank you for the compliment," Aphrodite chuckled. "Mr. Malfoy, are you unable to tolerate his incessant chatter? Which is why you've come here." "I must admit, I'm not accustomed to hearing praise from you," she teased. "So, could I borrow your essay from last year for reference?" She rested her chin on her hand, gazing into Draco's eyes. "Reference? Yes. Perhaps that's more practical than aimlessly dreaming up ideas. Do you know which spells require intense emotion to unleash their power?" Chapter 27. A chance encounter with an acquaintance. "Well, what do you think?" Draco shook his head. Aphrodite picked up the quill and extracted a piece of parchment, contemplating briefly before jotting down some ideas. "The killing curse? The cruciatus curse?" She leaned closer. "The unforgivable curses are so named for a reason. Without sufficient malice and hatred, one cannot cast them." "Please don't speak of such things. It frightens me." Draco's face paled. "You must not learn that. It's illegal." "I never said I intended to learn it." Aphrodite shook her head. "I was merely contemplating the connection between emotion and magic. I recalled a book I read. Do you know the Patronus charm?" Draco felt like a fool, perplexed by Aphrodite's thoughts and the meanings behind her words. When one experiences profound joy and hope, only then can it be manifested. The Patronus embodies joy, light, and the hope of survival. Yet this charm also necessitates a robust magical foundation. Is this not an example of the intertwining of emotion and magic? Aphrodite countered, her pen gliding across the parchment, producing a soft rustling sound. Draco remained silent, captivated by her graceful script. Stealing glances at her face, he found himself entranced. "I believe my father is correct," he said suddenly. Aphrodite looked at him quizzically. "I want to learn diligently from you." Draco grinned foolishly, secretly vowing to keep pace with her. Aphrodite smiled back. "Very well." After Aphra developed an interest in the matter, she cast aside her previous books and magazines. Daphne, unable to bear watching her sister's indifference, noticed that the summer vacation was nearing its end. She resolutely entered Aphra's room, compelling her to accompany her to Diagon Alley for some leisurely fun. What could possibly be so entertaining? Aphra asked absently, preoccupied with doodling on paper. Daphne snatched the pen from her hand and tossed it aside, exclaiming, "Sister, you haven't accompanied me on a shopping spree in ages. Weren't you once enamored with beautiful clothes and jewelry? Can we please enjoy a proper outing today?" "Very well," Aphra reluctantly conceded, "let's go." "Is it really that simple?" Daphne sighed in exasperation, observing Aphra's disheveled appearance. "What a waste of your beauty." "No way, I shall dress you up appropriately." "No need for that. I'm fine as I am," Aphra replied dejectedly. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, and Astoria peeked in. Upon exchanging glances with Daphne, who gestured for her to speak, Astoria sweetly addressed Aphra's sister, "May I help you pick an outfit?" Softening at her request, Aphra readily agreed. "All right, Astoria. You can join us." Astoria winked at Daphne, signaling success. Indeed, Aphra needed to step out. Otherwise, she would surely languish in her own solitude. After the sisters spent considerable time preparing themselves, they finally ventured out. "Let us also purchase the supplies we need for school," Aphra suggested, wishing to simplify matters. Daphne pouted but offered no protest. Their first stop was a jewelry store, followed by a ready-to-wear boutique. "I want ice cream," Daphne pointed out. As they passed by Flourish and Blots, Aphra noticed the bustling atmosphere inside. Just a glance at the entrance revealed Cedric engrossed in a book, instantly brightening her demeanor. "You all go ahead and find a spot to wait for me. I'll be right back," Aphra declared, snapping her fingers, eager to approach Cedric. "And while you're at it, could you please buy me a book?" Daphne called after her. "It's too crowded. I don't want to squeeze in." "That's fine. You all can wait for me," Aphra reassured them. "What flavor do you want?" "Strawberry, and make it a large," she replied before making her way to Cedric. "How fortuitous to see you today. You look absolutely lovely," Cedric greeted her with a radiant smile. Aphra wore a light blue robe over a white dress that gracefully reached her calves. The fitted waistline intended to accentuate her enviable figure, but was effectively concealed beneath the wizarding robe, enhancing the air of mystery surrounding her. She glanced down at her attire and then smiled at Cedric, teasingly asking, "Are you implying that I looked less appealing before?" "Not at all," Cedric quickly clarified, eager to avoid any misunderstanding. "I was merely jesting. By the way, I've been pondering a question lately and would love to hear your insights, given your extensive knowledge." Aphra flattered him, compelling him to share his thoughts, though Cedric was already inclined to assist her. "I can't guarantee I have the answer, but please share your thoughts." Cedric replied earnestly. "Is there a connection between emotions and magic that could allow one to bind the two through a specific spell, thereby creating something new and powerful? For instance, could protective spells such as those against the killing curse be infused with love?" "That's quite an intriguing question," Cedric mused, considering various spells but uncertain. Wizards typically emphasize their own magical prowess, and discussions of emotions seem rare. As for your mention of protection against the killing curse, aside from Harry Potter, it seems no one else has emerged unscathed from its assault. "That may be true," Aphra conceded, "but someone advised me otherwise. Perhaps their perspective holds merit. Maybe it's not solely about emotions, but rather some forbidden spells. I've been researching and taking notes. I'll share them with you once we return to school." Aphra waved her hand dismissively, realizing she couldn't articulate her thoughts clearly at the moment, suggesting they discuss it later. She and Cedric ascended the stairs to select their books. "I scored all OS," Aphra proclaimed with pride, eager to share her achievement. "How impressive. You should consider tutoring me sometime," Cedric replied, genuinely pleased for her. Cough cough. Draco leaned against the staircase, his presence unexpected. "What a coincidence. Is that your brother?" Cedric inquired, puzzled by Draco's scowl. "Friend," Aphra stifled a laugh, aware that many perceive them as siblings due to their shared features. "Oh, my apologies. Hello, I am Cedric Diggory," he greeted politely. "Hello," Draco replied coolly, turning to Aphra. "Come with me to buy books." Aphra felt a twinge of regret. "Cedric, I must take my leave. See you at school." Draco muttered a few words, then turned to Aphra. "I spotted you chatting from afar, looking quite cheerful." "Indeed, I was very happy," Aphra replied candidly, as the two of them strolled about. Chapter 28. Magical Items. Aphra and Draco perused Flourish and Blots, successfully acquiring all the required books. The first floor was bustling with people, crowded to the brim. "I haven't seen you in a while," Aphra engaged him in casual conversation. "Remember the incident with the heir of Slytherin back in June? The Ministry has been on high alert, rounding up anyone suspected from back then, and cracking down on dark magical artifacts. My father recently took me to sell some. He's a bit anxious about it." Draco lowered his voice, not concealing the truth from her. Aphra nodded in understanding. The Greengrass family was known not to harbor such artifacts, at least publicly. In the eyes of the Ministry, they were considered a moderate pureblood family, thus not a target of scrutiny. "What are they doing?" Aphra asked, having noticed an exceptionally handsome wizard entering, who garnered considerable attention. His flamboyant attire did not align with her tastes, yet she had to admit he was strikingly attractive. "He's been quite popular lately. What's his name again?" "I can't recall." Draco replied, clearly annoyed. What a ridiculous award for a smiling contest. "Oh, he does have a charming smile," Aphra acknowledged, glancing at Draco. Soon, they discerned the nature of his self-aggrandizing remarks and learned his name, Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart was showcasing his dazzling smile, albeit in a rather foolish manner. "Oh, Harry Potter. You've come to see me too, Haven to you? Don't be shy, let us take a picture together." Harry, feeling utterly out of place, found himself in a predicament. He couldn't fathom how he was still recognized despite his disheveled state, standing there looking foolish. Draco swiftly dashed down the stairs, prompting Aphra to follow suit. Harry's eyes landed on Aphra, and after a summer apart, he was struck by her presence. She stood poised and beautiful, even more captivating than 2 months prior. Aphra, however, purposefully avoided his gaze, aware that she had written several letters during the summer and sent him a birthday gift, all of which had seemingly vanished without a trace. That insufferable man. He was the one who sought my contact details. Yet he chooses to ignore me, she huffed. Turning to Draco. I must take my leave. My 2 sisters are waiting for me. All right, see you on the Hogwarts Express, Draco nodded, remaining behind to await his father. He cast a lingering glance at Harry, deciding he needed to stir up some trouble, at least with a bit of taunting. Meanwhile, Harry watched Aphra depart, disregarding everything else around him. After finally escaping Lockhart's clutches, he yearned to pursue Aphra and explain his summer, only to be intercepted by Draco. Just then Mr. Malfoy entered the bookstore. Aphra and her 2 sisters sat leisurely in an ice cream parlor, savoring their treats. Why were you gone for so long? Was it crowded? Daphne inquired. Not particularly. I just happened to run into Draco and chatted for a while. Most people were there to see Lockhart, and the actual book buyers were few. Lockhart? Daphne expressed her interest, remarking on his striking handsomeness and seemingly exceptional magical prowess, as well as his prolific authorship. Have you read any of his works? She inquired. I have no desire to delve into such a vast collection. However, what matters is his captivating charm, came the reply. Aphrodite nodded, admitting she had not yet explored his books either, thus failing to fully appreciate his allure. Nevertheless, our defense against the dark arts curriculum this year comprises entirely of his texts. You shall have ample opportunity to immerse yourself in them. What? Which one? Daphne exclaimed in disbelief. Every single one. Aphrodite replied with a feigned smile. Astoria suppressed a chuckle, fully aware that reading was Daphne's least favorite activity, a veritable torture for her. The combination of one's most cherished and most despised pursuits could only yield a mutual aversion. It seemed that Daphne would soon find herself rather indifferent to Lockhart. Once the trio had finished their ice cream, they resolved to return home. Having accomplished all their shopping endeavors, as they passed by the Malfoy residence, they observed Mr. Malfoy with disheveled hair and a bruised visage, while Mrs. Malfoy berated him. And Draco stifled laughter nearby. How old are you? Engaging in such an undignified manner? Fighting with Arthur Weasley like a muggle? Mrs. Malfoy fumed. It was a rare sight to see Mr. Malfoy so sheepish, his head bowed lower as he submissively absorbed his wife's reprimands. Aphrodite hesitated to approach, but upon Draco's swift gesture to dissuade her, she took her sisters by the hand and departed, preferring to avoid any awkwardness. Upon returning home, Daphne recounted the incident to her parents, prompting Aphrodite to glance at her father. After a moment of contemplation, he beckoned her. She followed him upstairs where he inquired, Do you not find old Malfoy rather peculiar? Indeed, father, Aphrodite replied, having not considered that angle previously. She pondered aloud. He typically does not act so impulsively or resort to violence so easily. Precisely. Aphrodite sighed in relief. What do you think could be the cause? She hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Perhaps he is frustrated due to the ministry's stringent crackdown on dark magical artifacts? That might be plausible. Arthur Weasley is in charge of locating such items, and they have long harbored animosity. Her father nodded. We possess a similar item in our family. Really? Aphrodite was taken aback. Yet my father never imparted to me its usage. I suspect he may not even know. With a flick of his wand, a portion of the bookshelf slid to the left, revealing a wall. After 3 more taps, a radiant glow illuminated the wall, unveiling a small opening before Aphrodite. I have yet to comprehend its usage, her father admitted with a hint of frustration. It has been passed down through our lineage, perhaps crafted by an ancestor. Yet there are no records or instructions. Inside the small opening lay a wooden box, which her father retrieved. Waving his wand once more to restore the bookshelf to its original state, he settled at his desk, and Aphrodite approached him. I doubt I will ever fathom its purpose, she mused. Perhaps you should take it. He pushed the wooden box towards her. Aphrodite accepted it cautiously, questioning, But father, why me? Why now? Chapter 29. Genuine Emotions. Her father's expression grew serious. It may be somewhat premature for you, but the Dark Lord has begun to stir once more, and we must prepare accordingly. As she opened the wooden box, she discovered a silver ring adorned with a blue gemstone, the inner band intricately etched with elaborate designs, exquisite in its craftsmanship. Is this truly all that has been passed down through the family? She wondered. You are intelligent, responsible, and level-headed, always caring for your 2 sisters. I trust you. Her father stated plainly. You may feel that the pressure I place upon you is unjust. Aphrodite pressed her lips together. I am more than willing. I shall return to study it diligently. Then go, her father nodded. Ensure you rest early tonight. The school year approaches, and allow yourself some relaxation. Do not rush in your recent endeavors. Aphrodite smiled. I understand. Should you require any materials in the future, feel free to access my study. Thank you, Father. Up until September 1st, the day of their return to school, Aphrodite remained oblivious to the ring's purpose, choosing instead to set it aside for the time being. Seated with familiar faces, conversation flowed naturally among them. Have you seen the latest issue of Witch Weekly? Lockhart has won yet another award. The most charming smile. 5 times in a row, Pansy exclaimed, unfurling the publication to showcase Lockhart's handsome visage. Are the ladies utterly besotted with him? Blaise teased. Aphrodite turned to him, playfully retorting, I must say, I find you quite charming as well. Indeed, Draco interjected, casting her a sideways glance, his expression unyielding. Thank you. I think you are rather charming too. Blaise shot her a flirtatious look. How so? Draco scoffed, his lips curling in disdain. Aphrodite graciously offered him a polite smile, accustomed to his insincerity. And as for her awareness of his duplicity, it stemmed from his consistent demeanor. Her confidence in herself rendered his words inconsequential. Draco, do not be so obstinate. If Aphrodite were to beckon a boy, I dare say he would be utterly defenseless. Daphne chimed in with a giggle, aware of her sister's popularity, having witnessed the glances from boys as they walked by. Prove it, Draco challenged after a prolonged silence. Aphrodite, you could try beckoning a boy right now? Blaise suggested with a smirk. Draco straightened slightly. Aphrodite smiled. I would not casually seek out a boy for idle chatter. I only do so with those I find appealing. Thus, I assure you, my sentiments are genuine. However, perhaps her affections were too abundant to be confined to a single individual. Blaise, upon hearing her words, ceased his teasing smile. Noticing Draco's lingering displeasure, Aphrodite shifted the subject. Draco, I heard your father has sponsored 7 Nimbus 2001 brooms for the Slytherin Quidditch team. That sounds impressive. Draco's expression brightened. Indeed. I will be participating in the Quidditch matches. You all must come watch. I will surely defeat Potter. Certainly, I will attend every match, Aphrodite promised. Harry was eager to find a moment to explain the events of the summer to Aphrodite, but he was unable to enter Platform 9. What on earth was preventing him? Why was he so perpetually unfortunate? Harry missed the entire evening, and when the first day of school arrived, he lamentably discovered that the new defense against the dark arts professor was Lockhart. Damn it! Moreover, Aphrodite seemed to be inseparable from Malfoy, leaving him with no opportunity for a private conversation. Eventually, during a break, Harry managed to intercept her. Aphrodite. She looked at him quizzically, appearing to have forgotten all about his previous predicament. Panting, Harry rushed over, but before he could speak, a first-year boy with a camera blocked his path. Are you Harry Potter? Hello, I'm Colin Creevey from Gryffindor, a Muggle-born. May I take your picture? My parents can hardly believe it. I want to show them. Harry was momentarily flustered. Hello, you're so beautiful. I'd like to take a picture of you too. Colin turned to Aphrodite. Aphrodite beamed. Really? Then go ahead. With that, she linked her arm with Harry's, leaning slightly against him, presenting a radiant smile. Click. The camera captured the moment instantly. Harry felt his face flush, stammering, I. Alright, goodbye. Aphrodite waved at them, her steps light as she departed. Harry was still savoring the events that had just transpired when Colin seized the opportunity to snap several more photos. Harry hastily interjected, Colin, please stop taking pictures. I'm not someone deserving of such attention. He scratched his head, appearing quite embarrassed. I've heard about your exploits. You're truly remarkable. Colin continued to chatter incessantly around him. Harry felt overwhelmed. I can hardly recall what happened when I was 1 year old. And as for last year's incident, it was through the support of many friends that I managed to accomplish it. I am not exceptional. I must attend class now. Could you refrain from following me? Oh. All right, Colin conceded, halting in his tracks. A wave of frustration washed over Harry. It was evident that Aphrodite was deliberately avoiding him. She clearly recognized that he had something to say, yet she playfully teased him, choosing not to listen. It took Harry quite some time to decipher her intentions. Indeed, Aphrodite was toying with him, relishing the fact that he was easily flustered. Here came another who was equally easy to provoke. Oliver would occasionally make his presence known. Yet Aphrodite could silence him with just a few words. Chapter 30, An Unfolding Dispute. Sitting on a bench, Aphrodite cradled the kitten that Oliver had been nurturing. Sunlight streamed down at an angle, and both she and the kitten basked comfortably in the warm rays, enjoying a leisurely weekend. Oliver sat at a considerable distance on the same bench, with ample space between them for another person. So adorable, Aphrodite remarked, gently stroking the kitten's fur, her half-closed eyes reflecting the creature's demeanor. It is indeed quite adorable. I feel fortunate to have it, Oliver replied sincerely. He had never envisioned himself as a cat owner, yet an inexplicable impulse had led him to adopt it. Perhaps it was the kitten's pitiable state. Or perhaps it was the memory of someone's tender gesture that lingered in his mind. I was referring to your charm, Aphrodite winked, successfully noticing the slow blush creeping across Oliver's face, which made her smile inwardly. What? Oliver stuttered, at a loss for how to respond. You misheard. Aphrodite replied with mock seriousness. Oh, Oliver said, looking somewhat disheartened, resembling a puppy denied praise. With a smile, Aphrodite lowered her head, focusing on grooming the kitten. I have training later. Will you play with it? Or do you wish to return it to the cat house? I'll come watch your training, Aphrodite casually suggested, feeling averse to any exertion that day. With such splendid weather and a day free from classes, she thought it best to grant herself a little holiday. Sounds great. Oliver readily agreed. The trio, 2 humans and a cat, wandered harmoniously towards the Quidditch pitch. It was then that Aphrodite took a serious look at Oliver. He donned a fiery red Quidditch uniform that accentuated his athletic physique, and one could easily envision his agility during a match. The Gryffindor Quidditch team members cast puzzled glances at Aphrodite beside Oliver. This is Aphrodite. She is here to watch my training, Oliver explained somewhat shyly. Fred and George exchanged glances, both bewildered. What did it mean that Oliver had suddenly associated with Aphrodite? What other secrets did she harbor? Harry found himself puzzled, wondering why she formed such strong connections with everyone but him. She could stand beside other Gryffindors but not next to him. Angelina pondered, what was going on? The captain was allowing a Slytherin to observe their practice? Was he not concerned about being spied upon? Hello everyone, Aphrodite beamed sweetly, instantly winning the hearts of the 3 female Gryffindor team members. Please don't mind me, I'll simply sit and watch. Let us go, Oliver smiled. Angelina shook her head discreetly, thinking there was no hope for Oliver, who appeared so foolishly smitten. Not far down the path, they encountered the last individuals they wished to see. The Slytherin captain, much more imposing than Oliver, nevertheless met him with equal fervor. Snape has expressly permitted us to use the Quidditch pitch, he declared, tossing a piece of parchment at Oliver. Oliver caught the parchment and began to read, his brow furrowing deeper with each line. For the training of your new player? Who is it? Which fool is it? Fred retorted with a grin. Draco, announced Marcus, the Slytherin captain, proudly displaying his broomstick, the team members subtly showcasing their own. The Nimbus 2001 that the entire team possesses, Draco boasted, pushing to the front. Just as he was about to launch into a brag, he suddenly froze. Aphrodite, he exclaimed. What are you doing over there? Draco suddenly felt as if he had won. Yet in truth he had lost. She is here to watch my training, Oliver replied immediately. To watch you? Just you? Draco frowned, sizing him up. Just me, Oliver asserted, displeased. We were the ones who initially applied for the use of the Quidditch pitch. How could we concede it to you? We have a professor's special permission. We train at this time every year, Oliver insisted, clenching his fists. We have a professor's special permission. Is he really that furious? Can't you come up with another excuse? We have the Nimbus 2001, Draco interjected. Hermione and Ron noted the commotion and rushed over. Draco turned to them, mouth agape, ready to speak. All right, let us not argue anymore. I'll be upset if anyone fights, Aphrodite quickly intervened, stepping between them. Ron looked confused, unsure of what was happening. So, what do you propose to resolve this matter? Draco deliberately challenged Aphrodite, clearly placing her in a position to choose sides. Fred lazily chimed in. Is she even one of your players? What weight do her words carry? Marcus, as Slytherin's captain, why don't you say something? George added. Indeed, we absolutely must have a proper discussion with you. The focus shifted, and Aphrodite quietly withdrew from their quarrel, silently grateful to Fred and George. Oliver appeared somewhat disappointed. Yet he did not wish to pressure Aphrodite into making a choice. He shook his head, relenting. Let us head back. We'll return tomorrow with Professor McGonagall's approval. Everyone was taken aback, surprised that Oliver would so readily forfeit the opportunity to train. But ultimately, since Slytherin had Snape's endorsement, they had no choice but to concede. Draco attempted to take Aphrodite's hand, but realized she was cradling a plump white kitten. Isn't it exhausting to carry such a hefty creature? It can walk on its own, Draco queried. Can you guess why it's so plump? Aphrodite countered. Pausing, she called out Oliver. Oliver turned, puzzled, only to remember he had forgotten about the kitten. He took it from Aphrodite's arms, and the kitten reluctantly wriggled, snagging a strand of her hair. After a moment's hesitation, Oliver raised his hand to smooth her hair back into place. The other team members behind them shook their heads, wearing amused expressions, except for Harry, who also felt a twinge of unhappiness. Draco, arms crossed, prepared to continue observing, but was interrupted by Marcus calling out, "Draco? Are we going to practice? Aphrodite, come train with me," Draco called out to her. Aphrodite glanced back at Oliver and the others departing, then turned to Draco. What did you say?" "I said." Just then Cedric approached, striding confidently towards them, a stack of papers in his arms. "About the materials you showed me." "Oh, am I interrupting?" "It's fine. Let us find an empty classroom to discuss." Aphrodite waved her hand, realizing she would be compelled to put in some effort today. Draco was pulled away by Marcus, feeling frustrated, cursing the capricious world around him. Chapter 31. The straightforward player Oliver lay on his bed, enveloped in a cloud of melancholy. After a prolonged period of sighing and tossing restlessly, the fabric of his clothes and the rustling of the sheets bore witness to his agitation. "You better have something to say," Percy growled from the adjacent bed, his teeth clenched. "I do," Oliver immediately retorted, turning to face him, his eyes wide and pleading, resembling a forlorn puppy, as if seeking his counsel. "Speak," Percy commanded, closing his eyes. What complex dilemma could this simple-minded, brawny individual possibly be grappling with? Is it that you feel you haven't had enough Quidditch practice? "Do you remember that girl, Aphrodite Granger?" Oliver inquired eagerly. Percy opened his eyes, his lashes fluttering. "I don't recall. You know, the one from Slytherin, who sat in the same compartment with us before. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and she has a lovely smile," Oliver explained in a rush. But Percy found it all rather noisy. I remember now." "What of her?" Percy frowned, his Adam's apple bobbing. "I like her," Oliver stated earnestly. "Do you even know her?" Percy asked, bewildered. This was so out of character for Oliver, who usually paid no heed to the girls around him. What had transpired to incite such feelings? Moreover, the object of his affection was Aphrodite. Two people from entirely different years and houses. "Of course I know her. She's kind-hearted, pure, and full of compassion," Oliver exclaimed, growing increasingly animated, completely shedding his earlier drowsiness. Percy was even more perplexed. What did those three adjectives have to do with her? He recalled her previous innocent-sounding remark about wanting to discuss how to acquire power, and questioned how that could be deemed pure or lovable. He thought of the time she assisted Fred and George with potion ingredients for their prank-related projects, and wondered how that could reflect kindness. He then remembered the Christmas night when he draped his Gryffindor robe over her twice, and his cheeks flushed slightly at the memory. With a sigh he muttered, "What are you thinking? Why not just stop liking her?" Percy suggested earnestly. "Why?" Oliver asked, bewildered. "Forget it. Do as you please," Percy said, turning in exasperation. "I need to sleep." "No, please help me think this through." "What should I do?" Oliver implored, practically clinging to him, a boy smitten. Percy half-heartedly suggested, "Just strike up a conversation, ask her out." Yes. I could use my luck." You see, it was a stormy day, and she was crouched there, cradling poor Lucky with such tenderness. Oliver rambled on, ultimately succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, Percy found himself awake for most of the night, unable to shake his thoughts. Thus, during the first Hogsmeade weekend, Oliver finally mustered the courage to invite Aphrodite out. It was her first visit to Hogsmeade. "Is Lucky not feeling well?" Aphrodite questioned, playfully teasing as she observed Lucky in Oliver's arms. To be honest, under Oliver's care, Lucky had grown significantly, far from the scrawny creature he had once been during his days of wandering. It was hard to believe he had ever been so emaciated. Aphrodite refrained from holding Lucky herself, as he grew heavy after a short while, so she passed him back to Oliver. "He's too heavy. This isn't a cat. It's a steel ball," she jested. A blush crept across Oliver's face, from neck to cheeks, as he stammered, "Well, he just doesn't seem to have much of an appetite. I feed him, but he won't eat. Perhaps he misses you." This last assertion had come after consulting several friends, who assured him that such a line would surely resonate with a girl, leaving her too shy to respond. However, no one had warned him that Aphrodite would reply in such a manner. Doubts began to surface about the reliability of his friends. Next time, he vowed to seek advice from someone with a girlfriend. Those other single fellows were not to be trusted. Noticing Oliver's prolonged silence, Aphrodite grew concerned. Had she perhaps teased him too much? I was just going to reassure you," she began actually. "Yes," Oliver thought, "I should just confess. What's so difficult about it? It's me who misses you." Aphrodite cleared her throat, feeling somewhat awkward herself. She shifted the topic, suggesting they let Lucky walk on his own, remarking that he was indeed rather plump. As Oliver bent to set Lucky down, The cat instantly sprawled out. Oliver relaxed his arms, acknowledging the undeniable heft. Aphrodite gazed at his strong arms for a while before silently looking away. They spent the day exploring Hogsmeade, with Oliver accompanying Aphrodite to every shop, as it was her first time there. Oliver had visited many times before, yet he held no objections to revisiting the familiar establishments. "Do you want to try this?" Aphrodite asked, holding up a piece of honey candy from her newly purchased bag, waving it before him. "Ido," Oliver replied, his hands laden with various bags, mostly filled with her purchases, but he had volunteered to carry them nonetheless. Aphrodite tore open the wrapper, and with a flicker of inspiration, offered it to him. "Here." Oliver shyly smiled and took the candy from her hand. Throughout the day, their interactions began to change. They grew more reserved, or rather, more pretentious. Aphrodite found herself thinking Oliver was quite the charming young man, a realization that felt somewhat unsettling. She purchased an abundance of cat food for Lucky, handing it to Oliver while reiterating her warning not to spoil him by feeding him too much. All right, I promise not to spoil him," Oliver assured her. After escorting Aphrodite to the entrance of the Slytherin common room and returning her belongings, she felt the weight of the items settle heavily in her arms. "Thanks for today. And do head back early to rest," she said, lips curving into a smile. "You too," Oliver replied, waving awkwardly as he turned to leave, glancing back 3 times. Chapter 32. The Halloween commotion. Upon returning to the dormitory, Oliver immediately rolled onto his bed in excitement. Percy silently loosened his tie, knowing without asking that Oliver's day had gone splendidly. "Percy, why don't you ask me anything?" Oliver exclaimed. "Did you enjoy yourself today?" Percy inquired reluctantly. "Absolutely. She fed me candy." Oliver grinned widely. "Oh," Percy said, hanging his robe on the coat rack, his tone monotone, "get some rest." Although Oliver's invitation had been a resounding success, the absence of any subsequent Hogsmeade activities meant he would not see Aphrodite for a while. Meanwhile, Aphrodite and Cedric found themselves secluded in an empty classroom, where Cedric analyzed her theories. "I believe, since you wish to understand the Guardian of Love, you could start with defensive spells. Once you can wield them with ease, you can adapt them to incorporate emotion." Aphrodite jotted notes diligently, nodding. "I've considered that. But despite my attempts, I haven't learned many defensive spells. I think the Patronus charm would be ideal for your studies, as it aligns perfectly with your requirements," Cedric pointed out. "I can teach you. But the Patronus charm is quite difficult," Aphrodite exclaimed, surprised. "Few wizards can conjure a fully formed Patronus. Can you?" "The success rate is around 70%, Cedric replied with a modest smile, reluctant to boast about himself. "All right, let us go with that." Aphrodite nodded, dismissing any thoughts regarding the complexity of the incantation before her. She believed that as long as she endeavored to perform it, it would not prove too arduous. Pausing her writing, she meticulously organized a stack of parchment. Cedric suddenly proposed an idea, suggesting that if she needed to explore the emotional enhancements for spells, perhaps she could acquire a meditation basin? While she had read about such an artifact, she lamented its rarity and the general difficulty wizards encountered in mastering its use. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Cedric remarked that it must surely be beneficial. The two refrained from further discussing the topic, and instead turned their focus to the Patronus charm. However, after numerous attempts, Aphrodite was unable to succeed, leading to her growing frustration. Cedric kindly suggested they try again on another day. It seemed unlikely she would find joy that day, let alone reflect on pleasant memories. She accepted his proposal, and they prepared to part ways. "Thank you for all your help these days," Aphrodite expressed her gratitude, deepening her fondness for Cedric. Although they were not related, he had been a steadfast companion in her studies over the years, especially in the past month, proving to be an invaluable source of assistance. Cedric, to her, embodied the essence of a reliable older brother, instilling in her a sense of security that drew her to him. Yet, unlike her interactions with others, she found herself unable to tease him. Doing so would evoke a sense of distasteful irreverence. "Don't mention it. I am more than willing to assist you," Cedric replied calmly. "Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal next time," Aphrodite noted, glancing at the time and bidding him farewell. 2 days later, at the Halloween feast, everyone gathered to indulge in a sumptuous banquet. Last year at this time, there was a troll, wasn't there? Thankfully, this year is much more peaceful. Otherwise, I would truly question Hogwarts safety, Pansy remarked. Aphrodite wiped her mouth and nodded, inexplicably feeling a chill enveloping her, as if her very soul was being scrutinized. Once the feast concluded, the students made their way back to their common rooms in groups. Suddenly, Draco and Aphrodite, who were at the forefront of the crowd, halted in their tracks, with Pansy and Daphne curiously peering from behind them. Complaints erupted from the students behind, questioning the delay. Aphrodite's gaze fell to the ground, where blood flowed incessantly, and on the adjacent wall, a message was scrawled in crimson. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware enemies of the air. Mrs. Norris. Filch's cat hung stiffly from a lamp. Nearby, Harry Potter and his two companions stood. Confused, Aphrodite tilted her head, staring at Harry, who appeared frantic, as if seeking help. Words failed him. Professors gathered around, while students engaged in a fervent discussion from the rear. Colin pushed his way to the front, eager to capture the moment. But Percy quickly pressed down on his camera, admonishing him to stop fooling around. It was definitely Potter. Filch lamented, distraught and furious. Oliver shielded the eyes of the fortunate one, quietly stepping back. It's all right, you can't bear to see this. Aphrodite took a couple of steps forward, but Draco pulled her back, shaking his head silently. She mentally noted the height of the writing. For an adult, it would be comfortable. Yet the letters floated, unevenly rising and falling, as if written on tiptoes. You are next. Draco provocatively directed his gaze at Harry and the others. Aphrodite lightly smacked his hand. No interruptions. She turned her attention back to the blood, which seemed to grow darker. Students, please leave, Dumbledore instructed, feeling somewhat overwhelmed after hearing Filch's and Snape's accusations. Aphrodite glanced once more at Harry, who stood with his head bowed, remaining behind with Dumbledore. Feeling helpless, she followed Draco out. The Slytherin common room was bustling with students, gathered in small groups to discuss the events. Draco had the largest circle of admirers around him. Aphrodite looked over at him. He rested his chin on his hand, saying nothing. What does it mean that the chamber has been opened? Who is this heir? Pansy inquired, perplexed. It was Blaise who first spoke up. I heard my family discussing it. I thought everyone knew. You needn't flaunt your knowledge, she replied impatiently. Salazar Slytherin, our founder, believed that only purebloods should be allowed to study magic at Hogwarts, differing from the other three founders. Legend has it that he created the chamber to purge the school of the unworthy, she continued. Slytherin is always right, isn't he? Remarked a fellow student, Launchy Travers, Aphrodite's roommate, adding that Hogwarts was tainted by the presence of those unworthy. You have a point, someone else concurred. Aphrodite twirled the ring on her finger, her hands hidden beneath her voluminous sleeves. Chapter 33, The Board. Does anyone know if the chamber has opened before? Did it truly cleanse the blood traitors as the legend states? Aphrodite began. Draco straightened slightly. It opened 50 years ago, and a mudblood was killed. She nodded, choosing not to elaborate. The implication was clear. The Muggle-born wizards at Hogwarts were now in peril. Did any of her friends come from Muggle origins? Aphrodite realized she had never inquired about it. The following day, an air of anxiety permeated the castle, with many students hurrying about, heads down. A few days later, Aphrodite heard that Hermione Granger had raised the issue of the chamber during History of Magic class, further spreading the rumors. Aphrodite, Oliver would happened upon her, and they walked side by side. What are you holding? Oliver asked, pointing to the 2 vials of potion in her hand. Potions, Aphrodite replied, amused. What, did you think it was syrup? I mean, why are you drinking potions? Oliver blinked, asking anxiously, are you ill? Not at all. Aphrodite shook her head, just a bit under the weather. She frowned, feeling not just a chill in her body, but a deeper chill in her heart. Aphrodite turned her head. There was no one around save for a young Gryffindor girl who, upon meeting her gaze, quickly averted her eyes. That's Ginny Weasley, the youngest of the Weasley clan, a first year, Oliver explained, then added, take care of yourself. Dress warmly, many are catching colds lately. Sure, I'll be careful, Aphrodite replied with a gentle smile. Oliver, are you Muggle-born? I'm half-blood, Oliver answered casually. Have you heard the recent gossip? Yes. I'm somewhat concerned for you, Aphrodite teased. You all, he blushed, I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, we have a match against Slytherin in a few days. Will you come watch? Aphrodite nodded, I will, but I'll be supporting Draco. Oliver turned his face away, secretly pouting. Alright, I'll cheer for you too, but just one shout. Aphrodite smiled as she waved goodbye, I'm off now. During the match between Slytherin and Gryffindor, Aphrodite donned a deep green scarf and sat in the front row. As the game commenced, she attempted to catch a glimpse of Draco, but in an instant, he was soaring out of sight. Unable to spot him, she diverted her attention to other happenings. The 2 bludgers were relentlessly pursuing Harry, showing no regard for anyone else, as if on a predetermined course. Another rogue bludger? Aphrodite mused, wondering why they seemed so fixated on the savior. Just then the golden snitch appeared, and both Draco and Harry raced after it. She watched intently from the stands, but in mere moments, one bludger hurtled toward the spectators, while the other struck Harry, sending him crashing to the ground. Wait a moment, is this the right direction? Avellini stared wide-eyed as the bludger hurtled towards her. With her right hand fumbling in her pocket for her wand, she found herself thwarted by the depth of the pocket, unable to retrieve it no matter how hard she tried. In that instant, a fiery red figure surged forward, unhesitatingly positioning himself between Avellini and the approaching bludger. Oh! A gasp erupted from the crowd. Oliver landed squarely on the ground with a thud. Avellini, filled with frustration, rose to her feet, clenching her wand tightly. Harry rolled on the ground twice before raising the golden snitch with his uninjured hand. Within the infirmary, Avellini sat beside Oliver's bed, her expression dejected. Oliver, however, appeared unfazed, reassuring her, "Look, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I?" The Gryffindor team gathered around him, sensing the camaraderie in their conversation. They tactfully stepped back, except for Fred and George, who clustered around Oliver, chattering incessantly. "Oliver, why did you block it with your body instead of your bat? Only you batters have bats." "I wasn't in a rush. I simply didn't react in time." Avellini gazed into his features with her cerulean eyes, her steadfast gaze colliding unexpectedly with his sincere gray ones. His tousled hair fell over his forehead, and the boy in the hospital bed shone like the summer sun, dispelling the chill of November. Avellini felt her heart momentarily halt before it quickened with renewed vigor. Indeed, George nodded, casting a glance at Avellini, his expression apologetic. "That bludger was quite unruly. We should have kept a closer watch." "Yes, we were too far away to intervene," Fred concurred. Avellini shook her head. "It's fine, I'm unhurt. However, Oliver will need to stay overnight in the infirmary." But that bludger was truly peculiar. The other Gryffindor players shifted to check on Harry, who had originally suffered a fractured hand. Thankfully, following Lockhart's treatment, it had transformed into a condition of bonelessness. He cast furtive glances at Oliver, while Angelina comforted him. "It's all right, the captain is fine. You just need to rest." Harry, feeling vexed, retorted, "I'm perfectly fine. You all should return and rest." "No worries. We'll keep you company for a while longer," his teammates said kindly. "You all should head back. It's getting late," Percy announced as he entered the room. The team instantly scattered like startled birds. Avellini continued her conversation with them, lamenting, "Honestly, it's partially my fault. I took so long to pull out my wand. Otherwise, I could have shattered it." "Well, as long as you're unharmed," Percy said, turning his attention to Avellini before glancing at his two younger brothers. "Aren't you two leaving?" "Not in a hurry," they replied. "No one is rushing us. Visiting hours are over." Madame Pomfrey emerged from a side room, rendering everyone speechless. Harry felt he could explode with frustration, having not managed to utter a single word. Fred and George ambled away, while Percy exchanged a few final words with Oliver, who nodded in acknowledgement. "Can you send Avellini back for me?" Oliver winked playfully. Percy hesitated, at a loss for words, before finally nodding. Avellini collected some cold medicine from Madame Pomfrey, oblivious to their exchange, and looked at the two with curiosity. "Let us go, I'll escort you," Percy said, turning and walking ahead. Avellini called out to Oliver, waving, "I'm off now, Oliver." "Oh, and Harry." Realizing she had almost forgotten, she quickly added, prompting Harry to turn away in irritation. As Avellini followed Percy down the corridor, an unsettling silence enveloped them. Chapter 34, Oddities. What's wrong? Why does Percy seem colder? Didn't he appear this way last year? Avellini reminisced about the warm Gryffindor robes, falling into silence. It was only when they reached the common room that Percy halted a distance away, instructing, "Make sure to rest well." She smiled brightly. "All right." Due to the Chamber of Secrets incident, Dumbledore had acquiesced to Lockhart's initiative to establish a dueling club. Avellini had been dragged by Draco to observe as Lockhart and Snape faced off on stage. Then he was sent flying. Lockhart showed no sign of embarrassment as he brushed off his clothes, declaring, "That was merely an erroneous demonstration. Now, form your own pairs and try it out." A gentle tap on Avellini's shoulder startled her, and she turned to see a small girl with striking Weasley features. "Ginny Weasley?" she pondered, scrutinizing the little girl, who had mud on her shoes and wide, curious eyes fixed on Avellini. "You smell lovely," Ginny remarked cryptically before darting away. Avellini felt a peculiar sensation. Had she just been flirted with by a child? Was that even considered flirting? "Avellini, what are you daydreaming about?" Beatrice inquired. "Nothing," she replied, feeling utterly absurd. During the students' free practice, Lockhart announced his intention to select student representatives for a duel. He abruptly pushed Harry onto the stage, leaving Harry bewildered. Snape chose Draco to duel against him. Unexpectedly, Draco's spell conjured a small snake, which slithered towards the audience. Hissing sounds erupted as Harry emitted an unusual noise. The snake turned, flicking its tongue at him, as if they were communicating. Avelini crossed her arms, astonished, struggling to believe what was unfolding before her. Everyone wore expressions of shock and fear. Snape stepped forward and quickly vanquished the snake with a spell. That will be all for today, he announced coldly. And under his stern demeanor, everyone gradually dispersed. In an instant, Harry had become the target of scorn at Hogwarts, attracting stares and whispers wherever he went. Avelini, heeding Percy's advice, attempted to rest, but her mind grew increasingly foggy, her sneezes persistent, and she felt utterly miserable, unable to focus in class. As Christmas approached, she opted to remain at school, unwilling to endure the back-and-forth journey. The fireplace crackled with the sound of burning wood as Avelini settled into a couch near the flames. Cocooned in a thick blanket, Draco perched on a nearby couch, watching her with concern. After a moment he scanned the area, puzzled. Where are Crabbe and Goyle? Didn't they go to fetch snacks? Have they gotten lost again? He stepped out of the common room, peering down the corridor, only to find Percy Weasley standing before Crabbe and Goyle, scrutinizing them intently. Crabbe, Goyle, what are you two doing just standing there? Draco called out. They finally appeared to comprehend, their faces lighting up as they stumbled over to him. What are you doing here, Weasley? Draco asked, frowning. And what about you? Percy retorted coolly, producing a potion bottle for Avelini. As Draco accepted it, he muttered, I suppose I'll help you deliver it to her? It's for her benefit. Percy turned and quietly exited the Slytherin territory. Let us head back, Draco said, striding forward, and the others hurried to keep pace. You two are acting strangely. The door to the common room swung open, and Crabbe and Goyle peered curiously into the Slytherin common room. Goyle approached the fireplace, where Avelini was peacefully dozing. Her cheeks flushed, brows furrowed, and breathing steadily. Keep it down, don't wake her, Draco warned them. Crabbe nodded vigorously, taking a seat. Goyle chose a spot closer to Avelini, exchanging a glance with Crabbe, unsure of how to begin. Finally, Crabbe mustered the courage to speak up. Do you know who the heir of Slytherin is? Goyle shot him a glare, causing Crabbe to shrink back. What foolish question are you asking? I've told you 1,000 times, Draco said, looking rather exasperated as he stood up. I don't know. He picked up a small gift box from near Aphra's feet, shook it and glanced at Goyle. Is this yours? Goyle shook his head. Oh. Draco opened the gift box. This belongs to Aphra now. Goyle hesitated, and Crabbe restrained him. After Draco finished unwrapping the gift, he suddenly leaned over and tucked a strand of Aphra's hair behind her ear, staring down at her. Aphra's eyelashes fluttered, prompting Draco to step back 4 or 5 paces, pretending nothing had happened. Are you two chatting? Aphra stirred awake, wrapping herself in the blanket, puzzled by her own frailty this year. We were discussing the Chamber of Secrets, Draco replied casually, handing her a potion vial from Weasley. Aphra squinted, adjusting her position. Which Weasley? Crabbe gaped in confusion. Draco pondered for a moment. Percy Weasley. Crabbe muttered. Sounds about right. Oh, Aphra nodded in understanding. So you were talking about the chamber. Do you think it was Harry Potter who did it? Goyle asked hastily. No, Aphra replied decisively, causing Goyle to relax slightly. Which of your admirers gave you this? Draco raised the small box in his hand. Aphra glanced at it. I don't know, you can play with it. She looked at Goyle, hesitating, her expression shifting before she seemed to inadvertently touch her forehead. Goyle, sensing something, touched his own forehead and exchanged a glance with Crabbe. Crabbe hurriedly stood up, blocking Goyle. Oh, we suddenly remembered we left something behind. You two are always so clumsy, Aphra interrupted Draco. Hurry back with it. The two of them stood up and ran off, tugging at each other. Draco shook his head. Fools. Aphra stood up. I'm going back to the dormitory to rest. You should really get some rest, you look quite pitiful. Aphra turned back and smiled. Little Draco knows how to care for others now. Hey, don't call me that. It makes it sound like I'm your little brother. Aren't you? Aphra retorted. Draco was left speechless, and as Aphra waved her hand and walked away, he muttered in turmoil. Does she really think so? Chapter 35. The wronged version of Harry. A few days later, Aphra had managed to regain some of her spirits. Aphra. She was called by Harry as she walked down the corridor. Aphra patiently waited for him to catch up. Can we chat for a moment? Harry asked eagerly. Of course, Aphra nodded. Harry glanced around. Let's go somewhere warmer. All right, Aphra nodded in agreement. The two walked into a small room where Harry sat across from Aphra. Thank you for not exposing us the other day, Harry began gratefully. He sighed softly, as it seemed he found it difficult to find opportunities to be alone with Aphra. However, every moment spent with her brought him a sense of relief. There was a comforting scent of potions surrounding her. You're welcome, Aphra replied casually, smiling slightly. How have you been lately? Not too great, Harry answered honestly. Aphra nodded. You haven't opened the Christmas gift I sent you, have you? I didn't know you sent me anything. I thought you were angry with me. I was locked away by my aunt and uncle during the summer, and couldn't communicate freely. He paused. There was also a rather strange house elf who wouldn't let me return to school, intercepting my letters and blocking the train station. It said its name was Dobby. Aphra coughed lightly. Dobby? Do you know it? No, Aphra shook her head, feeling a twinge of guilt. It said Hogwarts is dangerous. In fact, it truly is right now. How does it know that something bad is going to happen at Hogwarts? And who is its master? Harry's mind was in turmoil, feeling that everything was going horribly. Looking into his sorrowful green eyes, Aphra's heart softened. Don't worry, she comforted. You don't have to think about it so much. She found herself momentarily taken aback. Perhaps those burdened with too much do not always seek solutions. Sometimes, they just wish to hear a word of comfort. Aphra wrapped her arms around Harry, gently patting his back as her gaze fell upon the ring on her index finger, lost in thought. What I sent you is a calming charm. You can light it to sleep better. Thank you. After Christmas, Aphra learned that the little boy from Gryffindor who loved taking photographs had also been petrified. What kind of monster can cause petrification? Aphra furrowed her brow. She encountered Percy on her way, and the two walked together for a while. Are you very worried? Percy suddenly asked. Of course, Aphra sighed lightly. Slytherins are the least worried. I thought you would be the same. What are you talking about? Aphra shook her head. I don't believe that any creature can be precisely controlled to only target those of Muggle descent. Yes, if purebloods think it doesn't concern them. What will happen if all Muggle-born wizards are killed off, and the monster remains unfound? A hint of helplessness flickered in Percy's eyes. At that point, Hogwarts might even close down. Aphra nodded. You're right, but I've been sifting through books and I still don't know what creature could petrify someone. Each time it strikes, there are no traces left behind. It's very strange. I feel like I know too little. The ring from the Gringotts family, emotional magic. The monster lurking in Hogwarts. All of these troubled Aphra immensely. The mandrakes were being carefully nurtured. Once they matured, those students would be healed. Perhaps they had seen the monster. And then everything would be resolved. Percy reassured her. Ultimately, there's little we can do about this. Aphra fell silent. By the way, thank you for the potions you sent. Have you felt better? Much better, Aphra nodded. The two parted ways, and as Aphra entered the common room, Draco was chatting with someone, the Slytherin lounge filled with warmth. Draco Dobby. Is this related to the Malfoy family? But Draco himself seemed unaware that Mr. Malfoy was involved. Aphra felt a headache coming on. Mr. Malfoy was a school governor, but never set foot in the school. Although he upheld pureblood ideals, there was no opportunity for him to take action. She shook her head and returned to her dormitory. The atmosphere in the school was somber, everyone remained silent, and even some Slytherins began to express their concerns. Yet whenever someone voiced such thoughts, they faced more rebuttals. That evening, as Aphra walked from an empty classroom to the common room, she heard faint sounds of weeping. Pausing momentarily, she felt a daze wash over her before she turned and walked toward the sound. It was the abandoned girls' lavatory, where a ghostly figure was crying. Why are you crying? Aphra asked, looking at the floor, which was flooded with water, a tattered notebook floating in it. She cast a glance at it, feeling no desire to retrieve it. It's too ugly. Just because I'm a ghost, can I be treated like this? Moaning Myrtle cried out angrily. Her voice sharp and high. Aphra took a step back, feeling a bit annoyed. Who threw it at you? I didn't see. Myrtle, indignant, floated around. Aphra turned to leave. Just because I'm a pitiful ghost who has been dead for 50 years. Can I be bullied at will? Aphra sighed, suggesting that if one wished to avoid bullying, they should instead bully others, an approach akin to the impish Peeves, ensuring that no one would dare to bother them again. Myrtilla was taken aback. Really? To which Aphra replied, Indeed, you should target those who have tormented you in the past. Whenever someone bullies you again, simply pass through their body and disturb them while they sleep. With a smirk, Aphra added, It's quite simple really. Myrtilla bowed her head, and Aphra cast a glance at her diary before departing nonchalantly. As Valentine's Day approached, Lockhart introduced a special edition of the God of Love to enliven the school's atmosphere. This contraption indeed swept away the dreariness at Hogwarts, proving to be remarkably effective. Aphra observed with keen interest as Harry was cornered, his predicament drawing an ever-growing crowd. With a pitiful expression, Harry looked up, struggling to reclaim his backpack from the God of Love's grasp. Aphra, with deliberate calmness, drew her wand and swiftly bound several of the love-struck beings, who continued to sing merrily. Harry hurriedly bent down to collect his scattered books, and Afro's sharp eyes caught sight of a tattered notebook. Frowning in confusion, she raised her gaze. Everyone disperse. Percy arrived just in time to intervene, prompting the onlookers to scatter. Only Ginny Weasley remained, biting her lip as she stood frozen in place. After a few nudges from Percy, she finally dashed away. Chapter 36. Tom Riddle. Some time later, a muggle-born wizard from Hufflepuff and a ghost were petrified. The following day, Hagrid was taken away, imprisoned in Azkaban for investigation. Why Hagrid? Afro pondered. Could he truly be linked to the heir of Slytherin? Ginny Weasley approached Afro, claiming she had something to say. Afro found the girl's demeanor rather peculiar. Ginny sat before her, presenting a notebook, one that Afro recognized from the abandoned restroom, the very same that Harry carried. Afro rolled her eyes, questioning. You don't even know me. Why present me with this notebook? This notebook is extraordinary. Don't you want to know its wonders? Ginny asked, her eyes wide with innocence. Afro shook her head. I do not wish to. Lowering her gaze, she slowly took the notebook, asserting, I shall keep this. Very well. Take it, Ginny replied, rising swiftly and departing. What was the purpose of so brazenly handing over something questionable? Despite its apparent oddity, she accepted it. Afro chuckled to herself, reflecting on how strange she must be. With a furrowed brow, she opened the notebook and almost instinctively inscribed her name, Afro Granger. To her astonishment, the letters vanished from the page, only to be replaced by a new line. Hello, I am Tom Riddle. Afro snapped back to reality, forcefully closing the notebook and shaking her head. Why had she ventured to the restroom that night? Why had she taken Ginny Weasley's notebook? Why had she written anything? It was all too terrifying. Taking a deep breath, she opened the window, letting a breeze wash over her before sitting down once more. She flipped open the notebook. Her curiosity piqued. What was truly happening here? What are you? She inquired. I am a memory. The owner of this diary is named Tom Riddle. I do not recognize you. Afro wrote silently. The response was a heavy silence. 50 years ago, I received a special contribution award. Writing is too slow. May I meet you? Afro contemplated before asking. Is that not possible? It is. In the next moment, the scene shifted, and Afro found herself seated across from an extraordinarily handsome man, the most striking boy she had ever seen. Afro Granger? He inquired. Indeed, she replied directly. What brings you here? Tom, unaccustomed to such straightforwardness, found his carefully prepared words of persuasion rendered useless. He had intended to gradually win her trust. Growing wary, he leaned back slightly. I have heard that there are peculiar happenings at the school. Perhaps I know a bit. Oh. Afro deflected any mention of Hogwarts, pressing on. You claim to be a memory, yet why do you possess consciousness and the ability to converse with me? Is this a dream? Tom hesitated, quickly regaining his composure. I say I am a memory because my recollections are suspended in time from 50 years ago. Did she not wish to learn about events from 50 years past? So, you do possess consciousness, then. This place is indeed a dream, correct? Afro continued her inquiry. You concede to that. Afro nodded. What are you, substance or spirit? Tom appeared momentarily perplexed. Rising, she approached him, attempting to grasp his hand, only to pass through him. A spirit, he concluded. After a moment of contemplation, Afro asked, Is this diary your vessel? How do you know? Tom queried after a lengthy pause. Afro chuckled lightly. Isn't it rather easy to deduce? Please enlighten me, Tom smiled, intrigued. If I ask you one more question and you answer, I shall reveal how I arrived at my conclusion. Afro smirked. You may ask. Can you control others through some means? Tom straightened. You needn't respond. Afro smiled at him. Now it's your turn to share. Tom sensed he was at a disadvantage, yet remained unperturbed. You can only communicate through the diary and control others in that manner. Yes? Afro queried. How did you manage to control Ginny Weasley? How would I know? Tom replied casually. Ever since she awakened me, I have simply been conversing with her. Conversing allows you to control her? Afro countered. When will you be able to control me? Tom met Afro's gaze, and she could see the astonishment beneath his calm exterior. But I do not understand. Why me? Afro asked, perplexed. Have you been watching me for long? I've felt as though my soul has been permeated. Because your essence is quite alluring. Tom leaned closer. A chill ran through Afro, causing her to instinctively retreat. Had he already begun to control Ginny Weasley? During the dueling club, Ginny had indeed remarked upon her allure. Your soul is quite enticing. I would very much like to possess it. Would you be willing to share? Tom feigned a pitiful expression. Why not give it a try? Afro suggested earnestly, her boldness stemming from a lifelong understanding of her own soul's strength, something not easily taken. Tom furrowed his brow, gradually extending his hand, passing it through her heart. A chill engulfed her, yet nothing changed. Tom felt a sense of foreboding. In his time with the Weasley girl's support, he had felt empowered, his spirit significantly bolstered. Yet why did it seem ineffective against this girl before him? While her essence was nourishing, it should not have been so formidable. Had his judgment been flawed? What now? This was rather awkward. Perhaps he should find a way to return to Ginny. Tom pursed his lips, retracting his hand. Neither noticed the subtle blue glow emanating from the ring on Afro's finger. With a slight smile, Afro stated, "I still have questions." "Apologies, but I am not receiving visitors today," Tom replied, turning away and snapping his fingers. In an instant, Afro found herself back in her classroom. Afro's expression hardened as sounds emerged behind her. Ginny appeared flustered, stammering, "I came to retrieve my belongings." Chapter 37. Unexpected. Afro smiled faintly. "I fear that may not be possible. However, I truly need Ginny to bite her lip. She has awakened, yet the peculiarities of her behavior are utterly terrifying. As she wishes to silently dispose of this object, Aphrodite comforts her, reassuring her that it is all right to confide in her, promising assistance. Ginny, with her innocent white eyes, is embraced by Aphrodite, who gently queries, "Can you tell me what transpired? I shall advocate for you." Ginny buries herself in Aphrodite's embrace. "I don't know when it started, but I acquired a notebook that could converse with me. I confided in it, treating it as my dearest friend, revealing all my secrets. Subsequently, I found myself often daydreaming, sleepwalking. Many strange occurrences unfolded at school, which I believe are linked to me. I genuinely do not know why I discarded it. Yet, I discovered it had fallen into Harry's hands, which frightened me so, that I felt compelled to steal it back. Then for reasons unknown, I handed it to you. I did not intend to." "I comprehend," Aphrodite reassures her, gently patting her back. "I understand everything now. Fear not. I shall accompany you to seek Dumbledore. All shall be well." "Dumbledore? Will he expel me?" Ginny's voice trembles with panic. "Absolutely not," Aphrodite replies patiently. At that moment, a rustling sound surrounds them. Aphrodite tightens her grip on her wand, cautiously clutching Ginny's hand. "Ginny, Greengrass." A voice calls out, causing Aphrodite to look up. It is Hermione Granger, Harry's good friend, breathless as she rushes over, clutching a note. It's the chamber. The basilisk. Basilisk? This term lies beyond Aphrodite's knowledge, leaving her no time for further inquiries. "Is there a mirror?" Hermione urgently asks. Aphrodite retrieves a mirror from her pocket, which Hermione hastily snatches. Ginny's legs give way, collapsing into Aphrodite's arms, who feels overwhelmed. "Run," Hermione urges, but with Ginny unconscious, their escape proves arduous. A shadow looms before them as Hermione swiftly raises the mirror. Through its reflection, Aphrodite glimpses a colossal serpent, its forked tongue flicking menacingly. Upon awakening once more, an indeterminate span of time has elapsed. Aphrodite sits up, surveying her surroundings. Goodness, the hospital wing's beds are filled with patients. Harry, Ginny Weasley, a Hufflepuff, and that boy who loves to take photographs. She pinches her nose, recalling that Hermione lies in the adjacent bed. She vaguely remembers that both she and Hermione had been petrified. Now she is the only one awake. Aphrodite opens a window for fresh air. She purses her lips, suddenly feeling a chill. Closing the window, she waits a while until Hermione stirs back to consciousness, sitting up and gazing at Aphrodite. Their eyes meet for a moment before Aphrodite offers a slight smile. Hermione's cheeks flush, and she turns away. "Thank you," she murmurs. "You're welcome," Aphrodite replies with a smile. "How did you know?" Hermione inquires curiously. "Hagrid informed us that many of the school's chickens had been slaughtered, along with Harry's accounts of hearing serpent sounds and conversations. We also encountered fleeing spiders. I researched and eventually uncovered the secret of the basilisk. It is birthed from a rooster's egg hatched by a toad. Anyone who meets its gaze will perish. However, since we only saw it indirectly, we survived." Hermione explains in one breath, and Aphrodite nods. She reassures herself that it is merely a matter of differing information. She is not inferior in intelligence to others. "Aphrodite." Draco rushes in, flustered and anxious, grasping her hands tightly. Hermione quietly turns away, muttering something to herself. "I am fine," Aphrodite affirms with a nod. Draco's expression is one of distress. Why are purebloods also targeted? Hermione abruptly turns back, seemingly wanting to say something. Aphrodite looks at her, puzzled. "What has transpired these past days?" Aphrodite asks. "Potter found the chamber and vanquished the basilisk," Draco succinctly states, leaning closer to whisper in Aphrodite's ear. "My father mentioned something about a diary that was destroyed. I will explain it to you later. Madame Pomfrey emerges from her small office. I did not permit visitors. Draco is ushered out by Madame Pomfrey, restoring tranquility to the room. You two may stay another night. You can be discharged tomorrow, Madame Pomfrey says kindly. Thank you. Aphrodite replies with a smile. You're welcome, my dear, Madame Pomfrey responds in a voice brimming with affection. Hermione lies back down, closing her eyes. Aphrodite, feeling somewhat fatigued, silently lies down and covers herself with a blanket. What were you and Ginny doing at that time? Hermione inquires with curiosity. Aphrodite slowly replies. I discovered that she was under the control of a diary. I was about to take her to Dumbledore when we encountered the basilisk. You know about the diary? Hermione asks, puzzled as to why it involves her. I only learned of it recently. So, you had an inkling of the unfolding events, yet were unaware of the specific creature responsible? One might say that Aphrodite concedes. Hermione ponders this. Then you are truly clever. Flattery will get you everywhere, Aphrodite says. Her eyelids growing heavy. Suddenly, she finds herself in an empty classroom. Tom Riddle is slumped over a desk, his eyes tightly shut. Aphrodite furrows her brow. Wasn't your diary destroyed? I am uncertain how that occurred. Tom replies impatiently. All his plans have unraveled. Initially progressing well. His greed for the soul of the person before him nearly led to his downfall. Fortunately, he managed to resolve the situation with her. But just as he was manipulating Weasley into the chamber, Potter discovered him, ultimately leading to the diary's destruction. Logically, he should no longer exist. Now, he is barely clinging to his corporeal form, his body on the verge of transparency. Aphrodite regards him coldly. Tom squints slightly. Where is this place? Unknown. Aphrodite shakes her head. Where did you obtain the ring on your hand? Tom inquires again. Uncertain. How unfair. I admitted so much before. And now you offer not a single word. Previously, it was all conjecture on my part. What concern is it of yours? Aphrodite retorts, observing his weakened state. Then I shall guess myself, Tom says, forcing himself to stand and grasping her hand. Aphrodite's pupils dilate. Has he transformed into a physical being? Tom is equally taken aback. His icy hand caressing her palm. Is this Greengrass's possession? He leans closer. Aphrodite recoils, avoiding his gaze. See, I can touch you, he continues, inching closer, cornering Aphrodite. The imposing figure of the youth emanates an overwhelming pressure. I can sense it. I will not vanish. Chapter 38. The Soul. Aphrodite instinctively interposes her arm between them. Gritting her teeth, leave. In the next instant, she is back on the hospital wing's bed. The sound of Hermione's even breathing reaches her ears, and Aphrodite holds her breath. Quietly getting out of bed. Could it be that Tom truly infiltrated her soul? Yet it feels different. Aphrodite's expression turns grave, her heart racing with anxiety. Oh no. This is bad. Harry groggily opens his eyes. Where am I? The hospital wing, Aphrodite explains. Harry's eyes widen, and he flips out of bed, embracing Aphrodite. You've awakened. This is wonderful. Harry exclaims joyfully. Indeed, it is. Aphrodite massages her temples. What happened afterwards? Ron said Ginny was missing, so we set out to find her. Following the clues Hermione left, we went to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, where we discovered an entrance, the entrance to the chamber. I found Ginny and the diary. I was so foolish. So naively trusting Tom Riddle's words. When I was unguarded, he seized my wand, attempting to kill me. Later, it was due to the sword of Gryffindor that I vanquished the basilisk and ultimately destroyed the diary. Harry recounted the events with candor. After Ginny regained consciousness, she revealed everything to me, including that she had been compelled to give you the diary, and you had discovered that Riddle was controlling her. Initially, you intended to bring her to Dumbledore to confess. Aphra nodded, a dull ache forming in her head. Indeed. Moreover, Harry became entangled in thought, realizing that Tom Riddle is Voldemort. What? Aphra exclaimed in shock, a chill running down her spine as she felt a pang of genuine fear. Had she known, she would have never provoked him. Father. Help me, ancestors, save your child. He is Voldemort. Harry kindly reiterated, you terrified me. I thought you would. It's all right. It's all right. Aphra's heart sank, feeling the weight of despair. Harry appeared increasingly gaunt, looking quite haggard. You should rest, Aphra advised him. You should rest too, Harry replied, blinking earnestly. Aphra waved her hand dismissively. I will return to the dormitory. You stay here. Oh, Harry's disappointment was palpable. Then good night. Good night. The night was gentle as Aphra walked alone, sorting through her thoughts. A lamp flickered into view, illuminating the handsome face of the newcomer. Percy? Aphra relaxed. Yes. He asked slowly, his tone laced with concern. How are you feeling? Are you well? Very well, Afra considered for a moment before nodding. Thank you for looking after Ginny. She told me everything. It was merely a coincidence. No need for thanks. Let me escort you back to the common room, Percy offered, secretly amused at how he had taken it upon himself to ensure her safe return. Very well, Afra agreed, twisting the ring on her finger. Frowning as a thought struck her, she removed the ring and placed it in her pocket. This school has been perilous of late. I can't comprehend Dumbledore's decisions. Percy expressed his disapproval. Indeed, it is utterly dreadful, Afra concurred. Examinations have been cancelled this year. The professors hope everyone can rest well in preparation for the term's conclusion. Therefore, you should also take care of yourself. Very well. Oliver is quite worried about you. If he knew you had awakened, he would be overjoyed. Afra directed a soft smile at him. I shall visit him tomorrow to reassure him. Percy lost his focus, halting abruptly. As Afra took a few steps toward the Slytherin common room, she called back, by the way, I should inform you that I am perfectly well. Afra returned to her comfortable little bed, enjoying a dreamless and restful night. Meanwhile, Percy found himself unable to sleep, vexed as he stood beside Oliver's bed, rousing him. Oliver, your beloved Afra has awakened. Oliver was still in a daze. Just as he began to react and was about to exclaim in excitement, Percy cast a silencing charm. Go back to sleep. No noise. Percy admonished sternly. Oliver nodded, and only then did Percy lift the charm. He too settled down. A friend's wife must not be trifled with. The following day, Percy helplessly observed Oliver fussing over Afra, keeping his distance. Afra keenly noticed that as long as she did not wear the ring, she could shield herself from Tom Riddle. Thus, it must be related to this ancestral ring. Oh ancestors, what mischief have you wrought? She wished to enter the restricted section of the library to see if any tomes could provide her with insights. Which professor would be more amenable? First, she ruled out Professor Snape. After some contemplation, she headed toward Lockhart's office, only to be informed that Lockhart had gone mad, and was now in St. Mungo's. Afra stood at his office door, furrowed in worry. It was at this moment that Cedric appeared before her. Upon seeing her, Cedric's face lit up. You're awake? Yes, Afra replied obediently, nodding. I'm quite well. By the way, I wish to enter the restricted section. There is a way, Cedric said, reluctantly producing Professor Flitwick's signature from his pocket. Afra blinked in surprise. You truly have it. Here you go, Cedric said somewhat sheepishly, wondering if this was truly permissible. Thank you. Love you. Afra exclaimed as she took the professor's signature. I must be off. Cedric stood there, dumbfounded, pondering her words. Did she just say she loved him? Afra delved into the restricted section, remaining there the entire day. At last, she unearthed a tome buried at the bottom of the stack, its cover thick with dust, titled Secrets of Pureblood Families. She found the Greengrass family mentioned within, and silently lamented why the secrets of such families were recorded together and preserved in Hogwarts library. No wonder her father had spent so long searching at home without uncovering these truths. The heirloom of Greengrass, the ideal blue, a substance capable of merging souls, serving as a vessel to nourish the soul, transforming the intangible into the tangible. Afra fell into deep contemplation. Does this mean she had been nurturing Tom Riddle's soul? Does this imply she would also assist him in manifesting a physical form? But wait, wasn't he the soul within the diary destroyed? Whose soul was intertwined with his now? A chill crept up her spine, and she felt a sense of dread. She continued reading. The ethereal soul gains corporeality, nourishing the real soul. Oh, Riddle is nourishing her. Very well. Trigger conditions. The ethereal soul splits. Nourishment conditions. Not yet documented. Conclusion conditions. Not yet documented. Note. The ethereal soul cannot harm the real soul. What a dreadful record this is. Afra felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Chapter 39 Remorse. Afra slipped out of the library just before closing. She sighed heavily. How could someone be hiding here, weeping? What calamity had befallen them? She looked up at the two figures flanking her, sighed once more. I was merely sighing, not weeping. Oh, Fred said, perplexed. What troubles you? They unusually fell silent, ready to lend an ear. It is a grand matter, an insurmountable one. Afra shook her head. You cannot assist me. George frowned. How would we know if you don't tell us? Afra shook her head again. Let us not discuss this. What are you two doing here so late? The academic year is nearly over. Can't you take a break for a few days? We are troubled as well. A fellow ordered some products, but he was too cowardly and ran off, abandoning them, he lamented. We must dispose of them before Molly finds out at home. What a pity, we suffered a loss. George appeared equally exasperated, and the two looked quite downcast. Afra exclaimed, oh, but didn't you collect a deposit? The two exchanged glances, chagrined. We should have, they admitted. No matter. Everyone makes mistakes, Aphra said sadly, her demeanor growing dim. They appeared even more puzzled. It's the first time we've seen you so glum. Are you really all right? Though these two were often unreliable, their seriousness was genuinely touching. Don't let it get you down. Stay away from me, Aphra retorted lightheartedly. After a moment's thought, she asked, how many products did he order? Why? Aphra replied slowly. I will buy them all. They were momentarily taken aback, then joyfully exclaimed, really? Indeed, Aphra waved her hand. I'm in a foul mood today and wish to spend some money. Our boss is generous. They chorused, encircling Aphra and enthusiastically regaling her with tales of their products. This candy will turn your face bright red. This one will give you wings like a bird. This is a sausage mouth. This. All right. Aphra extricated herself from their embrace, stopping them from continuing, fearing they could go on indefinitely. I must return to rest. Very well, this way, boss. Stop. Aphra said with exasperation. I can go back by myself. Gryffindor is quite far, so you two should head back. The following day, Aphrodite received a sizable bag of prank products, which she casually tossed to Draco. These are prank items, each accompanied by a description. Consider them a gift, she remarked nonchalantly. Gifted to me? Do I even need them? I'm not one to enjoy playing tricks on others, Draco mumbled as he accepted the bag. Aphrodite's expression soured at his response. Oh, if you don't want them, I'll just take them back, she retorted. Draco gazed at her earnestly. With a dismissive huff, Aphrodite allowed him to sift through the assortment. As the academic year drew to a close and summer vacation arrived, everyone cast aside the anxieties and hardships of the past year, joyfully boarding the train home. Yet, Aphrodite remained brooding, her heart heavy with worry. Would her father scold her? However, she could not keep her silence. Ginny Weasley had fallen under Voldemort's influence precisely because she had confided in her diary in solitude, leading to calamity. If she could not master Voldemort's soul, then there was no need for her to inherit the ring. With a sigh, Aphrodite listened to the chatter around her. Draco attempted to console her. It's not shameful to have been petrified. Don't be so downcast. At least you're alive. Thank you, Aphrodite replied with a faint smile. Appreciating the sweet words of those around her, Blaise chimed in with understanding. It's no big deal. Who could have anticipated that monster would attack indiscriminately? A bit embarrassing, perhaps, but not too terrible. Aphrodite shot him an annoyed glare while he grinned mischievously. Their playful banter continued until they returned home. Sitting across from her father with her head bowed, she recounted her explanation. After listening, her father furrowed his brow. Perhaps I was hasty. I should not have entrusted the ring to you so soon. Aphrodite bit her lip, stealing a glance at her father with wounded eyes. Yet, this may not be entirely bad, she said defiantly. If I can control him. That is the Dark Lord, her father interjected sharply. Aphrodite pressed her lips together, recalling the book's assertion that he could not harm her. But what if he regains his physical form and roams the real world? Her father countered, bowing her head deeply. She murmured, I'm sorry, father. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she inhaled deeply, scolding herself for her impulsiveness. It was her fault. There's no reason to cry. Well then, father, I shall take my leave. Grasping the ring, she exuded determination. You need not handle the ring just yet, her father replied with resignation. Since you have entrusted it to me, it is now my responsibility to manage it, Aphrodite asserted resolutely. She donned the ring and reclined on her bed, closing her eyes to clear her mind, effortlessly entering the ring's realm. Tom Riddle lazily lifted an eyelid. You've finally mustered the courage to come, he remarked. Courage? Why would I not dare? Aphrodite replied, her expression impassive, a hint of mockery glimmering in her eyes. You fear my resurgence. That I might kill you and seize your body, Tom drawled. Aphrodite shook her head, extending her wand, her gaze fixed intently on his profound eyes as if to delve into his soul. The wand is here. Come try and see if you can kill me. A wand with a dragon heartstring core. Are you satisfied? Tom paused, contemplating the wand in her hand. They remained in a stalemate until Tom finally smiled, a sly, enchanting grin. At the very least, could you conjure me a bed to make myself more comfortable? Are you out of your mind? I am not a deity. I cannot simply conjure a bed at will. Before she could finish her sentence, a large bed materialized in the room. Thank you, Tom said, approaching it and loosening his attire. Care to join me? Aphrodite shot him a disdainful glance, uninterested in his advances. Tom shrugged indifferently, suppressing his eager impulses. There was no rush. He could sense his gradual recovery from near demise, albeit slowly. Yet, he was taken aback by her demeanor today. Was it truly impossible for him to kill her? Or perhaps, once he fully regained his strength, he could indeed take her life. The extent of his future achievements remained uncertain, as did his whereabouts. At the very least, even in his fragmented state, he needed to seize a body to pursue his ambitions anew. Tom steadied his resolve, but when he looked up again, he found Aphrodite had vanished. Chapter 40. Embarrassment. During the summer break, Aphrodite received an invitation from Fred and George to visit the burrow. She felt indifferent about the destination, though she was uncertain if her parents would grant permission. Thus, she decided to keep it a secret from them. The burrow was considerably smaller than Grimmauld Place, yet Aphrodite did not express any disdain. She simply felt a bit out of her element. Upon knocking, Percy answered the door, momentarily taken aback as he furrowed his brow. "What brings you here?" "Your dear brother invited me." Aphrodite tilted her head, feigning innocence. "Not welcome? How could I dare?" Fred's voice echoed from a distance as he sauntered over leisurely, followed closely by George. Percy glared at his mischievous brothers. "What are you up to?" They exchanged glances, their expressions innocent. "We merely extended a warm invitation to our esteemed boss. Would you like to see our prefect's quarters first?" Percy's ears flushed slightly, a mix of annoyance and embarrassment flickering across his features. He was reluctant for anyone to know about the less-than-ideal conditions of his home, the cramped rooms that screamed of their family's poverty. He had long yearned for power, his greatest ambition being to improve their financial situation. The last thing he wanted was for Aphrodite to scrutinize his home, her lovely blue eyes taking in every detail, leaving him feeling vulnerable. Fred and George, undoubtedly, delighted in opposing Percy. They never hesitated to flaunt their empty pockets, joking about their current state of poverty. Their disdain for Percy's thirst for power and disregard for humor often led them to devise ways to mock him. Of course, they had also noticed Percy's interest in Aphrodite, and were determined to expose it. Yet this could hardly be classified as right or wrong. Aphrodite, being a clever girl, smiled at Fred and George. "Why don't we explore the 6th floor of the burrow?" "Let us not. Ron probably hasn't woken up yet," Fred chuckled, reminiscing about the chocolate incident from Christmas. Aphrodite turned to Percy, who remained silent, standing still. "Shall we sit on the lawn for a while?" she suggested, attempting to ease the awkward silence. "I learned a new spell. Let me show you." The four of them made their way to the grassy expanse, where Aphrodite grasped her wand and gracefully waved it, drawing a beautiful arc that conjured a burst of blue light. "Patronus charm," she announced with a smile. The trio's attention was captivated as the tip of her wand materialized a tangible form, a white antelope that emerged, curiously gazing at the group. "A Patronus? Is it truly that impressive?" Fred murmured. "It's a doe," Aphrodite replied with a gentle smile. Fred and George admired her Patronus, while Percy regarded her with an intrigued expression. Aphrodite flashed him a radiant smile, bewitching in its brilliance. "You all carry on. I think I shall take my leave," Percy said quietly, lowering his gaze. Aphrodite nodded in acknowledgement. When Mrs. Weasley descended the stairs and noticed an additional guest, her surprise was palpable. After Fred and George cheerfully explained, Mrs. Weasley quickly grew irate, chastising them for their lack of prior notice. Subsequently, she turned her warm smile towards Aphrodite, engaging her in conversation while generously preparing an array of delectable treats. Mrs. Weasley set aside Fred and George, attending to Aphrodite with enthusiasm. "Fred and George are indeed fortunate to have such a lovely and amiable friend as you. It is quite a rarity. I do hope they do not lead you astray," Mrs. Weasley advised. Aphra smiled as she glanced at them, though in truth, "I am a friend of Percy, yes." "Then it is not surprising at all," Mrs. Weasley replied, her smile widening. With her eyes sparkling, Aphra suggested, "I shall take a few treats up to Percy." "Please do," Mrs. Weasley nodded repeatedly, her smile filled with satisfaction, as they hardly need to eat. Carrying the snacks prepared by Mrs. Weasley, Aphra made her way to Percy's room and politely knocked on the door. "Enter," Percy said, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Aphra naturally opened the door and stepped into his small chamber, which was cluttered with books, the desk piled high with them. She placed the snacks on the table, and Percy moved a stool for her. Aphra gazed at the open book on his desk, its pages slightly yellowed and curling at the edges. "Would you like to gain power?" She had jested with him on this topic before. "I am merely determined to be an exemplary prefect. After graduation, I shall work at the Ministry of Magic, and in the future, I aspire to become a head or even a minister," Percy declared with ambition. Aphra's eyes sparkled. "I think your aspirations are commendable and quite practical." "Do you truly believe that?" Percy asked hesitantly. The warm, tangerine light illuminated their surroundings and the books before them, as Aphra smoothed the pages. "Indeed. I too wish to be someone of great influence. That must feel exhilarating." Those in higher positions often experience a greater sense of freedom than those below. Having more freedom means not being confined within a few square meters, not being looked down upon. Percy spoke calmly, eventually breaking into a smile. Thank you. You are most welcome, Aphra chuckled. And what of Oliver? Percy pondered for a moment before finally asking. He had been wrestling with this question in his mind for days. Aphra turned her head slightly, looking up with sincere eyes and straightforward words. Does he like me? Percy was taken aback. I think he is quite nice, Aphra replied, lowering her gaze as her hair slipped from her shoulder, absent-mindedly playing with her fingers. However, we shall remain friends. Percy felt a twinge of confusion. Mingled with a shameful flicker of joy, he internally scolded himself, yet he wished to inquire why. His Adam's apple bobbed. Why? Aphra shook her head, remaining silent. She was acutely aware of her own feelings. She would not linger for anyone. Her heart would not beat solely for one. Thus, she would not commit to anyone. Chapter 41. The Pensive. Emerging from her humble abode, Aphra ventured once more into Nocturne Alley. By now, evening was approaching, and the darkness made the path increasingly obscure. She sought to procure a pensive, yet such an item was exceedingly rare. She scoured every corner of the alley without success. The sign marking Nocturne Alley stood at the entrance of the shadowy path, exuding an air of eager anticipation for visitors. Peering into the street from the outside, Aphra could only discern a few solitary shadows. What afraid to enter. Turning around, she found Blaise Zabini behind her. His hands casually nestled in his pockets. He appeared quite at home. Aphra narrowed her eyes. Do you frequent this place often? Occasionally, I come to purchase potion ingredients that cannot be found elsewhere. Blaise assessed her. And you? Since you are a regular, would you be so kind as to guide me? Aphra smiled with narrowed eyes, her tone softening. Certainly. How could I refuse the request of such a lovely lady? Blaise replied, his demeanor relaxed and his smile captivating. The two entered Nocturne Alley, passing by several peculiar wizards who cast them inscrutable glances. Blaise stepped forward, effectively shielding them from those stares. What are you looking to buy? A pensive, Aphra replied candidly. A device for storing and reviewing memories. Blaise did not inquire about the purpose of the pensive, maintaining appropriate social boundaries and refraining from prying into others' privacy. How fortuitous, I happen to know of a place, he indicated towards an antiquated shop. Aphra tilted her head. It seems I am indeed fortunate to have encountered you today. To assist you is my privilege, he smiled slightly. Please come in. The shop was devoid of attendants, the lighting dim, and Aphra could barely discern the magical items lining the shelves. What do you require? An aged voice emerged as an old man stepped out of the shadows. After examining him for a moment, Aphra responded, a pensive. Yes, he replied in a flat tone, though exceedingly rare, many wizards avoid them, fearing they may expose their privacy. He walked past Aphra and Blaise to a corner, rummaging through a large stack of items, producing a cacophony of sounds. If you have the coin, you may purchase it from me. He turned to Aphra. Can you afford it? Aphra pondered. Can it be delivered? Certainly, he replied readily. A deposit first, delivery, and then the final payment. Very well, I shall leave my address. Aphra glanced at Blaise, and noting his lack of reaction, understood that this transaction method posed no issues. Firstly, the pensive was too heavy to carry, and secondly, leaving an address indicated her identity, and he would likely not dare to deceive her. After inspecting everything, she made the deposit and exited the shop with Blaise. Would you like me to accompany you? Aphra blinked. Blaise considered for a moment. Under ordinary circumstances, he should extend an invitation, yet the location was not suitable. Seeing him decline, Aphra shrugged. Then let us arrange another time. I shall treat you to a meal as compensation for tonight. I await your invitation. He inclined his chin towards her. Write to me. At that moment, Blaise had nearly escorted her out of Nocturne Alley. Rest assured, I shall keep my word, Aphra smiled. The following evening, the proprietor delivered the pensive as promised. Mia handed over the galleons, and he disapparated away. Did you catch a glimpse of his appearance? No, Miss Aphra. Mia shook her head. He wore a hood and a mask, obscuring his face. Aphra nodded. Very well. Please take it to the study. I shall come shortly. After retrieving several items for detecting dark magic from the storage room, she proceeded to the study. She meticulously inspected the pensive for quite some time before feeling reassured. Using a pensive requires a clear mind and cautious thoughts. It is quite challenging for those who are muddled or distracted to utilize it effectively. She exhaled softly. Aphra had no intention of using it today. For one, she had yet to fully comprehend it, and second, her mind was not entirely clear. Aphra placed the pensive carefully and exited the study, finding that night had fully descended. The living room was still illuminated, and as she peered in, She saw her two younger sisters huddled on the sofa, whispering. Astoria was nestled in Daphne's embrace, both sharing a newspaper. What are you reading? Aphra inquired casually. The latest news on Sirius Black's escape. Astoria looked up at Aphra. When did he escape? I had no idea. Aphra slightly parted her lips, reconfirming, Sirius Black? Indeed, who else but him would be in Azkaban? The one accused 13 years ago of being a servant of the Dark Lord. The two had evidently discussed this for some time. While they were not familiar with him personally, they were certainly not strangers to the surname. It is rather peculiar. Whenever the elders mention him, they always describe him as a rogue, a pure-blood traitor disowned by the Black family. And he is said to be the only Black to have entered Gryffindor. According to the adults, he opposes the pure-blood ideology, Aphra mused, addressing her two sisters. In any family, when listening to the adults converse, they always regard Sirius Black in such a manner. Astoria nodded in agreement, pondering why he was later accused of being a servant to the Dark Lord, and a traitorous friend of the Potter couple. Perhaps he could no longer endure the abandonment by his family, and sought to return to the Blacks. A family of such esteemed lineage that it was no wonder he would have a change of heart. Daphne remarked nonchalantly as she turned the page of the newspaper. But why did Black escape? Is he seeking Harry Potter? Aphra furrowed her brow, a hint of worry and confusion crossing her features. The last place he vanished from was Surrey? Daphne read aloud. That seems rather far. Aphra paused, her next step aimed toward the door. Where are you going? Shoo. Aphra pressed her finger to her lips, signaling for silence. She summoned Mia and vanished in an instant. That's just her. I'm not surprised. Daphne shook her head, exuding a sense of resignation. Don't worry, sister has her own plans. Well then, you should go to bed. Staying up late won't help you grow. Chapter 42. Sheltering the pitiful boy. Harry stormed along the street, his left hand dragging a suitcase with a zipper that was barely closed, while his right hand gripped his wand tightly. The street was deserted, the benches bereft of any occupants. After walking a considerable distance, his anger dissipated, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. A sense of confusion and helplessness enveloped him as he stood still, gazing longingly at the brightly lit houses, as though he could hear the laughter and merriment emanating from within. It was at that moment that he spotted Aphra. Clad in a robe distinctly marked by her wizarding heritage, she stood across from Harry with her hands tucked into her pockets. The night breeze was chilly, tousling her golden hair, and she shivered slightly. Harry snapped back to reality and hurried towards her, dropping the suitcase and tucking his wand into his pocket. What are you doing here? Because I can perform magic, Aphra quipped dryly, glancing at the suitcase beside him. What's this? I'm running away from home, Harry admitted sheepishly. Aphra raised an eyebrow, her expression confirming her suspicions. She looked into his green eyes, asking, So where do you plan to go? Harry felt awkward but sincerely revealed his thoughts. Anywhere, as long as it's far from them. Anywhere in the magical world. Even if it means sleeping on the streets. Aphra shrugged. Then come to my house. I don't mind sharing a bed with a pitiful boy standing on the street. Harry's eyes widened in surprise. Really? If you don't want to, then forget it, Aphra smiled. Harry quickly shook his head, then nodded. I'll come. A large black dog stood across the street, wagging its tail at them, appearing quite eager. Aphra grimaced. It's not a pretty sight. Looks terrifying at this hour. The black dog abruptly stopped wagging its tail, clearly taken aback. Mia, where are you? Aphra took Harry's hand, and he instinctively recoiled at her icy touch, but quickly realized and grasped her hand firmly. Aphra sighed internally, thinking, younger brothers are never as considerate as older ones. Doesn't he even offer a jacket? Gather your things and be ready. Harry initially didn't understand, but soon he grasped her meaning. In a whirlwind, they found themselves in the courtyard of the Greengrass residence, with Harry collapsing to the ground, retching uncontrollably. Aphra allowed Mia to lead the way inside, observing Harry's distress with keen interest. After a considerable time, Harry managed to rise from the ground, and Mia returned to the courtyard. Miss Aphra, the master and mistress, as well as the two young ladies, are resting. Oh. Aphra pondered for a moment. Please prepare the guest room next to mine, but keep it quiet. Harry followed her cautiously into the house, glancing around nervously. Upon entering, Aphra was immediately enveloped in warmth. Follow me. She ascended the stairs quietly, glancing back at Harry. You don't need to carry your luggage. Mia will bring it later. Harry nodded obediently, following her. Mia, is she like Dobby, a house elf? Aphra nodded. Yes, but I heard Draco say that Dobby used his skills to escape the Malfoy household. Didn't he want to be a bound house elf? That's right, Harry explained. Let him be. Draco doesn't like him anyway. Aphra led him to a guest room where Mia was still tidying up. Come with me to my room. It will likely take a while for this one to be ready. Without allowing for refusal, she swiftly changed direction. Upon opening her bedroom door, Harry was greeted by a sight filled with books, an array of magical items, and a wardrobe that could rival a wall in size. "Sit," Aphra said casually. Harry glanced at his tattered, dirty clothes and hesitated to take a seat. She opened her wardrobe, and the mirror embedded in the door spoke, startling Harry. "Beautiful miss. What nightwear would you like to wear today?" The mirror flattered. Aphra turned to Harry, who was staring in disbelief. "The silk set," she replied nonchalantly. She looked back at Harry, urging, "Sit down. The bed is comfortable. I suggest you sit on it." Harry hesitated. "Don't worry. I won't do anything to you." Aphra playfully whistled and winked at him. Harry lowered his head, flustered, and reluctantly turned around to sit on Aphra's bed, feeling quite embarrassed. Aphra smiled. Opening the bathroom door, "Mia will come to take you to your room shortly, and will prepare new clothes for you. The rest is up to you. Feel free to look for some books in my room. I don't mind." "Oh, okay," Harry replied hastily. "By the way," Aphra leaned in. "Wake up early tomorrow to greet my father." "Sure," Harry answered. Once Aphra entered the bathroom, he stood up and surveyed her room. Her desk was impeccably tidy, indicating frequent organization, filled with textbooks and spell-learning guides. Naturally, Aphra deemed important and private items to be stored in her study, which required protective magical testing to enter. The items displayed in plain view were safe and inconsequential. Harry had no intention of prying into her books, and merely sat back down. After a considerable time, Mia finally finished preparing the guest room, and Harry felt a wave of relief as he escaped from Aphra's room. Lying on the unfamiliar bed, Harry felt an inexplicable sense of comfort, far surpassing that of the Dursleys. Although it lacked the warmth of the burrow and the scent of toasted bread, he could faintly detect a delicate fragrance reminiscent of Aphra's sweet scent. He wrapped himself tighter in the blanket, smiling as he recalled her teasing remarks from earlier, a blush of shyness washing over him as he drifted into slumber. Mia completed her tasks and, satisfied, clapped her hands, reflecting on yet another industrious day. She had cleaned the room thoroughly, and had even lit the aromatherapy used by Aphra to dispel the long unattended dust. She truly was a diligent house elf. Mr. Greengrass hesitated, seated across from Harry, while Aphra sat beside him, puzzled by her father's prolonged silence. Mr. Greengrass was quite worried. Would this not be construed as abducting the savior? Would Dumbledore place him under scrutiny? He could only generously welcome Harry, urging him to consider this place his home and to feel at ease. Harry naturally responded affirmatively, and both parties were exceedingly agreeable. Daphne and Astoria awoke and descended the stairs, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. They said nothing, merely staring in shock at Aphra and their father. "Your sister's friend. Mind your manners," their father admonished. Harry felt a momentary awkwardness, as did everyone else present, save for Aphrodite. Observing the collective shyness, Aphrodite decided not to press them further, and dismissed the gathering. Harry quickly followed her as she departed. Chapter 43. You choose one. "Good morning." Aphrodite approached Harry, who was seated at his desk, diligently working on his assignments. "Good morning." Harry shifted uncomfortably, while Aphrodite nonchalantly settled beside him, resting her chin on her hand and gazing at him intently. They were seated exceedingly close, and Harry could even detect the sweet fragrance of her hair. He tilted his head slightly, offering her only the back of his neck. "What's with the shyness?" she teased. Aphrodite pouted. "What's wrong? Are you disgusted by me?" "No, not at all." Harry felt compelled to inch a little closer, burying his head in his work, feigning concentration, while his mind was a chaotic whirlwind. Unable to produce a single word on paper, Aphrodite stifled a laugh, choosing not to tease him further. She retrieved a book from the drawer and stood up. "I'm heading to the study." "Oh, okay." This scenario repeated itself numerous times, leaving Harry feeling cornered and ill-equipped to handle it. Fortunately, their stay was brief, as they soon ventured to Diagon Alley to procure their school supplies. There, Harry found himself intercepted by Ron, who eyed Aphrodite with caution, wary of her influence over Harry. Aphrodite remarked, "I was warned by the Ministry of Magic, but there haven't been any repercussions, so it shouldn't be a significant issue." Harry confided in Ron about his summer escapade with Aunt Marge, which elicited a somewhat excited response from Ron, while Hermione appeared disapproving. Aphrodite, however, was indifferent, considering the individual in question inconsequential. Provoking him would bear no adverse consequences. "Harry, so you've been staying with?" Ron hesitated, catching up to the conversation. Harry cautiously glanced at Aphrodite, noting her lack of intent to conceal anything, and smiled. "Yes, Aphrodite has taken me in." Oh, Ron covered his face, seemingly distressed by this predicament, as he had no fondness for anyone associated with Draco. "Aphrodite?" came Draco's voice from behind her, cold and filled with fury. Harry, Ron. And Aphrodite turned to face him. He wore a frosty expression, his eyes ablaze. Aphrodite instinctively approached him, but Draco stepped back, revealing his displeasure and disbelief, as if he felt betrayed. Why not listen to what I have to say? Aphrodite suggested, acknowledging her fault in keeping her friendship with Harry from Draco. However, she believed she had the right to choose her friends without his approval. I'm not listening. Draco regarded her with a pointed chin. You must choose between us. Aphrodite froze, loathing the notion of making a choice, especially under duress. Doesn't he need your permission to make friends? Hermione interjected, unable to contain herself. She's not your possession. Silence, you filthy mudblood, Draco scowled. Eat a slug, Ron retorted, brandishing his newly acquired wand. His previous one had been irreparably damaged, and launched a spell at Draco. Without a second thought, Aphrodite waved her wand, effortlessly blocking Ron's spell. Harry stared at her in disbelief, while Hermione was equally taken aback, and Ron appeared furious. Aphrodite felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. She disliked Draco's presumptuous words and Harry's doubtful gaze. She longed to escape, questioning why she had to stand in the middle, feeling torn. Taking a deep breath, she smiled faintly. Let us not argue, shall we? You're completely biased, Harry exclaimed, visibly upset. Hermione took Ron and Harry away, opting for a peaceful resolution. Why can't your heart belong solely to me? Draco pressed, pushing further. Aphrodite forced a smile, regaining her composure. It's because I have too many men around me. And you're merely a younger brother. Draco's expression darkened noticeably. Aphrodite laughed lightly and walked away. Shall we go together? No need. Then see you at school. Draco did not understand her lack of enthusiasm. Aphrodite turned, her smile fading as a sense of frustration welled within her. She decided to wander Diagon Alley, anywhere but here. The bustling atmosphere of Diagon Alley enveloped her as she strolled calmly. Suddenly, she collided with a boy, letting out a startled exclamation. Upon recognizing him, Aphrodite's mind raced, retrieving him from her memory. Ah, Theodore, what a coincidence. With a flicker of her eyes, Aphrodite transformed into a vision of delight, charming and lively. If you don't wish to smile, you needn't force it, he replied coolly, effortlessly seeing through her facade. Aphrodite felt her defenses crumble, slowly retracting her smile and exhaling. This is fine too. Theodore nodded. I remember you. You're Aphrodite Greengrass, right? That's me, she affirmed, her large eyes curiously fixed on him. I'm sorry for bumping into you just now. He averted his gaze, attempting to leave. Aphrodite, lacking the inclination to overthink, called out impulsively, perhaps we could explore together? Theodore turned back, his expression inscrutable but lacking malice. Aphrodite could sense that much. Let us head somewhere quieter, he suggested, accepting her bold invitation. As they strolled along the riverside, the water mirrored the setting sun, and their shadows danced upon the rippling surface. Why do pigeons always flock together? Theodore pointed to a group of pigeons on the grass, his demeanor calm. Aphrodite glanced at him, for self-preservation, perhaps being part of a group offers more security. He appeared unconvinced but chose not to comment. In silence, his tall, lean frame and cool features bore an additional hint of melancholy. Perhaps he disapproved of such behavior. Maybe he preferred solitude. Aphrodite speculated. A gentle breeze tousled her hair as she curiously asked, why did you agree to my invitation then? Perhaps I was a bit muddled. He answered earnestly, exuding a wry sense of humor. Aphrodite couldn't help but chuckle softly, her most genuine smile of the day emerging. Are you awake now? Theodore shook his head. I still need a bit more time to clear my head. In truth, he merely felt a twinge of pity for her, recognizing a semblance of his own struggle, often devoid of sincere smiles. Aphrodite was highly regarded at school, always a paragon among students and a model in the eyes of teachers. Theodore had noticed her, observing her effortlessly engage with her peers, often wondering why she chose to burden herself so. Chapter 44. Both clueless and discontent. Another year of school had arrived. Astoria was starting this year, and as Daphne rushed to find Pansy upon arrival at the station, Aphrodite took it upon herself to accompany Astoria. Aphrodite couldn't fathom why Daphne adored Pansy so she simply stood by, watching them link arms and chat, unable to interject a word. Let us get on the train first, Aphrodite said with an exasperated smile, disregarding them. Meanwhile, Draco was pulling Blaise aside, struggling to articulate anything. Did you send Goyle and Crabbe away to tell me something? Blaise inquired, puzzled. Well, are you quite popular with the girls? I've noticed quite a few around you. Draco hesitated to ask, as he typically paid little attention to girls. Now, when it mattered, he found himself lacking experience and sought advice from the popular Blaise. Blaise looked around. So you're trying to pursue Aphrodite? And how did you know? Blaise smiled slightly, earning Draco's trust. Do you have any advice? Draco was feeling quite despondent. He couldn't fathom why she persistently regarded him as a younger brother. Blaise cleared his throat and soon devised a teasing plan. Perhaps it's because you're too clingy. You seek her out daily, leading her to never consider you in any other light. This seemed reasonable. Draco nodded solemnly. What should I do then? Neglect her, Blaise kindly suggested. You must make her realize that you are no longer a child, but rather a coveted individual. Only then will she feel a sense of urgency to keep you around. Is that so? Draco pondered deeply, and it appeared to make sense. Trust me, it's infallible. Girls do not favor men who are overly forward. Blaise patted his shoulder with a serious demeanor. Alyssa held Astoria's hand, and Astoria tilted her head. Who are we sitting with? Daphne mentioned you have a close relationship with Malfoy. Is that true? Alyssa glanced at Draco in the compartment. He shot her a fleeting look before, surprisingly, turning away and avoiding her gaze. Alyssa felt perplexed. Was he genuinely that unhappy? Was it because she was friends with Potter? Let us change our seating, Alyssa decided, concluding that if he was upset, it would be better to wait until he was in a better mood. Oh, Astoria obediently nodded. Following Alyssa, Draco blinked at Blaise and remarked, "She's gone." Indeed, that was the plan. Is it? Yes, rest assured, Blaise affirmed. Alyssa had an abundance of friends. Nearly all of them male. Astoria, walking alongside Alyssa, observed the handsome boy she interacted with, her curious eyes wide. Is this your little sister? A strikingly handsome boy before them smiled warmly, revealing a captivating grin. Yes, Astoria, this is my friend Cedric. Astoria dazedly greeted him, still entranced by his striking features. When she encountered two more boys of similar stature and charm, she silently scrutinized them. Alyssa naturally introduced them to Astoria, who continued to observe in silence. They were indeed handsome, though not quite as striking as the previous boy, she thought to herself. The boy on the left appeared sunny and cheerful, casting glances at Alyssa filled with delight and affection. The one on the right spoke little but frequently glanced at Alyssa. After a brief chat, Alyssa soon led Astoria away. Boss. Two voices chimed in unison, leaving Astoria wide-eyed and conflicted, staring at them. How could they look so identical? Alyssa seemed accustomed to it, accepting their peculiar nickname with a hint of exasperation. Are you investing? I declined a few years ago, Alyssa responded, puzzled. It's not a technical investment. We just need some support in galleons. Before Alyssa could reply, they inundated her with various items. You can take a look first and decide if you want any. All right. Alyssa nodded, stuffing the items into Astoria's arms. You see what you like and keep it. Astoria, curiously eyeing the contents in her arms, nodded enthusiastically. Goodbye. Until we meet again, Alyssa replied, and they appeared even more pleased. Astoria shook her head, gazing at the tall, lanky boy who sat coldly before them. Alyssa had brought her to this compartment. Meanwhile, the two were quietly engrossed in their books, and Astoria mused. As expected of you, sister. She examined the prank items left by the twins, finding herself not particularly interested, and currently, she had little desire to read. Everything on the train intrigued her. Alyssa was comfortably reading with Theodore, her mind at peace. She glanced at Astoria and mused, you should go play with Daphne. By the way, if anyone wants what you have, feel free to give it to them. Astoria agreed and cheerfully dashed out. Theodore, pondering, inquired, who would want those things? Draco. I thought you found him annoying. Theodore raised an eyebrow. Alyssa shook her head. No, I choose to be with whom I enjoy. That is above all why. After a moment of contemplation, she added, I do invest genuine feelings, you know. Theodore turned a page in his book, thoughtfully responding with a soft hum. While the atmosphere remained serene, Draco paced restlessly. Pansy and Daphne wore puzzled expressions, while Blaise casually observed his anxious demeanor, somewhat enjoying the spectacle. Ah. This strategy is surely futile. Draco was in a frenzy. Alyssa was completely ignoring him. You're doing well. Just persevere, Blaise encouraged. Knock knock knock. Astoria peeked in. Daphne blinked. Leah, aren't you with Alyssa? Draco perked up. You're Alyssa's youngest sister? Please, she's also mine, Daphne replied, bemused. Yes, Astoria hesitated for a moment, her curiosity piqued by Draco's peculiar demeanor. Did she send you to find me? Draco inquired eagerly. No, I came to find my sister, Astoria hesitated to answer. Draco's mood soured instantly, retreating to a corner to sulk. Chapter 45. Consumed by jealousy. Astoria quickly squeezed herself beside Daphne, feeling a chill of apprehension. Is this Alyssa's? Daphne lifted a hat, reading the inscription. A jinx-repelling hat that could thwart several minor curses. It sounded promising. Draco temporarily forgot Alyssa's indifference. As usual, he leaned closer. Let me see? Astoria recalled Alyssa's words and offered the items in which she held no interest, keeping only what she liked. Alyssa said you could have these. She gave these to me? Draco's mood brightened as he cheerfully accepted a large assortment of prank toys. Blaise was taken aback, sensing something was amiss. He felt a bit confused but still said, see? Trust my advice. Astoria noticed Draco's eyes sparkling, and devised a plan. As expected of you, sister. She mourned silently for Draco, realizing he might struggle to compete with other boys, especially in a group. Ultimately, after absorbing a significant shock, Astoria joyfully anticipated the sorting ceremony, where she was placed into Slytherin, joining her two sisters. Astoria sat beside Alyssa, suddenly feeling a chill. She locked eyes with Draco across the room, bewildered. Draco was undeniably furious. Before Astoria's arrival, the seat to Alyssa's left was his. Blaise restrained his hand, signaling him to remain calm. Alyssa calmly sipped her Gertie tea, feigning ignorance of Draco's displeased expression. He harbored feelings for her. She was acutely aware of that. After all, she was no naive girl, nor an emotional simpleton. She was highly perceptive of the feelings others held for her, whether it be affection, infatuation, or disdain. Without exaggeration, Alyssa could swiftly discern the emotions directed at her. She simply smirked, playfully toying with Draco to temper his arrogance. However, to be fair, Alyssa genuinely felt no emotions beyond friendship for Draco. She merely regarded him as a troublesome child who relished tormenting others. She thought to let him stew a bit, preventing him from coveting what he could not attain, and sparing him from misplaced affections and dependencies. Draco, disheartened, found it hard to eat. He barely touched his meal at the opening feast. As he walked back to the common room, he struggled to concoct an excuse to strike up a conversation. However, just as Alyssa's figure was about to vanish around the corner, he called out desperately, Alyssa! A group of Slytherins turned to gaze at Draco, whose face flushed a pale pink as he lowered his head, retreating silently into the corner. Aphra, somewhat surprised, found an unexpected charm in his demeanor at that moment. Thus, she wove her way through the crowd, asking, What's the matter? This year I can finally visit Hogsmeade. Shall we go together? Draco hesitantly inquired. Aphra twirled the ring on her finger, letting out a soft laugh. You might just be accustomed to me. You are free to invite someone else. As for me, I'll be going with Oliver. Oliver Wood, a friend from Gryffindor. She added this with a kind smile, even though it wasn't necessarily with him. She was merely borrowing Oliver's name for the moment. Draco felt dizzy, overwhelmed by the blow to his spirits. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, Then go be friends with him. Just don't be my friend anymore. Aphra raised an eyebrow, watching Draco storm away in frustration, shaking her head. Oh, the youth, throwing a tantrum. He'll forget this once he finds someone else he fancies. Lying in bed, Aphra found it difficult to banish Draco from her thoughts. Eventually, exhaustion took over, lulling her into sleep, though she forgot to remove her ring. Tom lay beside her, catching her startled gaze. He smiled with a gentlemanly charm. It's been a while. I thought you had forgotten me. Aphra felt momentarily speechless, calmly lying on her bed, indifferent to the handsome figure beside her. How have you been? She eventually asked. It's been rather empty without you, he replied. Aphra closed her eyes, wishing not to think or listen. Are you still unable to take on a corporeal form? Unable to leave? He fell silent, responding nonchalantly, That's of little consequence. After all, you haven't found a way to kill me. Aphra kept quiet, too weary to engage. After a moment of silence, she thought he had nothing more to say, yet he suddenly spoke, his voice alluring. Would you care to join me? Aphra opened her eyes, their gazes locking. Tom's beautiful eyes sparkled with a teasing smile. Serve Voldemort. He will promise you unparalleled power. What do you say? Serve? Aphra pondered. I need to think about it. Serving someone so deeply scheming. Was that truly a boon for her? He fell silent again, closing his eyes in contemplation. Greengrass? He is not one of my followers. Uncontrolled purebloods must be dealt with if he rises again. Aphra felt a twinge of confusion. Tom was Voldemort. Yet he was more than just a memory. He was also a soul. But what of the Voldemort that previously resided within Quirrell? Were they all Voldemort? This notion seemed absurd. Aphra gradually emptied her mind, her consciousness blurring. Had he merely grown accustomed to her? Draco began to behave oddly, observing Aphra anew. He caught sight of her practicing spells with a Hufflepuff in an empty classroom, their proximity intimate. Aphra smiled as she demonstrated the Patronus charm, the silvery light illuminating their faces in perfect harmony. He saw her quietly reading with Theodore, not in the library, often without a smile, yet exuding a serene aura. He witnessed the two pranksters from Gryffindor surrounding her, playfully placing a flamboyant hat upon her head. He even saw her gently patting Harry Potter's back, comforting him not to fear the Dementors. Draco realized that she was not solely orbiting around him. She had many male friends, countless suitors enamored by her charm. Would she no longer glance his way? Suddenly, a wave of panic washed over Draco, leaving him in a daze. During a Slytherin match, he held his broom listlessly. The captain nudged him. Is that Greengrass? Which Greengrass? Draco hopelessly glanced over, only to be struck dumb. Aphra hurried to the stands, finding an empty seat and exhaling in relief. Thank goodness I'm not late. Chapter 46. A Shift in Tactics. In that moment, Draco's heart raced, his ears tinged with crimson. As the match commenced, he regained his vigor, shaking off the previous lethargy. The captain, oblivious to the spectacle, felt Aphra's gaze upon him, and he silently encouraged himself. Performing even better than usual, Draco swiftly captured the golden snitch. As he dismounted his broom, the captain joyfully exclaimed, "Draco, splendid performance." Before the captain's hand could touch his shoulder, Draco had already dashed off. Wait. Aphra turned around, hands in her pockets. What's up? Have you come to your senses? He stepped closer. Did you come specifically to watch me play? Aphra instinctively took a step back, surprised by his proximity. The boy had grown unexpectedly, markedly different from his younger self. She smiled slightly. I promised I would come to watch every match. And what do you think of my performance? Draco pressed closer. Aphra hesitated, retreating another step, unexpectedly stepping into a small hole in the grass. She gasped. Not from the stumble, but because Draco had reached out to steady her waist. In that moment of weightlessness, she instinctively clutched his arm. He had grown taller than her, his soft golden hair falling neatly, giving him an unexpectedly obedient appearance. His gray-blue eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. She was momentarily entranced. Once steady, she averted her gaze from Draco's intense scrutiny, releasing his arm, her voice steady. Thank you. Reluctantly, Draco let go of her. It's nothing. You played quite well today. Aphra spoke again, her cheeks warm. You should go rest. Shall we have dinner together? Draco suddenly asked, seizing the moment. Aphra nodded slightly, no longer rejecting him. All right. From that day onward, their relationship took on a subtle shift. They remained inseparable, as before, with Aphra readily acquiescing to his requests. Yet something felt distinctly different. Draco began to strut again, casting countless challenging glances at other boys who fancied Aphra. Harry walked behind them, glumly watching Draco flirt with Aphra's hair, his demeanor sullen. Ron patted Harry's shoulder, his tone heavy with a hint of schadenfreude. See, they made up quickly. I told you they're in the same boat. Harry, conflicted, glanced at them before shaking his head, defending Aphra. You might be mistaken. Ron strongly suspected that Aphra had somehow enchanted his good friend without him realizing it, perhaps sneaking into Gryffindor's common room at night, or maybe casting a spell over their breakfast in the Great Hall. Ron's dislike for Aphra solidified. However, Draco's arrogance didn't last long, for Aphra accepted Oliver's invitation to Hogsmeade. Of course, this was still Percy's idea. Even Oliver, though often oblivious, noticed the boys circling around Aphra and vented to Percy, counting on his fingers, that Diggory, always hanging around her, a Hufflepuff seeker. I've never liked him. Oliver complained, while Percy silently adjusted his clothes as they exited the dormitory, Oliver trailing behind him. And then there's Malfoy, always clinging to her, wanting her to accompany him to every practice and match. I truly don't think he's that great at Quidditch. Percy greeted a male prefect from Ravenclaw with a nod, barely listening to his words. And what about your two brothers? What do they mean by that? How am I supposed to know what they're thinking? Percy shook his head. Fred and George's thoughts were not easily discerned by others, though they were likely concocting some mischievous scheme. That should be about it, Oliver reflected, reassured of his own thoughts. Percy lowered his gaze slightly, wishing to suggest to his 7-year roommate, why don't you give it another thought? This year marks my final year at Hogwarts, Oliver sighed. Besides aspiring to win a Quidditch championship, I also wish to pursue the one I fancy, at least give it a try. Percy nodded. That sounds good. I think you're right. You see, you lack the awareness I possess. Have you really not liked a single girl all this time? Don't wait until graduation to realize you can't even meet her. I'm not in a hurry. Percy shook his head. You worry about yourself. Oliver looked up. Then what should I do? They had descended several flights of stairs, and the castle felt rather empty. Just ask her out, Percy encouraged him. They turned a corner and encountered Aphrodite, who had just exited an empty classroom. She looked at both of them amused. What a coincidence. Indeed, Oliver replied stiffly. And Percy nudged him. Shall we go to Hogsmeade together next week? Sure, Aphrodite readily agreed. I happen to have no plans. Percy felt a twinge of admiration for Oliver. His thoughts were untainted, his nature pure, and he never fretted about the outcome. Percy, however, could not achieve such a state. It wasn't that no one had asked Aphrodite to Hogsmeade. It was just that Oliver had gotten there first. Hey, Aphrodite, perhaps we could go to Hogsmeade together this weekend? Cedric inquired with a smile. Aphrodite hesitated but ultimately declined. Sorry, Cedric, I've already promised someone else. She smiled apologetically, leaving Cedric feeling somewhat disappointed. Alright then. We can arrange for another time. Sure. Draco tossed her an apple. Aphrodite, how about we go to Hogsmeade this week? Who else is going? Aphrodite accepted the apple. A clean green one, and smiled as she took a bite. Goyle, Crab, and the others of course. If you don't like it, we can spend time alone. No need for that. Aphrodite shook her head. I really have plans. Just cancel them. Aphrodite tilted her head. Have you been too happy lately? You ought to remedy that. She huffed and walked away. Boss. Two lively individuals hastily approached Aphrodite, with a long list in hand. What's the matter now? She asked with a resigned smile. Perhaps you'd like to accompany us to procure some new supplies? Aphrodite shot them a knowing look. You just want sponsorship, don't you? You've seen through us. George winked, his expression showing no sign of guilt. You both go ahead. I'll accompany Oliver to Hogsmeade for you. Aphrodite handed her pouch of coins to George. And Fred pouted. The usual rules apply, we take a cut. No problem. Consider it done. Chapter 47. The Scheming Boy. You're graduating this year, aren't you? Aphrodite strolled through Honeydukes with Oliver, blending harmoniously with other couples. Yes, Oliver replied somewhat glumly, picking up a bag of cockroach clusters. Do you want some? No thank you. Aphrodite replied, casting a slightly disdainful glance at the clusters. Is there really a boy who would ask a girl if she wants to eat this? After a moment's thought, she reached for the bag to take some for Draco. Just as she was about to grab it, she accidentally brushed against another hand, startling the owner, who jumped back 3 feet. Ron Weasley, you stepped on my foot. Hermione exclaimed from behind him, visibly annoyed. Ron turned red, stammering. I didn't see it. He feigned indifference and asked, do you think Harry would want to eat this? Aphrodite shook her head and walked away with Oliver. Ron felt a hand clap on his shoulder, and a voice chimed in, he definitely wouldn't. Ron was about to jump again, but Hermione held him down. Harry, cloaked in invisibility, peered at Aphrodite and Oliver's retreating figures before appearing before his two friends. Shoo. Aphrodite resumed the earlier topic, asking him so. Do you have any plans for the future? Yes, I aspire to become a Quidditch player and fly around the world, he said, stealing a glance at Aphrodite. But before graduation, I think I need to secure a Quidditch championship. That would make my resume look better and increase my chances of selection. After a moment's contemplation, he added quietly, and perhaps I'd like to date someone. Aphrodite responded with a soft "oh," avoiding his gaze, for she did not wish him to continue. As she could not provide an answer. Actually, you don't need to rush into a relationship, Aphrodite advised. Oliver paused for a moment, then smiled. I know she doesn't like me yet. I'm not in a hurry for a conclusion. That might seem too goal-oriented. I merely wish to express that my affection is independent of the outcome. Hearing this made Aphrodite's heart race. She gazed into his eyes, realizing he perceived things more clearly and purely than she had anticipated, evoking a gentle sense of reluctance within her. Hey, let me take you to that CAF. I always feel it has a hint of smoked meat flavor. Do you think the owner accidentally dropped his lunch in while making coffee? Oliver changed the subject, making Aphrodite chuckle. Perhaps the owner believes this coffee is more invigorating, she teased. After spending an entire day in Hogsmeade, upon returning to the dormitory that night, Aphrodite unlocked her trunk and retrieved her pensive. Pointing her wand at herself, she extracted a silvery blue strand of memory, today's recollections. She was collecting her happy memories. The trunk had been cast with a flawless undetectable extension charm, expanding its space several times, where all her belongings were stored. After securing her memories, she placed the pensive back inside, closed the trunk, locked it, and cast protective spells. Aphrodite had already stored many memories. Now, she was pondering how to utilize those memories effectively. She had learned quite a few spells, gathered numerous memories, but how to integrate them? This was not a matter that could be resolved overnight, and Aphrodite was not in a rush. She possessed ample patience. In the library, Cedric handed Aphrodite a book. You should take a look at this. All right, thank you, Aphrodite nodded. Just as she accepted the book, Daphne rushed into the library, panting. Ignoring Madame Pants's fiery glare, she exclaimed to Aphrodite, we just had care of magical creatures class, and Draco got hurt. Aphrodite jumped up. Is it serious? Quite serious, Daphne replied, clearing her throat awkwardly. Though she usually exuded arrogance, she could never lie in front of her sister. Fortunately, Aphrodite's concern kept her from noticing Daphne's guilty expression. She nodded hurriedly at Cedric. I'll go check on him first. We'll talk later. All right, go ahead. I'll help you gather your books, Cedric offered kindly. Aphrodite cast him a grateful glance before rushing to the hospital wing. Inside the hospital wing, Draco lay on a bed, insisting to Blaise, wrap more bandages. I feel it's not enough. If you wrap it any tighter, it'll swell up like a rhinoceros, Blaise retorted. That's enough. Otherwise, Aphrodite will see through it. Blaise was genuinely puzzled. Why was it that Aphrodite, who typically acted like a queen, was so soft-hearted towards Draco? If Aphrodite knew what he was thinking, she would likely smile and respond. She is soft-hearted toward every man. Aphrodite entered the hospital wing, scanning for Draco. He waved at her with his remaining good arm. Over here. What happened? Aphrodite frowned as she approached him. His arms were wrapped in bandages, presenting a pitiful sight. During the care of magical creatures class overseen by the Hunt's Guardian, he had been attacked by some sort of horse-eagle hybrid. Draco blinked. A couple of tears trickling down his face from the Weasley twins' latest product. A candy that induced instant tears, perfectly suited for feigning vulnerability. Aphra gently patted his head, inquiring if he had been disrespectful to the creature, thus violating classroom rules. Draco closed his mouth, still mulling over a retort when he noticed the Gryffindor trio standing at the entrance of the infirmary, seemingly pushing someone inside to negotiate. Ultimately, Harry was shoved in by Ron, with Hermione and Ron following closely behind. Harry wore an expression of turmoil, surprised to see Aphra present. Her arrival was far too swift. His mind went blank, leaving him uncertain of how to plead for leniency. He was genuinely concerned about Hagrid potentially losing his position, as Hagrid had been sobbing after class, believing he had botched the lesson. Malfoy had been incessantly muttering about wanting to summon his father to the school to petition for Hagrid's dismissal. After Harry hesitantly shared the purpose of his visit, Draco was about to retort when Aphra decisively interjected, "No." A spark of realization lit up Draco's eyes, while Harry silently pressed his lips together. To be frank, he is a woefully inadequate professor. I have never encountered a professor with such abysmal safety measures. And his classes lack both engagement and practical value. I do not believe he is a suitable instructor for the care of magical creatures. Perhaps Dumbledore should reconsider. Aphra rarely spoke with such firmness. Her tone was typically gentle, and she seldom voiced her discontent directly, having offended very few. Chapter 48. Let us start a class. Harry and the others remained silent for a moment. As friends of Hagrid, even they were reluctant to attend his class, rendering them unable to counter Aphra's words. Draco leaned against Aphra, flashing a provocative smile at Harry. Aphra affectionately ruffled his golden hair in a gesture of comfort. She had never seen Draco so grievously injured, which made her uncharacteristically blunt towards Harry and his companions. Harry's expression dimmed. He closed his mouth, realizing that there was no room for negotiation on the matter. Pansy Parkinson, standing nearby, mirrored his displeasure, her expression far from pleasant. Daphne covertly glanced at Pansy, pondering something with confusion. Once the Gryffindor trio departed, Draco was elated, though he suppressed his triumphant expression in front of Aphra, feigning a look of grievance and pain. Aphra patted his head, admonishing him for not paying attention in class, which led to his injury. I see you stayed behind to keep me company? No, I am far too busy for that. Aphra's rejection was blunt, yet her tone was gentle, causing a flutter of excitement within Draco. He reluctantly acquiesced. Well then you may go. Aphra nodded, satisfied. I shall bring you breakfast tomorrow morning. Sounds great. As Draco saw his friends preparing to leave, he called out to Blaise, Blaise, don't leave just yet. Aphra cast a quizzical glance at the two, while Daphne linked her arm with hers, playfully expressing her fatigue, and urging her to accompany her out. Pansy sauntered slowly behind, yet did not exit the infirmary. Draco, full of excitement, praised Blaise, you truly are the best. It's clear that pursuing girls requires experience. Blaise appeared conflicted. That wasn't my intention in helping you. Start a class, and I will pay you in galleons. Draco looked at him with admiration. Pansy fiddled with her fingers, remaining stationary. Blaise smirked, gripping Draco's bandaged hand, sealing their agreement. Blaise, even if you are quite popular with the ladies, I fear you may not win Aphra's heart. Pansy interjected, her tone dripping with skepticism, as if calculating something. Draco rubbed his neck actually. Blaise wore a rogue smile, eyebrows raised, non-committally responding to her words. I could give it a try. You, Draco, what are you trying to attempt? Of course. What kind of agreement is this? Draco stared at the two in shock, bewildered by their conversation. What are you worried about? If Aphra likes you, she certainly won't entertain anyone else's affections. If she doesn't, then you must strive harder. Isn't this a prime opportunity to gauge her feelings? Pansy transformed into a logic master, while Blaise crossed his arms, observing Draco with amusement. Draco pondered, feeling a mix of agreement and unease. Indeed, rest assured, we shall take care of it, Blaise assured him solemnly. Draco nodded blankly. Blaise, in high spirits, exchanged a knowing glance with Pansy. We won't disturb your rest any longer. We shall take our leave. Goodbye. Pansy walked with Blaise back to the common room, where Blaise lazily inquired, do you fancy Draco? And what of it? Pansy retorted nonchalantly, I'll give it a shot. Am I not allowed? That's splendid. I support your endeavor. Blaise nodded. As it happens, I will also see if I can win Aphra's affections. You like her too? Pansy scoffed. Isn't she merely somewhat attractive, a bit more capable, and academically superior? Blaise regarded her with a bemused expression, while she realized her own words sounded hollow and fell silent. It's not so much about liking her, merely a matter of interest, he concluded, turning to leave. Best of luck, Pansy genuinely said. I hope so too. Harry and the others returned to the Gryffindor common room, still reeling from their disappointment. Hermione shook her head, stating, at this point, I will visit Hagrid tomorrow. Only Harry and Ron remained sprawled on the sofa, sighing heavily. Ron, unable to bear it, lamented with his signature dark humor. Perhaps our best course of action now is to assassinate Malfoy. Shall it be you or I? You go first. Harry waved his hand dismissively, slightly weary. His frustration stemmed not only from Hagrid's plight, but also from Aphra's starkly different attitudes towards him and Malfoy. He couldn't help but wonder to himself what exactly he lacked compared to Malfoy. Why are you two moping here? Fred and George sauntered in, arms draped over each other. Fred, grinning mischievously, asked, care to try our joyful masks? No, thank you, Ron sulked, utterly dejected. It wasn't solely about the situation. Seeing his two brothers only deepened his gloom. You and Aphra seem to have a good rapport. Could you offer any advice? Harry suddenly inquired. Fred looked puzzled. Is your melancholy related to Aphra? Ron contemplated the connection. Not really, is it? If we could soften Aphra's heart, perhaps she could persuade Malfoy to. Hagrid is rather unfortunate. Harry's strategy was decidedly indirect, though he harbored a personal motive. We've heard about young Malfoy's predicament. To be honest, it's rather tricky. Yet, targeting Aphra might not be a bad approach, George shrugged. Ron, mustering a glimmer of hope, asked, do you have a way to persuade Greengrass? Not at all. The twins responded earnestly, shaking their heads in unison. Harry blinked. Why don't you start a class and teach me how to speak with her? Do you need to be taught how to speak? Fred pondered, deep in thought, while George appeared equally astonished. The twins had never considered such a notion. Wasn't it an innate skill? Harry nodded. I'll pay you in galleons. We are the best at conversation. You've come to the right place. Haven to you, George? Fred instantly draped an arm around Harry's shoulders, feigning a servile demeanor for galleons. George casually joined in, indeed. We are affectionately known as the Kings of Sweet Nothings. Wait, I've never heard that nickname before. Also, how is it about Sweet Nothings? Ron exclaimed, utterly shocked. Yet the three paid him no heed. He waved his arms in vain, but none acknowledged him. We guarantee you a 3-day crash course. A crash course? Harry queried, perplexed. Chapter 49. The allure of romance. Aphrodite silently regarded Blaise, who was pouring tea for her, casting him a glance filled with subtle complexity. Not fond of drinking? Blaise flashed her a charming smile, his usual demeanor capable of ensnaring the hearts of many a young maiden. In response, Aphrodite maintained her composure, returning his flirtation with a coy smile. I do enjoy it, but I must confess, I prefer something else. What might that be? Blaise instinctively held his breath. I favor the toast on the second plate to your right, thank you. With satisfaction, Aphrodite accepted the toast he offered and rose to head towards the classroom. Just as she reached the doorway, she was intercepted by Harry. Aphrodite lifted her gaze, unhurriedly waiting for him to speak. Good morning, dear Miss Greengrass, Harry greeted her weakly. Aphrodite was momentarily speechless, struggling to find her voice. Was Harry's soul perhaps siphoned away by a dementu? After a brief internal struggle, Harry resolved to disregard the advice of the Weasley twins, as he was unable to articulate what he truly wished to say. He chose to abandon his pretense. Aphrodite. Good morning, she replied, relieved, and smiled at him. Is there something you need? Is it not permissible to seek you out if there is nothing amiss? Harry retorted. Of course, you are always welcome to approach me, perhaps for a date or something of the sort. Aphrodite's eyes sparkled playfully. causing Harry's face to flush crimson at her simple remark. Then I do have something. Harry felt utterly exposed before her, and chose not to pick up on her teasing. As long as it's not concerning Hagrid, that is acceptable, Aphrodite said cheerfully. However, Harry pursed his lips, and recognizing his inability to express further thoughts, Aphrodite decided to enter the classroom without addressing him further. But I wish to ask you out. His words caught Aphrodite by surprise, prompting her to appraise him anew. When she first encountered Harry, he was a frail boy, underfed, poorly dressed and forgotten on his birthday, burdened with endless chores. Now, however, he had grown considerably. His features handsome, his physique admirable, his reputation immense, and his abilities notable, though his recklessness remained unchanged. Aphrodite nodded. If it's you asking, then certainly. When shall it be? Friday afternoon, perhaps? We have no classes. Harry replied swiftly, as if he had anticipated this moment for quite some time, though he had yet to contemplate what they might do together. Very well. Aphrodite mischievously winked before slipping into the classroom, leaving Harry momentarily dazed. What are you doing standing there? Snape's voice cut through the air from behind Harry. 5 points from Gryffindor for Potter's disorderly conduct. Harry shot Snape a resentful glare before striding away. Snape, in high spirits, swished his cloak and entered the classroom. Aphrodite was quite pleased with her spells. Each enchantment infused with emotion wielded far greater power than their original forms. Bone-breaking. Cedric silently sidestepped the shards that flew toward him, suddenly contemplating a question. Aphrodite, do you not think the emotional toll you exert is rather frequent? Might it wear you out? Aphrodite pinched the bridge of her nose, pondering seriously before jesting. It is quite frequent, yet I do not feel overly fatigued. Perhaps it is due to my extraordinary talents? Cedric chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling her nose. Aphrodite was momentarily taken aback, as was Cedric, who quickly realized his overstep. I apologize, I overstepped my bounds, he said awkwardly, blinking before withdrawing his hand and busily organizing his books. No harm done, Aphrodite replied, turning away as she swallowed hard. However, you do raise a valid point. Thus, I intend to study alchemy. I wish to create an item akin to the pensive. I cannot quite describe it, but after some research, I will write it down and show it to you. Having gathered their books and wands, the two exited the classroom as usual. Cedric furrowed his brow slightly, feeling somewhat vexed. Alchemy is a fascinating pursuit, and you have remarkable ideas, but I fear I may not be able to assist you any further, as I have not delved into alchemy myself. You are the remarkable one. You have been assisting me all these years and have practiced spells with me daily. Cedric is the most impressive. Aphrodite beamed at him with a sweet smile, resembling an innocent little rabbit. Cedric, feeling bashful, lowered his gaze. We help each other to grow. But does this mean I will no longer be able to assist you? Of course you can. Aphrodite feigned mystery. After Cedric cast her a curious look, she mischievously grinned. Cedric can join me for meals as my form of compensation. Very well. Cedric's tone revealed his excitement, prompting Aphrodite to quickly avert her gaze. The atmosphere felt decidedly off. Aphrodite felt uneasy and cleared her throat, choosing to remain silent. Should you require anything else, do not hesitate to call for me. Cedric nodded, his expression gentle, imbued with an affectionate undertone. His dark, glossy hair, thick brows, and those deep, devoted eyes painted him as a striking figure as they walked together. Indeed, I promise, Aphrodite affirmed, having previously harbored no such thoughts towards Cedric. After bidding Cedric farewell, Aphrodite stood at the entrance of the common room, taking a deep breath. She felt a light pat on her shoulder, and Blaise, beaming with exuberance, remarked, You have quite a few admirers and they are all high quality. What admirers do I have? Aphrodite teased. To her surprise, Blaise began counting on his fingers, prompting her to place her hand over his. All right, do not count them. Are your dates already scheduled through next year? Blaise raised an eyebrow, uttering the password for the common room. As the door swung open, Blaise gestured for Aphrodite to enter first. What is it? Aphrodite countered. Do you have something in mind? Not really. I just wondered if someone remembered that during the summer in Diagon Alley, they mentioned treating me to a meal. Blaise kindly reminded her. Aphrodite's expression remained unchanged. She truly had forgotten, though she would never admit it. How could I forget? Aphrodite blinked. Next time in Hogsmeade, shall we? That is not until December. I trust you have not forgotten? Aphrodite shook her head. Of course not. She turned to Blaise, who extended his pinky. Aphrodite smiled down and linked her pinky with his. Then it is settled. A promise made. Chapter 50. The tender-hearted deity. Upon returning to her dormitory, Aphrodite penned a letter to her father, updating him on her recent studies and inquiring about alchemy. Although her father seemed not particularly adept in the subject, he would undoubtedly send her some reference materials. As Aphrodite calculated her thoughts, her roommate, Launchy Traver, sat beside her, appearing somewhat shy and conflicted, yet remaining silent, seemingly waiting for Aphrodite to inquire about her dilemma. Feigning ignorance, Aphrodite calmly continued her writing. "Oh, Aphrodite," Launchy finally surrendered, breaking the silence. Aphrodite paused, turning to Launchy with a smile. "Is there something I can assist you with? Let us exclude homework, as you and Beatrice usually ask directly." Launchy hesitated. "It seems you have quite a few close relationships with boys? For instance, with Malfoy, Zabini, and even others from different houses?" Aphrodite set down her quill, her expression perplexed, as a hint of doubt flickered in her eyes. Surely her roommate did not perceive her as a wanton woman? Though she herself might entertain such thoughts, she did not wish for others to gossip. "You are quite impressive," Launchy exclaimed, startling Aphrodite with her words. "Could you teach me?" Launchy's gaze was earnest, as if she wished to grasp Aphrodite's hands in excitement. "I only need you to demonstrate once. I will observe and learn." Bayet, perched nearby, couldn't resist teasing. "You know, she's been unable to win over that Slytherin upperclassman. So what? There's no shame in it," Lancey retorted, swatting her away. "Shoo, I'm consulting the goddess here. Please don't interrupt." "I don't understand what you find appealing about him," Bayet muttered, shaking her head but ultimately choosing to eavesdrop. Aphro, amused by their banter, replied, "A demonstration? Certainly. But I find it somewhat perplexing. Isn't this supposed to be an effortless endeavor? What kind of nonsense is that?" Lancey exclaimed, taken aback by Bayet's bluntness. However, feeling outmatched, she fell silent, casting a pitiful glance her way. "Of course, I'll gladly teach you another day," Aphro said, her tone light. "But I have other matters to attend to today, so just one trick." Suddenly, leaning closer to Lancey, Aphro locked eyes with her, causing Lancey to blush furiously as she momentarily froze, captivated by Aphro's enchanting blue eyes. The warm breath that brushed against Lancey's face sent a delightful shiver down her spine, and the subtle fragrance emanating from Aphro bewitched her heart, making it race. "There's something in your hair," Aphro remarked, playfully twirling a lock of Lancey's hair. With a satisfied smile, she distanced herself, leaving Lancey flustered and speechless, her cheeks flushed. Bayet stared, somewhat dazed. "I'll continue my letter now. You two mind your distance, okay?" Lancey shyly urged Bayet, and they hurried away, still savoring the moment. On Friday afternoon, Aphro accompanied Harry to the grassy expanse outside the castle, where he guided her toward the forbidden forest. Yet, instead of the forest, they arrived at a small, somewhat dilapidated cabin. "Hagrid lives here. He would be thrilled to have visitors," Harry explained anxiously, wary that Aphro might be reluctant to enter. Nodding, Aphro curiously surveyed the surroundings, her gaze lingering on a massive pumpkin in the garden corner. "You can touch it," Harry chuckled. Aphro knocked on the pumpkin, producing a muffled sound that made her smile, prompting Harry to look away, a grin creeping onto his face. "Hagrid, are you in there?" Harry rapped on the cabin door. It swung open swiftly, revealing Hagrid, who displayed a nervous expression upon seeing Harry. Harry offered an assuring glance as Hagrid fidgeted with his clothing, ushering them inside. "Come in quickly." Aphro settled onto a tattered sofa adorned with a large patch. Hagrid handed her a cup of tea, and she graciously accepted it with a smile. "Do you eat rock cakes? Is it all right if I call you that?" Hagrid appeared somewhat uneasy. Aphro shrugged, nodding, "That's fine." Harry grasped Aphro's hand, seemingly wanting to say something, but she looked at him quizzically, and he silently released her grip. Hagrid offered her a cake-like treat topped with raisins, but before she could examine it further, Harry interjected, "Hagrid, what have you been up to lately?" Hagrid seemed a bit lost, unable to admit he was mourning Buckbeak, the unfortunate hippogriff, so he opted for a different topic. "I've been breeding blast-ended scruts. Fourth years will be learning about them next year, and you'll see them too, Harry." Aphro cast Harry a knowing look, but he was too preoccupied to notice. Seizing the moment while Hagrid turned to rummage through his things, Harry snatched the rock cake from Aphro's hand, shaking his head vigorously and whispering, "Don't eat that." Before Aphro could respond, he thrust another food item into her hands and sighed with relief, as Hagrid excitedly showcased the food he used to feed the blast-ended scruts. Harry pretended to take a bite of the rock cake, forcing praise despite his distaste. Aphro placed her forehead in her palm, impressed by his theatrics. His movements were fluid, revealing a seasoned performer. She stifled a laugh when she noticed a small notebook wedged between the cushions, pulling it out with effort. "Is this yours, Hagrid?" "Oh, I've been searching for that for days. I didn't realize it was here," Hagrid chuckled sheepishly. "I've noted down my teaching methods. I'm always worried I won't do well. You can take a look." As Aphro flipped through the densely packed notes, she found Hagrid's handwriting rather untidy. Hagrid rambled on about various magical creatures, extolling their beauty, intelligence, and charm, and how easy they were to care for, though Afro and Harry listened skeptically. As he spoke, Hagrid's voice grew choked with emotion when he inevitably mentioned Buckbeak. Wiping his nose and tears with a large handkerchief, his spirits suddenly dampened. "We won't disturb you any longer," Afro said cheerfully, rising to her feet. "Don't be too downcast. Take care of yourself." All right, Hagrid replied, standing to see them off, nearly toppling a table in the process. "It's fine, you don't need to see us out." Afro smiled gently as she and Harry exited the cabin. Walking on the soft grass, Afro kept her gaze down, with Harry trailing behind, carefully matching her pace. Chapter 51. The True Master. In truth, Hagrid genuinely endeavored to be a good teacher, despite occasional lapses. Harry followed behind Afro, his voice low as he mirrored her steps. Suddenly, Afro halted, pivoting gracefully, her wizard's cloak sweeping in an elegant arc unprepared for her turn. Harry collided into her embrace. Afro encircled him, a teasing glint in her eye. "Is this your way of expressing affection, like a little animal?" Harry cleared his throat, extricating himself from her grasp. "I was just distracted." "Please continue," she urged, flicking her hair back and tightening her cloak as they walked side by side. "I don't have much to say, just making casual conversation," Harry sighed. "Don't take it to heart." Afro feigned surprise, her tone ambiguous. On such a delightful day. You want me not to take it to heart?" Harry's face turned crimson again. "Just say whatever you like." Raising an eyebrow, Afro quipped. "Then I shall say you like me?" Harry was at a loss, unable to keep pace with Afro's playful banter. "So you despise me?" She pretended to be shocked. Harry shook his head vehemently. "No, I don't dislike you. I thought what you meant by like was." "What is it?" Afro inquired innocently. "Nothing," Harry stammered, denying it vehemently, secretly relieved yet slightly disappointed. Afro subtly curved her lips upward. Having had her fun, she decided to cease her teasing. Upon returning to the castle, an odd atmosphere enveloped them. The commotion inside revealed students hurrying about. A Gryffindor called out to Harry as he rushed past. "Harry, hurry back to the common room. The fat lady is missing." Afro and Harry exchanged glances, Harry nodding in confusion before hurrying off. "I'll check it out first." She nodded decisively, descending the stairs in the opposite direction. Most Slytherins were gathered on the sofas in their common room. Draco, spotting Afro's return, shoved Blaise aside and waved her over. "Afro, come." Afro beamed, striding toward him, only to catch sight of Theodore in the corner. She flashed him a radiant smile, receiving a faint smile in return before settling beside Draco. "I heard the Gryffindor common room is in disarray," Draco whispered conspiratorially. Afro blinked, puzzled. "What did I miss?" "The headmaster advised us to stay put for now. Don't wander about." Astoria leaned against Daphne, who was clinging to Pansy's arm. Afro leaned in to ruffle Astoria's golden locks. "So, what are you all discussing here?" "Nothing much. Just some trivial matters," came the reply. Draco waved his hand dismissively, surrounded by onlookers who regarded him with a quizzical expression, as if the lively conversation that had just taken place was not his doing. Not far from Aphrodite sat Lancey and a Slytherin boy, with Lancey covertly glancing at Aphrodite, hoping to glean some knowledge from her. Aphrodite pondered, searching for an appropriate opening to engage in discussion. Suddenly, Draco turned his eyes, feigning a pitiful demeanor as he clutched his arm. "Aphrodite, my arm hurts. Is it not better yet?" Aphrodite poked his arm gently. "Does it hurt here?" "Yes, precisely. My injury is quite severe," he mumbled, leaning against Aphrodite's embrace, nuzzling his head against her neck. Aphrodite flinched slightly, though it tickled, she did not pull away. Pansy exchanged a glance with Blaise, somewhat reluctant. Blaise returned her gaze with a sense of resignation. Observing their silent communication, Aphrodite felt a twinge of curiosity. Lancey, on the opposite side, appeared troubled. How had Draco suddenly ended up in Aphrodite's arms? She hadn't learned anything yet. The door to the Slytherin common room swung open, and Snape strode in, catching sight of the two entangled in a sticky embrace. He hesitated momentarily, casting them a peculiar glance. "All students will sleep in the Great Hall tonight. The professors have prepared bedding. Proceed to the hall in an orderly fashion and refrain from making noise." The students erupted into a frenzy, jostling towards the exit, prompting Snape to shoot a warning glare, which quelled the commotion. "Professor, what has happened?" a daring student inquired. "Black has infiltrated Hogwarts." The students should have gasped, but out of fear of Snape's authority, they stifled their reactions. Aphrodite's heart raced, her right hand grasped Astoria's, while her left searched for Daphne, only to find her companion again with Pansy. She pouted slightly, and before she could speak, a warm hand grasped hers. Lifting her gaze to meet Blaise's playful wink, his charm unabated. Aphrodite's mischievous spirit ignited, and she slyly tickled his palm. Blaise instinctively released her hand, allowing her to step away, leaving behind a cryptic smile. It's so crowded. Once outside the common room, Draco managed to squeeze back to Aphrodite's side, grumbling as he brushed off his clothes. By the time the Slytherins arrived in the Great Hall, students from the other 3 houses had already gathered. The Slytherins quickly settled into their positions, huddling together. Draco, happily clutching his blanket, plopped down beside Aphrodite, only for Snape to approach unexpectedly. Mr. Malfoy, I believe it would be prudent for you to maintain some distance from the opposite gender. Draco, laden with grievances and yet to utter a retort, was unceremoniously whisked away by Snape. All eyes in the hall turned to him, astonished, as he wished he could wrap himself in his blanket. Harry, concealed beneath his own blanket, momentarily forgot the perils outside, stifling laughter amidst the Gryffindors. Oliver, seated on a cushion, also wore a grin. Percy, assuming his role as student head, was reprimanding his younger brothers. Snape surveyed the room, noting that students had already claimed their sleeping spots. Reluctantly, he pointed to a seemingly non-troublesome student. Not, you will switch places with young Malfoy. Aphrodite exchanged smiles with Theodore, her eyes sparkling. In the distance, Draco slowly formed several question marks in the air. Why is it that I am the only male? Isn't he not a boy? And what about that Zabini next to him? Who is that next to him? Surely he is male too. Why am I singled out? Draco glared defiantly at Snape's retreating figure, burying his head in his blanket in silent anguish. Chapter 52. The Most Annoying Little Cat. Aphrodite flashed a smile at Theodore, her eyes gleaming. Theodore pulled his blanket closer, shutting his eyes with a slight furrow of his brow, seemingly lost in unpleasant memories. Concerned, Aphrodite glanced at him, and as if sensing her gaze, he suddenly opened his eyes, and their eyes locked, both momentarily taken aback. Aphrodite offered a sweet smile, imbued with reassurance. Good night. Theodore rolled over, turning his back to her. Aphrodite shifted a bit further away, leaning toward Astoria. Black has invaded Hogwarts? Is he here to kill Harry? It seemed that the mention of this individual in the context of her elders felt quite disjointed. The night passed without incident. Winter arrived, and miraculously it did not snow. Aphrodite emerged from the common room, seeking a long bench to lounge upon. In her lap lay Oliver's lucky cat, as she held a book in both hands. The cat obediently nestled against her, occasionally pawed at her hair, flipping over from time to time. Life was tranquil, until a sudden movement disrupted the peace. The lucky cat reacted swiftly. Leaping instinctively, Aphrodite's book tumbled to the ground, but she quickly grasped the cat, restraining it. Lucky! What are you doing? The cat squirmed restlessly, mouth agape, tongue flicking against sharp teeth, emitting a whimper as if eager to escape. A flurry of hurried footsteps approached, and Ron Weasley halted in front of Aphrodite, bent over, hands on his knees, breathless. Excuse me, have you seen a mouse? Upon closer inspection, he realized he was facing his least favorite girl, Aphrodite Granger, leaving him momentarily flustered, his gaze awkwardly shifting. What kind? Aphrodite stroked the cat's fur, which purred contentedly. Ron gestured, describing a pitiful creature, a mouse missing a toe. His eyes fell on the white cat in Aphrodite's hands, and he appeared displeased, muttering something she couldn't quite catch. Suddenly, Aphrodite recalled the scurrying creature from earlier. No wonder Lucky had wanted to bolt, that scruffy, unappealing thing. How can you say that about Scabbers? Ron exploded, his cheeks reddening with indignation. Oh, my apologies, Aphrodite replied with a smile, her tone lacking any remorse. I detest these cats. Ron lamented, ruffling his hair, disregarding her presence as he vented, clueless as to why Hermione insisted on keeping that cat, which had left Scabbers perpetually anxious, unable to eat or sleep, growing thinner than a spider's leg. At the mention of spiders, he shivered. Aphrodite chuckled, adjusting her position. If you're looking for Scabbers, it would be quite simple. I could have Lucky catch him for you. No need for trouble. Ron tensed, as if she might release the cat at any moment. Just a joke, Aphrodite shrugged. Yet Lucky began to squirm again, eyes glistening, darting towards the right. Aphrodite tightened her grip, struggling to contain it. Ron glanced over and indeed spotted Scabbers huddled on the ground. He took 2 large strides forward, swiftly and decisively capturing the mouse and stuffing it into his pocket. Finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Excuse me, could you help me pick up my books? Aphrodite dared not release her hold, fearing Lucky would escape. Ron, one hand clasped over his pocket, bent down to retrieve the books scattered on the ground, cautiously handing them to her, though he kept a respectful distance. Aphrodite extended her left hand to receive the books, brushing dust off the cover. "Thank you, little brother Weasley." Ron felt a flush of embarrassment. It seemed he should have bid her farewell and left, yet he was curious about the hardback book in her hands. "What are you reading?" Their interactions were sparse, typically occurring in the company of Draco or Harry. In Ron's hazy recollection, she seemed to have read numerous books, even in their first year. She had effortlessly located the book Nicholas Flamel. Regarding the tome on alchemy, Aphra replied nonchalantly, casting him a radiant smile. Ron averted his gaze, momentarily at a loss for words, and thus he simply bid farewell to Aphra, expressing his gratitude. "Well, in any case, thank you for today, goodbye." What did it have to do with her? Aphra shook her head and returned to her reading. Ron plopped down beside Harry in the common room, who was engrossed in a book, his focus unwavering. Noticing Harry's indifference, Ron draped an arm over Harry's shoulder and leaned in. "Mate, what are you up to?" Harry jolted, his hand trembling, and the open pages of the book came into full view for Ron. A photograph nestled between the pages depicted Aphra playfully draping her arm around Harry's neck, flashing a mischievous smile at the camera. Ron blinked in surprise, turning his gaze to Harry. He opened his mouth to speak, but Harry, flustered, slammed the book shut with a resounding thud. "Are you slacking off?" Ron asked, bewildered. Harry, momentarily blank, nodded in agreement. "Yeah, just daydreaming." Ron, equally dazed, nodded along, swallowing hard. "All right. Did you manage to find Scabbers?" Harry, feeling guilty, tossed the book into his bag, changing the subject. "Found him, yes." Ron's piercing gaze left Harry feeling exposed, as if magnifying his inner thoughts. Harry lowered his head, a flush creeping up his neck, his ears burning. "It's all good. Right?" Ron stammered, rising awkwardly as he fidgeted with his clothing, unaware of his own actions. "I'll head back now." Harry exhaled in relief. "You should go." Ron trudged toward the dormitory, only to overhear Percy and Oliver engaged in a casual exchange. Percy inquired, "Where's your cat? Letting Aphra play with him for a few days?" Oliver replied with a bright tone, "Absolutely." Ron slowed his pace, glancing back at their open dormitory door. Noticing Percy's expression was somewhat displeased. When their eyes met, Ron felt a surge of panic and hastily quickened his steps. Percy, perplexed by his brother's sudden flight, returned his gaze, contemplating, why is he running away? He then turned to Oliver, offering a friendly nudge. "You can't rely solely on a cat for conversation. You should be more proactive. There are plenty of men around her." I'm worried too, but I appreciate your concern," Percy murmured, shaking his head. "Better you than others." Chapter 53. Queuing for dates. The snow arrived as expected, heralding yet another Hogsmeade weekend. While others reveled in joy, preparing to venture out with friends or lovers, Aphra wore a grave expression. She sat at a table in the corner of Madame Pudefoot's tea house, her countenance numb. Couples around her cast furtive glances, their eyes filled with curiosity. This all began 3 days prior. Upon receiving the news of the upcoming Hogsmeade weekend, Aphra sought out Blaise. It was not merely her sharp memory, but rather Blaise's persistent presence, as if he were reminding her of their impending meal together. Hence, Aphra readily invited Blaise, allowing him to choose the dining venue. "Oh, are you suggesting we go to Madame Pudefoot's?" Blaise drawled, glancing at Draco as he passed by. Aphra was taken aback. Draco clenched his fists, his expression sour. "Let us settle on that, then. 12 o'clock, no later." Blaise patted Draco on the shoulder and sauntered away with flair. Pansy gave a thumbs up from afar, while Daphne silently pressed her hand down. Draco frowned. "You really asked him?" "I did," Aphra nodded. "But it was his suggestion to go to Madame Pudefoot's." Draco responded with a curt "Oh." Pressing further, "Why would you ask him?" "Because he helped me out." Aphra reassured him, giving his shoulder a pat, much like Blaise had. "You'll be free in the morning, right? Come with me to Hogsmeade." Draco lifted his chin, leaving no room for Aphra to decline. Watching his retreating figure, Aphra mumbled, "Fine." She stepped outside the common room, but soon regretted her decision. Cedric stood before her. "Aphra, do you have plans for Hogsmeade?" Aphra was momentarily speechless, her gaze dropping in embarrassment. "Well, actually, I thought I was early. We just received the news." Cedric smiled warmly. "It's all right, I can wait for the next time." Aphra's heart softened at the sight of Cedric's disappointed expression, and before her brain could catch up, she blurted, "We can have afternoon tea together. I'll treat you, after all. I owe you a thank you." Cedric's eyes sparkled. "Really? That would be fantastic. Looking forward to this Hogsmeade weekend." "Certainly." Aphra took a deep breath, reassuring herself, "It's just 3 boys." Cedric watched Aphra leave, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Just as she ascended the first flight of stairs, Oliver intercepted her. With puppy dog eyes brimming with anticipation, Oliver's expression made it difficult for Aphra to refuse. Can I come too? He pleaded, let us head to Hogsmeade together. This might be our last weekend there. He seemed to be wagging his tail, practically begging. Aphra calculated in her mind. Morning with Draco, lunch with Blaise, and afternoon with Cedric. She fell silent. How about 10 in the morning? She suggested, tilting her head to allocate some of Draco's time, realizing it was becoming quite a task. Whenever you say, I'll be there. Oliver sighed in relief, his tension dissipating. Aphra smiled, thinking, what's the harm in scheduling a few? She contemplated ruffling his hair but dismissed the thought, as he was too tall, making it quite a challenge. Where do you want to go? She inquired. Let us just sit at Madame Putafoot's. Oliver had a plan in mind, having heard that mingling with couples often made the atmosphere more romantic. Aphra swallowed hard, hearing herself respond, all right. Thus, in the morning, Aphra spent the entire street wandering with Draco, and once he was satisfied, she nearly fled, hastily dropping a farewell as she dashed into Madame Putafoot's. Oliver waved cheerfully at her, and Aphra paused before breaking into a smile as she approached him. Madame Putafoot's was perpetually lively, with couples engrossed in animated conversations. Sitting across from Oliver, Aphra removed her silver-green scarf, while Oliver pulled a chair out for her. She draped the scarf over the chair's back and peeled off her heavy cloak. Oliver, using his wand, magically brushed off the snowflakes, earning a smile from Aphra. Receiving her appreciative gaze, Oliver grinned sheepishly, scratching his head. A friend of mine said it's more considerate this way. Did you really consult a friend? I asked a few. They didn't have much insight, so I figured I'd ask more, he admitted. Aphra recalled what her roommate, Lacey, had said. If someone sought advice from many for you, that relationship must be cherished. Oliver slid the menu across the table, suggesting, it's not lunchtime yet. Let us have some desserts. All right, but I'll treat, Aphra replied with a charming smile. I have money. How can I let a girl pay? Oliver protested urgently. Aphra winked. This time I'll pay, and next time it's your turn, silly. Oliver fell into contemplation, realization dawning on him. Next time? Great. Then I'll treat next time. He chuckled foolishly, lowering his head. Aphra selected a few desserts, cautious not to order too much, fearing leftovers would go uneaten. While awaiting their desserts, the young couple at the neighboring table had already begun to shield their faces with a book, engaging in a furtive display of affection. This caused a slight embarrassment for the two. Oliver lowered his head slightly, feeling somewhat at a loss. His friend had mentioned that such moments could enhance the ambience. But this was hardly the manner in which he envisioned it. In truth, there was no need for him to emulate others. Aphrodite seemed to be in high spirits, and he found his current demeanor rather endearing. Oliver touched his earlobe, which was already slightly flushed, and conceded, all right, I shall heed your advice. Do indulge a bit more. I rather fancy this, Aphrodite insisted, pushing a small strawberry cake toward Oliver. When their eyes met, and she observed his flustered expression, she clarified, I truly enjoy this strawberry cake. Very well, as you wish. Although Oliver's cheeks burned, he responded in a louder voice, startling the couple beside them. The pair finally set their book down and glanced over at Oliver and Aphrodite. She too turned her gaze towards them. They were a Ravenclaw girl and a Slytherin boy, neither of whom she recognized. Aware of the awkwardness, Oliver refrained from looking their way again. We've been training a new tactic recently, and I sense that everyone might be feeling a bit fatigued. Their enthusiasm is rather tepid, and our progress seems to have stalled, Oliver expressed with a hint of concern. So would you give up on that account? Aphrodite countered. Of course not, Oliver replied with a smile. I plan to bring them some sweets later, and then we'll have them train vigorously. Chapter 54, The Q Date 2. Aphrodite smiled gently. I've also encountered a few setbacks lately concerning some alchemical matters, but I believe that in time, it will improve significantly. I'm not well versed in alchemy, but I have faith in your abilities. You are quite remarkable, Oliver complimented sincerely. I know your grades are consistently excellent, and you grasp new concepts swiftly. Aphrodite lowered her gaze, feeling a touch bashful, but she soon lifted her head again. Her face illuminated with joy, clearly appreciating his words. It's not that impressive, I've merely practiced a bit more. Aphrodite narrowed her eyes playfully, while Oliver stared at her with a goofy expression. You are far too modest, he remarked, seemingly captivated by her presence. You spend your days either reading or practicing spells, which is far more challenging than playing Quidditch. Consistency breeds habit, Aphrodite replied. Speaking of Quidditch, I'm not particularly skilled. Perhaps one day I could learn from you. Absolutely. I would be delighted to teach you. Oliver beamed. Once the weather warms, I shall instruct you. It's a promise then. You mustn't forget. Rest assured I shan't forget. If the Gryffindor team were to witness Oliver in this light, they would undoubtedly be taken aback, especially the Quidditch players, who were accustomed to his usual stern demeanor and frequent reprimands. After conversing for quite some time, the two reluctantly concluded their outing in Hogsmeade. Percy stood outside Madame Puddifoot's tea-house, awaiting Oliver's emergence, and through the glass he caught sight of Aphrodite. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and she offered a faint smile before Percy averted his gaze. Oliver pushed open the shop door and approached Percy, clapping a hand on his shoulder. "Come along. Accompany me to buy some sweets." "All right," Percy replied, following him as they brushed past Blaise Zabini. Percy glanced back, and Blaise seemed to sense it, turning to smile slightly. Blaise found Aphrodite seated across from him, casually unfastening the buttons of his outer robe, a teasing smile gracing his features. "This chair is still warm." Aphrodite stifled a laugh, readily admitting, "I was just chatting with Oliver." "The Wood from Gryffindor?" Blaise recalled the individual he had just encountered. "Indeed, he's quite nice." A subtle smile graced Aphrodite's lips at the mention of Oliver. "Someone might struggle to eat much now. I had already placed an order when I arrived, perhaps too much," he remarked nonchalantly, appearing unperturbed. The couple at the adjacent table stared at Aphrodite in astonishment, clearly realizing that a different boy had taken the seat. "No worries. Just enjoy your meal. But weren't we supposed to go Dutch?" Aphrodite leaned back in her chair, the warm orange glow of the lights enveloping them. "But I've already paid," Blaise smiled at her. "Noted, I shall treat you next time," Aphrodite replied unfazed. It was hard to find anyone who disliked Blaise's charming antics. "I was just with Draco and Pansy, and Draco was rather displeased. I thought I had appeased him." Aphrodite chuckled at the thought of his angry visage. "But he will manage to soothe himself." Blaise nodded. "You certainly know how to handle him." The couple at the neighboring table craned their necks toward Aphrodite's table, seemingly forgetting their previous intimacy. Casting a glance at them, Aphrodite noticed their immediate withdrawal, feigning indifference. "You're not too shabby yourself." Aphrodite chose to forego further dining, unwilling to overindulge, especially since she had another engagement ahead. Blaise raised an eyebrow. "In what regard?" Aphrodite hesitated momentarily before smiling at him, disregarding the eavesdropping couple. "In every aspect." She caught a glimpse of the astonishment on the neighboring couple's faces, as well as a fleeting moment of confusion on Blaise's part. As Blaise departed the tea house, the couple at the adjacent table intended to leave as well, but then another handsome young man approached and took a seat across from Aphrodite. The girl promptly grasped the boy's hand, and they quickly sat back down. Unable to resist, Aphrodite glanced at them, yet she understood that it was their prerogative to remain. Cedric scanned the table, then smiled at Aphrodite. "Am I a fortunate coincidence?" Aphrodite felt a rare pang of guilt, clearing her throat just right. Cedric chuckled softly, a hint of resignation in his expression. "Well then, how have your studies been of late?" "I have some leads, but not many. There's little progress." Aphrodite replied with an even demeanor, appearing undeterred, her spirits remarkably stable. Cedric handed her a gift bag. "I happened to pass by Honeydukes and thought you might appreciate this." "Thank you. I haven't had a chance to explore Honeydukes yet," Aphrodite responded eagerly, having spent nearly the entire day at Madame Puddifoot's. Cedric smiled at her enthusiasm, but then felt two intense gazes upon them, turning to the right in confusion. It was the same couple. Aphrodite smiled at them, which made the couple feel slightly awkward. The Slytherin boy quickly led the Ravenclaw girl away, heads bowed. Though she did not comprehend their reaction, she respected it. As Aphrodite withdrew her gaze, Cedric, noticing their departure, finally spoke. "Why do they always stare at us?" "Perhaps they're looking at me," Aphrodite mused, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "Maybe it's because I'm on a date with 3 boys today, and they find it impressive." Cedric chuckled, his eyes reflecting a complex emotion, tinged with mild regret. 3, huh? Can I take a guess?" "Of course," Aphrodite encouraged, resting her chin on her hand. "What?" Cedric guessed, a smile lingering at the corner of his eye, albeit faint. "Oh really?" Aphrodite exclaimed. "Do you know him?" "Indeed," Cedric replied, lowering his gaze. "We faced off in a match before. A Dementor invaded Hogwarts, causing Gryffindor to lose. And I suggested a rematch, but Wood declined. He's quite decent." "I think I've heard of that. Aside from Draco's matches, I rarely attend, but I have heard of it." "Were you affected by it?" "Not at all," Cedric replied, warmth in his smile as he appreciated her concern. "Thank you for asking." He tapped his long fingers on the table. "Let me continue guessing. Is it Malfoy?" "Not quite," Aphrodite shook her head. "You might not know him. He's a Slytherin." Cedric gazed out the window, observing that the snowfall had ceased, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words, acutely aware of the arduousness of the path ahead. Chapter 55. Disheartened Harry. Cedric's eyes lingered on Aphra, a question on his mind about which boy might capture her fancy. However, he hesitated, uncertain if he would be pleased with her answer, and thus chose to remain silent. Perhaps, in Aphra's eyes, there was yet no one worthy to stand beside her. Cedric was not in a rush. He possessed a myriad of reasons to remain close to Aphra, and an abundance of time to pursue his desires. Since the snow has ceased, let us set off now to avoid any inconvenience later, he suggested. Aphra nodded in agreement, and they made their way outside. It was only then that Aphra remembered to don her coat, while Cedric deftly took her scarf from her hands and stood before her, carefully wrapping it around her neck with gentle movements, even smoothing her long hair as he finished. His fingers grazed her nape with a warmth that elicited a slight tilt of her head and a faint smile. "Senior, how gentle you are. Do you treat every girl this way?" Aphra teased, her sapphire eyes sparkling with mischief. "You've become quite mischievous," Cedric replied with a playful smile. "How many boys have you uttered such words to?" Aphra was taken aback, realizing that Cedric had indeed changed. Such a remark made it difficult for her to view him merely as a senior. She lowered her gaze, noticing the sudden appearance of footprints in the snow, circling around her and Cedric, though he remained oblivious to them. "Rest assured," Cedric said, leaving his statement tantalizingly incomplete, prompting further speculation. "Is that one of your friends?" Aphra asked, patting Cedric's shoulder. He glanced across the way and nodded. "Then I shall take my leave," he said reluctantly, though Aphra pretended not to notice. "Until we meet again," she waved her bag cheerfully, her smile sweet. Cedric took a few steps before turning back, offering her a warm smile. Taking a deep breath, Aphra tightened her cloak and ventured towards a secluded area. After walking a short distance, she suddenly raised her wrist and waved her wand concealed within her sleeve, instantly conjuring another presence beside her. Harry blinked in bewilderment, his invisibility cloak having slipped to the ground, revealing him entirely. "So it was you, the sneaky little thief," Aphra remarked upon recognizing Harry, feeling relieved. Emerging from Madame Poudafoute's tea shop, she had been followed by a trail of footprints. Initially suspecting it to be some form of concealment charm, Harry bent down to retrieve his cloak, which shimmered like water, and after a moment, explained, "This is my invisibility cloak." "A fine item indeed," Aphra nodded, examining it with keen interest. "Why are you following me?" Harry scratched his nose, taking a second to respond. "I didn't realize it." Only then did Aphra notice his unusual demeanor. "What's wrong? Did the Dementors frighten you into silence?" she asked, blinking in surprise at his vacant expression. "Not exactly," Harry murmured. "I just came from the Three Broomsticks, overhearing some professor's conversation, and learned a few things." Clenching his right hand, he continued, a sense of confusion washing over him. "I found out that Black was my parents' best friend, yet he betrayed them, ultimately killing Peter and being imprisoned in Azkaban." Aphra furrowed her brow, momentarily at a loss for words. "Now he has escaped and is seeking me out, intent on killing me?" Harry's anger flared, though it was evident that he had been grappling with these emotions for quite some time, so he restrained himself. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "I must confront him and end his life." Aphra responded calmly, "Oh." Harry was taken aback by her reaction, which was starkly different from Ron's and Hermione's. "How do you plan to do that?" she inquired, her tone serious. Harry fell silent, gradually regaining his composure, as feelings of helplessness, sorrow, and resentment surged within him. Resentment towards himself and the one responsible for his parents' demise. "You might as well seek Professor Lupin's guidance on some spells, perhaps even the killing curse," Aphra suggested, raising an eyebrow. Harry, looking dejected like a forlorn puppy, received a gentle ruffle of his hair from Aphra, who grasped his icy hand, sighing as she pulled him into her embrace. Each time she saw Harry, he appeared so fragile and helpless, evoking a deep sense of compassion within her. Her softening heart had surfaced on 4 occasions. First, when Harry faced his cousin's bullying. Second, before the mirror of Ariste. Third, when he ran away from home. And now, in this moment. "The law will bring him to justice, you know," Aphra reassured Harry patiently. "By the time the Dementors or the Ministry find Black, he will be forced to confront your parents and seek their forgiveness. You need not be the one to deal with him." Nestled in her arms, Harry nodded gently, inhaling the comforting scent that enveloped him, though his brows remained furrowed. "Perhaps I should procure some sleeping draught for you," Aphra mused, smoothing his tousled black hair. "How did you arrive in Hogsmeade?" "Fred and George," Harry mumbled, as Aphra casually slipped a piece of candy into his mouth. "Is this from Diggory? Indeed sweet, isn't it?" Aphra smiled. "Sour," Harry replied, finally in the mood for a jest. He continued, "They gave me the Marauder's map and informed me about the secret passage." "Clearly. Cedric's candy is the sweetest," Aphra chimed, having sampled one herself, savoring the delightful taste that lingered in her mouth. Now that we need to return to Hogwarts, you should retrace your steps. Let us meet at Professor Snape's office. Snape? Harry felt a surge of caution. Why? To procure some potions for you, Aphra countered. What else? Otherwise, will he teach you the killing curse? I might as well go to the hospital wing. Snape wouldn't provide me with any sleeping draught, just poison, Harry retorted. But he obediently donned the invisibility cloak. Then we shall head to the hospital wing. See you there. Aphra did not permit him to decline, though he had no intention of refusing. All right, I shall take my leave then. Be careful on your way. Aphra waved goodbye, snowflakes settling in her hair as the flurries began anew. Once back at Hogwarts, as she stepped into the castle, her keen eyes spotted Harry's good friend Ron Weasley, who had just finished quarreling with Hermione over a cat-and-mouse debacle. Observing Hermione stomp away in frustration, Aphra whistled at the glum Ron. Oh Ron, have you quarreled with Granger? Who gave you permission to call me Ron? Ron snapped, casting a disgruntled glance at Aphra. Granger, what are you doing standing there? If I don't call you Ron, how will I distinguish you from your brothers? Aphra raised an eyebrow, approaching him. Ron, she mimicked his tone, pausing for effect. You are far more entertaining than your brothers. Chapter 56, Seeking the Truth. Ron muttered a few words. Were her relations with his brothers so amiable? Moreover, Harry had shown interest in her, having fixated on her picture earlier. Should he perhaps cultivate a better relationship with her? Ron pondered, oblivious to the fact that he had followed Aphra quite a distance. Yet, he truly did not harbor any feelings for her. She was a Slytherin, and a close associate of Malfoy and Parkinson at that. Ron wrestled with conflicting thoughts in his mind. He continued to follow Aphra, who found the situation amusing, but chose not to enlighten him, allowing him to trudge onward. After a while, Ron resolved to no longer dislike Aphra, exhaling a sigh of relief as he lifted his gaze, only to realize he had arrived at the hospital wing. Aphra, arms crossed with keen interest, watched Ron, who appeared somewhat disoriented as he glanced around, confused about his presence there. Harry, exhausted from his hurried journey, arrived to find Ron, whose puzzled expression mirrored his own. Yet, a wave of joy washed over Harry at the sight of his friend, and he smiled, contemplating whether Ron had been concerned for him. Ron. I plan to seek some potions from Madame Pomfrey, Harry explained, casting a glance at Aphra. Ron nodded in understanding. After all, Harry's demeanor today was indeed unusual, and a little assistance was warranted for a good night's rest and relaxation. Aphra raised her chin playfully. Little Weasley, perhaps you should procure some medicine for your pet with the broken toe. It might just heal. Ron, feeling a resurgence of animosity towards Greengrass, retorted, what mouse? At that moment, a middle-aged man peeked out from within, and the trio realized that Professor Remus Lupin was present in the hospital wing. Noting their surprise, he succinctly explained, I'm not feeling well, just came to check. Just your Weasley mouse. Aphra continued to tease Ron, relishing the opportunity to jest with someone amusing. However, Lupin's expression turned grave, prompting Aphra to blink in confusion, while Harry too found himself at a loss. Is Madame Pomfrey inside? Lupin inquired. Yes, you may go in, he replied. But he did not exit the hospital wing, instead following them closely, directing his question at Ron. Your mouse? Yes. It's a pet my brother left me. A pitiful creature that's been in my family for over a decade. It may act a bit strange at times, but... Ron trailed off, feeling a surge of sentiment. Over a decade? Lupin interrupted, his urgency betraying a hint of rudeness, which surprised Ron, who always regarded him as an exceptionally courteous professor. 13 years? Ron stammered. Lupin's expression turned perplexed as he frowned. Does it have a broken toe on its left foot? Yes, Ron replied, bewildered at how Lupin knew this. May I see your mouse? Lupin asked eagerly. Ron blinked in surprise but eventually nodded. All right. It should be sleeping in my room. Aphra exchanged puzzled glances with Lupin, then with Ron, while Harry, still clutching the potion bottles, remained oblivious to the peculiar request. Although Ron felt it strange, he reassured himself that Professor Lupin was not a cat and wouldn't he devour his pet like Crookshanks or Lucky. With that thought, he shot a furtive glare at Aphra. Aphra caught sight of it and returned the look, both engaging in a rather childish standoff. The potion bottles in Harry's arms rattled softly, the clinking seeking to capture Aphra's attention. She lifted her gaze to Harry. All right, another childish one. They reached the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. Ron entered, leaving Harry, Lupin, and Aphra waiting outside. Oliver emerged, cradling Lucky, and upon seeing them he froze. Lucky meowed and gracefully jumped into Aphra's arms, who stroked its fur and asked, What brings you here? Oliver fell silent, glancing down at his bright red badge, as if the question should be directed at Aphra. I brought Lucky back to the cat house, he explained. Aphra acknowledged this, but Lucky refused to budge from her embrace, compelling her to stroke it again. As Ron cautiously emerged, cradling his pet, it unexpectedly jolted and darted away. Lupin, momentarily startled, instinctively shouted, "Catch it!" Afro blinked and, glancing at Lucky, released her hold. Lucky sprang after the mouse, and in a flurry of white fur and squeaks, it seized Ron's pet, which squirmed in its grasp while Lucky cocked its head, seemingly proud of its catch. "Scabbers!" Ron cried out in dismay. Lupin knelt, extending his hand. "Now, be a good cat and let me have it, will you?" Lucky hesitated, as if contemplating the request. Lupin turned to Oliver. "Can you persuade it to release Scabbers?" Oliver scratched his head but decided to heed the professor's words, squatting down and extending his hand, blinking. Lucky remained unyielding. Afro cleared her throat, bending down without extending her hand, and to her surprise, Lucky trotted over to her, extending its head. Oliver was taken aback. Afro turned to him with a triumphant smile, taking Scabbers firmly to prevent its escape. Ron furrowed his brow, sensing an absurd atmosphere enveloping the night. Lupin took Scabbers from her hands and, bending down, spoke with a complex tone. "Is that you, Wormtail?" Scabbers trembled, shrinking in fear. Ron stepped forward, but Lupin had already taken his leave, tossing over his shoulder. "I'm heading to the headmaster's office. You may follow." Ron immediately exclaimed, "I want to go." His voice edged with urgency. Harry, placing a reassuring hand on Ron's shoulder, added, "I'll go with you." Afro, finding the peculiarities of the situation intriguing, nodded in agreement. "I shall accompany you as well." Oliver, feeling compelled to follow, muttered, "Wait for me." He knew nothing of their intentions. He merely happened to be passing by. With Lucky striding gracefully behind them, the group made their way to the headmaster's office. Upon hearing the lion statue relay the message, Dumbledore appeared somewhat bewildered, struggling to believe his ears. "A few students?" "For students, a professor, a mouse and a cat," the lion dutifully replied. Dumbledore rubbed his temples, setting aside the new sweets he had just purchased from Honeydukes. "Let them in." The lion opened the door, beckoning them inside. Chapter 57. The Truth of Old Matters. Lupin inhaled deeply. On the way, his legs felt weak, his steps unsteady, and beads of sweat formed in his palms. His face bore an expression of uncertainty, and he swallowed hard, grappling with fear, dread and regret. He could sense that Scabbers, no Wormtail, shared his trepidation and remorse, though he wondered if their emotional turbulence stemmed from the same event. Lupin steadied his breath, his voice trembling slightly. "Mr. Dumbledore, I have found Wormtail." The students exchanged looks of confusion, while Dumbledore's expression hardened. If Wormtail's death 13 years ago was a fabrication, it implied that many other truths had also been concealed. Dumbledore's demeanor shifted, his glasses adjusted, and he rose to his feet. Thus, under the collective gaze of all present, the pitiful mouse transformed into a portly middle-aged man. Afro averted her eyes, retreating behind Oliver. "Do not be afraid." Oliver assumed she was startled, gently placing a hand on her shoulder to shield her. "How unsightly." Afro murmured from behind him, expressing her distaste. Professor Snape was soon summoned by Dumbledore, entering briskly and casting a fierce glare at Harry, followed by Lupin. Lupin managed a resigned smile, while Dumbledore sought to mediate. "Severus, where is your Veritaserum?" Here, Snape produced a small glass vial, only then noticing Afro. His brow furrowed in confusion at seeing a Slytherin student mingling with Gryffindors. At Dumbledore's gesture, Snape administered a drop of the potion to the middle-aged man. "What is your name?" Dumbledore inquired calmly. "Peter Pettigrew," came the response. Lupin tightened his grip on his sleeves, while Snape's initial confusion morphed into a sardonic chuckle. "Why were you a pet of the Weasley family?" Ron's face drained of color, unable to fathom that the pet he had known for so long was, in fact, a person, one who was supposed to have died 13 years prior. Harry pressed his lips together, the situation becoming increasingly perplexing as his mind raced. I was afraid. I fled to the Weasley household, adopting the guise of a pet to escape my past. Past? What transpired in the past? What transpired 13 years ago? I, Wormtail, let out a heavy sigh. I am the secret keeper for the Potters. A secret keeper? It is the most steadfast of oaths. So long as a third party does not divulge the secret, the Potters shall remain undiscovered. Snape averted his gaze slightly, recalling the prophecy. His lips pressed tightly together in silence. Originally, the third party was meant to be Sirius, but he believed that suspicion would not fall upon me, perhaps making it a more fitting choice. Thus he advised James and Lily to select me instead. Remus felt a bitter pang within. He was entirely excluded from this matter. Completely oblivious. But I was terrified, I simply was. You betrayed them then? Harry could not help but question. I was truly filled with fear. Peter clutched his head. lamenting his own ineptitude, feeling overshadowed by James's charisma, Remus's brilliance, and Sirius's formidable magical prowess. I was just afraid. I do not believe you. Alecto suddenly interjected, a hint of disdain in her voice. If you lacked the courage to keep the secret, how could you muster the audacity to betray your friends to the Dark Lord? Peter muttered incessantly, I killed a street full of muggles out of fear, fearing Sirius would hunt me down, so I severed my own finger, transformed into my animagus form, and fled, merely trying to survive for over a decade, all because of fear. Wormtail, in the 30 seconds you spoke that line, were you unwilling to be captured? Or were you regretting your actions? Remus lowered his gaze, enveloped by profound sorrow. Peter curled up, providing no response, nor did he meet his eyes. Dumbledore inquired again. And for how long did you sell information to Voldemort? I can't recall, perhaps about a year, Wormtail answered vaguely. He spoke the truth, compelled to utter the verity. Remus's heart grew colder, an icy dread seeping in, suffocating him. The truth so starkly naked, as oppressive as the news he received 13 years prior. How could you possibly claim it was merely out of fear? Alecto interrogated calmly, you were merely driven by greed, playing both sides. After committing such an atrocity, it was only then that you began to fear. Fear of being discovered, of facing consequences. You never truly regretted. Harry clenched his fists. Had it not been for Ron holding him back, he would have charged at him. I believe I understand now, Dumbledore sighed. The night is late. Children, it is time to rest. I shall accompany the 2 professors to the ministry to address this matter. Remus, Harry, I will ensure the truth is revealed. Thank you, sir. Harry replied, casting a final glance at Peter before averting his gaze. Alecto tugged at Oliver's sleeve. Let us depart. Oliver, who had been a passive observer through all this, was still reeling with shock. Upon hearing Alecto's words, he nodded. I shall escort you back to the common room. You go see Lucky. It's just a few steps for me, Alecto smiled, shaking her head in refusal. But before Oliver could say anything further, Percy approached with a lantern, urging them to hurry along, as curfew was imminent. Oh, is it already so late? Alecto had lost track of time. Her day had been so prolonged that she felt utterly drained, her feet aching. I can walk her back, Percy offered slowly, as if it were a struggle. Oliver pondered for a moment, the 3 of them caught in an inexplicable standstill. Alecto rolled her eyes, surveying the 2 of them. Good night. Oliver gently ruffled Alecto's hair, glanced at Percy, said nothing, and departed with Lucky. Alecto stared at his retreating figure, and Percy coldly remarked, Stop staring. Then please escort me. Alecto said with a light smile, How fortuitous, it's always you who sees me off. Perhaps it's because some people insist on wandering about just before curfew. Percy retorted, still not quite satisfied. I thought with all your dates today, you'd be utterly exhausted. I didn't expect you to be so lively. Indeed. I am quite energetic. Would you like to test that? Alecto nodded, her smile radiant. Percy fell silent, rendered speechless. Oh, how dull, how boring. Alecto teased, walking ahead with an air of contentment, her hands clasped behind her back. Has the Hufflepuff vinegar pot been overturned? What? It's quite sour here. Alecto narrowed her eyes. Adept at teasing Percy. Chapter 58, Confession. Percy immediately grasped her insinuation, feeling a twinge of guilt, and shot her an annoyed glance, but it lacked any real impact. I have arrived, Alecto declared cheerfully. Despite her fatigue, she felt no weariness as she approached the common room door, uttering the password, and not forgetting to smile at Percy before slipping inside. Good night. Good night. Percy exhaled, only then realizing that for some time now, Alecto had ceased to avoid uttering the Slytherin password in his presence. Contemplating this detail, a faint smile crept onto Percy's lips. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Oliver sitting on the edge of the bed, one foot resting on the bed frame, his arms propped on his knees, lost in thought. Upon seeing Percy return, Oliver scrutinized him for a moment, remaining silent. Percy slowed his pace, hesitated slightly, but said nothing, simply unfastening the clasp of his cloak and draping it over the coat rack. What do you think of Alecto? Oliver lay back, staring at the ceiling. Ever since returning from the catacombs, Oliver had been pondering this matter, and at last he realized what was at stake. Percy noticed he finally understood, and thus he had no choice but to acquiesce, for he could not articulate a counterargument. Yet he had intended to remain silent. Graduation was so near. Percy furrowed his brow, glancing at Oliver. She is quite wonderful. Oliver forced a smile, though it did not quite reach his eyes. He rubbed his temples. Do you like her? That's a bit sudden for me. For me, my feelings for her are not sudden at all. Percy loosened his tie, approaching the mirror, gazing at his reflection, feeling somewhat dazed. Most of the time he dressed impeccably, his shoes polished, shirt and tie crisp, complemented by the immaculate Hogwarts robes, adorned with the gleaming prefect badge, now replaced by the chairman's emblem. Often his brothers found his demeanor amusing, deeming it ridiculous. He frequently questioned himself in secret, wondering if he should not pursue power so fervently. Yet Alecto found no fault in this. Rather, she wholeheartedly encouraged him, stating that those in power possess freedoms denied to those beneath them, urging him to strive for it. She validated his aspirations, undoubtedly aligning with his own thoughts. Is it true that a true gentleman is one who shuns fame and fortune? All he wished was to wield power, to ensure a good life for himself and those around him. He turned to face Oliver, who inherently lacked such convoluted thoughts, exuding an easygoing nature, often clad in Quidditch gear or en route to don it. Sometimes, if he overslept, he might even wear pajamas beneath his robes. When was this? Oliver was perplexed. He knew his good friend would not covet a girl he liked. The only possibility was that Percy had liked Alecto long before. Earlier than when you declared your feelings for her, Percy confirmed. Indeed, Percy was not accustomed to being forthright, always concealing his emotions from others. But since he had been discovered, he felt compelled to be honest with his brother. Then why didn't you tell me back then? Oliver was more confused than ever. Although he felt strange about it now, he harbored no ill intentions, thinking they could compete fairly. I had no intention of competing. Percy himself was unsure why he had abandoned that thought. Subconsciously, he felt that Oliver was more suited to stand beside Alecto. Perhaps he was simply better than himself. Why? Oliver was truly confused by Percy's reasoning, struggling to comprehend his train of thought. I cannot articulate it, it is beyond words. Percy let out a bitter laugh, feeling so twisted inside, akin to a pretzel. Emotions long buried within him had suddenly been unearthed, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Rest assured, although I am quite displeased at the moment, you are my good friend, so I shall reluctantly accept it. Oliver sighed inwardly. With so many rivals already, he hadn't anticipated missing one. He thought Percy was quite accomplished, and perhaps Aphrodite would find common ground with him. Besides, he had previously been a prefect and was now the president of the boys. While he wasn't as handsome as Oliver, he was still decent looking. This is disastrous. Oliver licked his parched lips. Have you ever considered that she might not accept any boy at all? Is it possible that she likes neither of us? Percy countered. And Oliver was taken aback. Indeed, it's possible that Aphrodite may not like either of us. Percy sat on his bed, somewhat helplessly stating that it was quite late, and they should resume their conversation another day. But I can't sleep. Oliver's protest fell on deaf ears as Percy fell silent. Oliver rubbed his chest, feeling a pang of discomfort. He didn't wish to delve deeper into why Percy fancied Aphrodite. When a girl captivates your attention, it's impossible to see anyone else. Oliver thought gloomily as he rolled into his blankets, hoping to sleep and forget all these concerns. Setting aside the thoughts of the two boys, let us turn to the matter of Peter and Sirius. The Ministry of Magic was astonishingly efficient, likely bolstered by Dumbledore's influence. Just a few days had passed, and the 13-year-old case was reopened, the truth unveiled. Peter was sentenced to the Dementor's kiss, with execution set for March. Sirius Black was declared innocent, yet he remained missing. The Ministry, feeling insecure, hastily released a series of announcements, both to locate Sirius and to salvage their reputation. The Daily Prophet swiftly disseminated this news, and soon, nearly everyone was aware of the truth from 13 years ago. Harry took several days to calm his emotions, while Lupin remained visibly dejected and troubled. I hear he is my godfather? Harry leaned on the railing, a flicker of excitement evident. This meant he would have family. Lupin appeared lost in thought. Sirius? Yes. He is your godfather. What is he like? Harry inquired, eager to meet him. Lupin fell silent, seemingly lost in memories. A bittersweet smile crept onto his face. He is wonderful. I believe you will like his friends. No one dislikes him. Harry sensed something peculiar about Professor Lupin, who seemed distant. But he couldn't decipher his thoughts and began to drift off. Lupin was also lost in reverie, his throat dry, unsure if he anticipated seeing an old friend. He felt a persistent sense of disappointment. Why wasn't he the secret keeper? Why was he not trusted? Chapter 59 Slander. Recently, whispers had circulated throughout the castle. Some boys and girls would surreptitiously scrutinize Aphrodite, whether in the Great Hall or the corridors. Yet, these gazes differed from previous admiration or affection. They bore an air of scrutiny and envy. Had she not misread the situation? Just moments ago, a girl had regarded her with a look of envy. Confused, Aphrodite entered the Slytherin common room, and for a brief moment, silence enveloped the room, but soon, everyone resumed their activities, chatting or studying as if nothing had transpired. Just in time, take a look at this. Draco handed a newspaper to Aphrodite. She lowered her gaze, skimming through it rapidly. The Hogwarts Herald. Aphrodite chuckled softly, engrossed. Which club is responsible for this newspaper? Quite impressive. Draco appeared confused. Did you even read the words on it? He moved behind her to share the paper, rubbing his eyes to confirm he hadn't picked up the wrong one. I did read it. It reports on me. The Enchanting Witch and Her Three Boyfriends. A catchy title, albeit somewhat inaccurate, as they are not quite my boyfriends yet, Aphrodite replied calmly. Draco seemed far more anxious than Aphrodite, poking her forehead. This newspaper is slandering you. Slandering. It's no issue, Aphrodite replied breezily. I am indeed the Enchanting Witch. Do you think otherwise? She leaned closer to Draco, her eyes sparkling, lips full, exuding an intoxicating allure. Draco's face flushed as his gaze inadvertently fixated on her lips, his thoughts wandering, and he swallowed hard. Blaise cleared his throat, edging closer. The crux is that the article criticizes you, claiming you are promiscuous, that you toy with emotions and deceive boys. I noticed, Aphrodite nodded. Ah. They hit the nail on the head. She playfully tapped Draco's chin with her delicate finger, causing him to blush even more. But I am indeed toying with boys. Oh, what a pity the article didn't include little Draco. That's not the point. Draco grasped her finger, but Aphrodite's nimble digit slipped from his palm. She reclined on the sofa, tossing the newspaper onto the table with a fluid motion. Her eyes sparkled, her smile unwavering. Blaise intended to join them, but Draco twisted, bumping Blaise aside to sit next to Aphrodite, a triumphant look directed at Blaise, brimming with pride. TCH, childish, Blaise scoffed, turning to Daphne on his left. Give me a seat. Not a chance, Daphne replied, polishing her nails, not sparing him a glance. Choose any new product from the latest witch magazine. After you. Daphne's demeanor shifted, playfully allowing Blaise to sit next to Aphrodite, who found herself at the center of the newspaper's scorn. Yet the girls from Gryffindor remained unfazed, especially Aphrodite. When did the Hogwarts Herald become popular? I've never seen it before. This issue gained traction recently, Blaise replied. Aphrodite turned to Draco. Didn't you start some study group a couple of years ago? Yes, Draco recalled, though he hadn't actually studied with anyone since its inception. Feeling a bit sheepish as he pinched his nose. What are the application requirements and process? Aphrodite smirked. I'll find out who founded this club. The application is straightforward. Anyone can apply, Draco replied, shaking his head. But thankfully it's all under real names. Professor McGonagall oversees it. You can ask her. All right, Aphrodite nodded. No worries. I have my methods. Seeing Draco frown, she couldn't resist ruffling his golden hair, eliciting a weak protest from him. Don't mind these things, Aphrodite said, standing and brushing off her robes. It doesn't harm me in the slightest. Aphrodite continued to attend classes normally, despite the increased gossip around her. A cluster of boys and girls would gather to whisper. As Aphrodite approached, they would scatter, pretending nothing had been said. She toyed with several small groups, feigning a desire to speak with them, or pretending to search for her wand in her pocket. Aphrodite deemed them cowardly and gossipy, suggesting they might as well converse openly. Of course, some bold individuals sought out Aphrodite directly. One girl eyed her, lips pressed together, her expression far from friendly. What is your relationship with Cedric? She asked bluntly. Friends, Aphrodite replied, her answer failing to convince the girl. But I saw him tie your scarf. Then you may inquire about his thoughts. After all, I am not the one who tied the scarf around his neck, said Aphra earnestly. Although she harbored feelings for Cedric, it was evident that they were not in a romantic relationship. The girl hesitated, seemingly contemplating whether such an inquiry would make her appear somewhat jealous. Aphra interjected. Indeed. The girl across from her nodded, acknowledging that it would paint her as petty. Not at all, Aphra responded calmly. It is merely a normal inquiry. You seek an answer that may either bring you closure or provide you solace. Those are the only two possible outcomes. You are right. To Aphra's surprise, the girl truly walked away, showing her no discomfort. So Navi, Aphra mused inwardly, well, how adorable. As she continued to gaze at the retreating figure, a young man approached her, casting a shadow that obscured the light before her. Aphra furrowed her brow and took a step back. The boy scrutinized her with a lingering gaze, his eyes eventually fixating on her tightly wrapped robe, his expression cryptic. It seems the rumors in the newspaper hold some truth. You are involved with several boys in an improper manner? Aphra smirked, lifting her eyelids slightly to offer him a reluctant glance. What do you imply? What would it take for you to spend a night with me? Aphra's hands found their way into her pockets, her gaze icy. His scrutiny grew bolder. Aphra suppressed her smile, her wand subtly revealing itself, her spirit seemingly leaving her body. The boy's eyes glazed over, and with a thud he knelt before her. After a couple of seconds he began to slap his own cheeks vigorously. Chapter 60 Partiality. Aphra tossed an apple from her pocket, transforming it into a low stool, and sat beside the boy, counting the number of slaps with great interest. 7, 8. Aphra found herself parched and ordered the boy to count aloud. His cheeks were already swollen, flushed and comical. When he spoke he could only mumble 20, 21. After a while, Aphra grew bored and sauntered away, leaving the soul-binding curse intact. Perhaps when her mood improved, she might show mercy and lift the spell. Approaching Professor McGonagall's office, Aphra took 3 seconds to compose herself, her eyes reddening with unshed tears, presenting a picture of delicate vulnerability and perceived injustice. She knocked softly. The door opened to reveal Professor McGonagall, who was grading papers at her desk. Surprised to see a Slytherin at her door, she scrutinized the girl closely, noting her tear-streaked face. "Miss Greengrass, what troubles you?" Aphra lifted her gaze to meet McGonagall's, her eyes glistening with tears as she timidly produced the newspaper from her sleeve for the professor to see. McGonagall quickly scanned the article, her brow furrowing in dismay. "Such statements are utterly outrageous for a young lady. I shall investigate the founder of this club and seek to punish those responsible for disseminating such slander." "There's no need for that, Professor." Aphra spoke softly. "I wish to resolve this matter privately with the student involved. I do not want Hogwarts to be in turmoil. Everyone should coexist peacefully." McGonagall shivered at Aphra's words, casting a skeptical glance at the crest on her chest. 2 tears streamed down Aphra's cheeks as she gazed up at McGonagall with her tear-filled blue eyes. "I will find the list of club members." McGonagall relented, her heart swelling with sympathy. She recalled Aphra Greengrass, who was well-liked, consistently excelled in class, and achieved top marks, a rare talent beloved by the faculty. Of course, McGonagall cherished diligent and exemplary students, so without hesitation, she retrieved a hardcover book. "Let me see," she said, waving her wand, causing the pages to flutter until they halted at the most recent entry. "Here it is, my dear, take a look." Aphra dabbed at her tears, chirping softly mm. Her eyes sparkled as she focused on the name. Annalise, a 5th-year Ravenclaw student, who applied to establish the Hogwarts newspaper club. Following the date and additional details, Aphra suppressed a smile, maintaining her composure as she bid farewell to Professor McGonagall, reassuring her once more that she would resolve the issue amicably. Not long after leaving the office, Aphra was intercepted by the very boy she had just encountered. His face bore distinct marks of her earlier reprimand, symmetrical imprints of her hand. Unable to contain her laughter, Aphra remarked, "Well, that was swift. You've escaped my control." She encouraged him, "Next time perhaps you'll improve?" His curse-laden words were stifled as he found himself unable to produce any sound. His face turned crimson, his lips moved soundlessly. Yet not a syllable escaped. Aphra smiled slightly, ready to continue her lesson, when she heard footsteps approaching from behind. Percy, holding a lamp, hurried to her side, stepping forward slightly to shield her. First he glanced at Aphra, whose tears from her earlier act had yet to dry, leading him to instinctively assume she had been wronged. Aphra blinked, tears still lingering, as Percy pursed his lips and reached out to wipe her tears away. His touch was gentle, his brow furrowed in concern. And upon closer inspection, his expression revealed a blend of tenderness and indignation. Aphra stood frozen, her gaze dropping to Percy's badge adorning his chest. She pointed at the boy. It was him. He bullied a fellow student. Aphra lifted the silence curse, and the boy immediately erupted in a torrent of curses. "You little! How dare you turn the tables on me? President, it was she who..." Percy waved his wand, his expression grim, silencing the boy once more. Turning to him, Percy coldly stated, "If you cannot speak, then remain silent. Being mute is perfectly acceptable." Then, with no hint of remorse, Percy added, "I'm afraid I saw no altercation between any students, and there are no signs of a scuffle in the corridor. I believe everything is fine here." Percy disregarded the boy's swollen face and the deep gash still bleeding. Glancing at the Hufflepuff crest on the boy's chest, Percy frowned and continued, "I have no authority to intervene with students from other houses. My apologies, but I lack that power." As the president of the boys, he certainly had the authority, but he chose not to wield it against Aphra. Aphra radiated joy, not a single hair out of place. Percy sighed with relief, his demeanor lightening. "Are you all right?" Aphra squinted her eyes, her spirit soaring, feeling splendid indeed. With a cheerful expression, she tugged at the hem of Percy's shirt. "I'm tired. The common room is too far away." "Too far? I shall escort you," Percy replied, his tone unexpectedly gentle. A warmth he hadn't expressed in ages since resolving matters with Oliver. He glanced back at the boy, whose face was twisted in fury. Percy nodded. Night Patrol. Hufflepuff loses 10 points. The boy's eyes widened in disbelief, recalling Percy's earlier claim of having no authority over other houses. Furthermore, how could he be on night patrol when he was on his way to the dormitory? Percy led Aphro away, both in high spirits. The boy glared at the pair with resentment, realizing that this girl must have a way of enticing others, hence drawing so many boys to her aid. Just wait. He thought, I will report this professor and denounce this ungrateful girl. However, as he took a step forward, he found himself unable to move, his legs seemingly bound. This caused him to tumble to the ground, his nose striking the floor, blood gushing forth. In the next moment he was hoisted upside down, struggling in vain to free himself. Aphra and Percy simultaneously retracted their wands, feigning ignorance of the incident. I had thought that President Weasley was an unwavering, law-abiding student. Aphra teased, her smile radiant. She had witnessed Percy sternly reprimanding those who flouted school rules on numerous occasions, showing no mercy. Aphrodite blatantly violated several school regulations, such as engaging in physical altercations and casting spells in the corridors. Indeed, Percy replied earnestly. However, someone has been abusing their power and breaching school rules. Aphrodite smirked. I didn't see it, Percy adamantly denied. I was merely assisting a fellow student back to the Slytherin dormitory. After all, I cannot simply stand by while someone breaks the rules and roams Hogwarts at night. Chapter 61. Sister Luo takes action. After an all-nighter, Aphrodite elegantly penned several pages of parchment. Early the next morning, she arrived at the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room, staring at the bronze knocker with a hint of confusion. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a few girls who had come out in pairs. Their curiosity piqued upon seeing a Slytherin girl standing at the entrance. One particularly beautiful girl paused for a moment, before offering Aphrodite a friendly smile. Aphrodite recognized her as Qiu Zhang, the most attractive girl in Ravenclaw, a British-born Chinese. Hello, Aphrodite greeted politely, and the girls returned her salutation. Are you looking for someone? Qiu inquired cheerfully, having heard compliments about Aphrodite's beauty from several of her friends. Of course, I can't just be passing by, Aphrodite chuckled. It would surely be much easier to find a Ravenclaw here. Do you know any less? After a moment of recollection, Qiu looked somewhat uncertain, and the other girls began to converse among themselves. After a brief discussion, Qiu, acting as the spokesperson, replied, I think I might remember. I'll ask around for you. Would that be too much trouble? Aphrodite noticed the girls were carrying books, likely indicating they had some tasks to attend to. Not at all, it's no bother. Qiu smiled at Aphrodite's cheerful demeanor, feeling an undeniable fondness for her. She placed her books in Aphrodite's arms. Just wait a moment. I'll wait. After a few minutes, Qiu returned with a girl in tow. It seemed she was Annie Liss. She took the books from Aphrodite's hands. Shall we be off then? Annie adjusted her thin-framed glasses and asked, What is it, Miss Greengrass? Just a chat about the newspaper. Aphrodite replied with a slight smile, attempting to put her at ease. I'm not armed with a wand. A flicker of wariness crossed Annie's eyes as she fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. That piece wasn't written by me. How does one submit an article? Aphrodite's inquiry caught Annie off guard. After a moment of hesitation, Annie replied, Just give it to me. If I find it suitable, it will be published in the Hogwarts Gazette. Very well, Aphrodite nodded, unfolding several rolled sheets of parchment and handing them to Annie. Take a look and see if you can publish them. If you wish to clarify it personally, that is certainly no issue, Annie stressed, somewhat uneasily. After all, I am not the one writing the articles. I am merely responsible for their distribution. As she examined the contents of the newspaper closely, she was momentarily taken aback and glanced back at Aphrodite. Aren't you going to clarify? Not at all. Aphrodite was acutely aware of how futile it was to become ensnared in a web of self-justification. She had no intention of squandering her words and ink. Moreover, others would not believe her. They would perceive her as they wished. After all, Aphrodite was indeed that type of person, surrounded by many boys. What is that unacceptable? If you can't handle it, then keep it to yourself. Your club was rather lukewarm before, yet this incident has surely garnered you a plethora of subscriptions. Aphrodite reminded her. So, regarding such sensational news, you are open to all submissions? Annie reluctantly conceded that Aphrodite was correct. And this was indeed her motivation for publishing the article. After reading what Aphrodite had written, her eyes sparkled. She found the content quite engaging and topical. 70-30 split. You take 7, I take 3, Annie decisively replied as she adjusted her glasses. I have one more condition, Aphrodite remarked nonchalantly. You must tell me who wrote the last article. But isn't that rather unethical? You all spread rumors. What's the concern about ethics? Aphrodite shot her a glance. And it was evident that Annie felt a twinge of guilt. Well, you see, fear not. I want to disclose that it was you who informed me. Aphrodite clearly had come prepared, leaving Annie with little room to refuse. Her interest piqued. All right, Annie pursed her lips. It was a fourth-year Slytherin girl, Sally Strat. Oh, her? Aphrodite pinched her nose, her brows furrowing. Very well. Let us leave it at that. I'm off. Annie let out a sigh of relief. Is that really all? Miss Greengrass won't pursue me for trouble? Within a day, every student at Hogwarts held a copy of the Hogwarts Gazette. In the Great Hall, numerous students placed newspapers on their tables, reading while they dined. One girl was so engrossed in her reading that she nearly drove her spoon into her nose. In the corridors, on benches, and even on the lawns, students were seen perusing the Hogwarts Gazette. Even in class, some daring souls risked being brewed into potions by Snape or transformed into pigs by Professor McGonagall, folding their newspapers into small pieces and hiding behind their textbooks to read. For the past few days, Draco had been following Aphrodite after class, anxious that she might be bullied. However, since that day when he found her, he discovered that she was surrounded by several girls, some even holding her hands and linking arms with her. Draco's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He rushed over, and the girls flashed admiring glances at Aphrodite, before scampering away. What just happened? Draco asked her, perplexed. He had only just begun to investigate who had been gossiping behind her back, when the situation had taken a dramatic turn. The new Hogwarts Gazette. Didn't you buy one to support me? Aphrodite laughed, giving his shoulder a light pat. Go buy a few copies, I'll cover the cost. As if I'd be short of a few nuts, Draco scoffed, rolling his eyes. Oh, then I will go buy some. Upon returning to the common room after purchasing the newspapers, he found that nearly everyone was engrossed in the Gazette. He flipped through the pages, wondering if there was anything new. The prominent headline was particularly striking. 3 tips to spark a conversation with your crush. Are you troubled by how to converse with the one who captures your heart? Are you anxious about keeping the conversation flowing? Fear not. The Enchanting Witch offers online chatting tips. Draco's expression was conflicted. Was it appropriate for boys to learn such methods? Aphrodite playfully patted his head. What are you thinking? Ouch. Draco feigned pain, as Aphrodite hadn't struck him hard. He continued reading, but out of respect for Aphrodite's presence, he hurriedly finished. Is this edition's editor? Aphrodite Greengrass you're doing? Draco deflated at once, realizing that he should not attempt to learn this, lest he be outshone by a novice witch. Why did you choose to respond this way? I thought you would have Mr. Greengrass inform Dumbledore to shut down this heartless publication. Chapter 62, Resolution. That wouldn't silence others. Aphrodite shook her head. We must let everyone realize that this is not a negative matter. That is the true resolution. Let them say what they will. Strike back once for every remark, Draco declared, shaking his fists in a show of bravado. She rubbed her forehead. All right then. I'm off to find someone else to chat with. A girl or a boy? Draco retorted. A girl. Moreover, if you had read thoroughly, you would have noticed I mentioned in the article not to pry too deeply, as the other party may feel you lack a sense of boundaries. Aphrodite waved her hand dismissively, striding away with grace. Draco murmured to himself, is that so? He seated himself and began to read intently. Aphrodite scanned the room and ultimately found a lone girl with black hair sitting by herself. The girl looked up briefly before quickly lowering her gaze. I came looking for you, Strat, Aphrodite said with a stern expression, as whispers circulated among those nearby. The girl, referred to as Strat, reluctantly stood. We're not acquainted. What do you want? There is something to say, but if it must be said here. Aphrodite's eyes darted. Trout's scalp prickled. He immediately lowered his voice, suggesting they step outside. You say to go out, just like that? Aphrodite raised an eyebrow, as their conversation had already drawn the attention of those in the lounge. Draco frowned, tugging at Blaise, that person. Blaise rubbed his nose, his voice thin as a whisper, ex-girlfriend? Draco was so infuriated he felt like jumping up to give him a beating. He cleverly pieced together the truth in his mind. Was it she who wrote that article? I will handle this, Blaise exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, slapping his forehead. So that's why? You go? No, I will. Draco protested vehemently. While the two were entangled in their argument, Aphrodite had already exited the Slytherin lounge with Trout. As soon as they stepped out, Trout grasped Aphrodite's sleeve. But Aphrodite brushed her hand away, stepping back 2 paces. Please don't tell anyone else, all right? She implored anxiously. Aphrodite found it amusing. Why hadn't she said that before she acted? Promiscuity, seduction, a complete lack of shame. Aphrodite spoke leisurely, watching as Trout's expression darkened. Did you witness it with your own eyes or hear it with your own ears? I did not. Then you did not see it. Do you realize this is slander? Aphrodite asked calmly. Trout stubbornly replied, but you and Blaise, you were simultaneously involved with a Gryffindor and a Diggory. Were you not? I was not involved with them. It could only be termed as acquaintances. Moreover, my friendships are none of your concern. As long as there is no interference and both parties are consenting, no one can dictate that. Then why did Blaise refuse to reconcile with me if it weren't for you? Aphrodite scrutinized her anew, surprised to learn they had been together. If you're not thinking straight, go to St. Mungo's. Don't take your madness out on me. Aphrodite shook her head, losing interest in the conversation. There was no point in dealing with someone who crumbled under a simple question. You must explain yourself. Trout's hand gripped Aphrodite's tightly, her force causing pain. Will you release me? Aphrodite reached for her wand with her other hand, and Trout immediately froze in fear. What are you doing? Don't lay a hand on her. An unfamiliar Gryffindor boy rushed over, placing himself in front of Trout. The two were pulled apart, and Aphrodite shook her wrist, wondering if they were all so idle. Which of your eyes saw me laying a hand on her? She retorted impatiently. Then what is this? The boy pointed at Aphrodite's wand. She raised it, and both stepped back a pace. Imph. At that moment, Blaise and Draco emerged from their entanglement. Aphrodite cast a confused glance at them. Step aside, don't hinder my performance. Can you take on two at once? Let me lend a hand, Draco suggested, sidling up next to her and blocking Blaise's path. Blaise turned to Trout, who wore a deeply aggrieved expression. You are Trout, correct? Blaise casually stated, causing Trout's mental defenses to crumble. Didn't we part on amicable terms? I truly have no interest in you anymore. Can't we part ways peacefully? Blaise was genuinely puzzled, his gaze lingering on the boy and girl across from him. The Gryffindor boy didn't look particularly pleased, and Aphrodite took a keen interest in their expressions, then let out a soft "oh." Their faces darkened further. Trout turned to leave, but Aphrodite patted Draco on the shoulder, prompting him to step forward and block their path. My dear lady, my request is simple. All I need is a handwritten apology. Draco brandished his wand, appearing menacing, though inwardly he was fervently praising Aphrodite, so dazzling. Moreover, he thought it wise to bring Goyle and Crabbe out to bolster their ranks. Blaise looked at the boy. Were you involved in this matter? Don't leave. Trout grasped the Gryffindor's sleeve, flustered. The boy momentarily faltered. He had indeed contributed to the scheming. Well, you all can join in. Aphrodite decisively waved her hand. Do you have paper? Do you have a pen? Draco rummaged through his pockets, shaking his head in confusion. After a prolonged search, Blaise returned from the lounge with supplies. Then, Aphrodite handed the paper and pen to Trout. You will write exactly what I say. Trout glanced at Draco and then at Blaise, reluctantly agreeing. She certainly did not want to be beaten. It's all that Aniris's fault, otherwise, how would I have been exposed? What is your name again, Trout? Aphrodite inquired, and Trout's face darkened. Mind your tone, Draco growled. What sort of expression is that? Trout suppressed her unwillingness, her face stiffening as she bowed her head in silence to write. And what about that boy, what is his name? All right. I'm not concerned with what you're called, Aphrodite said in the most contemptuous tone, delivering the most cutting words. It makes no difference. Just write. State that I am inherently jealous, blinded by folly, defaming the beautiful Miss Aphrodite Greengrass. However, due to her extraordinary generosity and kindness, I have chosen to overlook the vile words of a petty person, thus achieving a private reconciliation. Now I, Trout, sincerely request the entire Hogwarts staff and students to supervise me, urging me to amend my ways and never again engage in malicious speculation about others. If I falter again, I shall not be spared. Chapter 63. Not a generous person. Trout hesitated as she completed the sentences, and when Aphrodite leaned in to inspect her work, she nodded approvingly. Good, now sign your name for posterity. With a flick of her wand, Trout uncontrollably signed her name on the parchment, alongside that of the boy whose name she had forgotten. Aphrodite handed the parchment to Blaise. Here, take this, thank you. Blaise accepted it, examining it closely. Meanwhile, Trout pondered. Aphrodite had so easily controlled her signature that it didn't matter whether she had agreed to the content. The outcome would have been the same. Thankfully, they had reconciled privately. Otherwise, if she had been beaten, she would have been unable to face anyone for days. After completing the task, Trout and the Gryffindor fled in embarrassment. Aphrodite reclaimed the parchment. Where are Goyle and Crabbe? Probably snacking inside, Draco mused, easily surmising what those two were up to. Tomorrow morning, let us have them rise early to assist with a small task. Aphrodite smirked. I'll treat them to snacks for a fortnight. Oh, alright, I'll go tell them. So what are we now? Draco scratched his head, feeling utterly useless. This incident happened just a few days ago, and you resolved it all on your own? Draco suddenly felt quite inadequate. Blaise also felt a twinge of embarrassment. He hadn't realized the situation had stemmed from him. Aphrodite was currently using a duplication charm to replicate the parchment. Noticing their silence, she glanced up. If you have nothing to do, you can head back. Be good. Who are you trying to appease? Draco questioned, displeased. Draco, be good. Aphrodite had already amassed a stack of copies. Blaise, you too be good. Oh. No need for our help. None, Aphrodite replied casually. I won't require your assistance. Don't be like that. Look at me. Draco internally screamed in frustration. Then tomorrow, you will join Goyle and Crabbe to help me post these in the Slytherin Lounge, as well as near the Hufflepuff Lounge. Thanks. Aphrodite handed them 2 stacks of parchment. Make sure they are securely posted. Don't let them be torn down easily. Sure, I'll have Pansy post them at Trout's door. Draco grinned, nudging Blaise. Rest assured. Blaise divided his stack, then decided it wasn't enough, continuing to duplicate the remaining pages. As Aphrodite headed up the stairs, she instructed, you two go back first. I have a few matters to attend to. As she made her way halfway to the Gryffindor Tower, she unexpectedly collided with Harry and Ron, the latter being dragged along against his will. Harry's glasses were askew, and he had no time to adjust them. Aphra, what on earth is this? Harry asked, bewildered, presenting 2 newspapers to Aphra. She waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was nothing to concern herself with. Ron muttered beside her. We've been running to the Slytherin common room these past few days, and haven't found you once. Upon hearing this, Aphra smiled at Harry, who finally exhaled in relief. Who did this? You wouldn't know them, Aphra replied. It's fine. What about Fred and George? I need to find them. In the common room, I suppose? Harry said, biting his lip. Are you really okay? I am, but those causing trouble are in for a rude awakening. A chill radiated from Aphra's expression, momentarily stunning both Harry and Ron. As Aphra continued her stride toward the Gryffindor common room, Harry babbled about the happenings of the past few days, mentioning how he often saw Percy dealing with misbehaving students, and how it had been looking rather glum during practice. Ron shrugged, bemused. Harry just refuses to talk about himself. He's always arguing with the gossipers. Thanks, I appreciate it, Aphra said, ruffling his hair. You be good and go fetch Fred and George for me. Harry lowered his head, feeling somewhat sheepish, but why be good? Rushing back into the Gryffindor common room, it wasn't long before Fred and George bounced out. While looking well, Fred exclaimed, clearly in high spirits. George scrutinized Aphra, who looked not just well, but positively radiant. Beautiful witch? 3 tricks. They chuckled as they recited Aphra's advice from the newspaper. First, praise the other person to provide emotional value. Second, engage in topics they are passionate about to bridge the gap. Third, avoid encroaching on their personal space and maintain appropriate social distance. Aphra covered her ears, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Stop reading that. Instances shared, 5 date venues, everyday matters. They continued. Enough. Aphra interjected, her neck flushing, the temperature rising. Suddenly, their playful demeanor shifted to seriousness. Have you found out who it is? Fred asked. We discovered it's Barber, a Gryffindor boy, George added. His behavior has been strange lately, particularly fixated on this situation. And he keeps running to Slytherin. Exactly, Aphra said, pulling out a piece of parchment from her pocket, confirming it was indeed Barber. Fred and George leaned in, astonished. You've already dealt with it? Look. You've even written an apology letter. They marveled. Not bad at all. Aphra smirked. Well, I'm here to ask a small favor. Before everyone wakes up tomorrow morning, make sure this apology letter is visible to all. A piece of cake, Fred replied, taking the parchment. With our products, we can make it last 3 days without fading. We can whip up an upgraded version that will last a week, George chimed in, offering a friendly reminder. Thank you, you two are truly reliable. Aphra held great trust in their mischievous abilities, otherwise, she wouldn't have sought them out. Reliable? Thank you, Fred said, surprised to hear someone else call them dependable, as they considered themselves so. Boys. George raised an eyebrow. Who dares? You're our boss. They had recently forgotten about their investment, as Aphra had been too preoccupied to pay them attention. We've been working on new products, putting in considerable effort, but we have made progress, Fred said, handing a few items to Aphra. Use these on that trout, they'll surely be effective. I had that in mind, Aphra replied with a satisfied smile. I never claimed I would let her off easy, but I won't overtly make her pay either. No fees, George said seriously. How generous of you. I'm truly touched. Aphra said with a smile. Alright, let me see how effective they are. Weasley products, guaranteed quality. Chapter 64. No negotiation and retribution. When the students and staff of Hogwarts awoke, the castle had transformed overnight. Every corner was plastered with parchments bearing Trout's apology letter. Holding a teacup, Aphra stood at the common room entrance, intrigued. Wherever there was parchment, students gathered to gawk. Draco bore dark circles under his eyes, and Blaise Goyle and Crabbe looked particularly lethargic, clearly guilty of mischief. Aphra gave Draco a thumbs up from a distance, pleased, and made her way to the Great Hall. Trout and Barber had become the center of public scrutiny, much like Aphra had just days prior, a topic of idle chatter. Filch grumbled as he scrubbed the castle walls, the foam and water threatening to strip the paint. Yet the inscriptions remained conspicuously visible. Undoubtedly, this was the handiwork of Fred and George. Cedric stood at the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, gazing down at the parchment for a long moment before breaking into a grin. Gringotts is ruthless, a friend of Cedric remarked, not one bit lenient. Excellent, Cedric smiled faintly, recalling that a girl had approached him the previous day with inquiries. I'll head to the Great Hall. I need to speak with someone. Cedric sought to clarify matters with Aphra to avoid any misunderstandings or distress. Gathering his thoughts, Cedric strode purposefully toward the Great Hall. Aphra, he called from a distance. A few students lifted their heads to observe them, but quickly returned to their activities. What's up? Aphra raised an eyebrow, standing before him with ease. Yesterday, Candace Ikent from Hufflepuff came to ask about our relationship. Did she bother you? Cedric succinctly explained. And Aphra shook her head. If we're talking about the same person, she merely wanted to inquire. She hasn't done anything. That's good to hear. I told her we're friends. Cedric lowered his gaze, studying her features. MHM, Aphra replied, a slight smile gracing her lips, revealing no discernible emotion. Cedric hesitated, gathering his resolve. She confessed to me, but I turned her down, saying I have feelings for someone else.
Ah, Aphra respondait softly, contemplating Cédric's intention.
What was he doing? Such declarations shouldn't be directed at her. It made the atmosphere rather awkward. Subtly, Aphra took a step back. When a boy with whom one shares a good relationship confesses feelings, it usually leaves two paths. Either they fall in love or part ways. Expressing feelings when the other's stance is unclear is not the best course. Cedric squinted, offering a gentle smile as he shifted the topic. Shall we head to the library together this evening? Great idea, Aphra sighed in relief, admiring Cedric for his cleverness. Fred and George were more animated than ever, linking arms and discussing their masterpiece with gusto. Harry couldn't suppress his smile, discreetly lifting his teacup to hide his rising grin. Ron eyed Fred and George across the room, shaking his head. I'd bet Snape's hair that it was definitely Fred and George. Absolutely correct. 5 points to Gryffindor. Harry stifled his laughter. Trout and Barber didn't even show up for meals in the Great Hall, likely feeling too embarrassed to face anyone, hoping to avoid the discussions and lay low. However, if hiding could spare them from consequences, Aphra had no intention of letting them off the hook. Trout soon discovered that inexplicably, acne had erupted on her face, and her voice had turned hoarse, resembling an unpleasant quacking sound whenever she spoke. She stealthily ventured to the medical wing several times, but each visit merely offered a transient remedy. Upon returning to the lounge, her face and voice would once again deteriorate. Trout, sporting a duck-like electronic voice, rushed towards Aphrodite, who merely responded with a few airy remarks. Oh, what happened to your face? Puberty? Mind your diet. Oh, what's wrong with your voice? Caught a cold? Take care to rest. Oh, what does it have to do with me? Did you see me do anything? Did you hear me say anything? Trout, exasperated to the brink of fury, found himself powerless against Aphrodite's indifference, resorting only to grinding his teeth and stamping his feet, leading him to further avoid her presence. Meanwhile, Annalise's newspaper soared in sales, reaping the rewards, and she promptly distributed Aphrodite's share of the profits. She approached Aphrodite with a hesitant demeanor, inquiring when the next article would be published. Aphrodite, taken aback, replied, "Did I ever say I would collaborate with you continuously?" Her expression shifted, and ultimately, she departed with a defeated air. On that very day, Annalise experienced the same symptoms as Trout, with her face and voice mirroring his plight. Aphrodite, having concluded her business, left with a satisfied smirk, saying nothing. Barber was no better off. His afflictions were peculiar and diverse. Either his lips appeared sausage-like, or his nose elongated, or his hair exploded into chaos. He was perpetually unaware of what his next transformation would entail, almost driven to madness. He realized that all of this stemmed from Weasley's products, from which he could not escape. He was utterly baffled as to how they achieved this. Thus, Barber sought out Percy, hoping this typically stern student council president could rein in his bothersome brothers. Percy raised an eyebrow, glancing at Fred and George in the distance, and calmly responded to Barber, "If you have concrete evidence, feel free to report it." His tone was unusually placid but struck dread into Barber's heart. As for the boy who had harassed Aphrodite, he had escalated the matter to Professor McGonagall, for he neither dared approach the amiable headmistress nor confront Snape, ultimately seeking the judgment of the fair and strict McGonagall. However, McGonagall had already been swayed by Aphrodite's seemingly demure demeanor. The delicate, beautiful girl seated there stood in stark contrast to the irate, burly boy beside her, tipping the scales of McGonagall's judgment unconsciously. Moreover, the boy could not produce any evidence, and the exemplary student Percy happened to pass by to vouch for Aphrodite, allowing this matter to be brushed aside lightly. With her vendetta avenged, Aphrodite felt an exhilarating sense of relief, as if she were floating. As the three exited the office, Aphrodite shook her head at the boy, remarking, Some individuals ought to consider the consequences of provoking those who are vengeful. Life will not be easy for them henceforth. You." Aphrodite feigned a spell, waving her wand, and he immediately settled down. With a huff, she sauntered back to the lounge. That night, as she drifted into slumber, she found herself once again before Tom Riddle. Chapter 65, Temptation. Upon seeing Tom's handsome visage, her smile faltered, and a flicker of surprise coursed through her as she discreetly touched the ring on her finger. Had she been so pleased with herself during the day that she forgot to remove it? Aphrodite found it strange, but her thoughts were soon interrupted by Tom's words. "You haven't visited me in quite some time." His tone, laced with feigned grievance, sent chills down her spine. Were it Draco speaking, she would have chuckled and ruffled his hair. If Oliver had said it, she would have embraced him in comfort. But this man before her, Aphrodite shook her head inwardly. Tom stepped closer, leaning in towards Aphrodite, their proximity enveloping her in a masculine aura. She scrutinized the few undone buttons of his shirt, his slender waist, and exhaled softly to regain her composure. "Maintain your distance." Upon her utterance, Tom realized he could not approach her any closer. Damn it, he was perpetually under her influence. Even as he slowly regained his strength, the restrictions remained perilously substantial. He could not linger near her. Tom contemplated extensively, yet maintained an impeccable faade, appearing harmless as if his earlier impulsive actions were merely a result of overwhelming emotion. Though Aphrodite adored handsome men, she was not devoid of reason. Would she truly allow herself to be ensnared by mere beauty? "What have you been up to these days?" Tom feigned concern while actually probing into her activities. Aphrodite replied with a half-smile, "Going on dates with 3 boys. Internally, Tom scoffed, thinking, if she has the inclination to date 3 boys, then why rebuff my advances? Am I lacking in charm? What sort of boys could possibly rival my looks? Aphrodite scrutinized his face for a moment before finally admitting, "None are as handsome as you." "Then why don't you come to see me? I fear I might lose control if I see you too often." Aphrodite's words were laden with double meanings, her tone ambiguous. "How could that be? Besides, with me, you need not restrain yourself." Tom's deep, penetrating gaze seemed to peer into her soul, causing Aphrodite to lower her head, avoiding his eyes, feeling frustrated and consequently at a disadvantage. Tom chuckled softly, his melodious voice resonating. "Consider me merely a senior joking with you. I genuinely wish to have a good conversation, to understand each other better." "Oh, is that so?" Aphrodite nodded. "What do you wish to discuss? What could they possibly talk about?" She mused internally. They seated themselves at a table. Aphrodite's delicate fingers tapped rhythmically on the surface, her mind in turmoil. Every interaction with him left her on edge, and she hadn't devised a strategy to deal with Tom, which was why she staunchly avoided meeting him. Tom's exterior was deceptively alluring, and Aphrodite found herself easily tempted by beauty. She was unwilling to allow Tom to take the lead. Suddenly, Tom grasped her soft hand, and Aphrodite recoiled instinctively, but could not extricate herself. Tom caressed the ring on her finger, cryptically asking, "You've put it on?" Aphrodite raised an eyebrow. "Who else would I give it to?" Strangely, she sensed an unexplainable discomfort. He smiled, choosing not to pursue the topic further, shifting the conversation to her 3 male companions instead. "3? You wish to hear?" Aphrodite withdrew her hand. "Are you curious about what sort of individuals have captivated my attention? Or perhaps which one I favor more?" "Favor more?" Aphrodite frowned in deep thought before arriving at a vague conclusion. "They're all quite good, though I believe there are a few others who are also commendable." "Greedy, are we?" Tom chuckled, and Aphrodite joined in his laughter. Tom continued, "Do you find time to juggle them all?" "I manage my time well, and am full of energy. There's no need for you to worry." However, with your approach, surely others would not accept it, would they? Wouldn't there be busybodies who would criticize you? Tom feigned concern. If you were to work with me, you could have as many men as you desired, and others would have to remain silent, at your command. Aphrodite paused, genuinely contemplating this proposition. Tom smirked, patiently observing her thoughtful expression. After a brief cough, as if considering her thoughts, she finally stated, "That's a different matter. I think I still need to ponder it." Internally, Tom cursed 1,000 profanities but shrugged. "Well, that's unfortunate. I still maintain my belief that the more power you possess, the greater your freedom." Aphrodite admitted to herself that she was intrigued for more than just a fleeting moment. Yet, she harbored other thoughts and reservations. "Are you leaving?" Tom's tone hinted at regret, making it difficult to refuse him. "I am tired." Aphrodite replied without a trace of remorse. "Good night, until next time." "Good night, and may we meet again," Tom responded, refraining from mentioning their next encounter. He watched as Aphrodite's figure faded from view, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After parting from Tom, Aphrodite returned to her dormitory. She removed the ring and placed it in its box, sinking into a deep slumber as soon as she lay down. Aphrodite is destined to find no solace in slumber. It seems she has slipped into a dream. In this reverie, Aphrodite, clad in a simple garment and barefoot, arrives at the edge of the Black Lake. Not a whisper of wind stirs the air, and she feels no chill. The waters before her lie undisturbed. The castle behind her is enveloped in tranquility, and darkness surrounds her, as the world slumbers. The extent of one's power is directly proportional to one's freedom. A diabolical whisper fills the air, as if a man is tenderly murmuring in her ear. This is a dulcet serenade, possessing an enchanting allure. "Abandon me, aid me, follow me." Aphrodite pauses for a moment. Then, with a stoic expression, removes her ring and hurls it into the lake with force. Hiss. Aphrodite awakens, retreating a few steps in dazed disbelief. That was no mere dream. Before her lies the vast, unfathomable Black Lake. A chill seeps from her feet to her entire being. She glances down at her bare feet, her expression faltering. She is without shoes, without a cloak, having ventured outside in a state of oblivion. Even in the absence of wind, she cannot suppress the bone-deep cold that makes her shiver uncontrollably. Instinctively, she touches her hand, which is bare, devoid of any trace of the ring. She gazes at the placid surface of the lake, then reaches into her pocket, relieved to find her wand still securely in her possession. Her gaze turns icy, her expression placid. After 3 seconds of contemplation, Aphrodite leaps into the depths of the Black Lake without hesitation. Chapter 66. Illness. The surface of the lake erupts in splashes as Aphrodite plunges into the frigid water, now fully alert. Holding her breath, she raises her wand and casts a bubblehead charm upon herself. The ring comes flying back. Utter silence. Aphrodite's heart ignites with fury, uncontrollably cursing Tom Riddle 1,000 times in her mind. If he wishes to leave, he should at least leave the ring behind. She swims towards the lake's bottom, her heart heavy. The depths of the Black Lake are far more silent and dark than the surface, with clusters of aquatic plants and scarce life stirring at this hour. Aphrodite parts the underwater foliage, her wand emitting silvery threads to guide her in the right direction. Seconds tick by, and she loses track of how long she has lingered at the lake's bottom, gasping for air as the bubblehead charm begins to wane. She muses that, given her proficiency with the charm, it must have lasted several hours. If she does not rise soon. Taking a deep breath, she continues to descend. Estimating that she has descended far enough, Aphrodite attempts once more. The ring comes flying back. 3 seconds later, a small, luminous object darts towards her. She extends her left hand, and the ring effortlessly slides onto her ring finger. A faint smile graces her lips as she caresses the ring. And Tom Riddle appears before her, his gaze fixed on her with a mix of confusion and intrigue. "I found you." Aphrodite coldly meets his eyes, grasping his wrist. He likely did not anticipate her determination to reclaim both the ring and him. Jumping into the vast Black Lake on a frigid night, submerging for hours. The bubblehead charm falters, and as she chokes on the water, she wastes no time in swimming upwards. Tom's expression turns frigid, and he vanishes, retreating back into the ring. Aphrodite thrusts her wand forward, propelling herself towards the surface with haste. The light above grows ever brighter, shimmering upon the water's surface. She breaks the surface, struggling to crawl onto the shore. Cough, cough, cough. It is now morning, and a dense fog envelopes the scene as Aphrodite coughs forcefully, nearly expelling her lungs. Her body feels weak, and suddenly, darkness overtakes her, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Theodore not opens his eyes wide, confusion etched upon his features as he slowly closes his book. Just moments ago, he witnessed a figure suddenly emerge from the lake, and now, that very figure lies sprawled upon the ground. Swimming in the lake at this hour? Theodore ponders for a brief moment before deciding to investigate. Upon closer inspection, he is taken aback. The figure is none other than Aphrodite. At this moment, her eyes are tightly shut, her lips pale, and her entire being appears drained, as though she has been dead for 3 days. Her golden locks cling to her face and back, her thin garment clinging to her form. Theodore glances at her, swiftly averting his gaze, shedding his outer robe to envelop her delicate frame. Truly, her entrance is rather unconventional. Theodore exhales, slightly troubled. It is not that he is particularly altruistic, but rather that he fears she might perish here. On a weekend morning, he suspects there will be no one else around to assist her. Observing for a moment, Theodore contemplates how best to carry her back. He attempts to position Aphrodite's arms around his neck while he crouches before her to lift her, but alas, Aphrodite is wholly unresponsive. Slipping from his grasp after just a few steps, he must pause to reassess his approach. With one arm reaching under her back, and the other beneath her legs, he effortlessly lifts Aphrodite into his arms. She feels as cold as ice, akin to holding a block of ice, prompting him to quicken his pace towards the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey rubs her eyes, hastily donning her robe, exclaiming in surprise, "What on earth is happening this early in the morning?" Theodore hesitates. She fell into the lake. Madame Pomfrey touches her forehead, nearly recoiling from the chill. How long has she been submerged? Doubt flickers in Madame Pomfrey's eyes as she scrutinizes Theodore. But confronted with his calm demeanor, she reluctantly accepts his explanation for the time being. She casts several cleansing spells on Aphrodite before turning to Theodore, saying, "Please keep an eye on her. She will likely develop a fever soon. Call for me when that happens. I must prepare a potion." Understood. Theodore resigns himself to sitting beside Aphrodite, lost in thought as he gazes at her waning visage. I forgot my book by the lake. A pang of regret washes over him. Yet he ultimately remains in the infirmary. After keeping vigil over Aphrodite for some time, he is summoned by Madame Pomfrey to assist in potion making. It is not until noon that he is finally released to the Great Hall for lunch. Draco rests his chin on his hand, scanning the room for Aphrodite with a sense of boredom. Upon spotting Theodore approaching, he instinctively ignores him. Theodore's steps falter as a myriad of faces flit through his mind. Who should he inform of this news? Malfoy? Zabini? Perhaps it is best to disregard Hufflepuff and Gryffindor altogether. Nodding to himself, he casually informs Draco. Aphrodite is ill, in the infirmary. What? Aphrodite is sick? Draco leaps up, nearly toppling his plate. Blaise lifts his head in confusion, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Draco's loud exclamation draws the attention of all at the long tables. Noticing that Diggory and would have taken note, Theodore brushes his nose, acknowledging that the news has been effectively disseminated. He gives a slight nod, turning away with an air of nonchalance, yet quickening his pace towards the castle exit, eager to retrieve his forgotten book. Draco bolts away in a flash, his speed remarkable. Daphne, holding Astoria's hand, quickly follows suit. Cedric stands as well, not giving it much thought. As for Oliver, it is only upon returning from practice that he is discreetly informed of the recent events. Thus, a throng gathers in the infirmary, with Madame Pomfrey unable to manage the influx, leaving her in exasperation as she departs. The group, as if in a contest, remains steadfast, unwilling to disperse. As Aphra awakened, dusk had already settled, and she stared blankly, struggling to sit upright. It was no exaggeration to say that she felt the ward was overflowing with people. "Are you all engaged in a collective activity here?" Aphra inquired, perplexed. She hastily glanced at her hands, relieved to find her ring still resting comfortably upon her finger. Just as Draco was about to speak, he was interrupted. "Sister, are you all right?" Astoria burrowed into Aphra's embrace, while Daphne clasped her hand. Draco, Chapter 67, The Match. "I'm perfectly fine," Aphra beamed radiantly, signaling her sisters to be at ease. "Then how did you emerge from the lake?" Daphne asked with concern. "If it weren't for not being nearby, you might have been lost for quite some time." "Not Theodore?" Aphra raised an eyebrow. "I shall thank him later. But how did you manage to get out of the lake?" Draco persisted, unwilling to let the topic fade, believing there was nothing Aphra could not share with him. Yet she remained silent, her gaze sweeping over the group before her. Blaise. No, he was merely a spectator, eager to learn what she had been up to. Oliver? A dullard, utterly incapable of deciphering her expressions. Ultimately, her gaze settled on Cedric. The moment Cedric met her eyes, he understood immediately, nodding, "With so many of you here, how can Aphra rest?" Draco's attention was diverted, and he retorted, "But we have a good relationship. She is happy for me to stay here, Is that not so? I don't wish to leave either, Oliver stated firmly. Blaise remained silent yet did not move. Daphne and Astoria exchanged glances. Let us leave one, Aphra suggested mischievously, plotting cunningly to stir discord among them, hoping they would refuse to let anyone stay, and thus all would depart. Then we shall go. Astoria stood, practically dragging Daphne along, who was bewildered by the suddenness. Astoria whispered, let us talk outside. The departure of her two sisters thickened the tension in the room. Aphra remained silent, lifting a cup of water and taking a small sip to moisten her lips. How about you, Draco? Blaise gestured towards him. Draco countered, I want tea. Suddenly, Oliver broke his silence, clearing his throat. Then I shall take my leave. You should rest well. He did not want to place Aphra in an uncomfortable position. She had just awakened and had yet to recover from her fever. Though he wished to care for her a bit longer, he prioritized her own desires. If she did not want him by her side, then he would depart. You have a match tomorrow, right? Against Ravenclaw? Aphra suddenly asked, noticing Oliver still clad in his training attire, looking worn out. She calculated the time. It seemed the match was imminent, to which she had promised to attend. Yes. It's the last match before graduation, Oliver replied earnestly, knowing he had to train for a long time even the day before the match. All right. Then return early to rest and conserve your energy, Aphra said, pursing her lips deep in thought. Remember to protect yourself, Oliver added, stepping closer. His bright eyes fixed on her. Aphra smiled down, softly responding with a hum, her heart racing. Cedric sighed internally, yet he was soon called by Aphra. Cedric, would you stay with me for a while? Draco's expression soured, clearly displeased, while Blaise patted his shoulder, shaking his head as he exited. Draco glared at Aphra's pale face before reluctantly leaving. Aphra sighed in relief, lying back down. Today, she need not offer explanations. But how would she explain her early morning emergence from the lake later? She nearly ground her back teeth in frustration. Well done, Riddle. Regardless of whether you are the young Voldemort, just wait. You should sleep for a bit, Cedric gently reminded her, seemingly reluctant to pry further. I will check on Madame Pomfrey's potions. What a good man he was. Aphra felt deeply touched. He truly was a gentleman. To be honest, I can't sleep. Aphra smiled. I feel fit to be discharged. That's not up to you, Cedric smiled. We must wait for Madame Pomfrey's verdict. Ultimately, after being forced to consume a large bottle of potions, Madame Pomfrey still did not permit her to leave, despite her repeated pleas. You need to drink every 5 hours. I shall set an alarm. Madame Pomfrey waved her wand, initiating the countdown. Aphra looked at Cedric, her eyes pleading. Cedric, would you believe me if I said I sleepwalked into the Black Lake? I might. Cedric hesitated before responding. Aphra lowered her head, adding, then I was lost. Let us stick with sleepwalking, Cedric quickly amended. It was induced by excessive stress. Stress? Aphra pondered for a moment. All right, I'll think it over. Cedric gazed at her with concern. Are you truly all right? Aphra's heart softened. She winked at Cedric. Of course, I'm perfectly fine, I assure you. I am aware of my circumstances. She always considered the consequences before acting. For instance, before she jumped into the Black Lake, she calculated how long she could endure in the water. Feel free to reach out to me for anything. Cedric leaned closer, studying her weary face, gently ruffling her hair. Do you still need me to stay? You should go and rest, Aphra replied with a sweet smile. Good night. Good night, sweet dreams. Cedric released her, stepping back a few paces, his dark eyes gentle and profound. Aphra buried her face in the blanket, astonished, wondering how anyone could resist such charm. She felt her fever intensifying. The following morning, upon hearing the cheers outside, Aphra knew the match had begun. Madam, I believe I'm completely recovered. She earnestly feigned sincerity. May I be discharged? I fear you'll have to stay one more day for observation, Madame Pomfrey retorted coldly. I hardly trust someone who fell into the Black Lake. Very well, Aphra nodded, resigning to sneak away. If soft measures failed, she would resort to force. Seizing a moment when Madame Pomfrey was distracted, she discreetly slipped out. She made her way to Professor Sprout's greenhouse, explaining her intent and gazing at Professor Sprout with a pitiful expression. Professor Sprout was far more lenient than Madame Pomfrey. She smiled warmly. All right, then choose the prettiest pot, and in exchange, you shall help me water and fertilize the plants next week. Absolutely no problem, thank you, Professor. Aphra beamed with joy, wandering around until she selected the most beautiful flower in her eyes. After thanking Professor Sprout, Aphra wrapped it into a bouquet. Aphra, you're discharged? How is your health? Lancelot passed by, curious. Are you wrapping flowers? Yes, I've learned a bit, Aphra responded. Seizing the opportunity to ask the question that had been on her mind, Lancelot, Have you noticed that I possess a ring? The one adorned with a blue gemstone? Lancelot recalled. I remember it. It's exquisite, but you haven't worn it lately, have you? You've kept it stored away. Indeed, Aphra admitted, as she often locked it away in a box. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave now. All right. In her heart, she noted Tom's mischief. He was truly untrustworthy. Sooner or later, she would find a way to eliminate him. A mere specter, yet causing so much trouble. Chapter 68. Some are joyful. When Oliver would exited the pitch amidst the cheers, surrounded by his fellow Gryffindors, he had concluded his final Quidditch match of student life. He felt a tinge of regret. Although his friends had come to support him, Aphra was lying in the infirmary. However, it mattered little, for she seldom attended Quidditch matches, only coming to watch that little brat Malfoy play. Oliver walked with his head down, oblivious to the cheers of his friends surrounding him. Ahem, what are you doing? Aphra's melodious voice rang out, and Oliver swore it was the most beautiful sound he had ever heard. A bouquet of champagne roses caught Oliver's eye, followed closely by the enchanting visage of Aphrodite. Her bright eyes and captivating smile were utterly beguiling. Congratulations on your victory in the match. May your Quidditch career be long and prosperous, she beamed. Oliver, his cheeks flushed, accepted the bouquet amidst the gathering of friends. He appeared utterly exhilarated, yearning to step forward and embrace her, yet hesitated. With open arms, Aphrodite gestured for him to approach her without reservation. Oliver took a couple of steps forward and enveloped her in a tight embrace. Years of playing Quidditch had endowed Oliver with a broad chest and firm muscles, making his embrace a source of comfort and security. His heart raced with such fervor that it felt as if it might burst forth from his chest. Thank you. I am truly overjoyed. Percy stood at the back of the crowd, arms crossed, his expression a complex mix of envy and jealousy. Fred and George, reveling in the moment, whistled mischievously and grinned at Percy. Chairman, do you need a hand? Otherwise, it seems you're out of luck. Percy huffed dismissively, too preoccupied to engage with them. Harry, clutching his broomstick, stood nearby, his demeanor wistful. He too had once experienced such an embrace, recalling how Aphrodite's form was soft and her scent sweet. As the prolonged hug finally ended, Oliver's face was a vivid crimson from forehead to toe, as if he might ignite with excitement at any moment. Despite the surrounding crowd's growing silence, the two at the center remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in their whispered conversation. Haven't you been resting well? You have dark circles under your eyes, he observed. You have no idea. Madame Pomfrey's clock reminds me every 5 hours, just as I manage to sleep. I must rise to take my potion, she replied. Did you drink it today? Aphrodite remained non-committal. Oliver poked her forehead playfully. Are you feeling better? Did Madame Pomfrey permit you to come out? She feigned ignorance. You know. Before Oliver could admonish her further, Aphrodite interrupted. So tell me, are you pleased that I came out to bring you flowers? Of course, I am delighted, but don't you want to see me after your match? She teased him further. I do very much, he confessed. Then you mustn't criticize me. I've worked hard too. If you say one negative thing about me, I shall take the flowers back. So I was wrong? Oliver questioned, pointing at himself with skepticism. Aphrodite nodded emphatically. Yes, you were wrong. Captain, are we leaving? It's time to change. Angelina called from a distance, while other teammates chuckled, playfully nudging her for interrupting the captain's tender moment. Coming. Oliver replied, resigned. Shall I take my leave then? Aphrodite smiled, waving at Oliver. He brushed aside his earlier disappointment and waved back vigorously. Days had passed since Sirius Black's unjust plight had been resolved. At last he had made an appearance. Sirius had been retrieved from the ministry by Dumbledore, who had tirelessly worked to clear his name and settle old scores. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, Dumbledore entrusted him to Remus, who would guide him to Harry. Remus, gazing at his old friend, felt a sudden wave of awkwardness. His face bore the marks of time, no longer resembling the youth he once was. He was now in his 30s. Sirius, in contrast, looked equally haggard, yet his spirit remained bright, still possessing that charming handsomeness of his youth. How have you fared all these years? Remus inquired slowly. I've just been getting by, surviving, Sirius replied, his eyes glistening as he swallowed hard, appearing somewhat at a loss in the presence of his old friend. I've thought about much. I feel I've wronged James and Lily. Moreover, I regret suggesting to James that Wormtail be the secret keeper, which reflected my distrust in you. It has proven to be a grievous mistake. I do not blame you. Remus replied earnestly. We were all mistaken. What matters is that we have the opportunity to reconcile, and you have a chance to see Harry. Thank you, Sirius exhaled. Truly grateful. He stared at Remus for a long moment before Remus opened his arms, and Sirius stepped into his embrace. The two shared a smile of relief, lingering in their reunion before parting. Let us converse tonight, sharing stories of ourselves. Apologies, my large-footed friend, but it happens to be a full moon. Ah. The furry little matter. That is of no concern. I can accompany you. As they walked, Sirius halted abruptly. Harry appeared before them, and Sirius momentarily lost his composure, murmuring, "James." Harry regarded Sirius with curious, eager eyes, attempting to discern a reflection of James in him, desperately wishing for a fatherly figure in his life. "You two have a good chat," Remus kindly suggested, wanting to grant them privacy. Sirius grasped Remus's arm, insisting together. "Very well," Remus smiled, his gaze fixed on Sirius. He had prepared himself mentally for this moment, yet upon seeing Sirius, all barriers vanished. He always found himself at a loss with Sirius, and Remus chuckled to himself, reminiscing about their school days. It seems nothing has changed. Before their conversation could conclude, nightfall enveloped them. Sirius urged Harry to return first, while he and Remus made their way towards the Whomping Willow. The following morning, a middle-aged man joined the Gryffindor table, exuding charm and charisma. "That must be Black. I must say he is rather dashing," remarked Lancey. Aphrodite glanced over, nodding in agreement. Indeed, quite handsome. Unbeknownst to her, this man was the very one she had once deemed an unattractive large black dog. Harry secretly observed Aphrodite, noting her attention on Sirius, and he sighed inwardly, feeling overshadowed not only by Oliver, but now by his own godfather as well. Chapter 69 The Feast. Before Oliver could revel in his joy for long, Aphrodite vanished once more. More accurately, she had become a rare sight. She seldom spent time in the Great Hall, though perhaps one could catch a glimpse of her in some empty classroom within Hogwarts. That night, Aphrodite emerged from one such classroom, radiant and full of life, wholly unrecognizable from the days spent sequestered in study, save for her slightly disheveled hair. "Aphrodite," Harry called, holding his wand aloft, its tip glowing as he sat on the floor, appearing quite conflicted. "Oh, what are you doing here?" she inquired, brushing off her robes and approaching him, mirroring his seated position to face him directly. "Just pondering," he replied. In the darkness, Harry's green eyes sparkled with an inner light. "Good news or bad news?" Aphrodite asked breezily. "I'm uncertain," Harry admitted, reaching out to gently touch her hair. The surrounding atmosphere grew tranquil, and Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Then please share your thoughts," Aphrodite encouraged, eager to listen, unfazed by his bold gesture. Harry felt a surge of emotion as he spoke of his predicament. "I've been living with my aunt and uncle. Dumbledore only mentioned it was for special reasons, to protect me from the remnants of the Death Eaters. Yet, I wish to live with Sirius." He covered the glowing tip of his wand with his left hand, plunging them into darkness, save for the faint light seeping through his fingers. Aphrodite contemplated for a moment. "Well, what is stopping you? Do what you desire." "But they all think I should heed Dumbledore," Harry lamented. "They constantly treat me like a child." Aphrodite scrutinized him for a moment, though the darkness obscured Harry's features. "Aren't you?" "I certainly am not," Harry retorted defiantly. "I don't believe you," Aphrodite squinted, "unless you can prove it to me." "How? How can I prove that?" Harry stammered, his gaze flitting about nervously. The light of Harry's wand extinguished silently in his hand. After enjoying her amusement for a moment, Aphrodite illuminated her own wand and stated earnestly, "Why not devise a means to protect yourself? Consider any strategy that could shield you from calamity." In truth, I inquired whether it was possible to keep Sirius's home a secret, to find a guardian of sorts, which would also ensure safety, wouldn't it? Harry was momentarily at a loss for words, then replied in a dejected tone. "However, such a suggestion seems to instill dread in both Sirius and Remus. Perhaps they are reminded of my parents." "Ah," Aphrodite mused, "they might simply be fearful. Nonetheless, I believe we cannot avoid discussing matters out of fear of tragedy reoccurring." Harry indeed possessed a unique spirit of bravery. Aphrodite blinked. "You are correct. As long as you feel capable, pursue your intentions. I recently encountered a minor issue, but I have resolved it for now. Moreover, I have made significant progress in one area of my research. So, act upon your thoughts." "I will." "I too believe that is the course of action," Harry replied, feeling as though he had found a kindred spirit, buoyed by her support. "Good," Aphrodite remarked, satisfied with his response. Teasingly, Harry felt warmth creep into his cheeks, fortunate that it was not visible in the dim light. "I must take my leave," Aphrodite stated decisively as she stood. Harry summoned an unexpected surge of courage. "Could we share a hug?" Aphrodite paused, gazing into Harry's face in the faint glow, and smiled gently. "Certainly." Harry's heart leapt with joy, and he cautiously leaned in, uncertain of how to proceed. Just as he felt awkward, he heard Aphrodite chuckle softly, and then her arms wrapped gently around his waist, her soft form leaning against his shoulder, her presence fragrant and delicate. Harry embraced her, tightening his hold gradually, filling the void he had long felt, sighing contentedly within. Aphrodite could even sense the strength of Harry's heartbeat, as if it echoed her own. She blinked, then released him, saying, "All right, I must return to rest, good night." "Allow me to accompany you," Harry offered, displaying understanding. Aphrodite hesitated for 2 seconds, raised a finger, and shook her head no. "Thank you." "Very well," Harry replied regretfully, "then good night." 2 days later, when Harry encountered Aphrodite once more, he appeared much more cheerful. "I will have a home. I will be living with Sirius, and I can move in over the summer." "That is marvelous. How did Dumbledore ensure your safety?" "He is the guardian. As long as he is alive, no one else will know the location. However, if someone wishes to visit, they are welcome." Harry winked at her. Aphrodite tilted her head. "Oh." Noticing her lack of response, Harry changed the subject. "Today, I overheard Wood and Fred chatting." "Oh." Aphrodite raised an eyebrow. "What are Fred and George up to?" "It seems they are planning a party, and I heard your name mentioned," Harry said innocently. "Oh." Aphrodite smiled at him. "The manner in which you brought this up seems rather dubious. What is this all about?" Harry shrugged, indicating he was uncertain. "Does it concern her? Her birthday is still over a month away, during finals. She never celebrated grandly in previous years. On June 9th, she just received some conventional gifts." Aphrodite shook her head, saying nothing more, but she was happy to accept the gifts. Following the conclusion of exams, the term ended, and the graduation banquet was held, with students departing for home the next day. Aphrodite, alongside Draco, prepared to return to the common room. "Aphrodite," Oliver called out to her, glancing at Draco beside her. Draco, understanding the situation, remained to listen to their conversation. Yes. Aphrodite realized this might be her last encounter with Oliver at school. "We have arranged some food and drinks for a gathering. Would you like to join us?" Oliver looked at Aphrodite, who found it difficult to decline. Naturally she nodded, "Sure." "Now." "Yes, now." "Where?" "They say it's in the room of requirement. I will take you there." Aphrodite turned to Draco. "Are you heading back?" Draco, with a glint in his eye, replied, "It's all Gryffindor." Oliver raised his chin, effectively stifling Draco's inclination to join. "I will leave first. Return early," Draco advised with concern. "All right," Aphrodite agreed. She followed Oliver upstairs, only to encounter Cedric along the way. Upon hearing of their gathering, Cedric raised an eyebrow. "We have been rivals on the field. May I join in celebrating your graduation?" Oliver rubbed his nose, casting a glance at Aphrodite. Cedric's reasoning was indeed impeccable. Chapter 70, The Game. Aphrodite stifled a laugh, glancing up to see how Oliver would respond. After considerable thought, Oliver begrudgingly agreed. The three arrived at the room of requirement, located on the 8th floor, which had no door. After Oliver paced back and forth 3 times, a door finally appeared before them. Both Aphrodite and Cedric gasped in astonishment. Aphrodite exclaimed, "I cannot believe such a place exists within Hogwarts." "Fred and George discovered it," Oliver explained. "I only learned about it recently. They always know the most peculiar things. Given their nature, I am not surprised." Aphrodite nodded, with Cedric turning his head to look at her. Upon entering, they found a group of Gryffindors seated on thick blankets, forming a circle. Aside from the 3 of them, there were Percy, Fred, George, Ron, Harry, and Hermione, along with 2 boys Aphrodite did not recognize, and 3 girls from the Gryffindor team. Oliver chose an empty spot to sit down. His considerate friend immediately moved aside, both of them watching Aphrodite eagerly. Clearing her throat, she sat next to Oliver. "This is Aphrodite Greengrass from Slytherin. This is Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff," Oliver introduced. "This is my good friend, Devon, and this gentleman across from me is Aiden." Aphrodite nodded in greeting to them. "This is Angelina, this is Katie, and this is Elia," Cedric added, recognizing them all from Quidditch. Aphrodite, with a sense of leisure, wondered what they were playing. Quidditch? Devon and Aiden huddled together, seemingly discussing something. Aphrodite chuckled, surveying the group before her gaze settled on Oliver. "Tomorrow we depart, my friends. Let us enjoy this evening to the fullest." Since everyone was familiar with one another, they relaxed and mingled, chatting in small groups. Cedric and Aphrodite, both well-liked, navigated the social scene with ease, though it seemed each person harbored their own private thoughts. Fred and George leaned in close to Percy's ear, exchanging whispers. "President, you are leaving tomorrow. You must seize the opportunity tonight," Fred urged quietly. "Seize what?" Percy replied, opening a bottle of wine and feigning ignorance. "The girl of your dreams," George effortlessly chimed in. Not necessary, Percy shook his head. Boring. Stubborn. Idle chatter. Unreliable, Percy retorted. But his words fell flat against Fred and George's teasing. Meanwhile, Hermione felt somewhat bored, yet having no other plans. She had readily agreed when Harry insisted on bringing her along with Ron. She noticed Harry's gaze lingering on Aphrodite, and she playfully nudged him with her book. Did you drag us here just to gawk at pretty girls? No, Harry struggled to articulate, I just came to keep an eye on things. I worry that Oliver might actually make some progress. He simply could not bear to part with the training fanatic. Ron clapped his hands, convinced that his deduction was utterly correct. It's none of your business, go play, Hermione remarked disdainfully. Oliver had distanced himself from his two good friends, resorting to communicating with them through glances, and when that failed, he resorted to mouthing words. According to plan. Devon earnestly attempted to form the words. Through the game. Albert interjected. Oliver, only half understanding, frantically recalled the myriad ideas his friends had proposed earlier, but with so many suggestions, he was momentarily at a loss as to where to begin. Aphra stifled a laugh, rummaging through the pile of toys behind her to retrieve Wizard's chess and exploding snap, and proactively initiated the proceedings. Is anyone here interested in playing a game? She inquired, showcasing the two games. Fred and George exchanged a glance, nodded in unison, and declared, just wait, we'll turn the tables on you soon. Percy felt a headache coming on. His two mischievous brothers were not acting in his best interest. They were merely seeking amusement, and perhaps this was a scheme to embarrass him. Hermione smiled at Harry. I know what you're thinking, just wait. She raised her hand. I want to play exploding snap. Sure, Aphra replied, adept in all manners of games, including this collection of wizardly pastimes. Without chips, the game won't be as enjoyable. Fred loudly reminded. We should have a penalty. How about we see our Weasley punishment cards, 99 varieties? George seized the opportunity to promote their product. The group looked on with curiosity. The cards bore various questions or actions. The loser would have to select one and act accordingly. Sounds good, Aphra readily agreed. Truth be told, she had no intention of losing. But that would mean only two people could play. Wouldn't the rest feel left out? Just choose your side. Those in the same faction will share in both victory and defeat, and face the consequences together. Is there a reward for the winners? Aphra pressed further. A bottle of wine? Is that really a reward? Aphra raised an eyebrow in skepticism, but offered no objections. Thus, in the first round, Aphra faced Hermione, with Oliver opting for Aphra's side, while Devon and Albert wisely sided with Hermione. Cedric had no second choice. Harry looked at Hermione, nodded, and chose Aphra. Hermione is the know-it-all, so I choose her. Angelina, familiar with Hermione's prowess, urged her friends to select Hermione. Fred and George dragged Percy to choose Aphra. Ron hesitated. Didn't they all know who was stronger? He had never seen Aphra play cards, so how could he choose? Hermione's skills, after all, were not superior to his own. Ron thought with a hint of pride. Given the factions, Aphra had more supporters. Should he balance things out? Before Ron could make his choice, the game commenced. Does anyone actually care about my decision? Ron fumed, but soon found himself captivated by the game. Aphra was indeed skilled at this game of calculation and luck. She appeared to have played quite a bit. Play this, Fred gestured. No, I think it's this one, George countered. You all be quiet, Aphra declared as she tossed another card onto the table. Chapter 71, Game 2. Ron sat aside, intently observing. The situation was still tense, with no clear advantage. But after mentally calculating several moves, he quietly shifted to sit beside Aphra. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, Hermione's face betrayed her frustration. The outcome was decided. Aphra glanced at Ron, who looked left and right, shrugged and said, Oh, I chose you. All right, then the loser draws a card, Aphra said with a smile. Her tone triumphant. Devon, with an air of bravery, boldly declared himself the first to take on the challenge. I'll go. He closed his eyes and randomly picked a card. Dance with the person to your right? Wow, several girls cheered. The person to Devon's right was Albert. Wait, is this a punishment for him or for me? Albert groaned, but reluctantly stood up. You dance. No, you dance. They tugged at each other while everyone watched, heads tilted upwards. Ultimately, the two clumsily performed a dance, accompanied by the playful singing of Fred and George. Aphra covered her ears, shaking her head. So that dreadful singing during the school song every year comes from you too. As Fred's final drawn-out note concluded, the two quickly let go and distanced themselves from each other. You two dance terribly, Angelina lamented. If you think you're so great, you try, Albert retorted, feeling aggrieved as he was merely caught in the crossfire. Well, I suppose I've completed my punishment. I won't draw a card now. I may not be good at dancing, but I bet Aphra dances beautifully, Angelina mused, nearly drooling at the thought. You should tone it down, Elia said with exasperation. I can still dance, Aphra smiled, exchanging glances with Oliver. Oliver, pondering, asked, may I have the honor of witnessing this? If you can defeat me, I shall let you decide my fate, Aphra replied casually. Coughing, Oliver fell silent, lost in thought. It was Angelina's turn to draw. Ron took on the role of host, reminding everyone. Angelina effortlessly selected a card without hesitation. Adventure. Go braid Filch's cat's hair and take a photo for keepsake? Angelina raised an eyebrow. Wow, who will accompany me? I'll go. That way, I won't have to draw another card. Elia weighed her options, unaware of what the next card might hold. The two left the room, chatting and laughing, clearly looking forward to their escapade. Hermione had drawn her card, and there were no hesitations. The game proceeded smoothly. Pick up the person to your right, and hold them for 5 seconds. Hermione looked at Aphra, momentarily taken aback. Oh dear, this card should have been drawn by Harry. But here I am. Aphra extended her arms, and Hermione searched for the right angle, blushing as she scooped Aphra up in a princess carry. To which Aphra responded with a smile, wrapping her arms around Hermione's neck. Flustered, Hermione released Aphra before the 5 seconds were up. What about Katie? Hermione quickly shifted the topic. I am to play Severus Snape, Katie said, and before she could finish, Harry erupted into a fit of coughs. Aphra turned to Fred and George. You two are truly incorrigible. Just average, they replied. You reckless, foolish giants. Gryffindor loses 50 points because the sun rose in the east today, Katie proclaimed seriously, her face flushed, shaking her robes just like Snape would. Next round. Who wants to play? Shall I? Aphra scanned the room, but they all remained silent. Wizard's chess, how about that? Ron, eager, looked at Aphra with excitement. Let's do it. Aphra replied, brimming with confidence after her recent victory in Exploding Snap. The cards on the table were replaced with the wizard's chess set, and Ron courteously allowed her to choose her side. Harry silently stood behind Ron, while Oliver, Percy, and Cedric already stood behind Aphra. Fred and George squeezed in beside Ron, chattering away with strategies, driving Ron nearly to madness. Amidst the chaos, Ron managed to narrowly win a move, shaking his head in triumph. That was just luck. Aphra. She hadn't anticipated that Ron's prowess in wizard's chess was fully developed. She huffed, gesturing for her friends behind her to draw their penalty cards. Oliver, seemingly eager, stretched out his hand through the gap to pick a card. Angelina and Elia returned, showing everyone the photos they had taken. Mrs. Norris had more than one braid, and they even had a photo with her. Aphra gave a thumbs up, silently applauding. What card did you get? She leaned in to see. Oliver dodged, bashfully following the card's instructions, pointing to his chest with a blush. I'm too small. The room was filled with suppressed laughter as Aphrodite shook her head vigorously. Her cheeks flushed, unable to contain her amusement as she trembled with laughter while teasing. Not small at all. The moment her words escaped her lips, Oliver's face turned crimson as if he had bitten into a chili pepper, prompting an uproar of laughter from everyone. Cedric coughed twice, turning his face away, while Fred and George doubled over with laughter, their mirth resonating throughout the space. Allow me, Aphrodite said with determination, drawing a card. The group gathered closer as she read aloud. Unbutton the shirt of the boy opposite you. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. Aphrodite lifted her gaze to meet Oliver's eyes, who, having just shed his shyness, felt a fresh blush creeping back onto his neck. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Oliver voiced his concern for Aphrodite's comfort, attempting to diffuse the situation with a hint of regret. Not at all, come on. Aphrodite urged eagerly. The group instinctively formed a circle, their eyes fixed on the two. Harry nervously clutched the hem of his shirt. Cedric remained silent with his head bowed. Percy scrutinized the duo intently, while Ron foolishly cheered along with the others. Aphrodite raised her hand and removed her jacket. Oh! The others exclaimed excitedly. Oliver struggled to remove his jacket, and as Aphrodite stepped closer, taking a deep breath, she reached out to unbutton his shirt. 1. Oliver felt a wave of heat wash over him. 2. Aphrodite caught a glimpse of his toned muscles. 3. The elegant contours of his physique began to reveal themselves. 4. Aphrodite halted, feeling her own cheeks betray her. All right, that's enough, Cedric quickly intervened, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, including Aphrodite and Oliver. Yet, Aphrodite couldn't resist teasing Oliver further, mischievously commenting, "You really are quite impressive." Chapter 72. Game 3. Oliver, flustered by Aphrodite's provocative remark, hastily pointed towards Harry, exclaiming, "Your turn, Harry." Harry scratched his head, nodded, and casually selected a card, flipping it over. "Congratulations, Harry, you are the first to draw a question." The card read, "Your happiest memory." Harry fell silent for a moment, the others gazing at him expectantly. He chuckled softly. When I was learning the Patronus charm, I pondered this question. In the end, I recalled the first time I felt protected, and the day I tasted birthday cake for the first time. That was when my life truly began to brighten. Aphrodite's focus was unwavering as she watched Harry, who briefly caught her eye before looking down again. That was too easy, rather dull. What about you, Cedric? Cedric stepped forward and drew a card. The group perked up again as Cedric's card instructed him to confess his feelings to a girl. They erupted into excited gasps, eager to see Cedric's reaction. He paused momentarily, glancing at Aphrodite, who tilted her head and raised an eyebrow. Perhaps it was the alcohol. As each of them held a bottle, and the atmosphere was decidedly warm, Cedric winked at Aphrodite, appearing both charming and earnest, as he gazed deeply into her eyes, seemingly attempting to peer into her heart. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Wow, Oliver clenched his fists, feeling a surge of jealousy at how Cedric was making such a bold move in front of him. Harry also felt disgruntled, his disdain for Cedric growing. I'm not sure I could. You're too perfect, Aphrodite teased, laughing without directly responding. I dare you, do you dare? Cedric boldly challenged her, perhaps summoning all his courage. Aphrodite leaned back, lifting her chin, her eyes sparkling playfully. Come on, it's just a game, why would I be afraid? I'm definitely up for it. For a moment, everyone was puzzled by her intentions. Cedric's eyes shimmered with hope, unsure whether she had accepted or declined. All right, what shall we play next? Aphrodite coughed lightly, turning her attention to Fred and George. Fred shrugged, suggesting spin the bottle. Whoever it points to must draw a card. Alicia made an unimpressed noise, pulling Angelina aside to play wizard's chess, clearly uninterested in the game. Aphrodite, without needing to think, suspected Fred and George were concocting some mischief. They settled back into a circle, many eyes fixed on the empty bottle at the center. Fred spun the bottle, and as everyone watched intently, Aphrodite noticed George discreetly switching cards. Fred's hand was buried in his pocket, the two sharing a silent understanding. Aphrodite smiled subtly, taking a swig from her drink. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the bottle slowly come to a stop, its neck pointing towards Percy. She discreetly wiggled her fingers behind her back, causing the bottle to gradually veer towards George instead. George's hand trembled in surprise as he looked at Aphrodite, instantly recognizing her clever ploy. Aphrodite shrugged, lucky me. If this is luck. George glanced at Fred, who was deep in thought. Percy raised an eyebrow, flipping over the top card, which read, kiss someone for 5 seconds. Aphrodite led the applause, while George, having failed in his attempt to sneak a win, stared at the card for a few moments before grinning mischievously. Then I choose you. Aphrodite. This was unexpected for Aphrodite, and Cedric grasped her wrist, to which she did not resist. It's just a game, as long as we're having fun, she giggled, beckoning George closer. George found himself momentarily stunned. His breath caught as he gazed at her exquisite features magnified before him. Was she leaning in? He snapped back to reality, realizing he was the one leaning towards her. Aphrodite let out a soft laugh, playfully pushing him back. Oh, I was just joking. George realized he had been outsmarted once again and smirked. Fine, if you can't play nice, I'll just have to drink. I'll join you. Aphrodite raised her glass, signaling that they could move on from this chapter. Everyone was in high spirits, even Hermione appeared slightly tipsy. They left the room in pairs, arms slung over each other's shoulders, and just before departing, Oliver slipped a letter to Aphrodite. Cedric stood quietly by, and once everyone had left, he gently placed a hand on Aphrodite's shoulder, asking thoughtfully, shall I fetch something from the kitchen to help you? I'm perfectly fine, Aphrodite replied truthfully, always maintaining control over herself. Let's head back. We must return home tomorrow. Very well, take care, Cedric said, naturally accompanying her to the Slytherin common room. Good night? Aphrodite squinted. Good night. Cedric hesitated, uncertain if the words exchanged during the game could be taken seriously, especially those from the girl before him. A hug? All right, a hug it is. Aphrodite feigned exasperation, embracing him warmly for a moment, the scent of alcohol mingling with her sweet fragrance, intoxicatingly delightful. Cedric dared not linger, hastily making his exit. Once he was gone, Aphrodite murmured the password to the Slytherin common room, then strolled leisurely back to her dormitory. The following day, Aphrodite yawned while hauling her small suitcase, standing drowsily at the platform awaiting the Hogwarts Express. Draco, beside her, poked her head disdainfully. Did you have fun last night? Not really. Aphrodite rubbed her nose, playfully winking. Don't ask, just know I didn't. With a whistle, the Hogwarts Express arrived, and students crowded onto the train, filing in. Crabbe and Goyle had already claimed their seats, awaiting Draco and the others. Once seated, Aphrodite massaged her temples, feeling the effects of the previous night's revelry. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Theodore wandering outside. Theodore, if you can't find a seat, come on in. Theodore deliberated for a moment before nodding, thanks. He settled down slowly, looking at Aphrodite. Are you feeling unwell? I'm alright. Aphrodite shook her head, smiling at him. Draco could hardly stand to see Aphrodite smile at anyone else. Waving a hand in front of her face, the Quidditch World Cup finals are here this summer. You're coming with me. I should indeed accompany my sisters. We shall meet later, shall we not? Aphrodite gently patted his shoulder, declaring, I need to rest. Draco, with a hint of sarcasm, mimicked her, I need to rest. Chapter 73. The Quidditch World Cup. Aphrodite's summer was rather bustling. She packed her belongings and prepared to venture abroad. Alchemists in France were convening for a seminar, and through her father's connections, she secured an invitation. After spending nearly a month in France, she returned home only when Draco's letters began to arrive in abundance. With her eyes closed, she reclined on a chaise longue in her family's tent, which had been magically enhanced to create an expansive interior, ample enough for the entire Greengrass family to reside comfortably. To spare his 3 daughters the fatigue of a late-night departure, Mr. Greengrass opted to set up camp a day in advance. Thus, while most families hurriedly arrived in a flurry of chaos, the Greengrass family basked in serene tranquility. Draco effortlessly located the Greengrass tent, slipping inside with familiarity. Why are you alone? Draco adjusted his suit, noting that after a month apart, he had become even more handsome. Mother and father are out with Astoria. Daphne has gone off in search of Pansy, and I am merely lying here asleep, Aphrodite replied leisurely. Utterly at ease with Draco's presence, eyes still closed. How was France? Draco inquired. With a smile, Aphrodite responded, the cuisine was delightful. And the Frenchmen were not only handsome but also quite the gentlemen, brimming with romance. What, have you already caught the attention of suitors after just a month? Draco squinted, grinding his teeth slightly. It was nothing much, Aphrodite modestly replied, merely 3 or 4. There was one, however, who was rather charming. Each morning, a bouquet awaited me at my door, and each day it was different. What of flowers? I could send you flowers every day, Draco retorted. Forgive me, dear brother. But you ought to do that for yourself. Aphrodite waved him off. Why the sudden interest in alchemy? Draco questioned, perplexed. It was not sudden. I have always been learning. And I am exploring many other subjects as well, Aphrodite explained, pulling a necklace from her pocket, its gemstone gleaming brilliantly. Is it not beautiful? Indeed. Is it a gift for me? Alas, it is not, Aphrodite replied bluntly, noticing a tall figure lingering outside the tent and calling out, Cedric. Cedric, hearing her voice, peeked in slightly embarrassed. Aphrodite quickly concealed the necklace, pretending nothing had occurred. In truth, Cedric had seen it all. He had refrained from entering sooner, having overheard their conversation. Yet before he could depart, Aphrodite had called him. Long time no see, Cedric smiled. Though we have been in correspondence, Aphrodite added, indicating that there was no distance between them. Draco rolled his eyes dramatically. How many people have you corresponded with this summer? Aphrodite began counting on her fingers, recounting how Draco would inquire about trivial matters daily. While Cedric engaged her in academic discussions, Oliver kept her updated on his job search. And Percy frequently reported on the happenings at the Ministry of Magic. She had also exchanged thoughts with Fred and George about Weasley products, congratulated Harry on his new home, checked in on his well-being, and had several exchanges with Blaise, and she had properly thanked Theodore, exchanging reading lists multiple times. Just 9, Aphrodite concluded nonchalantly. Cedric's eyelids flickered as he pondered this. Draco, incredulous, exclaimed, You wrote so many. I thought you were writing only to me. You didn't send 9 identical letters, did you? Of course not, Aphrodite scoffed. I wouldn't be overwhelmed by 9. I took the time to read and respond thoughtfully to each of their letters. Draco was momentarily left speechless. Aphrodite, with conviction, then inquired, Do you both enjoy Quidditch? Indeed we do, Cedric replied. Well, obviously, or why would we join the Quidditch team? Draco added. Aphrodite further asked, Which players do you support? Which team? This would aid her in selecting Christmas gifts that would cater to their tastes. The Bulgarian team, crumb, crumb, crumb. Draco exclaimed excitedly. I purchased numerous items related to him, including a signed Quidditch jersey. If only Flint would allow us to wear anything other than Slytherin training gear. I support the Irish team. Seeking the Seeker, Lynch, Cedric countered, and the two exchanged glances, each supporting opposing teams. Oh, Aphrodite remarked, the match doesn't commence for several hours. Why not go out and enjoy yourselves? I came to invite you to play, Cedric explained. So did I, Draco declared. his demeanor suggesting he intended to compel Aphrodite to choose between them. Aphrodite, perplexed, asked, "Why didn't you arrange this earlier?" "To be honest, I agreed to meet Oliver in my letter last month. He will be arriving shortly," Draco replied, momentarily at a loss. "Furthermore, our seats are adjacent," Aphrodite added. Cedric maintained a contemplative silence. "Hey," Oliver called from outside the tent, and Aphrodite greeted him warmly. "I shall take my leave for now. Feel free to chat here for a while," she said thoughtfully, adding, "Play nicely." Cedric nodded in agreement. Draco remained silent, but once Aphrodite departed, his expression soured. Oliver was a substitute for the Puddlemere United team, but given his impressive Quidditch skills, he would likely become a full-fledged member soon. "Which team do you support?" "Puddlemere United," Oliver replied seriously. Aphrodite chuckled softly, and Oliver reciprocated with a smile. His job search had been unexpectedly smooth, although he had mentioned it in his letters. He felt it necessary to reiterate in person, "The captain holds me in high regard, and I find the team atmosphere quite pleasant." "How splendid. You are drawing ever closer to your goal," Aphrodite mused, feeling somewhat astonished that the boy who had once seemed merely a brotherly figure was now maturing into adulthood, on the verge of embarking on a professional Quidditch career. As they wandered leisurely, Aphrodite glanced up and coughed lightly. "Father, mother." Oliver, equally perplexed, lifted his gaze, assessing the three individuals before him, then glanced at Aphrodite, his expression pleading for assistance. Aphrodite raised an eyebrow and introduced, "This is Oliver Wood, a friend." Oliver, steeling himself, greeted her parents. Mr. Greengrass scrutinized him for a moment, then proceeded to question him extensively. Aphrodite stood by casually, and seeing Oliver struggle, she stepped in to alleviate his discomfort, placing her hand on his arm and gently nudging him away. "Let us go explore. We shall see each other later." "Off you go," Mr. Greengrass remarked, shaking his head slightly once they had departed. "Is Aphrodite quite close to him at school?" "Yes," Astoria replied quietly. Chapter 74, The Quidditch World Cup Part 2. Astoria shook her head, unwilling to divulge that Aphrodite had a multitude of close male friends. She sighed, wishing she could be more like her sister. Learn from her. Aphrodite had purchased a plethora of trinkets, and just before the match commenced, she and Oliver entered the Quidditch venue, locating their seats. Upon entry, she spotted Harry and his dashing godfather, greeting them with a radiant smile. Harry cast a glance toward Aphrodite and Oliver, managing a slight smile. "Hello, Aphrodite, this is my godfather, Sirius Black." "Hello, handsome, I am Aphrodite Greengrass," she introduced herself, extending her hand, which Sirius took graciously. Hearing her introduction, Sirius chuckled, his charm further enhanced, likely a heartthrob in his student days. "You are quite the wit." "Thank you for the compliment," he remarked, noticing how his godson appeared utterly flustered in the presence of this girl. Sirius decided to tactfully assist his godson by inquiring, "So, are you two an item?" "Friends," Oliver clarified, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "How wonderful," Harry exclaimed, "it means to work harder." Sirius patted Harry on the back, saying, "Harry, you should give the panoramic telescope you just bought to Aurora. Wasn't it specifically purchased for her?" Harry momentarily looked perplexed, but quickly nodded. "I bought the highest configuration." "Really?" Aurora smiled as she accepted the telescope, adding, "I just happen to need one." "That's great," Harry chuckled, as expected of Sirius. "Let's head up first." "All right, goodbye," Aurora waved as she watched Harry depart, her expression relaxed. She turned to Oliver and said, "Let us find our seats too." Aurora and Oliver's seats were located in the upper tier. Initially, Aurora intended to invite Oliver since her family had complimentary tickets, making it rather effortless. However, Oliver insisted on treating her, leaving no room for refusal. "I've been working, and besides, I'm the one who invited you, so naturally I'll pay," he stated. Aurora acknowledged that his words resonated with her heart. As the audience gradually settled in, the atmosphere became electric. Oliver joyfully waved a small flag, his gaze fervent. Aurora observed him intently, thinking that his enthusiasm for Quidditch seemed far more intense than when he looked at her. She casually scanned her surroundings and noticed the Weasley family, along with Hermione, Harry, and Sirius seated in the front row. Percy occupied the far left of the same row, engaged in conversation with his younger sister Ginny. He appeared drastically different from his school days, clad in a sharp suit that exuded professionalism. Suddenly, as if sensing her gaze, he turned to look directly at Aurora, his eyes deep and intense. "Look, the Irish team's mascot, the leprechaun, has made its entrance." Oliver pointed towards the stage, where an advertisement for elegant brand wizard robes had just been displayed. Aurora snapped back to reality, shifting her attention from Percy. "Wow, that's not appealing. But there will be something beautiful soon." Oliver flipped through the program, The Bulgarian team's mascot is the vila. They say all men are captivated by them. Aurora remained indifferent. Yet when the ethereal vila graced the stage, she was rendered speechless. Bulgaria! Bulgaria! The audience cheered in unison, while the Irish leprechauns fumed. Their expressions twisted in frustration. The vila elegantly bowed and began their graceful dance. Oliver quietly observed the entranced Aurora, pondering, how can she adore the vila more than I do? I wish I were as beautiful as them. Aurora sighed, you are already more stunning than they are. You're biased, Oliver replied with a smirk. Aurora beamed, I accept your compliment, even if it's filtered. 10 minutes into the show, Oliver stood up excitedly waving his flag, while Aurora sweetly succumbed to sleep, her presence a stark contrast to the surrounding clamor. Confused, Oliver blinked and lowered his voice to continue cheering. It was Oliver who gently roused Aurora from her slumber, first by lightly tapping her shoulder, and when that failed, he resorted to a more vigorous shake. Aurora stirred groggily, blinking as she allowed him to take her hand and lead her outside the venue. As they stepped out, Oliver animatedly recounted the thrilling moments of the match. Tonight was fantastic. It's a shame Crumb didn't win, but he was brilliant. He nearly caught the golden snitch several times. Indeed, it was quite thrilling. Aurora yawned and rubbed her eyes. What's wrong? Oliver asked, surprised. After an exhilarating evening, I'm simply exhausted. I think I'll head back to rest, Aurora explained. Oliver nodded. Good night, see you next time. He always bid farewell to Aurora this way, always looking forward to their next meeting, yet he mused, when would that be? Was this farewell to be their last? Or would future encounters be rare? Aurora paused, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, actually, I rested quite well earlier. Why don't we stay a little longer? Can we go for a walk? Oliver's eyes lit up. Aurora nodded, and they strolled along a path leading into the woods. You have so much stuff. Let me carry some for you. Sure. Thank you. Aurora naturally handed her belongings to him, and they walked side by side. Oliver pondered whether to be more proactive, to take a bolder step. However, after meandering for a while and discussing various topics, he still hesitated. Would it be too forward? In the presence of a crush, most people are often indecisive. Shall I head off then? Aurora tilted her head, her gaze landing on the bags Oliver was holding. Good night. Oliver cleared his throat, reassuring himself that he would prepare better next time. As Aurora walked a short distance away, Oliver began to regret his decision. Just as he lifted his leg to pursue her, a striking figure suddenly reappeared before him. Aurora tossed her hair playfully, feigning modesty. I just realized I left something with you. Oliver, belatedly noticing the items in his hands, felt a surge of joy. Yet, neither made a move nor spoke. Their eyes locked in a lingering gaze, reluctant to part ways. Then, both Aurora and Oliver began simultaneously. Chapter 75, The Dark Mark. Aurora lowered her head slightly, while Oliver, emboldened by an inexplicable surge of courage, stepped closer, leaning towards her. May I? Aurora looked up, her gaze innocent yet enticing, her blue eyes sparkling. What? Kiss you? Oliver confessed earnestly. Aurora hesitated for a moment, unable to respond. Oliver took a step back, apologizing, I'm sorry. Aurora wrapped her arms around his neck and stood on her toes, lifting her face towards him. Oliver also inclined his head, cautiously leaning towards her, fearful of appearing too eager, yet equally anxious about being overly hesitant. Aurora tilted her head slightly, turning her cheek to plant a soft kiss on his. It was gentle yet electrifying, causing both to shudder, their breaths quickening. Oliver wrapped his arms around her waist, his fingers lightly resting there. After a brief separation, accompanied by heavy breaths, they instinctively embraced once more, their kiss more fervent and passionate than before. Oblivious to everything around them until their lips were swollen, and they felt dizzy from lack of oxygen. Aurora licked her lips, realizing the intoxicating flavor of the moment. Until now, she had only theorized about such experiences. Oliver ran his fingers over her flushed lips, his demeanor more primal and alluring than usual. Aurora nestled into his embrace, akin to savoring a long-desired sweet. So what are we now? Oliver asked, a bit too eagerly, losing himself in the moment. Aurora blinked, redirecting her thoughts in his arms. Suddenly, a loud bang startled them, prompting both to look up at the sky. Through the sparse branches and leaves, a large, greenish-black symbol loomed ominously, casting a shadow over half the sky, illuminating the dark night. Upon closer inspection, they recognized it as a grotesque skull. Aurora, well read, furrowed her brow and exclaimed, The Dark Mark. The Dark Mark? Oliver's heart skipped a beat as realization dawned on him. He recognized it as the sign cast by Death Eaters after committing murder. A means to instill fear, threaten others, and flaunt their gruesome trophies. Aurora felt a heaviness settle in her heart as she scrutinized the ominous symbol in the sky. To be honest, it appeared quite chilling, as if the skull were staring directly at her. Oliver grasped Aurora's hand, reassuringly stating, "Don't be afraid, I will protect you." After the dark mark was cast, all Death Eaters were required to assemble at the scene, without exception. Failing to do so would cause the dark mark on their arms to become increasingly conspicuous, searing with pain, turning red and hot to the touch. Voldemort would sense their absence, and so would the Death Eaters themselves. What was happening? Why had the Death Eaters once again emerged from the shadows? Why this audacity? Aphra grasped Oliver's hand firmly, guiding him towards the edge of the woods. Before long, they heard a rustling sound. A hooded figure, obscured from view, appeared before them. Clutching its arm, a sinister expression etched upon its face. It turned out to be two students. The figure exhaled a sigh of relief. Aphra glanced at Oliver, who had no desire to argue whether he was still a student. He stepped forward, resolutely positioning himself in front of Aphra, his tall frame completely shielding her. A gallant act of heroism? The hooded figure lowered its arm and drew out a wand. "You go first," Oliver murmured softly. Almost instantaneously, a green light shot forth. Oliver was shoved aside, stumbling, while a red light swiftly followed, the two spells colliding and exploding in the air. Aphra maintained her icy composure, standing protectively before Oliver. "Feel free to attack." She slightly tilted her head, her hair billowing, and gently urged Oliver, "Stay back." "Ha!" Oliver was momentarily taken aback. Without even glancing back, Aphra unleashed another spell, sending the hooded figure hurtling backwards into a tree trunk, from which it slumped to the ground unconscious. She stepped forward, her wand emanating an aura of danger. "Aphra, what?" Aphra turned to see Cedric, panting as he rushed over, enveloping her in a protective embrace. "Are you all right?" Oliver raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Aphra intently. Aphra blinked, struggling briefly in Cedric's grasp, casting aside the dangerous thoughts that had just arisen, and merely conjured a binding spell. "Ahem. We are fine," she reassured lightly. "Did you two encounter any trouble?" Cedric inquired anxiously, his worry for Aphra palpable upon seeing the dark mark. Having nearly sprinted to find her, Oliver touched his slightly swollen lips, momentarily at a loss for words. Cedric, wholly focused on Aphra, remained oblivious to his subtle gesture. Aphra blushed, shaking her head vigorously. No, it's nothing." Cedric, momentarily taken aback by her dismissal, appeared somewhat dazed. "Let us head back. I need to check on my parents and my two sisters." Aphra led the two boys swiftly out of the woods. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Daphne and Pansy emerging together from the western edge of the forest. Upon spotting Aphra, Daphne changed her course and approached Sister. Aphra looked down at Daphne and Pansy holding hands, her surprise evident. Pansy struggled slightly, but Daphne tightened her grip. Pansy lowered her head, ceasing further resistance. Aphra closed her mouth, pretending not to notice. "Are you both all right?" Daphne shook her head. "No, how about you?" She cast a glance at Aphra and the two boys behind her, her lips twitching. "We're fine," Aphra replied simply, not wishing to cause her concern. "I wonder what this is all about," Daphne mused anxiously. Pansy scoffed. "It signifies that the Dark Lord is returning. It's a warning to the Death Eaters and a caution to the Ministry of Magic." Pansy gestured, and everyone saw a group of Aurors hurriedly patrolling, searching and maintaining order, looking quite flustered, while officials from the ministry clustered together, murmuring among themselves. Aphra scanned the area once more, spotting Draco standing alone. She quickly approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder and giving it a gentle pat. "Draco, why are you standing here all by yourself?" Draco hesitated, his expression a complex mixture as he gazed skyward. Chapter 76, Choices. Draco snapped back from his reverie, shaking his head. "I'm fine. I just lost sight of my father." "Have you seen him? Where is he?" Aphra caught the underlying tone in his words. This was the first time he had subtly inquired about her thoughts. Everyone knew that Mr. Malfoy could very well be among that group of hooded figures. He was essentially asking if her father was also among them, whether Mr. Greengrass had reacted to this dark mark, reflecting his own stance. Aphra suddenly smiled faintly. "I don't know. I was just with Oliver. If you wish to find my father, I can help you look." "No need. I was just asking casually. I'll take my leave now. It seems the commotion has subsided." Draco pressed his lips together. "Just be careful." "You too," Aphra thought for a moment. Feeling a twinge of worry, "If anything arises, don't hesitate to find me." Draco nodded noncommittally and departed, seemingly burdened by his own thoughts. Aphra turned to Cedric and Oliver. "You should head back too, right?" They agreed, dragging their feet as they walked away. Aphra asked Daphne, "Are you coming with me? What about Pansy?" Pansy waved her hand, and the two girls finally released their hold. I'm heading back. Daphne crossed her arms. All right. She watched Pansy leave, while Aphra stood beside Daphne marveling. Strange, isn't it? Pansy seems different today. How so? Daphne asked, her gaze fixed on the ground, pouting slightly. Usually more fierce. Today she has been a bit accommodating towards you. We had a little argument earlier, Daphne succinctly explained. She mentioned she likes Malfoy. I noticed, it's not surprising. Aphra fiddled with the panoramic telescope Harry had gifted her, which she had not utilized at all, as she had been asleep the entire time. Thus, she was only now pondering its usage. However, she doubted she would ever develop feelings for Draco. Daphne jested, as they arrived back at their tent. Sister, Draco likes you. Do you like Draco? Aphra nodded, then shook her head. I only see him as a brother. Daphne wore an expression of disbelief, but reluctantly accepted this explanation. What about Diggory and Wood? Aphra did not respond, lifting her chin as she entered the tent. Oh, I see. Daphne waved her hand, remaining outside. Dear sister, I have one more question. Aphra asked, puzzled. Where do you think Dad is? Daphne inquired. Aphra paused for a moment, her lips curving into a smile as she ruffled her sister's hair. He should be back by now. She lifted the tent flap, revealing her father, mother, and Astoria seated around the table, Astoria holding a cup of tea. Upon seeing both sisters return together, Astoria sighed in relief, hastily setting down her cup and rushing over. Aphra. Daphne, were you together the whole time? Daphne affectionately pinched Astoria's cheek, leading her to a chair. Initially, yes, but then we got separated from Dad. However, we quickly found each other again. Aphra seated herself beside her father, pouring a glass of water for herself. There was a bit of an incident, but nothing serious. What about you? Did you encounter any danger? No, everything is safe, Aphra replied. She moistened her lips, and the family engaged in light conversation before departing from that treacherous place. Upon returning to Greengrass Manor, her father summoned Aphra to his study alone. Aphra, Mr. Greengrass called her in a deep voice. Come take a look. A flurry of thoughts raced through Aphra's mind, yet she ultimately asked nothing, approaching her father. He rolled up the left sleeve of his robe, revealing the unmistakable dark mark on his arm, pitch black yet slightly inflamed. Aphra's heart sank, and she took a step back. A loyal subordinate of his suddenly signaled, and I could not fathom why this subordinate chose to act after all these years. The only plausible explanation was that he intended to return. Such actions could only be executed under orders, serving as both a deterrent and a form of intimidation. Mr. Gringotts spoke slowly, noting that the number of visitors tonight was sparse. Parkinson, Goyle, Crabbe, and Malfoy were present. Avellini remarked that she had discerned this long ago. Snape, you know? Avellini nearly gasped in surprise but stifled the sound, her eyes widening and blinking in astonishment. However, Snape is a professor at Hogwarts appointed by Dumbledore. I had witnessed Snape among the ranks of Death Eaters, yet after that individual fell, Dumbledore vouched for Snape's integrity. Nevertheless, most Death Eaters still believed he was not innocent. He is formidable. The fact that Professor Snape could gain recognition from both Voldemort and Dumbledore is remarkable. Yet it must be an arduous existence, teetering on a precipice where a moment's inattention could lead to downfall. Avellini contemplated this as she continued to listen to her father's discourse. Yet her father's next words nearly made her leap from her seat. Have you made your choice? Will it be the Dark Lord or the Savior? He asked gravely. Our time is limited. We must unequivocally choose a side. Avellini's emotions were tumultuous. Harry Potter? Dumbledore? Or should she await the Dark Lord's return? She lowered her gaze to the table, her expression conflicted. What do you think our family truly needs? Power rather mediocre. Wealth boundless, a harmonious family, even under the Dark Lord's dominion. Her father's brow furrowed slightly. I decided to join the Death Eaters shortly after graduation. At school, I was seduced by the ideals of pureblood supremacy, and outside, I was lured by the Dark Lord, believing that allegiance to him would grant me immense power and control over the wizarding world in Britain. However, as I ventured into the broader world and fell in love with your mother, having you, I began to realize that perhaps there was little else worth pursuing. I am content with what I have now. Avellini's expression shifted, her lips unconsciously curving into a smile. Indeed, she had always felt a profound sense of happiness. I have regretted my choices, and I certainly should. Her father introspected, acknowledging that the Dark Lord's ambitions were not as noble as he professed. The path toward his goals fraught with bloodshed and cruelty, leading to shattered families and eternal separations. Avellini nodded. The ideology of pureblood supremacy and the extermination of Muggles was inherently flawed. Avellini, you have always been remarkably rational and clear-headed. You surpass my younger self by far. And it brings me solace. Chapter 77, The Ancestors' Legacy. Receiving praise, Avelini did not feel pride. She had already made her choice. She desired the safety of her family and loved ones, a life of contentment, contingent upon not existing under tyrannical rule or amidst war. Voldemort was not a favorable option. However, a student savior might not be able to vanquish him. Dumbledore undoubtedly lacked a means to obliterate Voldemort, or else he would not still be a threat. Avelini longed to sigh, but swallowed the urge. Father, I will safeguard our family. Her father paused. No, this is not your burden. Your thoughts are important. But I will not allow you to stand at the forefront. Avelini blinked then. You should never have to worry about us. Yet you forget that you need not bear so much. Her father clarified. Avelini thought. Yet she yearned to shoulder it all. Her mind was clear, her resolve steadfast. After bidding her father farewell, Avelini returned to her room, seated herself at her desk, and stared at the ring in contemplation. Now that a choice had been made, there was no longer a need to keep Tom around. The headache was that Avelini could not find a way to erase him. She had perused many texts at home, yet had not discovered any records regarding the family ring. What was the intention of these ancestors? If they wished to bestow it, why not do so outright? If not, could it even be destroyed? Avelini could not help but murmur in frustration. Merlin above, I have said nothing. She tucked the ring away, stood, tidied her clothes, freshened up, and succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, she was roused by the fluttering of wings from her owl, Yo-Yo. Avelini, eyes still closed, reached out, burying her head in the covers to avoid the sunlight. Yo-Yo dropped a heavy package into her hands, and as the weight registered, she fumbled to open the envelope, from which tumbled a badge. She blinked awake, her eyes widening. It was a prefect badge. A silver serpent coiled, seemingly poised to strike, against a deep green backdrop that glimmered with flecks of light, its base inscribed with the word Slytherin. A gentle smile graced her lips as she placed the badge on her nightstand and burrowed back under the covers, retrieving the letter from Hogwarts. The Slytherin prefect. Undoubtedly. It could be none other than her. After preparing, Avelini sat at her desk and unfolded the letter, her first impulse being to share this news with Percy. Thus she promptly conveyed the delightful tidings. She typically kept her letters concise, so she wrote briefly and handed the letter to Yo-Yo. Only then noticing another letter at Yo-Yo's feet. Yo-Yo stood obediently on the owl perch, tilting its head this way and that. Avelini affectionately scratched its head, took the letter, and tied her freshly penned note to its leg, instructing it to deliver it to their abode. Sister, sister, came Astoria's voice from downstairs. Avelini clutched the letter in hand and stepped out of her room. What is it? Where are you? There was no sign of Astoria in the living room, and Avelini surmised she was in the vacant room at the end of the corridor, in your usual spell practice room. When Avelini practiced spells at home, she would traverse the long corridor on the right side of the first floor, arriving at the room at its end. As expected, upon hearing this, Avelini leisurely made her way downstairs, reading the letter as she approached Astoria. The letter was from Oliver, who was soon to depart Britain for France to participate in a competition with his team. He lacked the time to care for Lucky and inquired if she could look after it for a while. Perhaps 2 months. Not too long, right? Avelini could almost envision his tone and demeanor as he spoke those words. She would not refuse. As Avelini walked through the corridor adorned with portraits of the Gringotts' ancestors, she recalled having previously inquired about the ring, yet they had claimed ignorance. So, who crafted this wretched ring? Where did it come from? Avelini tucked the letter away and prepared to enter the room. Little girl. Avelini halted, noticing a smiling elderly woman in the first painting on her left. The passage of time had dulled her recollection of how to address her. Avelini remembered that this portrait was usually draped in a black cloth, rarely disturbed. I often see you practicing spells. Do you have a moment now? I feel my frame is a bit dusty. Could you give it a wipe? The frame? Avelini blinked, studying the painting intently. The elderly lady wore a blue dress and a small hat, surrounded by a pastoral scene, watering flowers and plants. I mean my picture frame, she quipped. Yet the house elf Mia tended to clean the frames daily. If any frames wished to rest, Mia would cover them with cloth and take care of them. Avelini nodded. Of course, madam. I have no tools. Would you mind if I use magic? It's best not to. Magic can sometimes obscure your vision. Avelini felt a touch of confusion, yet the ancestor surely had her reasons. Avelini smiled slightly. Then please wait a moment. She knocked on the door of the adjacent room. Leah, please hold on a moment. Astoria opened the door, peering out with curiosity. All right, sister. Aphrodite sauntered towards the restroom, retrieved a towel, and then returned. With meticulous care, she began to wipe the picture frame, when suddenly her fingers brushed against a protrusion at the back of the portrait. Stepping back in astonishment, she looked towards the elderly lady. Madam? The old woman continued to smile, as if holding a secret. I have something for you. As a token of gratitude for your cleaning. Aphrodite blinked. Thank you. She extracted a small golden key from within. The elderly woman hummed a tune, turning her attention to the vibrant red roses. Last night, your father stood in the corridor rambling, disturbing the portraits along the hallway. In the future, let him close the door and talk to himself in his room, so as not to disrupt us. Aphrodite scratched her head. Very well, madam. I shall relay the message to father. Last night? Was father truly still troubled? She caressed the golden key as she walked towards the vacant room. Astoria was crouched in the corner, and upon hearing footsteps, she raised her head to look at Aphrodite. I had intended to practice some spells, but it seems I miscast the cutting charm, and it went awry. She pointed to the corner, revealing damage around the area, yet a small patch remained intact. Am I too weak for the spell? The effect is all wrong. Astoria expressed her frustration. Aphrodite shook her head, furrowing her brow. Stand aside, I shall handle this. Chapter 78. A Solution. Astoria obediently stepped aside, completely trusting her sister. Initially, she had hoped for some guidance, but it appeared that this matter was more complex than anticipated. With a flick of her wand, Aphrodite caused the corner of the wall to explode, revealing a golden box encrusted with dirt. Astoria rushed forward to clear away the surrounding debris, and unearthed the box. What is this? A treasure? Aphrodite poked her finger at her sister's forehead, and opened her other hand to reveal the key. Look, a key. Just when one desires to sleep, a pillow is offered. When one wishes to commit murder, a wand is conveniently handed over. The key fit the box perfectly. With a twist, it clicked open, revealing a scroll of parchment inside. Aphrodite glanced at Astoria, who blinked back. Open it, sister. All right. Aphrodite spread the parchment on the table, and the sisters leaned over to examine it together. Is this a spell? Astoria inquired. Aphrodite nodded. To vanquish the phantoms. She blinked, her heart brimming with joy. I knew it. Our ancestors would never deceive their descendants. There must be a way to annihilate them. Leah, I wish to learn this, Aphrodite declared solemnly, expressing her desire to possess the scroll. Astoria nodded. I believe you can do it, sister, but should we not show this to father? It would bring us some reassurance. Aphrodite agreed. Once father returns home this evening, I shall consult him. For now, do you need my assistance in practicing spells? Yes, I aspire to be like you, sister. Leah clenched her fist, declaring her determination. Silly girl, Aphrodite tousled her hair. Very well, I shall teach you. After the sisters practiced for a while, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Daphne, without waiting for a response from Aphrodite and Astoria, swung the door open. What are you up to? She pushed the door wide, revealing their mother standing behind her. A gentle smile gracing her face. A new fashion magazine has arrived. Daphne insisted you would love it, so she brought it to share. Daphne glanced around, pouting. Still practicing spells? Why don't you do that later? You have no homework now, and I have an important announcement. Very well. Aphrodite exchanged glances with Astoria, and the three sisters followed their mother out of the room. They settled on the sofa, with Daphne in the center, Aphrodite to her left, and Astoria to her right. The trio exuding charm. Their mother chuckled softly, holding a teacup as she watched them chatter animatedly. Mother says there will be a ball in 4th grade. Daphne flipped a page, revealing gowns suited for such occasions. Correction. It's your 4th grade, not ours, Aphrodite interjected, flipping back to the previous page, eliciting Daphne's displeasure. Why hold a ball? Astoria asked. Because this academic year there will be a Triwizard tournament, a gathering of 3 schools, Beauxbatons, Durmstrang and Hogwarts, with Hogwarts as the host. Daphne explained, then turned to Aphrodite. Have you finished looking? I have flipped through, Aphrodite replied disinterestedly. Go ahead and browse, she continued, glancing at the magazine with little enthusiasm. The designs aren't that impressive. How do you know? And even if it's a ball, we already have gowns. Mother just received the news. She returned from a tea gathering. How could I have gowns? Daphne protested, asserting that she had them, albeit 2 years old. This year, I deserve something new, she insisted. You clearly have more gowns than I do. Aphrodite shrugged, doubting Daphne's claims. I have many, but yours are not lacking either. This page is far too extravagant. I dislike it. I like it. Daphne defended the magazine, shielding it from Aphrodite's reach. You look for yourself. I want to see another magazine. As these designs do not align with my aesthetic, Aphrodite declared, raising her chin. Leah, we shall continue this afternoon. With a graceful stride, she ascended the stairs, only to pause halfway. Huzaal is free. Allow me to borrow it. My own has already departed. Use mine. Astoria pointed towards her room. Mine is delivering a letter to Pansy, Daphne replied lazily. Aphrodite contemplated, but refrained from speaking further. Once back in her room, Aphrodite wrestled with indecision before ultimately choosing to forego practicing spells and perusing the magazine in favor of brewing a cup of tea. As for why she did not enlist Mia for this task, because Aphrodite wished to indulge in idleness. After lingering downstairs for a while, she finally trudged past Daphne, Astoria, and their mother. Shortly thereafter, she descended once more, carrying an empty teacup. Daphne, puzzled, asked, "Could you not bring the teapot upstairs? Are you truly that idle?" "I cannot," Aphrodite retorted defiantly, though she was not idle. She had just remembered to mention, "I received a letter from Hogwarts this morning." "We receive those every year," Daphne replied dismissively. "I have been appointed the Gryffindor girl prefect," Aphrodite declared with pride, raising her cup to Daphne in a toast. "So what? I shall surely be one next year." Daphne snapped back. "Every year, prefects are chosen from the 5th, 6th, and 7th years. If you wish to be a prefect next year, you will first have to compete against me," Aphrodite teased. "I achieved all OS last year." "I'm not interested in being a prefect," Daphne mumbled, lowering her head to read her book. Astoria calculated. Little Aphrodite is 3 years younger. By the time it's her 5th year, Aphrodite will have already graduated, and there will be no competition. "I am going upstairs to study," Aphrodite said, turning to pour herself another cup of tea. For she had finished her previous one while standing and speaking. It must be noted that she rarely craved tea at other times, but only when studying did she have a desire for it. Chapter 79, A Declaration of Affection. On this day, Aphrodite donned a short skirt that revealed her fair thighs, paired with a delicate cloak. Her golden hair was styled into a neat bun. Oliver's eyes were fixated on her, causing her to feel a tinge of bashfulness. "Have you arrived?" As Fortune extended a hand towards Aphrodite, Oliver, however, bent down to embrace her, with luck languidly yawning between the two. "It's merely a greeting," Oliver asserted, his tone somewhat stubborn. Aphrodite raised an eyebrow, questioning his assertion, before tilting her head and gently kissing his cheek, as if to convey her own sense of etiquette. With an innocent gaze directed at him, Aphrodite watched as Oliver relinquished any notion of contesting their roles in this interaction, transitioning instead to the purpose of their meeting. "There's no food left for luck at home. Let us procure some," he stated. "I have entrusted you with this for the past 2 months. "Such trivialities," Aphrodite replied, smoothing the cat's fur. "After all, it has my share as well." Observing this scene, Oliver was suddenly beset by the illusion that they were a newlywed couple, together selecting the essentials for their home. He shook his head, a bittersweet smile flickering across his face. Although they had shared a fervent kiss on the night of the Quidditch World Cup final, she had never explicitly defined their relationship. Surely, he must be enchanted. For why else would he foolishly follow her without a backward glance? They entered a pet store, and the proprietor, upon surveying the couple, remarked, "Purchasing cat food together. I see. Please, feel free to choose from our finest selection." While Aphrodite compared 2 different brands of cat food, she remained unperturbed by the owner's words. Oliver, however, waved his hand grandly, declaring, "Let us buy both." Aphrodite felt her hand lighten as Oliver had already proceeded to the checkout. "I can tell you two are a perfect match. May your bond endure," the proprietor continued. "Let us get 10 bags of each." Aphrodite was left bewildered. "What for? Is it merely flattery that has gone to your head?" As they ventured far from the shop, Aphrodite playfully pinched his waist, albeit without any real force. "Am I to not see you any more?" Oliver's earlier cheerfulness had vanished, and his tone was almost petulant. "If you wish to meet, I shall come," Aphrodite replied, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Oliver fell silent for a moment, and after a prolonged pause, he grasped her wrist gently, guiding her into a narrow alleyway. "There's something I've wanted to express for quite some time. I know you can sense it. I do not expect an answer. Nor do I wish to pressure you." He paused, his words imbued with gravity. "I have liked you since the second time we met, when you cradled that damp little kitten. Ever since, your image has lingered in my mind." Luck mewed softly in his arms, as if to bear witness to his confession. Unconsciously, he reached for his lips, the taste of that day still vivid in his memory. Aphrodite felt a mix of sweetness and bitterness within her heart. She had always known what she desired, though she had never disclosed it to anyone, for fear that they would deem her mad. Yet, what did the opinions of others matter? If she were strong enough, no one would dare to criticize her. Others' perceptions were insignificant. However, the perspective of the person before her was paramount. Aphrodite could easily mislead Oliver, yet she shook her head resolutely. "I admit I like you," she confessed. And it has not been just for a day or two. Oliver's breath hitched, but soon Aphrodite's subsequent words plunged him into icy depths. But I do not like only you. He sought some glimmer of understanding in her eyes, yet her gaze was unwaveringly sincere. It was absurd. They stood in silence, neither willing to break the stillness. Who else do you like? Oliver queried, his confusion palpable. Surely he had lost his mind, for he should have turned and walked away. Aphrodite began to count on her fingers, but Oliver intercepted her, nearly dizzy with the implications. Percy, he ventured, initially wishing to silence her but unable to contain his curiosity. Aphrodite blinked. Diggory? She said, remaining silent thereafter. Malfoy? Oliver pressed, but she quickly shook her head. No, not him. Oliver exhaled, feeling a strange relief wash over him. But why was he relieved? Ultimately, Oliver could not recall how he returned home. Collapsing onto the sofa, his mind a tumultuous mess. Aphrodite's meaning was crystal clear. She liked many people, and no one would be her sole companion. With a heavy sigh, he pinched his temples. He needed time to process this revelation. Frankly, it was beyond belief. Oliver had encountered those who straddled two boats, and those who maintained flirtations with various individuals, but he had never met anyone so candid in expressing such sentiments. Oliver approached to Devon's doorstep, startling him greatly. Devon gestured for him to enter. What's wrong? I confess my feelings, Oliver replied wearily. Rejected? Devon inquired, puzzled. Though Oliver had never been in a romantic relationship, it was hard to believe he would be disliked by a girl. Not exactly, Oliver responded, his feelings a tangled web. It was not a rejection per se. If he merely nodded, he could indeed become one of her suitors. She doesn't like you? Devon speculated. Not quite, Oliver replied, growing increasingly frustrated. She genuinely liked him. And it was no jest. Yet in this situation he would prefer if she did not. No one wished to share a loved one. He yearned to possess all of her. Now he could only choose to forget her. As this thought crossed his mind, Oliver felt a tightening in his chest, as if gripped by a pair of large hands, causing his heart to throb painfully. In the dwindling days of summer vacation, Aphrodite immersed herself in studying the spells passed down from her ancestors. Often, she found herself gazing at Luck, unconsciously sighing. Luck had arrived at her home without a hint of shyness, playing with them daily, much to her mother's delight, who remarked that it was livelier than other cats. Perhaps it was because its owner was equally spirited. Aphrodite smiled, wishing to share these moments with Oliver, only to recall the prolonged silence that had stretched between them. Her expression dimmed as Astoria took Luck into her arms, somewhat surprised. With school starting tomorrow, will you leave Luck at home? Her mother inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Aphrodite decided, I shall leave Yo-Yo at home. I can take Luck to Hogwarts with me, and I can use Leah's owl. Daphne was disinterested in taking any pets, unwilling to shoulder the responsibility. Upon hearing this, Yo-Yo, in a fit of anger, flapped its wings and flew out the open window, not looking back. Aphrodite shrugged, resigned to the idea of appeasing Yo-Yo later. Yet, her thoughts drifted uncontrollably back to Oliver, and she sighed softly. What's wrong? Daphne asked, perplexed, as she struggled to fathom what could possibly trouble Aphrodite, who seemed capable of anything. Heartache, perhaps, Aphrodite replied, rising to return to her room, lightly jesting at her own disappointment. In Chapter 80, To Be with Cedric, Aphrodite found herself seated in the head boy's box alongside several other head students, learning about their responsibilities. Cradling Luck in her arms, she found it challenging to muster enthusiasm. The head students at Hogwarts were selected annually from the 5th, 6th, and 7th years, with each house represented by one male and one female. Above the head students were the student presidents, chosen from the 7th years, with only 2 positions available, one male and one female. Percy had served as head boy in both 5th and 6th years, and was now the student president in his 7th year. The male head boy from Slytherin was Jason Foley, a 6th-year student, who courteously greeted Aphrodite as they sat beside each other. Cedric, the head boy of Hufflepuff, was now in his 6th year, marking his 2nd year in this role. Aphrodite smiled at him, and Cedric returned her smile warmly. Among the 8 seated in the head boy's box was a familiar face to Aphrodite, Cho Chang from Ravenclaw, and they exchanged polite greetings. The atmosphere grew awkward as they all sat in silence, each absorbed in their parchment. Ultimately, it was Cedric who broke the silence, taking on the role of mediator, being the only one with prior experience as a head boy, prompting the others to engage in polite conversation. Aphro was rather despondent, remaining silent, a stark contrast to her usual self, who could effortlessly engage in conversation and navigate social situations with ease. Cedric raised an eyebrow. Aphro, shall we take a stroll for some patrol? Everyone else is pairing up and switching shifts. Jason from Slytherin glanced down at the green emblem adorning his chest, but ultimately chose to remain silent. However, it seemed unlikely that they would be grouped together. "You two go ahead," the considerate head girl from Hufflepuff remarked. "I'm not quite prepared yet." It was then that Aphro recognized her as Candace, the girl who had previously inquired about her relationship with Cedric. "Thank you, Candace," Cedric expressed gratefully. Yes, Candace, I can't," Aphro nodded. "I'll be on my way then." Candace watched the pair depart, her expression relaxed. It was merely a matter of an unattainable person, perhaps just not meant for her. And she believed the next would be better. As Aphro and Cedric traversed the corridor, the space felt slightly cramped, leaving them close together. Cedric glanced down at the creature Aphro cradled in her arms. "Why did you bring Wood's pet along? Did you not bring your own?" "Oliver is out competing and has no time to care for it. I'm merely looking after it for a while. I didn't bring my own owl," Aphro replied with a forced smile, her demeanor darkening at the mention of Oliver. Cedric noticed the tinge of disappointment in her voice, presuming that some unpleasantness had transpired between them. "Do you enjoy animals?" He shifted the topic. "They're fine." Aphro recalled her first encounter with Lucky, her smile returning. "I discovered this little fellow. Despite being soaked from the rain, I thought he must be quite charming, which is why I wanted to take a closer look. Though, you're somewhat of a looks person?" Cedric teased. "Of course, who doesn't appreciate attractiveness?" Aphro raised an eyebrow. "Among the boys at Hogwarts, who do you think aligns with your aesthetic?" With a smirk, Aphro replied, "It seems that, among the girls at Hogwarts, the individual before me garners the highest praise." "And what does the individual before you think?" Cedric inquired with a smile. "I think," Cedric halted, fixing his soulful gaze upon Aphro. "I think Aphro fluttered her eyelashes. The words spoken were indeed true. Diggory was undeniably handsome and chivalrous, and in Hogwarts, Cedric Diggory was second to none, with no one daring to claim the first position." Hearing the gratifying response, Cedric felt a wave of contentment wash over him, unable to suppress a smile that illuminated his face. Lucky let out a meow, and Aphro's mind drifted back to that wooden figure in France. Cedric raised an eyebrow, contemplating the day he would replace that figure. "Aphro. Aphro was momentarily lost in thought until Cedric called her name, snapping her back to reality. "You're here with the most esteemed boy at Hogwarts. Yet you appear to be daydreaming." Cedric playfully chided himself for holding such a title, while subtly expressing mild discontent towards Aphro, with a hint of playful charm. Aphro smiled. All right, I wouldn't dare, lest I upset Mr. Diggory." She winked, banishing Oliver from her thoughts. After completing their patrol, Aphro expressed her desire to join Draco and the others, not wishing to return to the head girl's compartment. Watching Aphro walk effortlessly into the compartment occupied by Malfoy, taking her seat beside him and accepting his slight physical contact, Cedric felt a tumult of emotions. Reflecting on the gathering at the Room of Requirement, Cedric experienced a bittersweet pang. There were far too many boys surrounding Aphro. Even though two had departed, there were still enough to stir his displeasure. Lowering his gaze, he resolved to make an attempt. Even if she did not harbor feelings for him, at least he musters the courage to try. Upon arriving at Hogwarts and waiting for a while, the sorting ceremony for the new students commenced. Aphro rested her chin on her hand, intently observing the newcomers on stage. As soon as a Slytherin student appeared, she meticulously memorized their face and name, finding them a vacant seat and offering a handshake to welcome them, dutifully fulfilling her role. "It seems you're doing rather well," Gryffindor head girl Draco teased, prompting Aphro to playfully flick his forehead, leading to a mock quarrel that, to the eyes of others, appeared as mere flirtation. Cedric observed the entire exchange, his smile gradually fading. Once the sorting was complete, Aphro breathed a sigh of relief as Dumbledore took to the stage to address the assembly. "I regret to inform you all that we will not be holding the Quidditch matches this year," Harry gasped, nearly dropping his fork, while Fred and George vocally expressed their discontent. Draco, already aware of this news, was not surprised. Aphro, however, had little concern for the Quidditch matches, as she only attended out of obligation to support Draco. "What a pity for those who want to witness my prowess, such misfortune," she remarked. "I've seen enough of it daily. I was hoping for a change," she quipped back, engaging in playful banter. Cedric remained distracted, eagerly listening to their exchange. "However, this year we will host the Triwizard Tournament alongside Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. Hogwarts will be the host." The hall erupted in deafening cheers. Many were excitedly clapping their hands, engaging in hushed conversations. The Weasley siblings finally understood what their mother had been so mysteriously tight-lipped about, feigning complaints. Meanwhile, some well-connected parents, unconcerned with surprises or ceremonial significance, had informed their children well in advance, much like the composed Greengrass sisters. The Triwizard Tournament is a long-standing prestigious competition that will take considerable time and will occupy the Quidditch pitch. Hence our decision to pause the Quidditch matches for a year. The tournament welcomes all to register, encouraging everyone to strive for their own honor. However, only one champion will be recognized per school, meaning only the most capable students will be acknowledged by the Goblet of Fire. Fred and George let out exaggerated sighs, while Dumbledore smiled playfully and kindly at them from a distance. Afro, lacking significant interest in the tournament, casually listened, occasionally nodding, her enthusiasm waning. Additionally, "We have one more thing," a loud bang echoed, coinciding with a thunderous clap of thunder outside. As the doors to the hall swung open, a grim-faced man limped in, illuminated by lightning, revealing a peculiar left eye and a face marred by intersecting scars. Some of the new students flinched in fear. The Slytherin students whispered among themselves as Afro watched him stride directly toward the staff table. Draco's face paled. It was Moody and Orr, known for having captured more dark wizards than he had eaten pumpkins. "I know him," Afro nodded. Moody was a formidable Auror, and Death Eaters trembled at his name. "Allow me to introduce our new professor, Alastor Moody, who will be teaching defense against the dark arts this academic year." Sparse applause erupted from the long table, and Afro quietly scoffed, "Another change, another cursed professor." In her second year, they had Quirrell, who was a double agent. In her third year, it was Lockhart, who was utterly deranged. In her fourth, Lupin, a werewolf. And now, surely Moody could not be a Death Eater. Afro thought, her boredom mounting. Once Dumbledore finished his lengthy speech, she perked up, leading the students toward the Slytherin common room. She and Jason had already set a new password upon returning to Hogwarts. And now they guided the Slytherin students back, informing them of the new password and briefly explaining the house rules. By the time they completed these tasks, it was quite late. Afro returned lucky to the cat room before finally heading back to her dormitory. Lancey and Beatrice had just finished their grooming and were engaged in light banter. "Ah, Afra, you've returned at an opportune moment. Listen to her. For I can no longer endure it," Beatrice remarked, turning to tidy her belongings. Lancey wore a dismissive smile. "I've been seeing Worcester, just a few days ago." "Congratulations," Afra replied earnestly. "Is there truly a distinction between dating and a flirtation phase?" "What? You dare to pose such a question to me?" Lancey exclaimed in astonishment. "Afra, with so many boys around you, have you never been in a relationship?" Afra raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Lancey gasped, "How peculiar. You really ought to experience it. The feeling is extraordinary." Afra shrugged. "I'm in no rush. What she desired could not be hastened." "Afra, there's something at the corner of your mouth," Draco pointed out. Afra, upon hearing this, dabbed at her mouth with a handkerchief, but failed to reach the right spot. "Right here, you silly," Draco said, taking her hand to guide her accurately and wipe away the smudge. Afra remained unfazed. "Thank you. Is it truly that simple?" Draco mumbled. "What else would it be?" Afra scoffed at his playful demeanor. "Afra," Cedric appeared behind her, having witnessed the entire exchange. Unable to contain himself, he approached but could not devise a suitable excuse. "I have something to discuss. May we step outside? It's regarding some duties of the prefect." Draco immediately became suspicious. What prefect duties necessitate a private conversation? Moreover, is the Slytherin prefect mute, requiring a Hufflepuff to convey the message? Afra hesitated but eventually nodded. "All right, let us go." Following Cedric, they left the hall and ventured to a secluded corridor, where only an empty portrait frame remained, the painting having seemingly wandered off. "Why did you deceive me about the prefect duties?" Afra blinked. "You could have simply said so without concocting an excuse. You're too astute for your own good," Cedric replied, biting his lip. "But while you can discern which of my words are truthful and which are jest, I find it difficult to distinguish your sincerity from your playful banter." Afra was taken aback by his unexpected retort. She quite enjoyed this side of Cedric. "Inevariest. Every word I utter is sincere, especially towards handsome boys." "Is that so?" "Indeed. Do you recall the gathering at the end of June at the wish-granting house?" Cedric coaxed, stepping closer as Afra found herself cornered against the wall. Afra observed Cedric's Adam's apple closely, trying to recall that gathering, but her memory was fuzzy. Had she promised him something? It had been a game, a punishment, a mix of jest and testing. She had drawn a card to confess to someone present, feigning indifference. Cedric helped jog her memory, and she began to recollect. He had asked if she dared to do it. What had her response been? Afra rubbed her temples, and Cedric gently grasped her wrist. She did not pull away. "I shouldn't have posed that question during a game. I should have expressed my feelings earnestly. I don't wish to see you watching matches with Wood, or alone together, or flirting with Malfoy." Afra stood still, bewildered. What was the meaning of this? One after another, They were confessing their feelings? She had already turned one down, what now? Oliver had ceased to engage with her. If she spoke to Cedric about such things, wouldn't he fall into despair? She herself would be despondent. Aphra had initially desired it all, yet she feared that soon she would possess none. She bit her lip, feeling conflicted, and closed her eyes, her gaze filled with reluctance and sorrow. Cedric, Chapter 82. Acknowledging love, please allow me to finish first, alright? Cedric said with a bittersweet smile. I like you, Aphra. Every day spent studying and walking with you, every moment spent practicing spells with you. You are so remarkable, independent, and resilient. Before he could complete his sentence, Aphra covered his lips with her hand, with her striking blue eyes wide open. Aphra had never been this close to him. He could even see his own reflection in her pupils. If one could do whatever they wished, then what was the purpose of enduring such effort to live? She opened her eyes to find Cedric's tightly shut ones, his eyelashes trembling with nervous excitement. Aphra's thoughts began to clarify. This was Cedric, not Oliver. Oliver was no longer a part of her life. Cedric, let us be together, Aphra said as she fell into his embrace, her face buried in his chest, her voice muffled. Upon hearing this, Cedric was overjoyed, wrapping his arms around her. Really? Of course, Aphra replied, a smile gracing her lips. In her moment of astonishment, Cedric solemnly kissed her forehead. Aphra encircled his waist, her mind a blank slate, uncertain of her feelings. Clearing her throat, Cedric immediately suggested, shall we fetch some water to drink? All right, Aphra nodded obediently. The pair chose not to return to the hall but slipped into the small kitchen, where Aphra moistened her lips, their hands intertwined as they walked side by side. Cedric. A boy clad in Hufflepuff robes waved from a distance. Upon noticing their affectionate demeanor, his hand froze midair, contemplating whether it would be better to vanish. Cedric cleared his throat and introduced, this is my roommate, Frank Trelawney. Frank, this is Aphra Granger, my girlfriend. Frank's expression instantly transformed into one of teasing delight, a smirk appearing as if he understood everything. However, he paused. Professor Sprout is looking for you. It seems you must part ways with your girlfriend for a moment. Professor Sprout? Cedric exclaimed in surprise, feeling a tad regretful as he glanced at Aphra, who nodded in acknowledgement. Watching Cedric and Frank depart, Aphra could still hear their hushed voices. Frank was nearly bouncing with excitement. You finally got what you wished for. Congratulations. It feels surreal. Cedric's tone was infused with uncontainable joy. Honestly, you two make quite the pair. Their voices gradually faded as Aphra returned to the hall, feeling hungry after the commotion, and realizing she hadn't eaten much at all. Draco had finished his meal and, noticing her prolonged absence, propped his head up to stare at her. What prefect duties were you attending to? Aphra shot him a sidelong glance. Truthfully, if she were to weave a tale, she could do so with far more authenticity than Cedric. She could easily concoct a reason, such as discussing the schedule for prefect night patrols. However, Aphra held no desire to deceive. She averted her gaze and nonchalantly forked a piece of meat. Cedric confessed to me. We're together now. What? Draco jumped to his feet. Blaise, having just noticed the commotion, perked up to listen in on their conversation. Theodore sat silently nearby, having overheard everything, perplexed. As many Slytherins believed Aphra would end up with Draco. You mean you're dating Diggory? Draco huffed, his chest heaving with indignation, his anger causing his voice to rise. Aphra maintained a calm demeanor, nodding graciously. Blaise scoffed, I thought it was something significant. Dating is quite normal. But why Diggory? Blaise felt a pang of defeat, questioning whether his reputation as the Slytherin heartthrob paled in comparison to Diggory. Aphra raised an eyebrow. Because I like him. And you don't like me? For the first time in his life, Draco found himself struck by an overwhelming blow. Although there had always been many boys surrounding Aphrodite, none had ever shared the intimacy that he believed he possessed with her. He had long harbored the hope that he had a chance, even if Aphrodite had referred to him as a brother. Yet now, she was in a romantic relationship with someone who was not him, a foolish Hufflepuff. At the Gryffindor table, Harry sat motionless, gripping his knife and fork for what felt like an eternity. In disbelief, he turned his head, his green eyes wide with astonishment. First Wood, and now Diggory? Last school year, he had lost to Diggory in a match due to the Dementors. When attending the Quidditch matches, Mr. Diggory had boasted about it incessantly. Harry was already vexed enough with Diggory, and now he had stolen Aphrodite away? Harry felt overwhelmed, a tumult of emotions roiling within him. A fiery spirit at an age when such feelings were hard to contain. Who could accept this fate? Ron sympathetically patted Harry on the shoulder. Mate, just let it go. Fred and George ambled over, arms draped around each other's shoulders. having just arrived and completely unaware of the recent events. Seeing Harry brooding, Fred noticed his eyes were nearly boring holes into the meat on his plate. "What's wrong? Did your broom break again? Or are you being chased by the Whomping Willow?" George quipped humorously. "Aphrodite is with Diggory, and he is not happy about it," Hermione succinctly summarized, calmly cutting her meat. George paused, surprised as he glanced toward Aphrodite. Fred, wearing a puzzled expression, quickly grasped the situation. "What?" Chapter 83, Replacement. Fred began to retrace the timeline of events. "Diggory?" George muttered. Cedric had just returned, and upon entering the great hall, he felt the weight of several icy glares. A shiver ran down his spine. He hesitated, unsure whether to proceed further. He felt chilled, his hair standing on end, and scanned the hall with uncertainty. At the Slytherin table, young Malfoy glared at him with resentment, and beside him sat a flamboyant boy. Eyeing Cedric with scrutiny, Cedric recognized him as Zabini. Across the hall, the renowned boy who lived gripped his knife and fork, the silver gleam reflecting as if he were not dining, but preparing to strike. Aphrodite waved at him nonchalantly. "Cedric." Cedric's face lit up with joy as he hurried to her side. "Have you finished eating? Shall we go for a walk?" "Sure," Aphrodite replied, though she had hardly touched her food. "But I can't eat anymore. Goodbye." Her light, airy farewell only served to enrage Draco further. Ultimately, he did not call out to her, knowing it would be in vain. Aphrodite turned back, glancing down at the seated Draco, her lashes fluttering as she linked her arm with Cedric's, turning away from Draco. "Shall we?" Cedric smiled warmly, radiating a refreshing charm. "Professor Sprout just encouraged me to participate in the Triwizard Tournament. Do you have any interest?" Aphrodite was well aware of Cedric's exceptional qualities. He was undoubtedly deserving of such praise. "Of course. This is a splendid opportunity to prove oneself, and a rare chance at a grand competition," Cedric asserted confidently, declaring his intention to participate. "Too bad I'm not interested. Otherwise, I would surely compete against you," Aphrodite teased. Cedric blinked. "Then I surely wouldn't stand a chance against you. In my eyes, you are the most remarkable." Flattery. Although Aphrodite feigned annoyance, she secretly relished the compliments. After each training session, Cedric would shower her with praises, having long understood her sentiments. Cedric suddenly smiled, a wave of sentiment washing over him. "I feel this all seems too unreal, simply because it is so beautiful." Aphrodite tilted her head back. "What would make it feel real to you?" Cedric fell silent, yet his gaze spoke volumes. Aphrodite narrowed her eyes. If he wouldn't speak, she would feign ignorance. Her gaze wandered to his lips, her expression enigmatic. Cedric, realizing he was losing ground, leaned in, seeking a kiss. Yet, Aphrodite gently smiled, raising her index finger to block his lips. "Not unless you say please." Cedric's eyes widened in surprise, taken aback by her playful allure. He glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and bashfully murmured, "Please." Aphrodite smirked, a captivating smile gracing her lips as she beckoned him closer, leading to a prolonged, tender kiss. Is this the privilege of adulthood? How enticing. 2 days later, the first Hogsmeade weekend of the school year arrived, and young couples strolled hand in hand through the village, Cedric and Aphrodite no exception. Aphrodite cradled Lucky in her arms, today marking their first official date. However, she needed to meet Oliver to return Lucky. She informed Cedric of her plans, and he offered to accompany her. Aphrodite did not decline. Thus early in the morning, the three of them, Aphrodite, Cedric, and Oliver, found themselves face to face. Oliver appeared somewhat fatigued as he glanced at the hands clasped between Aphrodite and Cedric, a pang of heartache striking him. His throat tightened. "So you two are together?" Cedric asserted his claim, maintaining a calm exterior while internally reveling in the victory. "Very well." Oliver felt a lump in his throat. She had accepted Diggory. Could he truly become her one and only? Was Diggory still her heart's desire? "When did you return?" Aphrodite casually inquired. "Just now. I came straight to Hogsmeade," Oliver replied quickly, avoiding her gaze, and Aphrodite did the same. "You must have missed Lucky terribly." "Don't worry, I've taken good care of him." Aphrodite returned the cat to Oliver, who felt the weight in his hands. He too missed her, finding it absurd that even after 2 months away from England, he still could not forget her. Lucky had been well cared for by Aphrodite, and she seemed to be thriving under Diggory's attention as well. Oliver couldn't help but ponder why Diggory could have her while he could not. "If there's nothing else, shall we be off, dear? I have a surprise planned for our date." Cedric looked at Aphrodite tenderly, and she instinctively nodded. Without exchanging a word of farewell, they hurriedly parted ways. Oliver stood expressionless, watching their retreating figures for a prolonged moment, long enough for his hand to ache, And only when Lucky voiced his discontent did he disapparate away from Hogsmeade. What kind of date would they have? Would they kiss? Would they embrace? Cedric covered Aphrodite's eyes, leading her to a secluded area. No peeking. I promise I won tea. Aphrodite couldn't help but blink. Cedric's palm felt warm against her skin, and as she could not see the path ahead, she clung to his arm, wholly reliant on him. Surprise! Cedric released his hold, revealing an adorable short-legged puppy before Aphrodite's eyes. Her face lit up as she rushed forward, crouching down to examine it closely. A Welsh corgi. How delightful, and so alert. Cedric introduced. Its ears were slightly pointed, resembling a tiny fox, with round brown eyes that twinkled, its tongue lolling out as if smiling. Its coat was predominantly brown, save for its white chest. Aphrodite couldn't help but smile, looking up at Cedric. Can I pet it? Of course. In fact, this is my gift to you, Cedric winked. Aphrodite beamed with joy. Really? Absolutely, Cedric confirmed, untying the leash from the tree. The puppy showed no signs of shyness, wagging its tail and trotting around Aphrodite, seemingly familiarizing itself with her scent. Before long, it nestled into Aphrodite's embrace, eyes closing in bliss, its mouth curving upward, radiating a vibrant and joyful energy. Aphrodite's spirit soared, her face aglow as she played with the little dog. Then I shall name it. Sounds splendid, Cedric replied. Cedric gazed at her with a tender affection. For a moment, Aphra set aside her other sorrows, focusing solely on naming the puppy. Chapter 84, Whispers. Aphra turned to Cedric, inquiring, is it a girl or a boy? A girl, he replied. The puppy barked in agreement, as if echoing his words. How about Lhasa? A multitude of names flickered through Aphra's mind before she settled on that one. Cedric appeared somewhat puzzled. Does it hold any significance? Aphra nodded earnestly. It's a play on Lovecraft, Lhasa. Cedric pressed his lips together and cleared his throat, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. He leaned down slightly, resting his chin on her shoulder. The greatest fortune of my life is being with you. Aphra paused, her heart racing. Really? But being with me must be dreadful. She remained silent, prompting Cedric to inquire further. I've noticed you haven't been in high spirits lately, so I thought giving you Lhasa might brighten your day. Thank you, I truly love her. Aphra turned her head, leaning against him, contemplating. If she were to disappoint him, what would happen? He could love her. He could hate her, but above all, he could never forget her. What? If you have no other plans, it's my turn to make arrangements. Come. Let us head to the Three Broomsticks. Aphra took his hand, allowing Lhasa to scamper joyfully on the ground. Like any ordinary couple, Aphra gazed at them, instinctively tightening her grip on Cedric's arm. Embracing Lhasa, with a smile illuminating her face, she sat in the common room, flanked by Lancey and Beatrice, who eagerly played with the puppy. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Draco lounging on the sofa, arms crossed, surrounded by admirers. Aphra averted her gaze, returning to her conversation with her roommates. Lancey sighed enviously. Diggory is truly the heartthrob of countless Hogwarts girls, a benchmark among boys. Clearly, he excels as a boyfriend unlike mine, who is simply unappealing and foolish. Aphra sensed a hint of sweetness in Lancey's words, despite the underlying disdain. Beatrice shook her head, adopting a worldly demeanor. I never imagined Diggory would be the one to win you over. I thought what? Thought you wouldn't accept anyone. Aphra acknowledged Beatrice's words struck a chord within her, yet she remained silent, unable to articulate her feelings. Beatrice turned her gaze toward Draco, who was still fixated on Aphra. Aren't you going to be with little Malfoy? No choice, Aphra reflected, knowing the Malfoy family would undoubtedly support Voldemort, while her own family would a pity. Beatrice mused thoughtfully. Let us not dwell on that. What suggestions did you want from us? Oh, Aphra replied, returning to her previous topic. Cedric's 19th birthday is approaching, and I'm unsure of what to give him that would be grand. Lancey snapped her fingers. Darling, when you were teaching me, you had everything down perfectly. Why are you so flustered now? Aphra raised an eyebrow, fearing her preparations wouldn't suffice, and that he might not be as pleased. She must select the best, the most satisfactory gift for him. I want to give him the best. You're standing here, and still saying the best? If it were me, I'd simply want you, Lancey teased, lifting Aphra's chin playfully. Aphra feigned annoyance, swatting her hand away. You've changed. You've become irresistibly charming. Thank you for the compliment. I appreciate it, Lancey replied with a smile. Beatrice pondered seriously. Consider something practical or particularly romantic. Both would be delightful. Practical gifts could include clothing, scarves, or shoes, while romantic gifts require a sense of ritual. Great idea, Aphra exclaimed, snapping her fingers. I think that is excellent. Not far away, Draco withdrew his gaze, irritably telling Goyle. Give me that. Draco's mood had soured recently, while Pansy's was remarkably cheerful. Blaise, however, wore a sullen expression, prompting Pansy to shake her head. Look at you. You're not even as impressive as Diggory, who effortlessly won over Aphra. Blaise scoffed, a Hufflepuff isn't impressive at all. Yet, despite being a Hufflepuff, everyone had to admit that Diggory was indeed quite remarkable. Pansy nodded appreciatively. I am truly grateful to him. What? Are you going to pursue Draco now? Blaise recalled her initial intentions. Pansy instinctively glanced at Daphne, biting her lip in silence. October 10th fell on a Sunday, and on the night of the 9th, Aphra nestled into a soft sofa, surrounded by a plethora of gift boxes, with numerous items piled on the table. She meticulously checked each item off her list, ensuring nothing was forgotten. Rising, she unfurled the pristine, gleaming wizarding robe, carefully folded it, and placed it into a bright yellow gift box. After adding a card on top, she closed the lid and secured the box with a ribbon, tying a beautiful bow. The remainder consisted of a few wand care kits, broomstick care kits, and several exquisite brooches. Once she had organized these 7 or 8 gifts, Aphra returned to her seat, her thoughts vacuous, uncertain of what occupied her mind. She closed her eyes, her hand delving into her pocket, caressing the small box within. Unbeknownst to her, she gradually drifted into a light slumber. Slowly, a figure stood before her. Draco, clad in plain black robes, lowered his gaze to examine Aphra's face. He had gazed at her this way before, not infrequently, but rarely in the Slytherin common room, and seldom had he seen her in peaceful repose. The last time seemed to be on a Christmas long past. As she slept, Aphra appeared more vulnerable and unguarded than usual. Draco extended his hand, considering it briefly before removing the silver ring from his finger, gently caressing her cheek. Aphra stirred slightly, causing Draco to freeze. Fortunately, she did not awaken but merely shifted into a more comfortable position, furrowing her brow as she curled up on the sofa. Aren't you doing well? Why then do you frown? Draco murmured softly. Aphra's lips moved slightly, as if murmuring in her dreams. Draco leaned closer, straining to discern her words, curious about the nature of her dreams. Oliver. Chapter 85, Fractured. Draco's eyes widened in shock, stumbling back a few steps in haste. He pressed a hand to his chest, wondering if he had misheard. Whose name had Aphra just uttered? Taking a deep breath, his fingers trembled, his arms falling limply at his sides. Draco found it absurd that she, while asleep, called out another man's name. One who had long graduated, would? Draco bit his lip fiercely, clenching his fist tightly, pressing it against himself. He drew his wand, tracing a gentle circle in the air, the wand emitting faint blue sparks. For a fleeting moment he hesitated, but upon seeing Aphra, he steeled his resolve. After what felt like an eternity, Aphra finally murmured again, and this time, Draco heard her much more clearly. Oliver. Draco ceased the spell, stowing away his wand. Only you can be blamed, my dear. You love too many. Draco caressed her chin, brushing back her hair, her golden locks cascading like a waterfall. Unlike her usual vibrant self, the sleeping Aphra radiated an aura of sacredness. Draco gazed at her intently before turning and exiting the common room. Aphra was awakened by Lancey's voice, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Oh darling, have you prepared so much? Have you been exhausted these past few days to the extent of falling asleep here? Aphra remained dazed for a considerable time, her mind sluggishly recalibrating. She rubbed her cheek. I must have zoned out and fallen asleep. It was quite refreshing. All right, head back to sleep before you catch a chill. Lancey patted her shoulder, carrying flowers in her arms, humming cheerfully, clearly having just come from a date. Okay. Aphrodite had just awakened, her voice hoarse yet soft as she replied. With a flick of her wand, she cast a levitation charm, causing the gifts stacked together to float in an orderly fashion towards her dormitory. The following morning, after an extensive period of grooming, Aphrodite reluctantly set aside her mirror, continuously glancing over at Lancey and Beatrice, inquiring if she looked appealing. Is this necklace too ostentatious? Stop right there, Miss Gringotts, Lancey interjected, making a shushing gesture. You look absolutely exquisite. No version of yourself could surpass this moment. Enveloped in the warmth of affection, Aphrodite nodded with a smile, and exited the dormitory with her suitcase. The suitcase, enchanted with a seamless expansion charm, contained several gifts she had prepared, along with one hidden in her pocket, reserved for a grand reveal. Standing at the entrance of the Slytherin common room, Aphrodite patiently awaited Cedric. He arrived fashionably late, pausing momentarily upon spotting her, and a smile broke across his face. Happy birthday. Congratulations on reaching adulthood. With gleaming eyes, Aphrodite opened her arms wide. Cedric lowered his gaze and gently embraced her, tightening his hold incrementally. He cleared his throat, Suppressing his smile, thank you. Noticing the dark circles under his eyes, Aphrodite reached out to caress his cheek. Is it because of your birthday that you couldn't sleep? Cedric grasped her hand and nodded. Yes, but swallowed the words he longed to express, instead asking, what have you prepared for me? Guess, Aphrodite replied. Her pride evident as they strolled back down the corridor, eventually finding an empty bench to sit upon. Leaning her head against Cedric's shoulder, he solemnly opened the suitcase, reaching inside to retrieve a bouquet of flowers. Cedric's face lit up with joy as he leaned down to inhale the fragrance of the vibrant blooms. I've never received flowers before. I must learn how to preserve them. There's nothing eternal, Aphrodite teased, but we Slytherins can create our own permanence. Next came a care kit for his new broomstick. Did you not mention you were reluctant to ride your new broom? I've prepared this kit. Although I initially intended to gift you a broom directly, linking her pinky with Cedric's, they shared a tender moment. And here is a beautiful wizarding robe, adorned with intricate patterns. It may not align with your usual style, but I believe you would look splendid in it. Let me try it on, Cedric replied, rising to remove his outer robe and don the new one from Aphrodite. A fresh look, she exclaimed, satisfied as she circled around him and leapt into his embrace. Cedric held her close, gazing down at her with pursed lips. Actually, Cedric hesitated, though he felt compelled to speak despite the inopportune moment. If he remained silent, it would weigh heavily on both of them. Aphrodite paused, her hand lingering in her pocket. Go on. Last night, young Malfoy approached me, Cedric disclosed softly, his tone betraying no hint of emotion. Aphrodite's brow furrowed in confusion. He? What about him? Cedric's eyelashes fluttered, his expression hinting at fragility, as if he might shatter without care. He came to show me something from last night. It was your sleeping visage. You called out someone's name. Aphrodite froze. Whose name did I call? Her spine stiffened, a trickle of fear coursing through her. Stepping back from his embrace, her blue eyes sparkled with clarity. Cedric withdrew his hand, and they stood facing each other in silence. After a prolonged moment, he continued, You called out Oliver's name. Do you have feelings for him? The question hung in the air, tinged with a sigh of despair. Aphrodite averted her gaze, the guilt and discomfort she had harbored finally bubbling to the surface. Yes, I have feelings for him. Cedric's vision blurred as he lifted his chin. Then why did you accept me? He must have feelings for you as well. Why are you not together? Taking a deep breath, Aphrodite replied. What if I told you that I still have feelings for you? Cedric shook his head. Disbelief etched across his features. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, a portrait of vulnerability and helplessness. Yet he felt it was wrong. One cannot harbor feelings for two. Why not? Aphrodite's voice trembled. Why not? You must choose one. Cedric insisted firmly, his heart in turmoil. If she chose Oliver, he could remain patient, waiting for her to forget Wood. Cedric crushed his own pride, having spent the previous night in anguish, observing the seconds tick by, hoping for this moment of candor. Please. Tears streamed down Aphrodite's cheeks as she ultimately shook her head, her voice faltering as she confessed, I'm sorry. I should have told you sooner. But I admit I was frightened and selfish. I'm truly unable to choose. Disappointment clouded Cedric's gaze as he studied her intently, imprinting her visage in his memory. Chapter 86, Acheron. Aphrodite felt a chilling emptiness. Her legs weighed down as though filled with lead. Bowing her head, she murmured, I still have one last thing to give you. Cedric shook his head. I will return everything to you. Aphrodite bit her lip, not responding to his words. From her pocket, she produced a small box, which she opened to reveal a necklace adorned with a tiny gemstone, glistening with a radiant inner light, its hues flowing like liquid in a dreamlike purity. She approached Cedric, rising on her toes to fasten the necklace around his neck. He remained still, gazing at her intently. I made this long ago, but only now am I presenting it to you, Aphrodite said, turning away, cold and indifferent. Take care. Cedric stood frozen, unsure how long he remained there. News of their breakup spread swiftly, even without explicit confirmation. Gossip has a way of circulating. Draco once again approached Aphrodite, who merely cast him a fleeting glance. If you don't have feelings for him, why did you agree to be with him? If you merely sought companionship, why not choose me? Draco leaned closer, resting a hand on the armrest of the sofa. Aphrodite replied coolly, crossing her legs. I do have feelings for him. Quite the opposite. But let it be. She had no desire to elaborate further, deeming it unnecessary to create animosity that would tarnish both parties. In short, I do not like you. Perhaps she had once been fond of him, but they could never be together. I don't believe it, Draco stated calmly. I said, I don't believe it. Whatever you say. Good night. Aphrodite brushed past him, rising to slowly return to her dormitory. Lancey and Beatrice were both concerned, unaware of the events that had transpired. Indeed, no one knew. Even those closest to them could not extract a single word. Cedric and Aphrodite maintained a tacit silence. Since Aphrodite said nothing, they could not pry further. Daphne and Astoria were equally astonished, but Aphrodite merely shook her head. Time passed swiftly, as if accelerated by a time-turner. On October 30th, Aphrodite donned a thick outer robe, tightly wrapping herself within its folds. That evening, students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons would arrive at Hogwarts, marking the commencement of the Triwizard Tournament registration. She blended in with a group of Slytherins, remaining silent. Harry, amidst the crowd, spotted Aphrodite with precision. Concern etched across his features. While he was pleased to hear of her breakup with Diggory, he was more distressed by the sight of her sadness. But why had they parted ways? As everyone suggested, Aphrodite and Diggory were indeed compatible and deeply in love. Harry's heart was heavy with worry as he gazed at Aphrodite, oblivious to the arrival of Beauxbatons students. If it were him, he would certainly not want to see Aphrodite saddened. Harry silently tallied another score against Diggory in his heart, vowing that he would ensure Diggory faced the consequences in due time. Aphrodite suppressed her urge to sigh and clapped along with the crowd, her spirit devoid of enthusiasm. The students of Hogwarts parted to clear a path for the students from Beauxbatons to pass through. They appeared to be quite cold, each of them huddling and observing the Hogwarts students with wide, curious eyes. Aphrodite locked eyes with a girl adorned in a tightly wrapped silk scarf, who waved at her with a crescent smile. Though perplexed, Aphrodite nodded in response. Most of the Beauxbatons students were girls, but there were a few boys as well. One boy at the end of the line stopped before Aphrodite, retrieving a rose from his pocket and saying in French, "At last, we meet again, beautiful miss." Aphrodite remained silent, and the boy showed no intention of leaving. Reluctantly, she accepted the flower, feeling a gaze directed at her from behind. The line from Slytherin was composed of Hufflepuff students. With pursed lips, Aphrodite replied, "Thank you. See you later." The boy smiled brightly as he responded in English. Draco furrowed his brow, displeased. "Who is this?" "A boy," Aphrodite replied expressionlessly. Draco was at a loss for words. "How do you know him?" Shrugging, Aphrodite explained. "As I mentioned, I studied in France during the summer, and several boys pursued me. I was not jesting, and the boys there are genuinely romantic." She waved the rose teasingly, deliberately pricking at him. Draco, as always, felt the sting of her words, stomping his foot like a kettle boiling over. Aphrodite allowed a smile to break through, finally laughing. "How boring. You're not even trying to amuse me. I am the most interesting one here," Draco mumbled. Feeling somewhat relieved that she was no longer angry, he acknowledged that his actions were rather despicable, but he had never claimed to be honorable. The methods mattered little. What was crucial were the results. Aphrodite scrutinized him for a moment and shook her head. After a brief wait, the students from Durmstrang arrived, having traveled on a grand ship. They were bundled up, appearing far warmer than the Beauxbatons students. Yet the most unfortunate were the Hogwarts students, who had stood outside all night to welcome the students from these two schools. Who could be colder than them? The Hogwarts students collectively grumbled in their hearts. Upon returning to the Great Hall, warmth enveloped them, and Aphrodite rested her chin on her hand, feeling rather disinterested. She had been through quite a lot recently, facing heartbreak and disillusionment. "Hey Aphrodite, long time no see." The boy who had handed her the flower casually intruded, taking Daphne's seat. Daphne willingly shifted aside, seemingly unaware of any prior agreement between them. Aphrodite snapped back to reality, regarding him with a sense of resignation. Draco, sitting on the other side of Aphrodite, discreetly assessed the boy, who had tousled brown curls and deep black eyes. He produced another small flower from seemingly nowhere, and placed it on the table, smiling amiably. "Long time no see." Aphrodite beamed and nodded in return. This Beauxbatons boy chose not to sit with the other Beauxbatons students at the end of the Ravenclaw table, but squeezed in beside Aphrodite, garnering many curious glances from fellow students. Aphrodite disliked his ostentatious demeanor. "This is Isol Leroy, a friend," Aphrodite introduced. "And this is Draco Malfoy, a friend. Childhood companions," Draco added, extending his hand, "merely friends for 7 or 8 years. A fleeting romance," Isol retorted with a hidden edge, shaking Draco's hand, feigning confusion. "Have you been friends for so long?" "Hold on, that term isn't used like that," Aphrodite interjected, but neither of them acknowledged her. Draco's hand felt as if it might crush his own from the tension. They held on for what felt like an eternity without parting. Chapter 87, The Triwizard Tournament. Aphrodite had no intention of entertaining these two childish boys, and busied herself with her meal. Astonishingly, They neglected the sumptuous feast laid before them to engage in a battle of wits. Today's banquet was extraordinarily lavish, featuring an array of French and German dishes, far superior to the usual fare. If we don't appreciate this today, it may never come again, Aphrodite thought to herself, reflecting on her slightly happier moments in France compared to her time in England. The two boys eventually abandoned their rivalry, realizing that there would be ample time to determine a victor. Isil, the quintessential Frenchman, sweet as honey, cast a flirtatious glance at Aphrodite. Throughout these days, I have often reminisced about those brief moments we shared, seated together at meals. Aphrodite, intently cutting her pork chop with her knife and fork, replied, "Oh, I had forgotten." Draco couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, was that time so delightful?" he teased. In truth, we didn't delve too deeply into one another's lives, but I always noticed her earnest expressions and captivating beauty. Aphrodite pushed her plate toward Isil, saying, "Try the culinary creations of our Hogwarts house elves." Isil flashed her a smile. "Of course, you are ever so considerate." Draco's lips drooped as he sulked over his food. Noticing his demeanor, Aphrodite's spirits lifted, prompting her to engage more. "Isil, will you be signing up for the Triwizard Tournament?" "Oh, I don't think I've mentioned my age," Isil remarked, surprised. "Ms. Maxim sent you here. Perhaps to be a companion for the girls?" Aphrodite jested. "Haha, you are clever, and I am indeed young enough to participate. What about you?" Isil and Aphrodite enjoyed their banter, leaving Draco feeling sidelined. "I won't be joining. That thought doesn't appeal to me," he stated flatly. Aphrodite raised an eyebrow, firmly declining. As Isil and Aphrodite appeared to grow increasingly close, Draco seized Aphrodite's hand, wanting to see what he would say next. Isil immediately protested, Hey, don't get handsy with the lady." Draco stubbornly refused to release her hand, retorting, "What does it matter to you? We've been like this all along." "That's not true. Don't slander me," Aphrodite quickly clarified. Isil shrugged and smiled mischievously at Draco. Before Draco could muster a response, he was ignored. "Hello. May I introduce myself?" A beautiful girl approached, clad in Beauxbatons attire. Her eyes were strikingly familiar, lively and alluring. "I saw you outside earlier and thought you were quite lovely," she said in imperfect English. "I would like to be friends." "What an honor," Aphrodite responded, involuntarily smiling as she freed her hand from Draco's grasp, wiped her palms, and extended her hand to the enchanting girl. "I am Aphrodite Granger, a student of Slytherin. It's a pleasure to meet you." Fleur Delacour, a student from Beauxbatons. Fleur's captivating gaze held a magical charm, drawing in anyone who dared to meet her eyes. Aphrodite found herself momentarily entranced, unable to resist the urge to draw closer. "Fleur, your taste is impeccable. I agree, beautiful girls should indeed be together, making for a more pleasing sight." Isil sweet-talked, prompting Fleur to giggle behind her hand. Fleur surveyed the table. "I must fetch some French fish soup for our students. It seems the Hogwarts house elves make it exceptionally well. Please excuse me for a moment." Aphrodite watched Fleur depart, astonished. If she treated everyone with such charm, who could possibly withstand it? No, she is usually quite aloof. Due to her exceptional magical talent, she carries an air of arrogance. Nevertheless, she remains immensely popular. "No one can resist her allure," Isil explained. However, Aphro was increasingly fond of Farong, nodding repeatedly, as it indeed sounded quite impressive. At that moment, Farong had already approached the Gryffindor long table, and Harry glanced at Aphro, who was still fixated on Farong. Having relished a sumptuous dinner, Dumbledore rose to announce matters concerning the Triwizard Tournament. He declared that from the conclusion of the banquet until the same time tomorrow evening, everyone could write their names and schools on parchment, and toss them into the goblet of fire. After tomorrow's banquet, it would reveal the champions representing each school. Fred and George nudged each other, and Aphro noticed their antics, pondering that they had caused the most commotion when Dumbledore first announced the tournament at the opening feast. "Of course, I have cast a binding charm around the goblet, which will discern who is suitable to represent the school," Dumbledore remarked, glancing slyly at Fred and George. His words undoubtedly doused their enthusiasm, yet their discussions grew louder, seemingly in defiance of Dumbledore. He merely smiled in return, as if to say, "Go ahead and try." As the banquet concluded, many students lingered by the goblet, though a significant number prepared to depart the hall, causing the crowd to dwindle. Isil snapped his fingers at Aphro. "Lolo, lend me a piece of parchment and a quill." "Don't shout," Aphro retorted, producing a piece of parchment. However, lacking a quill, she transformed her knife and fork into a quill and ink, handing them to Isil. "Here you go." "Well, Lolo is so impressive," Isil exclaimed, bending over the table to elegantly inscribe his name and school before striding towards the goblet, nonchalantly crossing the barrier and tossing the parchment into the flames. The moment the parchment touched the fire, it was instantly reduced to ashes. "Are you off to bed, Lolo?" Isolai asked with a grin, embodying the camaraderie of good friends. Afro shook her head. "You go ahead. May I ask, where are you sleeping?" "In the carriage. There's quite a bit of space inside." Isolai hesitated. "Well, I'm off then. Good night, and sweet dreams." "All right, good night." Afro lingered in the hall, observing the comings and goings of her peers. Cedric had yet to arrive. "Hey, why are you standing here looking so pitiful?" A lazy, beguiling voice chimed in, as a shoulder casually draped over hers. Chapter 88, Brewing Potions. Afro turned around to meet George Weasley's gaze, with Fred naturally encircling her from the other side. The three of them huddled closely together. "What are you up to?" Afro queried, puzzled. "Shouldn't we be asking you that?" Both exclaimed in unison. Afro snapped back to reality. "I'm not doing anything. I'm merely playing the role of the owl," she quipped with mock seriousness. Come on, they whispered conspiratorially, coaxing her out of the hall and into an empty classroom. "What's the secret? Do you have some nefarious plan?" Afro asked, unperturbed. "We're going to brew aging potion," George replied first. Afro nodded. "All right then, let us brew." She found a spot and calmly observed the duo. "Why do you always play by your own rules?" "Huh?" Afro exclaimed, astonished at Fred's question. "Is that something you can even ask?" George struggled to suppress laughter. "What he means is, why do you always react differently than everyone else?" "Well, the three of us ought to be unique. Isn't this just about brewing the aging potion to deceive the goblet?" Afro rested her chin on her hand. "You certainly fool Dumbledore. I'd say it's better to smash the goblet and force Dumbledore to conduct a manual selection." "But Dumbledore knows our ages," Fred replied earnestly, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of this scheme. "Then you can just alter the records in the Wizard Archives and the Hogwarts admission book." Afro waved her hand dismissively. She glanced at the doorplate of the empty classroom. "Wait, this isn't even a proper potions classroom. You're not adhering to the rules?" "Our rules are the rules," Fred insisted seriously. George shrugged. "Rules are meant to be broken. That's what makes it cool." Afro let out a long "oh," then gasped in surprise, suddenly standing up. "But I am the prefect." Fred and George looked at her innocently. Clearing her throat, Afro continued, "However, I'm not on patrol tonight. That duty falls to Cedric." Her expression shifted unpredictably, and George raised an eyebrow. "Who is it?" "It's just that I don't know what to call him right now. Is it Cedric or Diggory?" Noticing her somber demeanor, George interjected. "It seems the rumors are true. You really did break up with Diggory. How did we end up talking about him?" "I never said the person on patrol was him," Afro replied, choosing to ignore him, sulking over to help Fred stir the cauldron. "Did I say something wrong? You've wounded my fragile heart." Afro joked lightly, "I might need compensation for this." Fred huffed a couple of times. "This is to help you move on faster from your breakup." George nodded in agreement. "Exactly, we're helping you." "Actually, there's a quicker way," Fred said, narrowing his eyes and maintaining his calm demeanor. "You could just find another boy to date." "Afro, thanks for your brilliant suggestion. For example, you could date him." Fred pointed at George with a smirk. George turned to Afro. Afro glanced at her watch. "Oh, it's curfew." The two pretended not to hear. "I'll act like I didn't see anything," Afro decided, her principles quite flexible, and she cheerfully took her leave. "Just be careful." After a moment's thought, she cast a spell to make the classroom appear empty before stepping outside. No sooner had she taken a few steps than she bumped into a tall figure. Afro paused for 2 seconds, locking eyes with him, both falling into silence. They had broken up. There was no need for further theatrics. Afro smiled naturally, ready to bypass him. "What a coincidence, you're on patrol. I'll take my leave." "Aren't you breaking the rules as well?" Afro felt a surge of frustration, glancing away, but her gaze was caught by the necklace around his neck. "Go this way. There's Filch over there," Cedric sighed, reminding her that even prefects shouldn't wander around during non-patrol hours. "Be safe on your way back. Good night." Her overly gentle ex-boyfriend. Afro felt a sting in her heart, changing direction and hurriedly fleeing without even returning the farewell. Back in the dormitory, Afro hastily washed up and lay in bed, feeling frantic. Cedric touched the necklace around his neck, lowering his gaze as he continued on with his glowing wand. The scenes from that day were unforgettable, etched in his heart and bones, causing him sharp pain at the mere thought. Afro's kiss, her tears, her passion, her indifference. Cedric rubbed his temples, feeling a chaotic whirlwind in his mind, unsure of how to sort through his tangled thoughts. The next day, Cedric quietly cast his parchment into the goblet. Afro stood nearby, looking up at the slightly graying Fred and George, laughing heartily. The two were entangled in a playful argument, each blaming the other. You added too much. You messed up the steps. You drank too much. And you still insisted on crossing cups? Aphro wiped the tears of laughter from her eyes. Perhaps you should consider destroying the goblet now. As George maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the astonished gazes of passers-by, he uttered something utterly shocking, whispering furtively, "Do not let them discover." The students of Beau's Batons pondered within, is this how Hogwarts students behave? Are their minds still intact? Still the old man? A sympathetic glance was exchanged between them, and the three shared a suppressed laugh. All right, you two, spare yourselves. Focus on your own affairs first. Come. I shall lead you to brew some potions and resolve the predicament of the old man with the white beard. Aphrodite felt a surge of joy. Even on this rainy day, the sun seemed to shine brightly in her heart. Fred and George exchanged a shrug, following Aphrodite out of the great hall. Cedric watched them depart, his expression dimming, while his friend Frank placed a hand on his shoulder. What's wrong? Nothing, I've cast my vote. Let us go. Cedric replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate. Don't worry. You will undoubtedly be chosen as a champion. We all know you are more than qualified. Frank chattered in an effort to comfort Cedric, who was only half listening, his mind elsewhere. Chapter 89. The fourth person after dedicating most of the day, Aphrodite finally brewed a potion, achieving perfection in a single attempt. You haven't poisoned it, have you? Fred asked uncertainly, hesitating with the potion in hand. Aphrodite was momentarily speechless. Indeed, I have poisoned it. Just a drop would be fatal. Is it painless? George teased. You'll find out once you try it, Aphrodite replied with a narrowing of her eyes. Her tone decidedly ungracious. The two clinked their cups together, exclaiming cheerfully, "Cheers!" and promptly downed the contents. Aphrodite raised an eyebrow as their white hair transformed back to their familiar, vibrant red, their faces adorned with the familiar expression of playful irreverence. What? You two are no longer handsome. The elderly version was far more eye-catching, Aphrodite jested. The two began to ponder the veracity of her words. Well then, do as you wish. Whether you choose to conduct experiments or further torment yourselves, both are commendable endeavors, Aphrodite nodded. I shall take my leave to the library. Oh. Very well, Fred replied disdainfully, we are repelled by libraries. It is both quiet and dreary there, but we shall swing by the restricted section during our nocturnal escapades. George added, I have ventured into the restricted section as well. Aphrodite smiled faintly before her expression turned serious. That time, her entry was thanks to a small note bearing a professor's signature, graciously provided by Cedric. I am off, Aphrodite stated succinctly. When one is deeply fixated on another, every sight encountered becomes monochrome. Every shared experience resurfaces as a blade, piercing one as heart anew. Countless nights spent in the library with Cedric, studying, reading, exploring the magic of love, and delving into alchemy, rendered that sanctuary as serene and beautiful as ever. However, as Aphrodite pushed open the door, she found herself rooted to the spot. The library was teeming with students, nearly devoid of empty seats, waves of girls clustering together, their attention not on books but on Victor Crumb, who sat in a corner. Many boys were equally thrilled, clamoring excitedly. Aphrodite felt a sense of disorientation. After surveying the scene for some time, she finally located a slightly more spacious spot, also in a corner, too close to Crumb for comfort. There sat Hermione Granger, engrossed in her studies. With a heavy sigh, Hermione was drowned out by the whispers of students around her. Frustrated, she considered slamming her book on the table, but then caught sight of Aphrodite. Aphrodite grata calmly. Hi, Hermione replied weakly, looking helpless. Once I finish this borrowed book, I shall leave. Well, you could try communicating, Aphrodite suggested kindly. If you choose not to go, I will. With so many people here, even if a few are willing to listen, it's impossible for everyone to remain silent. After all, they are not here to study. Hermione shot a glare at Crumb, who sat diagonally ahead. No, what I mean is, to resolve the issue, you should address it at its source. Why not speak to him directly? Aphrodite encouraged. Hermione hesitated, but her expression softened, as if considering the notion. Would that work? What is stopping it from working? Aphrodite urged. Eliminating him would reduce the problem by 99%. A permanent solution. Hermione nodded, rising to approach Crumb. Aphrodite observed as Hermione leaned in, speaking a few words, and Crumb awkwardly excused himself. What did you say? I merely expressed that I believe he has attracted a horde of fans that disrupt the library's atmosphere, and suggested he find another location. The Black Lake would suffice. Hermione explained earnestly. Aphrodite rubbed her temples, feeling an odd sense of discomfort. Soon after, the library emptied significantly, leaving only the most diligent students, who collectively exhaled in relief. Peace once again enveloped the library, and Aphrodite chose not to engage further with Hermione, relocating to a vacant spot, distancing herself from her. Later that evening, as the banquet concluded, Dumbledore began to announce the selection results for the Triwizard Tournament. One champion from each school would signify the pinnacle of excellence within that institution, representing its highest caliber. Aphrodite glanced toward the Hufflepuff table and caught Candace's gaze. They exchanged polite smiles before averting their eyes. Beauxbatons fleur delacour. Iziri let out a resigned sigh. All right, I admit I am not as remarkable as she is, but she is strong and intelligent. It's only natural they chose her. Aphrodite congratulated Fleur as she passed, and Fleur graciously acknowledged with a kiss on the cheek. Fleur ascended the stage, elegantly curtsying as she lifted her gown. That is the kind of woman Aphrodite admires, she thought, applauding silently. Durmstrong, Victor Krum. Draco erupted with excitement, slapping Goyle's thigh. I knew it. It had to be him. Krum is the strongest. Aphrodite internally scoffed, yet her ears perked up in anticipation of the Hogwarts champion's name. Krum made his way to the stage, greeted by a throng of students eager to shake his hand, including Draco. Finally, Hogwarts Cedric Diggory. Dumbledore beamed with delight, clearly satisfied. Amidst the cheering crowd, Cedric ascended the stage while Draco remained seated, sulking. Dumbledore embraced Cedric, who joined the other two champions in the small chamber to the right of the hall. Yet the Triwizard Cup remained aglow. Dumbledore, seemingly oblivious to the cup, prepared to speak once more. Suddenly, a piece of parchment emerged, and amidst gasps and murmurs, Dumbledore grasped it, his voice trembling, Harry Potter. An uncanny silence fell over the crowd, the sound of even the softest breaths audible. Where is Harry Potter? Dumbledore queried. Confusion etched across his face. Harry, bewildered, stood up as if in a state of punishment. I'm here? He stammered, uncertain if he should respond, longing only to escape this enchanting yet daunting world. Aphrodite furrowed her brow, pondering what Harry had done, something even the aging potion could not achieve. More accurately, it appeared he had done nothing at all, as his bewildered expression conveyed an earnest innocence. Aphrodite fell into contemplation as Harry, dazed, followed Dumbledore, accompanied by a throng of others, including judges and professors. Chapter 90. Believe it or not, after a considerable amount of time had passed, long enough for the students to grow restless, even under Professor McGonagall's watchful eye, they could no longer suppress their murmurs. At long last, the judges emerged with the champions, and Dumbledore, composed and unequivocal, declared that Harry would indeed be the fourth champion. The moment those words escaped his lips, discontent rippled through the audience, with students murmuring their objections in a cacophony of dissent. Draco was particularly vociferous, his complaints rife with insinuations of Potter's cunning and deceit, uttering his grievances like a petulant child. Iziri, however, stroked his chin, contemplating that it was unlikely Harry had orchestrated this, unless he were a fool. Aflora glanced at Cedric, who stood amidst the other champions, her brow slightly furrowed with concern. Cedric's expression mirrored her confusion, yet his impeccable manners and gentlemanly demeanor prevented him from displaying any overt displeasure. Harry, bewildered, pondered why such bizarre events perpetually seemed to plague him. He had never sought trouble, yet it consistently found him, drenching him in scorn and unfounded accusations. Now, everyone believed him to possess a flawed character, driven by ambition and deceit in order to have his name entered into the Goblet of Fire. Only the Weasley twins regarded him with admiration, bombarding him with questions about how he had managed such a feat. Harry felt utterly distressed, repeatedly explaining to those around him, "It wasn't me. I didn't do it." Yet his protests fell on deaf ears. No one believed him. A small comfort came when Hermione interrupted his futile arguments, saying, "Harry, calm down. I believe you. What you need to do now is to go rest." Harry felt slightly reassured, but when he caught Ron's peculiar gaze, he faltered. "You don't believe me?" Ron lowered his head, lips pressed tight, remarking, "Now that you're a champion, you must be quite the center of attention." The hall had emptied, leaving only the trio from Gryffindor and Cedric and Aflora in the corner. It was not that Aflora wished to rekindle old flames, but rather that Cedric had called her over, extending a bracelet to her, the one she had searched for in vain. "I found it in the pocket of one of my garments," he explained. Aflora accepted the bracelet with a slight nod, murmuring, "Oh, thank you. Well, I must be off now." As she turned to leave, she could feel Cedric's gaze, heavy with longing and sorrow, following her. That night, as Aflora patrolled the corridors, her wand aglow, she ambled aimlessly. A rustling noise broke the silence, causing her wand to flicker out. Raising an eyebrow, she reignited it, revealing Harry Potter standing before her. "In the dead of night, are you trying to frighten me?" Aflora teased, suspecting Harry's intentions were not entirely benign. "Ah, my apologies," Harry replied, his expression utterly innocent, prompting Aflora to chuckle in amusement. "You've broken school rules. Gryffindor loses 10 points, she declared with a playful tone. Harry shrugged nonchalantly. "Go ahead. I've deducted thousands of points from Gryffindor over the years. 10 more won't matter. Should I commend your nonchalance?" Aflora laughed softly, then turned serious. "What troubles you?" Her question felt trivial, considering the events of just hours prior. Harry knew she couldn't have forgotten. Perhaps she was more concerned about Cedric than him. Harry adopted a defensive posture, shaking his head. "I have no worries. I'm perfectly fine. I just overindulged at dinner, and am out for a stroll to digest." Aflora blinked, observing Harry's dejected demeanor. "Alright, let's talk then. I genuinely don't understand the source of your distress." If Harry were to articulate his feelings, he would struggle to convey them. "I didn't put my name in the goblet of fire, yet here I am. I don't understand why they insist I compete. Isn't this coercion? Indeed. It shows a blatant disregard for your wishes. I've always thought the goblet should be destroyed," Aflora asserted. "However, it is as it is, you must accept it. Participating in the Triwizard Tournament isn't entirely dreadful, as I would give anything to take part. The crux of the matter is that everyone believes I manipulated my way in. And no one trusts me except Hermione," Harry lamented, looking down. "Do you trust me? Does it even matter?" Aflora replied, perplexed. "Their disbelief stems from jealousy. Jealousy that you can transcend limitations to compete while they cannot. That you can bask in the limelight while they languish in the shadows, gossiping. Your goal should not be to win their trust through explanations, but rather to excel in the tournament, proving your worth to those who scorned you." Aflora spoke with a calm detachment. "In time, no one will care how you entered. They will only extol your strength, admire your bravery, and praise your excellence." Harry gazed at her for a moment, then nodded, a smile breaking through. "I understand now. Only by becoming formidable can I evade disparagement." Aflora nodded approvingly but added with precision, "Not entirely. They will still gossip, but they will refrain from letting you know. As long as their words do not reach my ears, it matters little. However, should they dare to confront me, I will not hold back." She gave Harry's shoulder a reassuring pat. "Are you ready to embrace the role of a champion?" "Not yet," Harry admitted candidly, "but from this moment on, I shall prepare." "Good. If you need anything, feel free to seek me out," Aflora said, leaving Harry feeling considerably lighter. "Will you come to support me?" Harry asked anxiously, his question subtly probing Aflora's inclinations. Aflora regarded him thoughtfully, her interest piqued. "We'll see how you perform. Then I shall hold you to that," Harry replied, determination igniting within him. After bidding Aflora farewell, Harry stepped into an empty classroom. The first task awaited on November 24th, leaving him with less than a month to prepare. Clarity washed over Harry as he realized he did not meet the qualifications for the Triwizard Tournament. Thus, someone must have orchestrated this against him. Though he was uncertain of the identity, he would temporarily attribute it to Voldemort. He resolved to thwart their designs. Chapter 91. The Taste of Adoration. Aflora turned abruptly, nearly frightened out of her wits as an indistinct creature huddled in a corner, obscured in shadow. Sighing, she inquired, "Who is there?" The creature stirred slightly, then fell still again. "Excuse me. What do you want?" Aflora finally discerned that it was a person, her lips curling in bemusement at the state of today's students. "Is it more comfortable outside than returning to the dormitory at this hour? My leg is numb. I can't get up," the person replied weakly. Taking a deep breath, Aflora said, "All right, I'll help you." She extended her hand, and the person silently offered a sleeve for support, rising with her assistance. Aflora pointed her wand at his face, startling him. "What are you doing?" "Shouldn't I be asking you that, Ronald?" Aflora remarked, incredulous, noting how well they seemed to share a thought process, both lingering outside their dormitories at this late hour. "Very well, Gryffindor," she continued. "Gryffindor loses 15 points. Aflora showed no mercy, lowering her voice to avoid attracting Filch's attention. "Could you cut me some slack?" Ron muttered, looking somewhat embarrassed. "What merit do you possess?" Aflora countered, observing a flicker of discomfort cross Ron's face. Could it be that he is sensitive to this remark? Yeah. Their banter rarely seemed to affect him. Even when she playfully teased him about his beloved pet rat, he had never genuinely been upset. "Shall I escort you back?" "Little Ronald?" Aflora tilted her head, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Ron's attention was indeed diverted. "Huh? Why would you call me that? It's so strange. Please use a different name." Aphrodite shrugged. "If you won't let me call you Ron, then calling you Weasley feels rather peculiar. How about a compromise? Your full name is Ronald Weasley, is it not? Why do they all call you Ron?" "Ronald Bilious Weasley, Ron stubbornly added. My family calls me that. Every one of them is always saying Ron Ron. It's not something I can protest against. Alright then, Ronald, it's time to head back. If you're facing any troubles, it might be best to retreat to your bed and ponder under the covers. If you linger here any longer, I might have to deduct points from Gryffindor. Ron pouted but surprisingly acquiesced. Fine, I'll go back. Aphrodite nodded in satisfaction, relieved she could finally return to sleep. By the way, may I ask you a question? Ron turned back, gazing at her intently. Go ahead. What does it feel like to be admired? Ron stood there with his hands in his pockets. The question was laden with envy and longing, yet he regarded her with the purest, inquisitive expression. Aphrodite was momentarily speechless. Because I don't know, I have been contemplating what it is like to be noticed and favored, Ron sincerely inquired. I believe you should know. So, are you complimenting me? Aphrodite retorted. Sort of, Ron nodded, puzzled by her focus. But does that mean you think it's good, positive even? That you desire attention, affection, and admiration? Aphrodite asked bluntly. Ron hadn't anticipated her directness. After several moments of hesitation, he nodded heavily. To put it simply, I think it feels nice, quite nice. Aphrodite candidly replied to Ron. A look of inner turmoil crossed Ron's face. Aphrodite, unable to decipher his thoughts, men's hearts were so difficult to understand, decided not to dwell on it. Let us head back. Ronald. She tilted her chin and, disregarding whether Ron would follow, yawned and started toward the Slytherin common room. Ron, momentarily dazed, instinctively began to follow her. It was only after descending a flight of stairs that he suddenly realized, his face turning crimson as he hurriedly dashed in the opposite direction. Aphrodite shook her head, continuing on her way, utterly perplexed. In the days following her breakup with her affectionate boyfriend, Aphrodite found herself immersing in her studies, which had, surprisingly, become rather tedious. Seated at a window-side desk in the library, she stared blankly at the unfamiliar handwriting in her notebook. The first competition event hasn't even been announced. How is Cedric supposed to prepare? Where is he now? She sighed. Suddenly, she heard a soft sigh beside her. Coming to her senses, she turned to see Theodore quietly sitting a few seats away. Theodore glanced at her helplessly. Ink has spilled on my book. He gestured toward the page, expressing his dismay. Aphrodite tilted her head, retrieved her wand, and cleaned it up. Isn't that much better? She smiled, and Theodore chuckled in return. They both seemed to recall something. This scene feels rather familiar, Aphrodite teased, as if it has played out before. Theodore stifled a laugh. Indeed. You do love to come to the library and daydream. Don't you? Not at all, Aphrodite vehemently denied. You weren't even paying attention when I was studying diligently. Theodore looked skeptical. Aphrodite huffed, and he, for reasons unknown, shifted closer to peer at her open book. Your handwriting is quite nice. That's not my handwriting. Aphrodite's smile faded slightly as she turned the page. This is my handwriting. The previous one belongs to my ex-boyfriend. Oh, Theodore realized he had inadvertently touched on a sensitive topic. After a moment's thought, he added, Your handwriting is better than his. I'll take that as a compliment. Aphrodite nodded in satisfaction, noticing Madame Pants glancing their way. She made a shushing gesture, signaling for silence. Theodore complied, and they both fell silent. As dusk settled, Aphrodite closed her book, gathered her belongings, and left the library. After taking only a few steps, Theodore also exited the library, and they naturally fell into step beside each other. Along the way, several classmates greeted Aphrodite warmly, hailing from various houses. Theodore observed thoughtfully, You seem to have a good rapport with others. You have a pleasant demeanor as well. Why don't you socialize more? Aphrodite inquired. Me? I have a pleasant demeanor? Theodore smiled faintly. I simply prefer solitude. There aren't many genuine souls around, just sycophants, which I find distasteful. I see, Aphrodite agreed. Fortunately, I can discern between sincerity and pretense. I've realized you possess quite a bit of insight. May I ask you a question? Sure, Theodore replied, slightly taken aback. You have questions? I'll try to help you analyze it. A boy asked me what it feels like to be admired. Theodore raised an eyebrow. Is he envious? That's what I thought as well, but I find it puzzling why he would feel that way. He doesn't seem like the type. Aphrodite admitted. Not entirely understanding Ron, only finding him amusing. That must be considered in light of his family environment, living conditions, and the people around him, Theodore articulated clearly. Aphrodite pondered this, nodding in agreement. Then she hesitated for a moment. I want to elaborate further. Thank you. Theodore nodded, adding, however, not everyone enjoys being admired. Perhaps that person doesn't wish for it, but simply hasn't realized it yet. You're right. Aphrodite acknowledged with a nod of appreciation. Let us go to the library together next time. Sure, Theodore looked into her eyes, sensing her sincerity, and readily agreed. Aphrodite bid him farewell, as they entered the common room. Family environment? Is Ron's not a good one? Although the Weasley household lived modestly, it hardly seemed devoid of love. Percy aspired for better circumstances, which might create some tension, yet he received daily care from Mrs. Weasley and frequently corresponded with his family. During her last visit to the Weasley home, Mrs. Weasley appeared genuinely kind and nurturing towards her children. Fred and George, on the other hand, seemed to have everything they could desire, and their younger sister Ginny was also well cared for and cherished. But what about Ron? Was he overlooked? Was he compared unfavorably with his siblings? With friends like Hermione, an exceptional witch, and Harry, a renowned figure, did he feel inadequate? Aphrodite began to comprehend. Perhaps he sometimes felt less useful than those around him. Honestly, she found herself preoccupied with Ron's situation, despite her own busy life. By the edge of the Black Lake, Aphrodite sat on the grass with Hermione as a gentle breeze caused her to shiver. Are you dressed too lightly? Hermione asked in surprise. Aphrodite nonchalantly shook her head. I'm just not well. Then take care of yourself. Hermione pondered for a moment before asking. What did you want to meet me for? A date, Aphrodite replied candidly. Hermione was momentarily at a loss for words. Shall I leave? Don't, Aphrodite began to plead. But before she could finish, Ron appeared before them. He glanced at Aphrodite. What are you doing here? A date, Aphrodite said earnestly. Don't listen to her nonsense. Hermione interjected, flustered. Aphrodite shrugged playfully, and Ron shook his head, appearing amused by her antics. Tell Harry that Seamus said Neville overheard Hagrid asking him to meet by his hut at 11 tonight. Excuse me, could you repeat that? Hermione asked, bewildered. Ron huffed. Seamus said Neville told him that Hagrid asked Harry to meet him by his hut at 11. Oh. Hermione nodded, pointing to Harry, who was sitting not far away. Yes, right over there. You go ahead, Ron replied morosely. I'm quite busy at the moment. Hermione rolled her eyes, stood up, and strode over to Harry. Harry. Ron said, Seamus mentioned that Neville told him Hagrid arranged for you to meet in the hut at 11 tonight. Hermione's voice was loud enough for both Avro and Ron to hear. But isn't there a possibility that the distance between a few people isn't that great? Harry cast a disinterested glance in their direction. Then tell Seamus, Neville, and Hagrid that I'm aware. Avro interjected, and you can inform him that I will relay the message. Ron shouted back. Harry was about to say something more, but Hermione was already incensed. You two can chat amongst yourselves. I refuse to be your messenger. She took Avro's hand and hurried away. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, said nothing, and quickly turned away from each other. Crumb silently stood up and left the scene, feeling oddly uncertain, wondering if he should take another look. Hermione genuinely felt troubled for her two close friends, but was at a loss as to how to mediate. I sought you out for Ron's sake, Avro stated earnestly. Hermione gasped, increasingly perplexed. It seemed Avro was more inclined to pursue a date with herself. You too. Hermione was speechless. Concerned for Percy's brother, Avro winked. Ron seems rather off lately. Hermione nodded in agreement. That is certainly true. I suspect he is feeling envious. She had already shared this reasoning with Harry, yet he found it hard to accept. Naturally, that was understandable. As an observer, Hermione had clarity, while Ron and Harry were mired in confusion. Avro mused, I guess I'm not mistaken. However, envy isn't necessarily a negative term, just my personal view. He has so many older brothers to compete with at home, and Harry, being his best friend, is quite renowned. He often feels overlooked and neglected. It must be quite painful for him, but this time he simply couldn't endure it any longer. Avro stood calmly to the side, gazing distantly at Ron, who was sitting alone against a tree. However, you are quite popular yourself, always surrounded by admirers. Avro's words surprised Hermione because I too am striving to capture the attention of others. Hermione was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Avro smiled at her, generously patting her shoulder. How can we uplift his spirits? Hermione pondered, feeling troubled. He has 3 brothers who were once prefects, 2 charming brothers, and has always worn their hand-me-downs, while his sister Ginny gets to use new ones. He never complains. He may sometimes infuriate others with his words, but he never takes anything to heart. Avro remained silent. Should we just wait for him to sort it out himself? Hermione regarded her thoughtfully. If I were to speak to Ron, he might think I am favoring Harry and would likely dismiss me. Perhaps it would be better if you tried to reason with him? Avro raised an eyebrow. Me? Chapter 93, Defensive Spells. Avro thought, how could she counsel him? She wasn't a professional. To be honest, she truly felt inadequate. Doubts about her capabilities crept in for the first time. I believe in you. You can do it. Hermione grasped her hands, gazing earnestly with sparkling eyes. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Avro reflected on how she had agreed to Hermione's request. And she had also acquired a badge inscribed with spew. How had she accepted this? While still dazed from Hermione's lengthy discourse, she had signed her name, becoming a member of the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. If Hermione discovered that she had house elves at home. Avro shook her head, tucking the badge into her pocket. It was best to forget about it. She resolved not to seek Hermione out again. It was quite daunting. What are you doing? Avro asked Draco, who was fiddling with some contraption accompanied by a group of followers. Look at the badge I made, Draco said proudly, tossing the item to Avro. She deftly caught it and upon inspection, realized it was a silver badge depicting DG's stinkball. Oh, a genius, are you? Avro thought, gaining a deeper understanding of his immaturity. Press the button on the bottom, Draco kindly advised. The inscription of DG's stinkball flickered before transforming into Potter's stinking pile. Avro was momentarily speechless. Your personal sentiments are rather intense. And what's wrong with that? Draco huffed. Are you distressed? Not at all. Avro replied matter-of-factly. Here, take it back. Consider it a gift. Draco said cheerfully. Thank you. But I refuse, Avro said, covering her face. After a brief cough, she saw Draco's insistence and ultimately pocketed the badge. All right then, I'm off. Until we meet again. Draco resumed his badge-making with utmost seriousness. If it were merely Potter's stinking pile, Hogwarts would likely have many willing to wear the badge. However, if it were paired with DG's stinkball, would they not perceive it as a retaliatory act post-breakup? DG's stinkball? Avro mused, chuckling softly to herself. In the Great Hall, I understand you dislike Potter, but why insult another champion from Hogwarts? Iziri questioned, turning the badge over with a puzzled expression. Just him, Draco scoffed, Avro's ex-boyfriend. Iziri's eyes widened in realization, followed by disbelief. When did this happen? What, do you have a problem with that? Avro shot him a glance. Iziri shook his head, smiling. No, I consider myself fortunate to have encountered you while you were unattached. It's a serendipitous twist of fate. Merlin must be watching over you and raising an eyebrow. Avro quipped. As the group chatted casually, Harry approached with a book in hand, entering the circle of Slytherins. He glanced at the surrounding individuals, disregarding the badges they wore. Avro, I need to talk to you. Alarm bells rang in Draco's mind. The last time DG called Avro out, they ended up as a couple. What was Potter up to now? You mentioned I could seek your assistance at any time. Harry appeared genuinely flustered. Avro nodded. All right, let us step outside. Draco grasped her hand. Wait. What if I want to seek your assistance too? Avro, taken aback, replied naturally. Then I will help you anytime, anywhere with anything. Satisfied. Draco released her hand. The sooner the better. Iziri raised an eyebrow. Wow, it can work like that? Avro followed Harry outside, who seemed bewildered and anxious. Last night I learned about the first task, he said, fixing his gaze on Avro with palpable tension. What is it? Avro asked, puzzled as to what task could instill such fear in Harry. It's a dragon, he explained. Hagrid took me to see it yesterday. It was undeniably real. Madame Maxime was there, and Karkaroff was heading in that direction too. He will surely inform Crumb. A dragon? Avro found it absurd. She had only encountered dragons in books. Were they out of their minds? Sending students to confront a dragon? You don't have to defeat it, do you? Not exactly. It seems the task is to retrieve something from the dragon. Avro nodded. Then avoid a direct confrontation, and try to be strategic. You mentioned Fleur and Crumb might know the details of the first task? The only one left in the dark is Cedric. She bit her lip, hesitating to speak further. Harry paused. This morning, I already informed Cedric. Avro blinked in shock. You have already told him? Harry nodded. Although he harbored a certain disdain for Cedric, he felt that the competition would be unjust if Cedric remained completely oblivious to the circumstances. I merely did what was required of me, he remarked, meeting Aphra's gaze. He added with a hint of embarrassment, I need to devise an indirect method to obtain an object with the summoning charm. Aphra shook her head, stating that the summoning charm was not particularly difficult, especially for nearby objects. However, if one were to attempt to seize something from the clutches of a dragon, that object would undoubtedly be subject to a counterspell. Let us ponder this, she suggested with a furrowed brow, but you could also attempt the summoning charm. Come. Let us find an empty classroom. Aren't you going to eat? I've finished. Aphra waved her hand dismissively as she led Harry towards the vacant classroom. What method would Cedric choose? Aphra couldn't help but wonder. She glanced at Harry, gaining a newfound understanding of him. His moral compass seemed excessively elevated. It was inherently unfair that he was forced into the competition, yet he still found time to concern himself with the fairness of other situations. Is this what one might call great love? Aphra mused. Very well, benevolent and just savior, but how formidable is this little savior? She thought, settling beside him. You should first try the summoning charm. Harry nodded, feeling a slight tension in her presence. After a full afternoon of practice, Aphra finally nodded in satisfaction, prompting Harry to stop and stretch his sore arms. Aphra snapped her fingers. Let me teach you a defensive spell. Armor or full protection? Harry instinctively inquired. Aphra shook her head, revealing that it was her own invention, conceived sometime around her second year. Harry was taken aback. An original spell? In second year? Aphra merely smiled, saying, I'm uncertain if you can manifest it, but it should prove somewhat useful. I could prepare something else for you next time. Chapter 94, The First Task. Harry leaned in attentively, somewhat bewildered, yet he nodded as he listened. After imparting the theoretical knowledge, Aphra demonstrated the spell, though she confessed uncertainty about its efficacy against strong attacks. Initially, she aimed to defend against the killing curse, inspired by Dumbledore's words, and to be honest, it was more so influenced by Lily Potter. Evade. Aphra softly articulated the succinct word, tapping her wand thrice and tracing a shape in the air. Harry was still contemplating the name of the spell when he was awestruck by the scene that unfolded before him. A brilliant blue light swiftly coalesced into a massive barrier, its edges shimmering with a blinding white glow. The blue light was sacred, leaving Harry momentarily speechless. Aphra felt a twinge of regret. She had yet to test it in combat, and she knew that any misstep in battle would leave her no opportunity for refinement. Just learn it casually, she humbly suggested. Harry thought to himself, really? Is this something one can learn so casually? He nodded, silently resolving to give his all. After many days of practice with Aphra by his side, he mentioned that Moody had advised him to utilize a broomstick for the competition. Professor Moody is quite enthusiastic. Aphra mused, pondering whether his allegiance to Dumbledore motivated him to see Harry succeed. After all, Dumbledore wasn't he anxious? He wouldn't he rush? You fly quite well on a broomstick, don't you? Aphra belatedly realized. Thank you. Harry wiped the sweat from his brow. For discovering my Quidditch skills amidst Wood, Diggory, Malfoy and Weasley. Aphra chuckled, playfully touching her ear. No need for thanks. All right then, let us continue. Aphra urged him to practice the spells while she supervised. The day of the competition soon arrived. Clutching his wand, Harry reflected on the countless days of practice, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. Aphra sat in the audience, her gaze fixed on the arena. A Swedish short-snout dragon lay poised, curiously observing the spectators in midair. The stands were fortified with protective spells, yet many students still recoiled in trepidation. Was this commotion truly unavoidable? Aphra felt no fear for herself. Her concern lay in who would be the first to compete. November 24th marked the commencement of the Triwizard Tournament's first task, seizing the golden egg guarded by the dragon without damaging it. The judges would assess their performance. By the draw, it was revealed that Cedric Diggory of Hogwarts would face the Swedish short-snout. The audience erupted in applause, while Aphra furrowed her brow. Draco turned to her, silently observing. Cedric soon appeared on the field, appearing diminutive next to the colossal beast. Aphra felt a wave of restlessness, prompting a smirk from Draco. Worried? He teased. Aphra shot him a glance, responding defiantly, not at all. Oh, Draco elongated his tone, fixated on the competition. Cedric took a deep breath and transformed a stone on the ground into a dog. Professor McGonagall, seated among the faculty, straightened slightly, nodding in approval. It was indeed a challenging transfiguration spell. A faint smile graced her lips, expressing her satisfaction with her talented pupil. The dragon shook its head, rising to inspect the lively little dog. Aphra felt a slight easing of her tension, beads of sweat forming in her palms, and discreetly retrieved a handkerchief to wipe them. Cedric stealthily approached the golden egg, and everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. Just as he was about to touch the egg, the Swedish short-snout abruptly changed direction. It seemed to find Cedric far more intriguing. A stream of flames erupted without hesitation, and Cedric rolled aside just in time to evade the attack. He quickly wielded his wand, casting a protective spell, but when met with the subsequent burst of flames, his defense crumbled. Aphra gasped, nearly rising from her seat. But Draco grasped her wrist, helping her regain her composure. Cedric leaped and clutched the golden egg, his clothes singed with a gaping hole, and his face blackened. As he secured the egg, dragon handlers rushed into the arena, expertly calming the Swedish short-snout, a task that required considerable effort. The arena fell silent once more, and Aphra turned to Draco, saying, I need to use the restroom. She made her way down the stands, missing the judges' scores for Cedric entirely. Cedric had already changed into a fresh set of robes, still holding the charred ones, his head bowed in silence. A few friends surrounded him, chatting amiably while Cedric primarily listened. When something amusing was mentioned, he would lift his head and squint with a smile. Spotting Aphra, he caught her eye, but she quickly changed direction, approaching Harry. Ahem, she cleared her throat. Harry looked up, surprised, then glanced at Cedric, realizing the reason for Aphra's sudden appearance. Came to watch me? Harry called out. Aphra paused for a moment, then nodded emphatically, responding loudly, yes. I'm worried about you. Harry's tension dissipated significantly, and he smiled slightly. I'm the last to compete, facing the Hungarian horntail, the most dangerous one. Aphra sympathized with his predicament, thinking just as expected. Regardless. They're all dragons, Harry sighed, they're all the same. Aphrodite nodded slightly, initially intending to gift you a protective necklace. However, it seems I have made an error at some step, and alas, you shall have to rely on yourself. You have already aided me immensely. Harry waved his hand dismissively, yet inquired, but why a necklace? It's not easily lost. Aphrodite had considered this thoroughly. Typically, it would be concealed beneath clothing and hence, would not attract attention. Indeed. She conceded. Suddenly, the two were momentarily blinded by a flash of light, and Harry glared irritably at Rita Skeeter outside the tent. Not her again, he muttered in exasperation. She? A journalist who can only fabricate nonsense, he grumbled, choosing to ignore her. Aphrodite nodded, unfazed, remarking that it mattered not whether she was a reporter or an editor. They were all the same. I shall return to peruse your writings. I must take my leave now, back to the audience. Very well. Best of luck. Chapter 95 Tom. Harry was the last to enter the arena, standing alone, which gave him an air of fearless composure. He brandished his wand and shouted with great urgency, Firebolt, come forth. The crowd fell silent for 3 seconds before a brand new firebolt soared towards Harry like a sharp arrow. He seized it decisively, leaping onto it with ease. Aphrodite was captivated by the fluidity of his movements, silently admiring him. Harry soared towards the golden egg on his broomstick, pursued relentlessly by the Hungarian horntail, which unleashed a torrent of flames. Harry shouted, redirect. A blue barrier materialized between him and the dragon, separating the two. The protective charm held for 3 seconds before it shattered, but that duration was sufficient for Harry to evade the fiery beast, and in the blink of an eye, he had pulled far ahead. Professor Flitwick cast a glance at Professor McGonagall, noting that this spell seemed distinctly different from the others. The defensive spell cast by Diggory didn't seem to last this long, Professor McGonagall acknowledged with nods of admiration. With a graceful dive, Harry cradled the golden egg in his arms, utterly unscathed. The audience erupted into heartfelt applause, and Aphrodite smiled subtly. See, your remarkable prowess will silence them. The judges assigned scores to Harry, while Aphrodite pondered how she would fare against a fire dragon. She was not adept at evasion. Without some means to divert the dragon's attention, she would need to incapacitate it first. The dragon's most vulnerable spot was its eyes. Crum's method seemed quite effective. She nodded to herself, and upon returning to the champion's tent, she found Ron and Harry in a tearful embrace. No need for consolation? Aphrodite coughed lightly, while Hermione gazed at them moved. I am a complete fool. I should have realized how perilous your situation was, yet I refused to empathize. How strange, Aphrodite thought, unable to resist stealing another glance. Harry looked as though he had narrowly escaped death. Today was his happiest day. He had reconciled with Ron and emerged from the competition unscathed, achieving the highest score among the champions. Nothing could surpass the joy of this day. As Aphrodite passed by, Harry excitedly called out to her, Aphrodite. She raised an eyebrow, huh? Harry opened his arms wide, his innocent eyes pleading for a hug. Reluctantly, Aphrodite approached and embraced him gently. Hermione beamed, while Ron scratched his nose in confusion. He glanced around and tugged at Hermione's sleeve, noting that Diggory was watching. Hermione turned her head, observing Cedric had just turned to leave, draped in a cloak. She shook her head. It's nothing. It's all in the past. After the competition, Harry was invigorated, receiving friendly greetings from passers-by, with many young girls casting admiring glances his way. One wondered if Aphrodite had developed a new opinion of him. As Hogwarts grew colder, drenching rains cast a gloomy pall over the atmosphere. Aphrodite donned the ring, and encountered Tom once more. He raised an eyebrow. You've come? Aphrodite was astonished that he had not yet lost his sanity, considering he had no entertainment in his life. She nodded. Hi. Tom was baffled by how she could greet him so cheerfully. What brings you here? He asked, feigning indifference, though his guard was visibly raised. She wouldn't come without reason, unless... Aphrodite sighed, her next words leaving Tom bewildered. Eva experienced the heartbreak. Tom pondered. When did you ever have a romantic relationship? Internally, Aphrodite lamented her misjudgment. Just recently, I was quite despondent. Tom frowned. Is that so? Aphrodite lowered her gaze. And when she lifted it again, tears had already stained her cheeks, reminiscent of a delicate willow swaying in the breeze. Tom was taken aback. What kind of person could cause you such sorrow? Aphrodite remained silent for a moment before replying. He was wonderful, kind and handsome. His grades were exceptional, and his magical prowess was formidable. She faltered, choked by emotion. Tom sighed, pondering how foolish women in love could be. It's all right. There are plenty of boys in the world. None better than him. Aphrodite shook her head, deeply saddened. Look up. Perhaps I am not so bad. Tom suddenly interjected, his tone ambiguous. I possess looks, grades, and strength, he stated confidently. Aphrodite was taken aback as Tom gently wiped her tears away, soothing her softly. If you ever feel unhappy, do not hesitate to seek me out. She lowered her head, suddenly blushing. Tom inwardly approved, finding her easily comforted. Aphrodite, she shyly asked, would you mind giving me a hug? Tom readily embraced her, drawing her into his arms. As she thought to herself, Tom's touch is quite pleasant. The wand concealed in her sleeve slipped out, clattering to the ground. Tom's body grew limp and collapsed into Aphrodite's embrace. She gently laid him on the bed, observing him with great care. Clearing her throat, she thought it best not to stare too long, lest she grow too fond. Closing her eyes, she murmured incantations. Pure white light enveloping Tom's form. Minutes later, she slowly opened her eyes, blinking in confusion. What does this mean? Did my spell fail? It couldn't be. She had never failed at anything she had learned. Tom on the bed fluttered his eyelashes and gradually sat up, gazing at Aphrodite with bewilderment. Who are you? Are you playing tricks on me, sister? Sister? Aphrodite replied, I am your sister, and you are my brother. Tom stared at her with wide, innocent eyes. Then why don't I remember? What do you recall? Aphrodite asked, growing anxious. Am I foolish? Tom felt a sense of unease. His heart felt empty, as if nothing was within his control. Aphrodite tentatively remarked, it's normal not to remember. It's fortunate you retained your consciousness. Tom was increasingly puzzled. What happened, sister? There was a basilisk at school, and you were unfortunately attacked. What is a basilisk? A frightful creature. Thus, you have been in a deep slumber. And I have come daily to watch over you, hoping to provide you with comfort when you awaken. Aphrodite clasped Tom's hand, prompting him to contemplate the plausibility of her words. By the way, what is my name? Tom Riddle, he said. And what about you, sister? Aphrodite Riddle. Why does your name sound so melodious while mine seems so ordinary? Tom inquired, perplexed. Chapter 96. The Choice of Dance Partner. You remain unchanged, Aphrodite said, moved. This is our parents' fault. If you wish to change your name, you may do so. As long as you desire it, we shall comply with your wishes. Tom stroked his chin, remaining silent for a long while before quietly stating, but I don't know what name I choose. Aphrodite found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Where is this place, sister? Tom asked innocently. Aphrodite snapped her fingers, and a realm materialized. A sacred ancestral technique of our family. In truth, you were meant to perish. Yet we could not bear to abandon you. This place serves as a sanctuary for your soul. Oh, I don't quite understand, Tom murmured, lowering his head in distress. Aphrodite feigned sympathy as she gently stroked his dark hair. You will recover, I assure you. Hang in there. When will I be able to leave? Tom inquired earnestly. I cannot say for certain, Aphrodite replied, observing the disappointment on Tom's face. However, the fact that you have awakened is already a miraculous event in the magical realm. I am confident that things will improve with time. In a certain sense, the amnesiac Tom was far more challenging to console than the original. Aphrodite engaged him in conversation for hours, employing every tactic until he finally relented. See you tomorrow, sister. Aphrodite nearly lost her balance at his words. Could she truly eliminate him now? How vexing. She rummaged through a box for some parchment, but the contents remained indecipherable. Her ancestors had been a source of frustration for quite some time. Aphrodite seethed through the night, unable to sleep. On the following day, Aphrodite tossed several potion books at Tom, who replied that he could not comprehend them. The next day she offered him some snacks, only for him to retort that eating too much would ruin his teeth. On the fourth day, the children's literature she had ordered arrived, and Tom eagerly delved into it. Aphrodite slumped over the table, her dignity forgotten. Snape cast a sidelong glance at her, abruptly shifting his discourse from potions to another matter. There will be a ball at Christmas, Students in 4th year and above may participate. Be sure to secure a partner in advance and prepare your attire. With that, Snape dismissed the class. Aphrodite felt a flicker of clarity. A ball? It seemed there was indeed such an event on the horizon. Rather than returning directly to the common room, she chose to divert her path to the library. Theodore was indeed present there, and Aphrodite naturally took a seat beside him. He looked up and nodded slightly. Continuing his reading, he suddenly passed her a small note. It bore Aphrodite's handwriting. May I invite you to the ball? She tilted her head and smiled at him. After a moment of contemplation, Theodore solemnly nodded. Yes, he responded softly. The next day in the Great Hall, Aphrodite entered to find Draco and Ailey engaged in a tug-of-war. What are you two up to? She inquired, puzzled. I'll go first. No, you go ahead. Ailey suddenly lost his urgency, releasing his grip. You go ahead. If he were truly so confident, why the rush? If he lacked assurance, then what significance did the order of speaking hold? Ailey languidly regarded Draco. Accompany me to the ball, Draco said to Aphrodite. Huh? Aphrodite had anticipated his invitation, which was why she had taken the initiative the previous day. She shook her head. I'm sorry, but I can't. Ailey wore a self-satisfied expression. See? That's a rejection. Then may I have the honor of inviting you, dear Miss Aphrodite? Ailey stood, elegantly inquiring. Aphrodite fixed her gaze upon him, her expression unequivocal. Under normal circumstances, Draco would have laughed, but having just been turned down, he merely stood silently with a glum demeanor. Aphrodite shrugged. I already have a partner. Who could that possibly be? The news was just yesterday. Draco questioned, perplexed. Just yesterday, Aphrodite succinctly replied. I initiated the invitation. Who is it? Draco asked, unwilling to relent. Theodore strolled by, overhearing their exchange, and paused. Sorry, that would be me. Wait, why is he butting in? Do they even have any connection? Huh? Draco found himself at a loss for words. Aphrodite took a seat and leisurely began her breakfast. Blaise, draped in his robes and yawning, approached. He rapped on the table. You're late, Draco huffed, his pride stung. She has taken. You? He pointed at Theodore, who had already nonchalantly exited the hall. Blaise looked puzzled. Aren't you going to make a choice? Aphrodite shook her head. No need. Draco felt a slight sense of equilibrium return, though it was minimal. Upon raising his head, he noticed Harry had approached without his notice. You're back? Aphrodite looked up, surprised to see Harry. Before he could speak, Draco provocatively remarked, she already has a partner. You know. Harry scratched his head, having already heard the news when he arrived, but he couldn't very well retreat now. Suddenly struck with inspiration, he asked, could you spare a dance for me during the ball? Draco was taken aback. Was such a request even permissible? Aphrodite turned to Harry. Of course. Harry breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Then I'll be off. Draco silently lowered his head, lost in thought. A dance could be shared. But could the opening dance also be shared? Was Aphrodite capable of such? Could she possibly divide herself among several partners? However, it seemed that settling for a single dance was acceptable. Having lost this time, he might not lose again in the future. Draco's feelings were complex as he suddenly raised his head. Then Aphrodite, how about? The seat beside him was already empty. Where is everyone? Ailey also stood. They just left for class. Draco buried his face in his hands, weeping. Then who will you ask to be your partner? Ailey shrugged. Whichever girl is left over. I suppose just to pair up. Aphrodite leaned back against the sofa, idly flipping through a magazine. Daphne was in high spirits, humming a tune. Sister, who is your partner? Theodore. Oh, you've gone for a younger model this time? Daphne teased. Aphrodite waved her hand. Don't be ridiculous. After a pause, Daphne curiously asked, why don't you ask me who my partner is? Aphrodite remained silent for a moment, already having guessed, but replied, so who is your partner? Pansy, Daphne declared proudly. Chapter 97, Perspective. Aphrodite patted her head. That's wonderful. Daphne grasped her hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. Indeed. How did you manage that? Aphrodite sighed. Feeling unlike herself, unable to attain what she desired. Persistence, without a hint of pride and humility, Daphne answered casually, do you think this looks good? It's beautiful. Truly beautiful, Aphrodite replied, her tone tinged with melancholy. The Christmas ball drew nearer, eagerly anticipated by all. Cedric lay on his bed, feeling restless. Frank was trying on his suit. Cedric, you still haven't secured a partner? No. Since Cedric's breakup, friends had been urging him to move on. Many had suggested potential partners for the ball, yet Cedric remained unable to accept any of them. But as a champion, you should lead the dance, right? It seems you can't go without a partner. It's fine. I've heard there's another person without a partner. Cedric struggled to utter this, feeling quite peculiar about it. Ha! Frank was unaware of what Cedric was thinking, nor did he know whom Cedric was referring to. On the day of the ball, there were no classes scheduled for the afternoon, allowing everyone to prepare. Lancey and Beatrice had already donned their respective gowns. Lancey wore a blue dress adorned with shimmering sequins. She spun around a few times, then nodded in satisfaction. Aphrodite, are you ready? Beatrice, in a black dress, had removed her glasses. Yes. The restroom door swung open, and Aphrodite slowly emerged. Lancey's eyes lit up, momentarily entranced. Beatrice pushed up her non-existent glasses. Wow, you look stunning. Aphrodite glanced down at her attire. I too believe I look quite beautiful. Lancey hastily lifted her skirt and took a few steps forward, enveloping Aphrodite in a bear hug. I love you. Oh. Your words give me goosebumps. Aphrodite quickly pushed her away. Hurry, hurry. Your boyfriend is surely eager to see this beauty. Let him wait. He will just have to wait for me. Though Lancey spoke with such pride, she hurriedly continued her preparations, spritzing on some perfume. I want to use yours. It smells delightful. Bayette expressed her interest and moved closer. Here, take it. Next time we go to Hogsmeade, we can purchase some together. With a snap of her fingers, Lancey hastily finished applying her perfume and exited the dormitory. Bayette, feeling a sudden urgency, also completed her arrangements and stepped outside while Aphra was still selecting a necklace. Aphra paused, wondering if she was being too slow. Just then, Bayette returned abruptly, having forgotten something. Oh, and by the way, Theodore told you not to rush. He said there's still plenty of time. Upon hearing this, Aphra couldn't help but admire Theodore in her heart. After several minutes, Aphra timed her exit perfectly. Theodore was waiting in the Slytherin common room, exuding patience. Dressed in a sleek black suit, he stood tall and poised, emanating an air of cool aloofness. Theodore. As Aphra descended the stairs, he turned at the sound of her voice, momentarily taken aback. She wore a sumptuous burgundy mermaid gown, strapless, revealing swathes of her porcelain skin and collarbone. The gown accentuated her figure exquisitely, hugging her from the bust to the waist and then to the hips, the fabric enveloping her form enticingly. The red of her dress contrasted beautifully against her fair complexion, while a trailing layer of sheer red fabric cascaded behind her, billowing gracefully with each step, showcasing her elegant silhouette. She had adorned herself with a red gemstone hairpin, her golden curls cascading freely around her shoulders. A delicate gold necklace completed her ensemble, with no other accessories. Do I look good? Aphra teased, noting Theodore's prolonged silence as she waved her hand in front of him. You look stunning, Theodore replied candidly, truly captivating, and quite different from your usual self. You wouldn't typically dress so elaborately. Aphra smiled faintly, her aura mesmerizing. Theodore extended his hand, which she took, feeling the warmth of his touch, a sensation that made him slightly uneasy, yet he did not release her grip. It seemed that the evening was destined to be anything but understated. Theodore quipped lightly. It's not that exaggerated, is it? Aphra chuckled as they descended the stairs, immediately aware of the multitude of eyes upon them. A casual glance revealed a considerable gathering in the foyer. She first caught sight of Cedric, who was staring intently at her, his gaze brimming with unabashed affection. A pang of discomfort coursed through Aphra, prompting her to avert her eyes towards Harry. But what of Cedric's partner? She couldn't help but wonder. He hadn't been seen dating anyone recently. Harry was also looking at her, and she offered him a smile in return. His expression was a complex mix of emotions, fervent and unguarded. Fred and George stood together with their respective partners from the same team, Angelina and Alia. Alia sighed, lamenting her unfortunate pairing. George was engaging Alia in light conversation, yet his eyes lingered on Aphra. Is dancing with me really that unpleasant? He mused. If only I could ask her out. Aphra is truly beautiful. And that guy next to her seems quite handsome too. I don't think I've seen him before. It seems like Angelina is struggling to recall a name, Alia remarked, clearing her throat. I don't know him. Draco and Astoria stood side by side, their conversation faltering as they had little to discuss. Noticing Astoria's youth and her inability to attend the ball alone, Draco devised a plan. If he brought Aphra's sister to the ball, Aphra wouldn't be upset. Her sister could attend, and he would have a companion. What a splendid arrangement. Thus Draco enthusiastically invited Astoria, who realized that if she didn't have an older student to accompany her, she would have to go home alone. However, her sisters were still at school, and she didn't wish to return alone, so she gladly accepted. She was considerate enough not to question Draco about his previous rejection, unaware that he hadn't even had the opportunity to extend an invitation. Aphra approached Astoria, who circled around her sister, eager to be near her. Draco stared foolishly at Aphra, while Theodore tilted his head, positioning himself to block Draco's view. The clock struck 8. The ball was about to commence. The students fell silent, anxiously awaiting their entrance. The first to enter were the 4 champions. Professor McGonagall stood at the door, her expression warm and benevolent as she observed the champions and their partners. Leading the procession were the perfectly matched Krum and Hermione, followed by Fleur and Roger. Then came Cedric and Harry. McGonagall's smile vanished. What? McGonagall gasped, her eyes widening in alarm, the feather on her hat quivering slightly. She halted Cedric and Harry. Wait, what about your partners? It's quite evident, Professor, Harry replied earnestly, striking at McGonagall's core. We are each other's partners. McGonagall's mental defenses crumbled. Cedric nodded solemnly. Indeed, Professor. We have adhered strictly to Hogwarts' principles of unity and camaraderie, embodying the spirit of mutual support. As champions of Hogwarts, we must stand together and bring glory to our school. No, that's meant for competition, not for the ball. McGonagall stammered, her lips quivering as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Professor, there seems to be no rule against same-sex partners at the ball. Does there? Harry delivered another blow. At that moment, the first 2 champions and their partners stood bewildered, glancing at Cedric, Harry and Professor McGonagall, while outside in the foyer, the students turned their attention to the trio. Aphra blinked in confusion. What's going on? She wondered about her ex-McGonagall, overwhelmed, waved her hands in resignation, signaling for them to enter. Harry and Cedric strode in calmly, unfazed by the multitude of curious gazes, their demeanor exuding confidence and integrity. The great hall was adorned in splendid, festive decorations, and Aphra and Theodore casually chose a spot, right next to Daphne and Pansy. The two appeared to have coordinated their outfits, each donning elegant dark-hued gowns that exuded grace and sophistication. Daphne raised her glass towards Aphra from a distance, and Aphra smiled in return, tilting her head back to sip her drink, her gaze drifting towards the head table where the judges and champions sat together. Mr. Crouch was absent, with Percy as his assistant, taking his place. Percy? Aphra realized she hadn't seen him in ages. He appeared more composed and mature, his suit impeccably tailored and brand new. As they exchanged pleasantries over drinks, he laughed with Cedric and Harry. Aphra turned her gaze away, taking another sip. Honestly, I'm still unsure why you agreed to accompany me, she inquired curiously, eager to understand Theodore's perspective. Because I have a favorable impression of you. And I find you intriguing, Theodore replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. What piques your curiosity? I could provide some answers, Aphra said lightly. Theodore shook his head. I don't know, but such things can be understood over time. I can discern it for myself. Aphra nodded in agreement. You're right. I also believe that only through personal experience can one grasp the truth. What others say is futile. Have you always been an avid reader? Aphra casually initiated. It seems that every time I see you, you have a book in hand. Theodore nodded, then shook his head. Not that it was much, but whenever I found myself with idle time or in a melancholic mood, I would immerse myself in books, allowing for a fleeting escape from reality. Over time, this habit of reading became ingrained in me. Feeling down? Do you often find yourself in such a state? Aphra inquired, puzzled. Theodore fell silent for a moment. Yes. My mother passed away quite early, and I loved her dearly. Every time I think of her, a wave of sorrow washes over me. Aphra felt a twinge of regret. I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's all right. I brought it up myself, Theodore said lightly, turning the page with an air of vulnerability. She grasped Theodore's hand, offering silent comfort. Just then Dumbledore rose, addressing the children. Have you all savored your dinner? The guests held their tongues, yet their eyes sparkled with anticipation. With a grand gesture, Dumbledore proclaimed, Now, let us indulge in the music and revel in the dance. Everyone stood, and in an instant, the tables and chairs vanished. Aphra rested her hand upon Theodore's arm, smiling warmly at him. As he lowered his gaze, the sweet scent of her hair wafted towards him, reminiscent of red roses, vibrant and passionate. He gently encircled Aphra's waist, feeling somewhat awkward, but Aphra chuckled softly, guiding his hand to its rightful place. Just like this is fine. All right, Theodore replied, his cheeks flushing slightly, though thankfully, the dim light concealed it. The atmosphere was intoxicating, with lights dancing and laughter echoing. Aphra wore a serious expression, her gaze captivating as she concentrated on positioning Theodore correctly. He possessed considerable knowledge, yet this marked his inaugural dance with Aphra, and a hint of nervousness crept in. Percy stood nearby, observing Cedric and Harry's clumsy movements. He rubbed his brow, wondering if he had been away from school for so long that the atmosphere had shifted. The students appeared to be in a rather disheartened state. For instance, Fred and Angelina danced with reckless abandon, despite the soothing music. They moved as if at a Muggle rave. Then there were Pansy Parkinson and Daphne Greengrass, bickering over whether to dance the male or female steps, which rendered their movements somewhat chaotic. And lastly, Cedric and Harry, their limbs stiff, seemed to barely dance at all, unsure of where to place their hands. Truth be told, Harry had not initially intended to agree to dance with Cedric. He had no desire to share the floor with a rival. However, he was reluctant to dance with any girl other than Aphra. If Cedric, as a former boyfriend, could maintain decorum, why couldn't he? After a brief struggle, both Cedric and Harry soon abandoned the dance floor, opting instead to awkwardly rotate in circles while engaging in conversation with Percy in the corner. To be frank, Harry found little pleasure in conversing with Percy, deeming him excessively dull. His attention was captivated entirely by Aphra, adorned in her striking red dress. Had she not promised to dance with him? He felt like a forlorn puppy, eagerly awaiting its owner's return to take it out for a romp. She truly stands out. Doesn't she? Percy calmly asked Harry, both of them sharing an admiration for the same girl. Cedric, wearing a serious expression, remained silent but listened intently to their exchange. Indeed, Harry affirmed, she seems different from usual. Percy poured himself a drink. She simply doesn't often reveal it. Those who pay attention can discern it. Harry turned to Percy, puzzled. What do you mean? Is it just him who notices? Does Percy have feelings for Aphra too? Surely, he has less of an advantage now that he has graduated. If you still harbor feelings for her, why did you break up? Percy queried Cedric. As they had rarely spoken privately, but shared enough camaraderie as prefects to engage in polite conversation, Cedric was unexpectedly drawn into the dialogue, offering a bittersweet smile. But why do you assume I was the one to initiate the breakup? Because she still has feelings for you, Percy observed, seeing through Aphra's heart and understanding her desires. However, he needed confirmation. Chapter 99, The Dance. Cedric lowered his head, lost in thought. You could ask her yourself. I'm not at liberty to say. He politely declined to answer, suggesting Percy seek the truth on his own. After dancing a few songs with Aphra, she was slightly breathless, her chest gently rising and falling. She poured herself a glass of orange juice and drank it in one go. Harry, unable to contain himself any longer, bid farewell to Cedric and Percy, approaching the pair. Aphra glanced at Theodore. I mentioned this on our way here. Theodore cast a cold glance at Harry, who felt an inkling of displeasure in return. Harry shrugged. He couldn't blame him. Theodore nodded at Aphra. I'll take a short break. He settled into a nearby chair, crossing his legs and observing the two. As the next tune began, Harry's hands trembled slightly. Aphra discreetly squeezed his fingers, teasingly saying, Relax, I'll lead. Harry nodded, his mind racing with thoughts of not wanting Aphra to underestimate him. He steeled himself, feeling more focused than when facing a dragon. If Aphra knew he was comparing her to a dragon in his mind, she would surely kick him away with her 8-centimeter heels. The dance was lyrical and tender, enveloping Harry in a sweet, sticky embrace akin to being submerged in honey. Cedric silently approached, taking a seat beside Theodore. Theodore shot him a glance, neither of them exchanging pleasantries. Percy had vanished, presumably to enjoy some fresh air and clear his mind. How does it feel? Aphra inquired, smiling at Harry. His eyes sparkled with wonder, reflecting a joy he had never dared to dream of. But the song has ended. Aphra tilted her head. What shall we do now? Harry stood frozen, gazing at her radiant face, the alluring glint in her eyes encouraging him to take a step closer. Perhaps we can dance again next time, Aphra waved, offering no chance for him to respond. Goodbye for now. By the time Harry emerged from his daze, Aphra had already disappeared. He hurriedly scanned the room, spotting her engaged in conversation with a group of Slytherins, with Theodore standing beside her. One Slytherin girl stared at Aphra in awe, her expression one of admiration. This was not the first time Aphra had been the object of such looks. Yet this girl seemed to gaze at her for an unusually long time. Aphra turned to the girl, feeling no recollection of her. You are? Aria Worrell, the girl exclaimed, extending her hand, which Aphra politely shook. The girl's delicate hand wavered as she noticed the crowd around them, reluctantly letting go. It's a pleasure to meet you, Aphra smiled. I truly wish to invite you to dance, Aria lamented, but alas, I am a girl, so it's probably not feasible. What's wrong with dancing together? A girl beside her nudged, look at Pansy and Daphne, and then there's Diggory and Potter today. It's hardly unusual. Go on. Invite her. Aphra was left speechless as they openly discussed inviting her right in front of her. She found it amusing to watch Aria mentally prepare herself for the invitation. Aria took a step forward, as if summoning courage, extending her hand and slightly bowing. May I invite you to dance? Aphra bent her knee, placing her hand on hers. It would be my honor. Arya's face brightened as the next song commenced, leading Aphra into the dance floor. The Slytherin boys, engrossed in conversation, were taken aback. With Draco staring wide-eyed at the tender scene unfolding between the two, Theodore frowned, realizing that in the brief moment of chatting, his territory had been encroached upon. Meanwhile, Blaise glanced over, admiring their graceful movements. You look absolutely stunning today, Arya shyly remarked. I can't seem to tear my gaze away from you. I have been observing you all along, and I am grateful for the opportunity to dance with you. Theodore perked up, pondering the compliment. What made you think to invite me? Aphrodite inquired, flashing a sweet smile at Arya. Arya raised her arms, twirling Aphrodite around. Because I like you. I wanted to invite you, and thus I took action. If you desire something, you must pursue it, don't you think? As the final notes of the music faded, Aphrodite embraced Arya. What you said truly resonates with me. May I hold you for a moment to celebrate our shared sentiments? Ah, I'm being hugged by a sweet and fragrant girl. I one-tea bathed today. I wish to keep this scent. Arya joyfully swayed, her excitement palpable. Aphrodite slowly formed a question mark with her expression. A group of girls huddled together, whispering and casting glances in their direction. Just as Aphrodite was about to bid farewell to Arya to approach Theodore, the girls jostled one another, electing a representative. The chosen girl stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. But Aphrodite swiftly caught her. Thank you, she said, blushing as she stepped back from Aphrodite's embrace. I'm Celicia, I can't thank you enough. It was a simple act, Aphrodite gently reminded her, just be careful while walking. As it seemed Aphrodite was about to leave, Celicia instinctively grasped her wrist. May we dance together? Aphrodite found this world to be utterly enchanting. She had never been approached by two girls in succession before. Celicia pleaded, can we? Please. Of course. Aphrodite readily agreed. Originally, when Theodore saw Aphrodite approaching, he stood up to greet her, but she was suddenly intercepted by another girl. Theodore glanced around, resigning himself to sit back down. Aphrodite asked Celicia, are you comfortable in that outfit? Can you still dance? Absolutely. I only lost my balance because they gave me a little shove, Celicia replied nonchalantly. Why would they push you? Aphrodite queried, perplexed. Because they said if a beautiful girl is dancing with another beautiful girl, they too want to dance with lovely girls, but they were too afraid of rejection. So they pushed me forward. Celicia spun gracefully, her steps light and effortless. Following Celicia's gaze, Aphrodite indeed spotted several girls openly staring in their direction. What about your dance partners? Aphrodite asked. Abandoned by us. We wish to chat together, and besides we could form spontaneous pairs. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet you. Her reasoning was compelling. By the way, I'm inquiring on their behalf. Perhaps you would like to dance with them as well? After a moment of contemplation, Aphrodite nodded cheerfully. This is a novel experience for me. It sounds delightful. Chapter 100. Dancing freely. Celicia took Aphrodite's hand, leading her towards her friends. A graceful and serene girl smiled at Aphrodite. Hello, I'm Aphrodite Greengrass, she introduced, extending her hand. Honored to meet you, Galeen Bryce. You may call me Galeen. She placed her hand over Aphrodite's, and together they twirled into the dance floor. Aphrodite cast an apologetic glance towards Theodore from afar. He waved his hand, indicating for her to continue dancing with others. Draco couldn't help but laugh. Come. Let us toast. Aphrodite had transformed from confusion to confidence, as if she were swimming effortlessly in water. Galeen, what a beautiful name, Aphrodite said, wrapping her arms around her waist, drawing them closely together. Galeen's eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy. Indeed, this name signifies the goddess of the tranquil sea. And I adore it. A name befitting one's essence, Aphrodite praised. After finishing their dance, Aphrodite finally had a moment to catch her breath as she made her way towards Theodore, who graciously offered his seat to her. Take a moment to rest. Would you like a drink? Theodore inquired thoughtfully. Fire whiskey, please, Aphrodite replied, her spirits lifted, reveling in the moment. All right, but do drink sparingly, Theodore nodded, heading to the table behind to fetch the drink. Aphrodite let her thoughts drift, her gaze wandering aimlessly. Suddenly, she spotted a girl in the corner, arms crossed, rejecting an invitation from a boy to dance. Sorry, I feel nauseous at the sight of boys. I only dance with girls. Is this how the children of Hogwarts are these days? Aphrodite pondered. Just then their eyes met, and she felt a bit embarrassed for being caught staring. She smiled shyly at the girl, who responded with a slight nod, a silent invitation. After a brief moment of contemplation, she nodded back. Following their shared gaze, Aphrodite approached the girl. Perhaps I could invite you to dance? Of course, I welcome every girl, she readily accepted, and Aphrodite observed her closely, noting a unique aura that set her apart from the world, seemingly indifferent to external matters. I don't believe I've seen you at Hogwarts before, Aphrodite added. I'm from Durmstrang. I usually don't roam about the castle, so it's normal you haven't seen me. My name is Cecilia Bird. Remember me? You seem rather disinterested in the ball. The two twirled amidst the crowd, as if oblivious to anyone else. But I came to be an observer. That sounds quite unconventional, Aphrodite remarked, raising an eyebrow. She preferred to engage, to participate in every intriguing event, and get to know every interesting person. By the time Aphrodite finished conversing with Cecilia, Theodore's arm holding the drink had grown weary. I'm truly sorry, Aphrodite said apologetically. She had only intended to agree to one girl's invitation. But how had it escalated to this? I apologize, Theodore, she began, but before she could finish, a girl suddenly dashed out from the crowd, clinging to Aphrodite's leg, sobbing uncontrollably.
Itesme, I Floride.
For you, I transformed into a werewolf. For you, I succumbed to madness. For you, I donned a thick disguise. I have begged before Merlin for thousands of years just to earn the chance to dance with you. Aphrodite and Theodore exchanged incredulous looks. Draco's mouth fell open. Sister, please get up. Aphrodite was at a loss for words, hastily helping the girl to her feet. Let us dance. I'll dance with you. Okay. The girl straightened up immediately and signaled a thumbs up to her friends in the distance. Her friends commented, it seems that going crazy is indeed more effective. While dancing, Aphrodite hesitated, finally daring to ask once more. What did you say your name was? Floride, she replied earnestly. All right, Floride, may we meet again by fate. Aphrodite waved hesitantly as Floride excitedly ran off. Theodore sighed, rubbing his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. Aphrodite sat beside him, her expression skeptical. Draco finally seized the opportunity to catch Aphrodite during her free time. Aphrodite, shall we? Let us go dance, to make up for lost time. Aphrodite invited Theodore beside her. Honestly, I've gotten a bit carried away tonight. So have I. The ball was set to conclude at midnight, with no curfew, only indulgence. Theodore, unusually, chose to accompany Aphrodite throughout the evening, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. After parting ways with Theodore, Aphrodite sat on the steps, letting her thoughts drift. She buried her head in her knees, her hair cascading down. Why am I sitting here? Aphrodite lifted her gaze, and there stood Percy before her. With a playful squint and a captivating smile, she greeted him. It's been a while. We haven't exchanged a word all evening. Come, take a seat. Percy, feeling quite at home, had lingered, eagerly awaiting an opportunity to converse with her. He settled beside Aphrodite, his eyes drifting to her feet. Long time no see. Are you tired? Following his gaze, Aphrodite obediently nodded. Yes, I am. After dancing all night, how could I not be? Percy chuckled softly, producing a silk scarf from his pocket, which he transformed into a plush towel with a flick of his wand. Aphrodite slipped off her high heels, resting her feet upon the towel, casting the shoes aside. How's work at the ministry? She inquired, tilting her head to look at him while beckoning with her finger. Let me lean on you. My neck is sore. Percy shifted closer, allowing her to rest her head on his shoulder. It's all rather trivial matters, really. I'm getting used to it, he replied. He didn't wish to delve deeper into his new job, feeling like an overlooked newcomer tasked with menial duties. However, he was resolute in his belief that he would soon earn the respect he deserved, no longer just a small assistant whose contributions went unnoticed. He aspired to alter his family's circumstances for the better. It's quite nice, actually. I find school life rather dull, Aphrodite remarked with a smirk. With so many restrictions, once I graduate, I plan to use apparition to explore other countries at my leisure. How will I find you then? Percy teased. You won't? She huffed playfully. Only if I wish to be found will I make myself available. Chapter 101, Sweetness. Percy gazed intently at her, and she held his gaze unwaveringly. It's unfortunate that we didn't share a dance today. It seems you are quite the favorite among the ladies. Aphrodite coughed lightly, feeling a twinge of guilt. It's not too late though. But you don't have suitable shoes, Percy reminded her. I believe what I'm wearing is quite appropriate. Do you think it looks good? She asked, batting her eyelashes. Percy nodded affirmatively. Yes, it does. Do you like it? I do, he admitted candidly. Aphrodite was taken aback. This was unexpected. Given his usual demeanor, he would typically struggle to express himself. It was a delightful surprise, and her heart fluttered. Sitting up, she arched an eyebrow. I quite like you too. She reached out, tracing the contours of his face with her fingers. Percy had always perceived that Aphrodite had an affinity for many, yet none would reciprocate her feelings. Oliver had been despondent for days, likely due to this very reason. Her breakup with Diggory probably weighed heavily on her as well. But you still like Oliver and Diggory, Percy interjected kindly. Indeed, Aphrodite pouted, irritation flaring at the mention of those names. So what? If I wish to like several, I shall. Percy ruffled her golden locks affectionately. All right, you may do as you please. May I kiss you? Aphrodite boldly inquired. Percy lowered his gaze. Of course. It would be my honor. Aphrodite collapsed into his embrace, causing him to stumble back against the steps, eliciting a muffled grunt of discomfort. Oh dear, she gasped. I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention. Percy propped himself up, bringing them even closer. Her cheeks flushed with a smile. You've been drinking again, you little drunkard, he remarked, finally catching the faint scent of alcohol. A little drink is delightful, she replied nonchalantly. Where shall we begin? Simple words often held the most allure. And Percy found himself at a loss. Aphrodite hesitated momentarily, then felt a dizzying rush as she found herself in a lower position, her head and waist cradled by Percy's strong hands. Their lips met in a fervent kiss, lost in the intoxicating taste of one another. Aphrodite closed her eyes, discomfort from the steps prompting her to squirm, releasing soft whimpers. Percy struggled against his desires, and as their passionate kiss concluded, he quickly pulled away. It's late. You should return now, he said, averting his gaze, realizing he had misjudged his resolve. Oh, you can't handle it? Aphrodite teased. Some things never change. Percy sighed, shaking his head. No, it's you who cannot handle it. You must return to rest. There's no curfew tonight, she countered mischievously. I can return whenever I please. She cupped his face, admiring his flushed cheeks, his lips swollen and red hair tousled. I'll escort you back, he replied, regaining his composure as he grasped her warm wrist. Such a bore you are, she pouted. Percy, feeling somewhat exasperated, chose to ignore her provocation. Can you walk? Does your foot still hurt? It's quite a distance to the Slytherin common room. Then carry me. Aren't you strong enough? She retorted playfully. Knowing she couldn't endure the pain any longer, her feet likely swollen from the night's revelry, Percy readily complied, effortlessly lifting Aphrodite onto his back. She held her heels in hand, comfortably resting against him. It takes about 7 minutes to walk to the common room. You carrying me might tire you out. Let us say it'll take you 10 minutes to consider your options. Consider what? Whether to take me back to the common room, or Aphrodite leaned closer, whispering enticingly in his ear, coaxing him to abandon convention. Aphrodite, Percy warned. Oh, she responded, obediently falling silent. Percy was indeed fatigued. The soft weight of her against him combined with her sweet fragrance left him feeling somewhat flustered. The 10 minutes felt interminable, his mind racing from empty thoughts to chaotic musings, only to return to stillness upon spotting the entrance to the Slytherin common room. Ah, Aphrodite sighed wistfully, what a pity. She squirmed free, standing barefoot, her gaze fixed intently on him. Percy exhaled deeply, suddenly grasping her wrist and swiftly lifting her into his arms. He dashed away from the common room, out of the castle, and into the forbidden forest. Her light golden hair danced in the night air, the red hem of her dress flowing with the breeze. With a flick of apparition, they found themselves tumbling onto a soft bed. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight filtering through the window as Aphrodite gazed into Percy's eyes. Shall we not turn on the lights? She asked innocently, her enchanting visage paired with the purest of intentions, uttering the most suggestive of words. I can't help myself, he replied with a slow wave of his wand, casting a warm, soft glow that illuminated their faces without being overwhelming. Aphrodite's spirit soared, and she entwined her arms around Percy's neck, urging him to bury his face in her shoulder. He nestled against her, feeling her soft skin against him. Aphrodite's hand slipped beneath his suit jacket, teasingly exploring the contours beneath his shirt. Percy grasped her hand, hesitating for a moment. I'll ask you once more, are you certain? I am certain, she affirmed resolutely. He relinquished his thoughts, his large hand resting on her waist, trailing down to the small of her back, gently tugging at the bow of her dress, which unraveled effortlessly. With his other hand he shed his suit jacket, carelessly discarding it to the floor, then proceeded to unbutton his shirt with one hand. Aphrodite regarded him with earnest appreciation, her eyes sparkling as she admired the definition of his muscles, unashamed in her scrutiny. Percy's cheeks flushed a delicate rose, uncertain whether it was due to her words or her actions. For a moment, silence enveloped them. The sound of their uneven breaths and the rustle of fabric filled the air. Aphrodite bit her lip, grasping his arm, her fingers dancing over his skin. As she nibbled on her own finger, Percy pressed a soft kiss to the corner of her eye. The warmth of her softness ignited a fire within him, and he instinctively held her shoulder. Who do you favor most? Aphrodite murmured softly, you of course. And who am I? He asked playfully. Aphrodite struggled to open her eyes, drowsily calling out, Percy. As the two of them lay utterly exhausted, the night had already deepened. Aphrodite reclined in Percy's embrace, rendered immobile. Indeed, he was rather reserved. Chapter 102, The Astonished Molly. When Aphrodite finally roused, the sun was already well above the horizon. She sat up in a daze, only to discover she was clad in a fresh set of pajamas, with a neatly folded outfit and new toiletries arranged by the bedside, and a pair of new shoes resting on the floor. Gathering her hair, she stood and, clutching the toiletries, slowly made her way to the door, gently pushing it open to peek outside. This was the burrow, a place Aphrodite had visited once before. Downstairs, in the living room, Mrs. Weasley sat humming a tune while knitting a scarf. At that moment, the door to the burrow swung open, and Percy entered, dragging a suitcase behind him, shaking off a layer of snow as he crossed the threshold. Molly greeted him with a warm smile. Percy, you're back. Percy nodded, his gaze rising to meet Aphrodite's. Caught in the act, she squinted playfully, resembling a mischievous little fox. Molly, puzzled by his intense stare, followed his line of sight and quickly found herself taken aback. This girl seemed vaguely familiar. Had she been to their home before? The girl Percy had brought back? Percy was of age now, so it wasn't entirely inappropriate. But wait. Wasn't this girl a year younger than Fred and George? Molly immediately turned her scrutinizing gaze towards Percy, her usual warmth evaporating, replaced by a stern and critical demeanor. Percy looked at Molly with innocent confusion, then glanced back at Aphrodite, who had already composed herself and slipped into the washroom, leaving Percy to face Mrs. Weasley alone. Before he could utter a word, Mrs. Weasley had already drawn her wand. Percy, having pondered all night on how to explain the situation, could only remain silent and accept the impending reprimand. I shall give you a piece of my mind. How have I raised you? I thought you were the most rule-abiding of them all, and yet here we are. On Christmas morning, you've given me such a fright. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed furiously. Aphrodite, brushing her hair, watched with keen interest as Percy was pursued by Mrs. Weasley. Madam, she interjected, noticing Percy's distress, it's not what you think. She smiled subtly, choosing not to divulge the entire truth to avoid unnecessary complications. At the ball last night, I had a bit too much to drink, and was unable to escape a certain rogue. It was Percy who came to my aid. Aphrodite spun a casual lie, her composure unwavering, rendering it quite believable. Percy raised an eyebrow, turning his back to Mrs. Weasley, casting a puzzled expression towards Aphrodite. She was the rogue, wasn't she? He mused silently, recalling the events from the previous night with a quiet chuckle. Mrs. Weasley, however, had already bought into a significant portion of Aphrodite's tale. After all, in her eyes, Percy was the epitome of propriety and would never engage in such antics. Look at you, bringing someone home without so much as a word. Can you even take care of her? It was quite late last night, and you were already in bed, Aphrodite chimed in, linking her arm with Mrs. Weasley's. Are you knitting a scarf? It looks lovely. If you like it, take one with you, Mrs. Weasley replied cheerfully. You must be feeling dreadful after last night. I'll prepare something for you to eat to warm your stomach. With that, she bustled off to the kitchen, her smile returning. Aphrodite turned to Percy, who had retrieved the suitcase from the cabinet. Have a seat. Don't just stand there. You're up quite early, she sighed, reflecting on how they had engaged in the same activity, yet he appeared so lively while she felt utterly spent. I couldn't sleep. I wanted to prepare some things for you before you woke up. I went out to buy some clothes and toiletries, and then realized I forgot to take your dress for cleaning, so I made a couple of trips, Percy explained in a slow, measured tone. How thoughtful, darling. Aphrodite whistled appreciatively, but before she could tease him further, Mrs. Weasley re-emerged from the kitchen. Instantly, Aphrodite transformed into a model of obedience. I'll carry it, she insisted. Oh, just sit down. I didn't know you were coming. Make do with this for now. We'll have a grand meal at noon. Aphrodite nodded eagerly. I love this. Thank you for your hard work. Do sit and rest. There's one more thing. Mrs. Weasley bustled off again, and when she returned, everything was finally ready. I've already eaten. You two go ahead. She sat down, eagerly watching Aphrodite. Aphrodite glanced at Percy, who quietly remarked, You woke up too late. Mum had breakfast ages ago. She nodded, offering Mrs. Weasley a charming smile, lavishly praising each dish, which delighted Mrs. Weasley immensely. Percy observed from the side, feeling a wave of warmth and sweetness fill his heart. After breakfast, Aphrodite and Percy returned to his room, where Mrs. Weasley invited her to stay for Christmas, promising to prepare a room for her. After a moment's consideration, Aphrodite realized she had no particular plans for Christmas, and could easily stay. So she feigned reluctance before naturally agreeing. Percy looked on in astonishment. Aphrodite playfully winked at him, then confidently stepped into Percy's room. You seem to have packed away a lot. Is everything in the suitcase? She inquired, surprised. Percy paused for a moment before nodding. I was actually planning to move out. Move out? Aphrodite raised an eyebrow. Living independently would indeed offer greater freedom, but surely Percy wouldn't leave for such a reason. It's nothing. I've just decided to delay it for now. Percy was reluctant to elaborate, and Aphrodite chose not to press further, piecing together the implications from their conversation. She glanced over at Percy's desk, recalling that the last time she had visited, it had been adorned with how to gain power. But now it was filled with a diary. Who writes in a diary? Aphrodite tilted her head. Can I take a look? Go ahead, Percy replied generously. Had it been a few days prior, he would have never allowed her to see it. He shook out the neatly folded red dress and hung it up. Then tidied the bed. This isn't a diary. It's a workbook, rather dull, Aphrodite remarked, casually flipping through a couple of pages. It was filled with meeting minutes. And Percy indeed lived up to his reputation as an exemplary graduate, with clear organization and detailed notes. However, as she brushed her fingers across the pages, she noticed her name inscribed in the corner of each one. Not taking your work seriously? Aphrodite teased. Not at all, Percy adamantly refuted. I'm quite serious about it. As serious as you were last night? Aphrodite jested. Percy fell silent, turning away and saying nothing. Mrs. Weasley called for her from outside, informing her that her room was ready. Aphrodite pulled him close by his tie and planted a kiss on his cheek, before contentedly leaving the room. Chapter 103. The Golden Egg. Ginny's room had been prepared for Aphrodite's temporary stay, and she had only brought along her personal belongings, leaving everything else behind. Yet, Aphrodite slipped back into Percy's room, using his paper and quill to write a letter to her roommates to assure them of her safety. Percy stood beside her. Why does Mum like you so much? His desk was piled high with fruits and snacks, all gifts from Mrs. Weasley. Sweet talker, Aphrodite replied smugly. You should give it a try. I believe you. I know, Percy murmured. In truth, you should be more considerate of Mrs. Weasley, Aphrodite advised. A little praise goes a long way in making her happy. Percy paused for a moment, then grumbled in agreement. He contemplated and then asked. You'll be taking your OWLs this year, right? Yes, why? Are you going to tutor me? Aphrodite felt a twinge of disappointment. Who discusses studies during Christmas? I scored 12 certificates in my OWLs, 9 of which were outstanding, Percy stated matter-of-factly. Aphrodite pondered for a couple of seconds. Being in the presence of a top student, why not take advantage? Thus, she cheerfully consented. I'll borrow your books to study. Awake, Percy was truly at a loss, as Aphrodite had spent the entire holiday learning alongside him. On the final day, she bid a courteous farewell to Mrs. Weasley, and Percy used apparition to escort her near the school, where they ambled slowly towards Hogwarts Castle. When the moment to part arrived, they lingered in an affectionate embrace before reluctantly separating. With a sense of fulfillment, Aphrodite entered the castle, her steps light and carefree. Not long after, she encountered Harry, who appeared anxiously preoccupied with his destination. Good morning, Aphrodite, he greeted casually. Where are you headed? Harry looked at her, replying succinctly, I'm going to the prefect's bathroom. Aphrodite furrowed her brow in confusion. What could possibly be so special about the prefect's bathroom? Cedric asked me to check it out, Harry stated plainly. Yet, his brevity seemed overly concise, prompting Aphrodite to slowly formulate a question mark in her mind. Cedric, inviting Harry to the prefect's bathroom? Recalling their previous dance at the ball, where they had shared the opening dance, a complex expression flickered in Aphrodite's eyes. Harry, initially bewildered, quickly clarified, No, I'm going there for something important. Oh well, Aphrodite replied, adopting a posture of respectful blessing, which left Harry momentarily flustered. Then let us go together. Since you're a prefect, we can enter without issue. Harry took hold of her sleeve, determined to lead her away. Are you sure it's appropriate for us, a boy and a girl, to enter together? Aphrodite questioned, her tone tinged with a hint of panic. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the prefect's bathroom, only to find someone already waiting there. Aphrodite halted, glancing at Harry. He too was taken aback, as it was purely coincidental that Cedric had chosen this day. Aphrodite crossed her arms, and as Cedric turned around he was equally surprised. You two? Are you meeting to bathe together? She hesitated, feeling compelled to stay and observe. Cedric withheld his words. How could you both be here together? He couldn't allow it to be just the two of them. Harry scratched his head, realizing he couldn't simply leave, It would be too awkward for Aphrodite, especially since he had brought her along. He revealed the golden egg hidden beneath his robes to show Aphrodite. She coughed softly, then turned her gaze to the golden egg in Cedric's hands, finally understanding their purpose. You could have shown me earlier, instead of making me misunderstand, she quipped, fresh pineapple. Cedric regarded Harry with a complex expression, but Harry, oblivious to the nuance, nonchalantly entered the bathroom, prompting Cedric to follow suit with some reluctance. The prefect's bathroom was vast, and Harry suspected it would take several minutes to walk around the pool. The room was adorned with pristine white marble, and the sunken bath resembled a rectangular swimming pool. Surrounding it were approximately 100 golden faucets, each set with gemstones of various hues. A painting hung on the wall, depicting a sleeping blonde mermaid. Aphrodite casually chose a spot to sit, observing the two boys with calmness. While Harry continued to examine the bathroom, Cedric silently turned on several faucets, instantly filling the air with mist. The trio sat in silence by the poolside, each lost in their thoughts. Harry, at a loss for words, focused on the gradually rising water level. Meanwhile, Cedric's gaze shifted to Aphrodite, landing on the two unexpected flushes of red adorning her fair neck. In a rush of emotion, Cedric stepped closer to her, causing Aphrodite to lean back warily. "What are you doing?" she inquired, her voice tinged with caution. Cedric reached out, his warm fingers brushing her neck before he quickly withdrew his hand. Harry hurriedly interjected, placing himself between them, his expression one of confusion directed at Cedric. Aphrodite paused, touching her neck, realizing something, and shot Cedric a challenging smile. Their eyes met, cool and unyielding. Cedric asked in a low voice, "Who is it?" Harry had never seen Cedric like this before and suggested, "The water is full. Why don't you go ahead and investigate the golden egg?" But neither paid him any heed. Aphrodite, crossing her legs, leaned back nonchalantly. "Are you very concerned? What does it matter to you?" "Indeed, what does it matter to you?" she retorted lazily. Cedric was momentarily taken aback, sighing, "That was not my intention. Rather, I hope you understand the importance of protecting yourself." With that, he averted his gaze from Aphrodite and nodded towards Harry. "Would you mind stepping aside?" Harry turned his back, fidgeting with his fingers, glancing at Aphrodite. She shot Cedric a sidelong glance, muttering to herself, "So petty," not allowing a peek, before leisurely turning away, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor. Cedric, slowly shedding his clothes, felt a strange sense of embarrassment. Upon hearing the splash of water, Harry and Aphrodite turned back. "How did you know to go into the water to investigate the golden egg?" Aphrodite asked Harry. "Cedric told me, saying it was a reward for the dragon." Harry replied candidly. "But hasn't he tried it himself?" Aphrodite pointed at the pool. "How would he know?" "Well, I don't know," Harry shrugged. "Perhaps someone assisted him." Aphrodite nodded thoughtfully. After a while, Cedric resurfaced, only to find Aphrodite fixedly staring at him, causing him to momentarily lose his breath and sink back down. Aphrodite clicked her tongue, turning her back to him. "I've turned away now." Harry stifled a laugh, while Cedric climbed out, looking somewhat frustrated. After Harry also submerged himself to study the golden egg, an unspoken understanding lingered, and they refrained from discussing it together. "I'll take my leave then," Cedric nodded, clutching the golden egg as he departed.